Initially believing that his unfortunate life was just beginning, Zhang Lin was unexpectedly struck by a vehicle, only to discover that he had acquired an attribute enhancement system. This peculiar system allowed him to augment various attributes of the world around him, adding a sum of 10,000 yuan to his bank card and enabling his shoes to grant him swifter movement. When misfortune befalls a person, it seems that calamity lurks at every corner. As Zhang Lin walked along the pavement, he was abruptly hit by a Wailing Hospital. From the vehicle emerged a group of no fewer than 8 individuals, causing Zhang Lin to shut his eyes, on the brink of losing consciousness. However, the focus of this group was not on Zhang Lin, but rather on a woman not far ahead, clad in formal attire and possessing striking beauty. The menacing demeanor of the group encircled her, seemingly intent on abducting her. As the woman attempted to flee, the driver desperately sought to apprehend her, resulting in a collision with Zhang Lin, who was entirely disregarded by the assailants, displaying an audacious arrogance. The beauty brandished a dagger in defiance, while the 8 men closed in menacingly. Zhang Lin, eyes shut, suddenly heard a voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Skill enhancement system bound to host. The host can elevate the level of any entity. Everything possesses a level that can be freely enhanced, with an initial allocation of 6 skill points. But in his mind, a singular thought prevailed: the will to survive. Ding! Host physical recovery level elevated to level 3. Host injuries are mending. Zhang Lin's vision gradually returned to clarity, less clouded than before. Feeling unjustly assaulted by the vehicle, Zhang Lin's frustration flared. Clearly, this was a deliberate act, and the audacity of the 8 men bullying a woman and attempting to drag her away was intolerable. Hit me with your car? I shall not let this go. Ding! Host proficiency in combat arts elevated to level 3. Skill points expended. In an instant, Zhang Lin felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. 2 of the assailants suddenly crumpled to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining 6 men, along with the woman, stared at Zhang Lin in astonishment, the woman's expression a mixture of confusion and intrigue. 3 of the men brandished large knives, aiming to strike Zhang Lin. He deftly evaded their attacks, but despite his agility, he sustained minor injuries. Having failed to overpower him, Zhang Lin retaliated with a flurry of punches, leaving his assailants bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Is this kid really that formidable? One of the remaining 3, a tall and imposing figure, questioned. Take him down. The 3 men charged at Zhang Lin, wielding their blades menacingly. Like a nimble monkey, he skillfully dodged their strikes, eluding their attempts to land a blow. With a sweeping kick, 2 men were sent tumbling to the ground, leaving the tallest one dumbfounded. Was this Shaolin-like technique? In a fleeting moment, Zhang Lin delivered a punch to the man's abdomen, causing him to collapse, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. The woman stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Zhang Lin's prowess. Had he truly dispatched all 8 formidable men with such ease? In sheer disbelief, the woman gaped at Zhang Lin, her jaw agape in astonishment. Ding! System notification. The host can earn skill points by completing certain tasks. The amount gained is random. Ding! Host has defeated 8 assailants, earning 2 skill points. Ding! Host has rescued the beauty, earning 2 additional skill points, bringing the total to 4. It was only then that Zhang Lin realized the gravity of the situation. In his previous rage, he had overlooked the fact that he had acquired a system. Indeed, he had heard the system's voice, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Could it be that I am destined for greatness? Zhang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 2. Novice task. Lin Yuhan put away the key and gravely took a seat at his desk. It was truly a stroke of fortune to be bound to such an extraordinary detective system. Was this the beginning of an extraordinary journey towards the pinnacle of life? Just glancing at the achievements of the 11 illustrious figures from before was enough to take one's breath away. However, the title he bore felt rather jarring. Tentatively, Lin Yuhan inquired, "System, is it possible to alter this title of mine? Everyone else is referred to as the forefather of forensics, a divine judge, while I am merely labeled as nothing special. Should I ever have the chance to be remembered in history? This title would tarnish my legacy." The system responded, "What, do you wish to be remembered in history right now?" Lin Yuhan replied, That's not quite what I meant." The system continued, "As it stands, the host has not exhibited any remarkable performance, has not solved any notable cases, possesses no private assets, and has no girlfriend. Thus it is indeed fitting for you to be labeled as nothing special. Splendid." The statement seemed devoid of any faults. Lin Yuhan finally comprehended the meaning behind Sherlock Holmes' adage. Once you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. His truth was simply, nothing special. With a profound sense of sorrow, Lin Yuhan took a deep breath, pondering where his soul might find solace, and lamented softly. Yet, before his lament could conclude, the system chimed in again. Ding dong. You have a new system task. Please check immediately. Available tasks. 1. Graveyard horror. In the southern part of Xi'an town lies a desolate graveyard, where countless souls have been laid to rest. However, in recent years, it seems to have become quite restless. It is said that zombies roam the graveyard every night. Difficulty rating. 2 stars. 2. Crying hospital. An abandoned hospital emits terrifying wails every midnight. As a detective, you seek to uncover the truth behind this phenomenon. Difficulty rating. 3 stars. 3. Treasure hunt at Tianlu Mountain. Someone has hidden a valuable item in the park, and you know it is extraordinary. You decide to venture to Tianlu Mountain Park at midnight to seek this buried treasure. Difficulty rating. 1 star. Hidden tasks. Unlocked. Current case. Assist Miss Ruwawa in locating the thief of her personal garments. Case analysis. Ruwawa's neighbor is a voyeur with peculiar tastes. This case presents no difficulty, and upon completion, you will gain no rewards, with a reputation penalty of -100. It is advisable to abandon this task. Tasks arrived swiftly. Lin Yuhan felt a surge of excitement, yet he found it perplexing that the major case he had taken on 2 days prior had been dismissed by the system. Wasn't helping Miss Ruwawa find her clothing worthwhile? Why would he incur a penalty to his reputation after completing it? Contemplating the 3 tasks presented by the system, Lin Yuhan pondered. Logically, the difficulty of a task should correlate with its rewards. He resolved to accept a task of moderate difficulty to begin with. The middle path seemed more in line with the laws of survival. Graveyard horror. In the southern part of Xi'an town lies a desolate graveyard, where countless souls have been laid to rest. However, in recent years, it seems to have become quite restless. Task deadline. The 17th of this month. Turning to the calendar on his desk, Lin Yuhan realized that today was indeed the 17th. If he did not complete this task, it would expire. He hastily asked, "How do I accept the task?" "Use your thoughts," the system replied. Lin Yuhan closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and sensed a yellow exclamation mark appearing in his mind. He attempted to grasp it, and a task prompt immediately materialized in his consciousness. Novice task, graveyard horror, accepted. Task background. Behind every gravekeeper lies an unspoken secret. Every night in the graveyard, bizarre events unfold. In the southern part of Xi'an town lies a desolate graveyard, where countless souls have been laid to rest. Yet, in recent years, it has become a site of unrest. Rumors of hauntings frequently circulate. Some have witnessed vengeful spirits drifting through the graveyard, while others have seen zombies crawling from their graves, rendering the area a forbidden ground for the living. As a quick-witted, materialistic detective and an advocate of atheism, you are determined to unravel the mystery behind the hauntings. Thus, the strange tale begins as you set foot on the road to the graveyard. Task location, Western Suburbs Graveyard. Completion deadline, 24 hours. Your task, discover the truth behind the hauntings in the graveyard. Catching ghosts at graves. This task seems more suited for someone like Uncle Gio. It appears that my expertise does not align with this. Shaking his head, Lin Yuhan rose and approached the mirror, beginning to groom himself. Uncharacteristically, he pulled out a razor to shave, and then opened a tube of facial cleanser that had remained untouched since he purchased it. Washing his face. From this moment forward, he would transform his image completely, adopting a professional detective's British style akin to that of a cinematic agent 007. Such a persona would befit the worth bestowed upon him by the super detective system. He was on the verge of soaring to new heights and could no longer afford to dress so casually. He needed to strive to integrate into the upper echelons of society. Having put on polished shoes and pocketed his only 10,000 yuan bank card, he exited his detective agency. Upon reaching the ground floor, Aunt Wang was still basking in the sun. Her face radiated comfort, her feet casually resting in slippers. Lin Yuhan instinctively glanced at her feet, noticing the vibrant redness, evidently just having been scratched. Observing her state of enjoyment, his own toes began to itch uncontrollably. "Good afternoon, Aunt Wang," Lin Yuhan greeted. "Oh, little Lin," Aunt Wang exclaimed, opening her eyes wide and sitting up from her rocking chair, slipping her slippers on. "You look so energetic today. Are you hungry? I can boil some noodles for you." "Aunt Wang, I'm full that I have to head out for something," Lin Yuhan replied politely yet awkwardly. Aunt Wang stood up, shaking off her nightgown. "Having a full lunch still leaves room for dinner. I can make you some noodles later." Lin Yuhan. It seemed that Aunt Wang only had noodles in mind, but he still had no desire to eat. Things had changed. With the system by his side, Lin Yuhan felt elevated. he would bid farewell to junk food. Adjusting his collar slightly, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Ahem, Aunt Wong. I'm dining out tonight. I have social engagements. My apologies." His tone was exceedingly official, as if he had already become a person of significance. "Oh, I see." Aunt Wong's face displayed a hint of regret, yet her enthusiasm persisted. "Little Lin is making strides, even starting to have social engagements, Lin Yuhan." Was that a compliment or a rebuke? Regardless of how appetizing Aunt Wong's noodles might be. He waved goodbye and hailed a taxi to the mall. Such places were foreign to him. He had rarely ventured here before, hesitant to spend money. No, to be precise, he had simply lacked funds. The array of products and the posters of fashion icons showcased the forefront of trends. Lin Yuhan wandered through various brand stores, finally selecting a suit that he found appealing, spending 6,000 yuan. Upon wearing it, he felt it aligned perfectly with his demeanor. Clothes make the man, he mused. Having spent wisely, it seemed life was beginning to take a different turn, and he felt a newfound lightness in his step. Even the glances from young women seemed to carry a different weight. Satisfied, Lin Yuhan nodded to himself as he boarded the bus to the western suburbs graveyard. Chapter 3. Do not spend the night in the graveyard. As Lin Yuhan arrived at the western suburbs graveyard, dusk was nearly fading. The distant mountains swallowed the setting sun, while the sky's mournful twilight painted a scene akin to a wound torn by the rugged hills, streaked with blood-red hues. The sprawling graves lay hidden amidst the half-lit, overgrown grass, appearing as if they were phantoms drifting through the haze. It was Lin Yuhan's first encounter with such a vast field of the departed in the twilight, and his heart tightened with an indescribable sense of desolation and melancholy. He had originally planned to arrive by 4 o'clock, but encountered traffic along the way and had to change buses. The road to Shiyun town was a remote one, and he waited for quite a while to board a dilapidated bus. The air inside was heavy with the pungent scent of gasoline and an unidentifiable stench. The filthy seatbacks bore various stains, as if they had not been cleaned in years. Looking ahead, he noticed a dusty white cover emblazoned with an advertisement for a men's clinic at Wailing Hospital, boasting pain-free circumcision, proclaiming the essence of manhood. Though Lin Yuhan, this seemed absurd. A university roommate had once gone in a group for the procedure and had been bedridden for days, especially every morning. Getting out of bed brought a heart-wrenching pain that only men could truly understand. The man seated behind him, seemingly aware of the discomfort, removed his muddy cloth shoes and placed his feet on Lin Yuhan's headrest. A strong odor of salted fish wafted toward Lin Yuhan, leaving him dumbfounded as he turned to look. "Hey, your foot. Would you care to touch? They are long and slender." The man cast a sidelong glance before nonchalantly turning to gaze out the window. Adopting an indifferent demeanor, Lin Yuhan suddenly thought this man would be a perfect match for Aunt Wong. If he brought him downstairs, perhaps Aunt Wong could remedy his misplaced feet. Shared discomfort would indeed be a true delight. The air in the bus was stifling, and after half a minute, the man seemed unable to bear it any longer, removing his black socks and placing them atop his green cloth shoes. The aroma intensified, and Lin Yuhan detected a hint of brine. The bus gradually filled with passengers, mostly elderly individuals hunched over or villagers returning from work. They carried various burlap sacks filled with discarded bottles or tools for work, each shoulder bearing the weight of an entire household. Their speech was thick with local dialect, rendering it difficult to comprehend. Beside Lin Yuhan sat a woman in her 50s or 60s, her complexion poor. Her face waxy as if coated in a layer of resin, resembling a deflated balloon riddled with deep creases. After a moment, she turned her head and inquired, "Young man, I've never seen you before. You're not from around here, are you? Are you going to Shiyuan town on business?" Lin Yuhan shook his head and replied, "I'm heading to the Shijiao cemetery." Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed the woman's face as she widened her eyes and asked, "What for?" Lin Yuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he evasively stated, "To pay respects. An old friend is buried there, and I'm going to visit." The elderly woman appeared contemplative and ceased her inquiries. Feeling weary, compounded by the stench behind him, Lin Yuhan succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate period, a rough, cold hand rested on his arm, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes to see the woman leaning closer. Her voice conspiratorial as she said, "Young man, I see you have a good heart. Let me offer you a word of advice. After visiting the cemetery, be sure not to stay overnight. If there are no buses back, walk a few more miles to Shiyuan town. There are several small inns that cater to those returning from the graves." Lin Yuhan chuckled silently, suspecting that the woman was merely a hired hand passing out cards near the station. stopping travelers to ask, "Need a place to stay?" Sometimes they even masqueraded as reputable chains, only for newcomers to discover upon arrival that they were merely small inns. "I won't be going," Lin Yuhan replied, turning his head away. The woman feigned hesitation, holding back her words until she could no longer contain herself, leaning in to say, "Why don't you believe me? To be honest, that cemetery is haunted. If you stay overnight, by morning your soul will be taken." She then produced a business card from her pocket and thrust it into Lin Yuhan's hand, insisting, "This is the best hotel in our town. I see you dress well. You can afford to stay here. The environment is elegant, the price is fair, and there's no deception, just 60 yuan for a night." Irritated by her insistence, Lin Yuhan accepted the card. Glancing at it, Haunting VIP card, reservation number 40088823823. How sophisticated. A VIP card indeed. After a bumpy journey, enduring the torment of foot odor, Lin Yuhan finally arrived at Shiyuan town. He rushed off the bus, inhaling the long-forgotten fragrance in the air. How delightful! For the first time, he felt the air was truly luxurious. Shiyuan town was small, consisting mainly of 2 narrow streets, yet due to its proximity to the cemetery a few kilometers away, the hospitality industry thrived here. Almost every business was connected to funerals, with flower shops dotting the landscape. As Lin Yuhan walked, he suddenly spotted the woman with the business cards by the roadside. Her sign prominently displaying Haunting, truly sophisticated. It was indeed an inn. He shook his head and proceeded to a nearby noodle shop. "Boss, a bowl of knife-cut noodles." He devoured the meal ravenously, relishing the break from Aunt Wang's cooking. The noodles, prepared by the villagers, possessed a unique rustic flavor, surprisingly delicious. "Hey, slow down," the boss chuckled, wiping his hands on a rag as he approached. "You must be starving. You're from out of town, right?" Lin Yuhan nodded. "What brings you to Shiyuan town at this hour? Family matters?" the boss asked cautiously, wary of offending the customer. "No, not at all," Lin Yuhan reiterated. "I'm not an orphan. My parents are alive." "Then you're adopted?" the boss probed further. "No, they are my biological parents," Lin Yuhan replied firmly. "That's unusual," the boss mused, shaking his head. "Young man, you have an extraordinary aura. It seems you possess the qualities of a protagonist. How could you not be an orphan?" Lin Yuhan coughed violently, fearful that discussing such matters might inadvertently lead to the mention of his parents. "I'm visiting a friend's grave. I'm going to Shijiao Cemetery to check on him, and I'll return tomorrow. Ah, I see." The boss scratched his head, leaning closer to whisper, "You should hurry. Nightfall is approaching." "Haven't you heard? It's ill-advised to visit Shijiao Cemetery at night." "Why?" Lin Yuhan inquired. Intrigued. "Because it's haunted." Lin Yuhan paused mid-bite, pondering the woman's ominous words. He looked up at the boss, questioning, "What kind of haunting is it?" "I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard tales." The boss whispered, glancing around as though fearful of provoking unseen forces. "There are zombies in that cemetery, often emerging at midnight, emitting low, guttural growls. People have seen them. Just look at that fool next door." He ran over one night and came back completely dazed, his mind unhinged. He screams about ghosts, throwing things at anyone who approaches, shouting zombie. Chapter 4. The grass on the grave stands 2 meters high. Upon hearing the boss's account, Lin Yuhan felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of task had the system set before him? Was there truly a risk to his life? Had he known, he would have never accepted this cursed assignment. Alas, being young, he now regretted his decision too late. Meanwhile, he began to contemplate a new question. Did the fool become daft before or after being frightened? However, he soon realized that pondering this issue elevated it to a philosophical level. He drained the broth from his bowl, patted his stomach, called for the bill, and headed toward Shijiao Cemetery. Regardless, the system's mission must be fulfilled. He had committed to this task, and he would see it through, even if it meant shedding tears. Upon arriving at Shijiao Cemetery, dusk was nearly gone. The distant mountains consumed the setting sun, and the sky was painted with a ghastly crimson, resembling a wound inflicted by the barren hills. The countless graves lay hidden in the half-light, shrouded in a misty haze. In half an hour, darkness would envelop the land. Lin Yuhan searched the cemetery, eager to utilize the dwindling light of the sunset to uncover something of value. Once the sun vanished, crucial clues would likely be concealed in the shadows. The cemetery was overgrown with weeds, the gravestones arranged haphazardly, lacking any discernible order. It was as though the land was divided among those who claimed it first, with family plots neatly aligned while others were relegated to less favorable spots. Families were buried together, while solitary souls intermingled among them. it was a chaotic grab for land, a disorganized patchwork without any planning. Many of the graves bore no inscriptions, some even lacking names, merely marked by bare stones. Lin Yuhan was curious about how descendants cared for so many nameless graves. Did they not fear mistakenly tending to the wrong one? Scattered in the distance were isolated graves, devoid of markers, just small mounds of earth. To Lin Yuhan's eyes, those mounds merely served as warnings to others not to disturb. Someone lay beneath. The grass on the graves grew over 2 meters high. Whose grave was it? No one had come to tend to it. Although Lin Yuhan was unfamiliar with ghost hunting techniques, he had seen films depicting such matters. While the stories may not be true, he felt compelled to act as if they were. He recalled that in those films, disturbances at graves were often attributed to lingering resentment. He surmised that lavishly decorated graves belonged to affluent families, well cared for and seldom associated with vengeful spirits, unless the children were ungrateful. Conversely, it was the wandering souls that likely invited misfortune. Lin Yuhan bent down, examining the graves without markers or names. The taller the grass, the more likely it was to belong to someone. He wasn't sure what he was searching for, but at least he had a direction. After wandering for some time, he indeed discovered a subtle pattern. Many nameless graves showed signs of having been disturbed. Some soil appeared loose, covered with fresh earth. Had they emerged from within? Strange images filled Lin Yuhan's mind. At midnight, corpses pushing open coffins, shoveling off the topsoil, crawling out from the ground to greet companions, hosting a grand ball in the cemetery before returning to their graves before dawn. Panic seized him as he sensed an overwhelming dread. In the distance, he spotted a large rectangular pit, likely prepared for a burial, perhaps awaiting the day of the funeral, as the body had yet to arrive. Lin Yuhan approached, measuring the pit with his eyes. It seemed too small to accommodate a coffin. If it were to fit, it would only be for a child. Unbeknownst to him, night had fully descended. By the time Lin Yuhan realized it, he was engulfed in darkness. A chilling wind swept through the mountains, rustling the trees. A heavy silence and oppressive atmosphere weighed upon him, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. From some graves emerged eerie green lights, pulsating with an otherworldly hue. Lin Yuhan swallowed hard. Were the spirits beginning to stir? But it wasn't tea time yet. Even the spirits have become so dedicated, perhaps in preparation for the honoring of the deceased on New Year's Eve. The sunset has completely transformed into moonlight, with the sounds of chirping insects mingling among the grass. Lin Yuhan refrained from using a flashlight, fearing that such illumination would draw the attention of unsavory entities. As the night deepened, it enveloped the world like the cold, dark blood oozing from a decaying corpse, covering the heavens and the earth. The moon hovered alone above the graves, its pale light piercing through layers of cloud, casting mottled patches on the ink-black ground, reminiscent of the tears of a sorrowful woman. The towering peaks faded into shadows, appearing from a distance like faces marred by flesh. The air grew damp, as if a chill was seeping up from the earth, causing the trees and soil to decay, filling the atmosphere with a suffocating scent. Lin Yuhan felt a shiver coursing through him, a sensation that made his scalp tingle, and no matter which way he turned, he sensed pairs of eyes lurking in the darkness, watching him intently. His consciousness began to blur, and his body curled into a ball. He crouched on the ground, straining to observe the eerie aura of the mountains under the dim moonlight. At that moment, he seemed to hear a distant voice. "Sir, sir." The ethereal and gentle call drew closer, stirring his lonely heart. Yet, the tone was uncanny and unsettling, resembling anything but human speech, as if it originated from beyond the 3 realms, outside the 5 elements. Could it be the birth of a spectral being? Lin Yuhan involuntarily shivered, raising his gaze to his surroundings, only to see 3 or 4 faint silhouettes of women drifting toward him from all directions. "Sir, sir." They wore long dresses of white, red, and green, their feet hovering above the ground as they glided toward him at a slow, steady pace, their voices emanating from their lips. Ghostly apparitions. Lin Yuhan's heart raced to his throat. He dared not move. In the wilderness, encountering a ghost means one should never run, for their speed exceeds that of mortals, easily ensnaring the unwary. Running would only amplify his fear. He vaguely discerned that these women appeared youthful, their hair cascading down, arms extended stiffly before them. Their bodies were semi-transparent, gliding effortlessly through the underbrush. Lin Yuhan even caught glimpses of the void swaying behind them. "Sir, sir," they continued to call, their voices soft and mournful, imbued with an unspeakable desolation. In the blink of an eye, they floated beside Lin Yuhan, passing right through his body, Startled, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, but the shadows had completely vanished. Was it an illusion? Lin Yuhan stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. He lowered his gaze in bewilderment, only to have a dark object suddenly spring from the earth beneath his feet, landing a meter away. What on earth? Lin Yuhan shouted, collapsing to the ground. Croak! The clump of mud emitted a crisp sound. Lin Yuhan sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. A toad. His greatest fear, without exception. Even if faced with a hungry wolf or a bear, he would muster the courage to confront it. But upon seeing a toad, he could only climb a tree. In his eyes, this creature was more terrifying than a ghost. Lin Yuhan stood, repeatedly rubbing his shaken chest, when suddenly a cold, shriveled hand rested on his shoulder. Chapter 5. The gravekeeper. His heart constricted sharply, and his body trembled violently. Lin Yuhan scarcely had time to scream before he quickly turned to see a hunched, emaciated figure standing behind him, skin resembling rough tree bark, adorned with an absurd grin. The figure raised a lantern, illuminating the surroundings, and a voice echoed in his ears. Who are you, sneaking about in the dead of night? A human. Lin Yuhan quickly assessed the situation, managing to suppress the rising panic in his chest. As long as it was not a ghost, he could handle it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and cautiously replied, I am here to pay my respects. Pay your respects? The figure questioned incredulously, what grave are you visiting at this hour? Aren't you afraid of encountering ghosts? Are you here to pay respects or to rob graves? Brother, I lack such skills. I merely lost my way. Lin Yuhan fabricated a story, awkwardly scratching his head and countering. Who might you be? The gravekeeper, the hunched figure sighed, advising. It seems you've wandered into the realm of the restless spirits. It's late. This place is dangerous. Come with me. All right, fine. Lin Yuhan reluctantly acquiesced. He had initially come to investigate the haunting of the Western Cemetery, but with the gravekeeper present, he could not express his true intentions and instead followed him back along the path he had come. After all, several hours remained until midnight, granting him ample time. The gravekeeper's abode lay adjacent to the cemetery, a modest two-story structure with a small courtyard. The second floor housed an attic, and the house was well ventilated, consisting of 3 rooms, a living area, a kitchen, and a bathroom, complete with a garden. Truly an enviable layout. The gravekeeper, who introduced himself as Chen, had worked there for over 30 years. He warned Lin Yuhan that this cemetery held a sinister reputation and advised against wandering about at night, cautioning him to be wary of ghosts. Pushing open the slightly ajar gate, they entered the house. Inside, Chen Dingyan's home was significantly warmer than outside. He fetched a kettle of boiling water from the stove, brewed some tea, and began to chat with Lin Yuhan. Are you from out of town? Chen Dingyan asked, his accent thick. From Lanhai City, Lin Yuhan replied. Quite far. What brings a city dweller like you to our rural cemetery? Whose grave are you visiting? Not my parents, Lin Yuhan answered firmly, a long-lost friend. I've heard he has passed, and I came to pay my respects. Oh. Chen Dingyan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and placed the tea before Lin Yuhan. Have a cup to warm yourself. Don't wander about, it's late. Why not stay the night? Lin Yuhan's heart raced. He recalled the old woman's warning, never spend the night in a cemetery. He discreetly observed the gravekeeper, with his sharp features and goat-like beard, and set the tea aside, making excuses. I don't drink tea. It keeps me awake at night. I'm quite tired after a long day. Very well, then, Suehua. Chen Dingyan called out loudly, and a graceful woman descended from the attic. Prepare some good dishes. I'll drink a few with our friend. The woman, with a vacant gaze, nodded mechanically before retreating to the kitchen. Lin Yuhan found her demeanor unsettling, as if she were a soulless puppet, her expression blank and her eyes glazed over, suggesting that her spirit had been drained. This isn't right, Lin Yuhan remarked. Brother, really, it's unnecessary that I've eaten in town. Knife-cut noodles, quite filling. You mean the Yin family's knife-cut noodles? Chen Dingyan shook his head. They can't compare to my wife's cooking. Since you're here, allow me to extend my hospitality. All right, but I won't be drinking alcohol. Water will suffice. A grown man who doesn't tea drink. Chen Dingyan seemed slightly displeased but refrained from insisting, pouring himself a cup and sulking as he took a few sips. In truth, Lin Yuhan did not abstain from alcohol. He simply wished to remain clear-headed for the investigation. The old man appeared to have a good tolerance, and he feared that if he were intoxicated, he might sleep through the night, rendering his investigation pointless. After about 10 minutes, Chen Dingyan returned from the kitchen with 3 plates of dishes, placing them on a small wooden table half a meter high. He brought over 2 stools and beckoned Lin Yuhan to sit down, as they sat facing each other. A sense of camaraderie began to develop. Chen Dingyan savored a mouthful, his cheeks flushing with pleasure. "Are you really not drinking? Really not?" The woman re-emerged from the kitchen, gesturing to Chen Dingyan while making soft, nonsensical sounds. Her gestures and expressions indicated she was preparing to retire for the night. Chen Dingyan waved dismissively, telling her, "You don't need to clear the dishes tonight. Rest first. We'll leave these for the morning." Gratitude shone in the woman's eyes as she ascended the stairs. "Is she mute?" Lin Yuhan felt a pang of sympathy for the woman. She was quite beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s. Though her attire was somewhat rustic, had she donned elegant clothing, she would not be out of place among contemporary stars. Though she seemed shy and withdrawn, she adorned her hair with a red flower and a delicate hairpin, clearly taking care in her appearance. Alas, Lin Yuhan lamented, if she were not mute, she might have found a suitable partner in the village instead of dwelling with the gravekeeper in this desolate wilderness. The mountain fare indeed possessed a wholesome simplicity, devoid of the greasy aftertaste of industrial oils or overpowering seasonings, offering a unique charm. Clean, pure, and as refreshing as a mountain spring, it left a sweet aftertaste reminiscent of sparkling water. "How does it taste?" Chen Dingyan inquired with a grin as he observed Lin Yuhan enjoying the meal. "Delicious," Lin Yuhan praised. "It evokes a sense of returning to simplicity." "Isn't it?" Chen Dingyan beamed with pride. "These vegetables are grown in my own garden, untouched by pesticides or fertilizers. They can't compare to your city produce, which is often hastily ripened with chemicals. Despite the lack of fertilizer, our crops grow splendidly." Lin Yuhan suddenly pondered a question and inquired, "Where do you plant the vegetables?" "Anywhere," Chen Dingyan replied casually. "This vast expanse is my territory. I can plant wherever I choose." It was only because he had gone to pick vegetables that he had discovered Lin Yuhan. Chen Dingyan nonchalantly picked a few stalks of oilseed lettuce and stuffed them into his mouth. Lin Yuhan remarked, "No wonder they taste so refreshing. They carry a chill, as if they harbor some kind of energy." The mountains and fields were abundant with pure, natural organic fertilizer, which contributed to the vegetables' robust growth. Lin Yuhan barely ate a few bites, for he was not particularly hungry, and Chen Dingyan's words further diminished his appetite. Most of the time, he simply engaged in idle chatter with Chen Dingyan, hoping to glean some information about the graveyard. Meanwhile, Chen Dingyan was thoroughly enjoying his meal. He informed Lin Yuhan that this graveyard had been haunted for the past decade, with frequent occurrences of corpses rising. Perhaps one night, a zombie would suddenly emerge from a grave. This was not mere rumor, as many villagers had witnessed it, and he himself had seen it several times. Curiously, Lin Yuhan asked, "Aren't you afraid of such a perilous place?" "Me?" Chen Dingyan shook his head. "I've gotten familiar with them, developed a bit of a bond. Listening to their stories from the past is rather interesting." Lin Yuhan suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme he often heard as a child. "We sit beside the high ashes, listening to mother recount stories from the past. Look at that wind chime by my door." Chen Dingyan pointed. "It's meant to ward off evil. No ghost can enter." He then fished out a few yellow talismans from his pants. "See, these were given by a Taoist priest. They are life-preserving charms. Zombies will flee at the sight of them." Lin Yuhan regarded these superstitious items with ambivalence. Their efficacy was uncertain, yet their placement was undeniably provocative. After dining for some time, Chen Dingyan appeared somewhat drowsy. His face flushed from the drink and slightly tipsy. He patted Lin Yuhan's shoulder. "Little brother, it's getting late. Shall we rest?" Lin Yuhan looked up, his gaze reflecting confusion at Chen Dingyan's lecherous demeanor. "We?" Chen Dingyan pointed to the adjacent room. "You can sleep in that bedroom. It's quite clean, reserved for guests. I'll take the outer room. As you say." Lin Yuhan acquiesced. He wished to retire early, planning to sneak out once the old man fell asleep. Upon entering the innermost bedroom, Lin Yuhan pushed the door open, and an odd, musty odor assaulted his nostrils. The room was shadowy and situated at the edge of the graveyard, with the air cool and damp. Lin Yuhan involuntarily shivered, observing the tattered, dirty bedding and re-evaluating the caretaker's claim of cleanliness. Perhaps his definition of clean differed from others, possessing some mystical connotation. Lin Yuhan lay on the bed without even changing clothes. Fearing he might doze off, he stared at the ceiling, shifting restlessly, but the rickety wooden bed creaked with every slight movement, as though another person lay beside him, engaged in vigorous activity. Surely, the caretaker would hear it, leading to misunderstandings that would not be polite. Lin Yuhan closed his eyes, attempting to relax, letting his restless mind gradually calm. Drowsiness enveloped him, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He groggily set an alarm on his phone before succumbing to sleep. After an indeterminate period, Lin Yuhan awoke. The sky outside remained dark, and the chill of the midnight breeze seeped through the window, cold and damp. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was startled to find a woman seated at his bedside. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure he had encountered in the graveyard earlier. Her hair cascaded around her, her complexion pale, and her eyes, filled with sorrow, fixated on Lin Yuhan as she uttered in a chilling tone. Sir, she continued, I am so miserable. And slowly leaned closer to him. I am so miserable, so miserable, so miserable. The woman's lament echoed hauntingly. What does your misery have to do with me? Lin Yuhan gasped in shock. He struggled to rise, but his body felt heavy, as if laden with lead, and his eyelids were glued shut, rendering him unable to blink. The woman drew nearer, her face contorting into a grotesque smile. Blood seeping from her eyes, dripping onto Lin Yuhan. He attempted to scream, but no sound emerged from his throat. Where is the caretaker? What about your wind chimes? Your talismans? Isn't this room supposed to be clean? Helplessly, he watched as the woman's blood tainted him crimson. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, vibrating gently, causing all the eerie apparitions to vanish. Lin Yuhan slowly opened his eyes, regaining sensation in his limbs. A sleep paralysis. He inhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This place is sinister. Lin Yuhan rose, and after gathering his wits, began to reflect on the events surrounding the graveyard. He felt an unsettling oddity, but could not pinpoint its source. The caretaker's words and the rumors he had heard suggested that the hauntings were not as simple as they seemed. Chen Dingyan must have already fallen asleep. Lin Yuhan thought as he stealthily approached the door, preparing to open it. Just then, he faintly heard a creak from outside. It sounded like a door opening, yet in Lin Yuhan's ears, it resembled the sound of a coffin lid being lifted. He hastily crouched by the door, peering through the crack, but saw no one. Was he experiencing yet another auditory hallucination? It was said that being near a graveyard could lead one to be bewitched by spirits, causing a fragile mind to succumb to delusion. Lin Yuhan had already encountered 2 such hallucinations that night. He cautiously opened the door a crack, detecting no abnormalities outside. Then, he quietly exited the room, heading straight for the graveyard. Once outside, Lin Yuhan quickened his pace. It was past midnight, the witching hour when spirits were said to roam, and also the optimal time for corpses to rise. Most hauntings occurred around this time. The night in the mountains was eerily quiet, the slender moonlight illuminating the enigmatic peaks, exuding an ominous white mist that seemed to harbor indistinct figures flitting between the mountains. Upon reaching the graveyard, Lin Yuhan's heart raced. He vaguely discerned a dark shape moving among the distant weeds. The shadow moved swiftly, prompting Lin Yuhan to stealthily follow. After navigating several turns, the shadow vanished entirely. What could it be? Lin Yuhan wondered, refraining from using his flashlight, as remaining hidden was his most advantageous position. Crouching down, he discovered a clear trail of footprints imprinted in the soil. Could these possibly belong to a zombie? He compared his own foot to the prints and noted that they were significantly deeper than those of an average person. He concluded that either a zombie possessed immense strength, or it was a very hefty individual. However, the shoe size appeared to be around 41, which did not align with any overweight person's stride. Lin Yuhan cautiously followed the footprints, and after circling a few mounds of earth, he finally heard it, the heavy, distinct sound of breathing in the dark. A hisso, who a sound reminiscent of a zombie's throat, pierced the stillness of the night, reaching Lin Yuhan's ears. Following the sound, he spotted the deep pit he had discovered earlier that evening. With the noise emanating from within, he picked up a stone and cautiously approached the pit. On this quiet, eerie night, the wind howled mournfully, and although the sound was faint, it carried an unsettling chill. Every rustle of grass was amplified in the stillness, and despite Lin Yuhan's careful steps, the ground crunched beneath him. He tensed, gripping the stone tightly as he neared the pit. Suddenly, anguished wails echoed around him. A mournful cry piercing the graveyard silence. In that moment, a woman, covered in dirt, emerged from the pit. Her body stood rigid, her face pale, and her hollow gaze locked onto Lin Yuhan. This was a corpse. Risen from the dead, Lin Yuhan was taken aback and hurled the stone at her. Great might heavenly dragon, earthly Buddha, Prajna Bodhisattva, thud. The stone struck the zombie, producing a dull thud, causing her to thrash even more violently. Umph! A mere trick. How dare you show off in front of me? Witness the might of the great might heavenly dragon, Lin Yuhan shouted, and took off running. The great might heavenly dragon is escaping. Farewell, cursed mission. You think I'm some kind of exorcist? It seems to be true. He He felt that the pit was too small in the evening. This corpse was evidently that of an adult, and living in this house was simply too cramped. Why was this family so miserly? Were they afraid of having to continue paying the mortgage after death? Could they not even afford a burial plot? As Lin Yuhan ran, he glanced back and noticed that the zombie was not pursuing him but was instead jumping up and down in the pit. The rhythm was quite remarkable. It felt somewhat like a dance party at the grave. Wait a moment. Something felt off. Lin Yuhan halted and turned to gaze at the pale-faced zombie. Its movements were awkward and clumsy. It could not escape the deep pit? This zombie lacked sufficient power. The transformation was not yet complete, making it the most vulnerable moment for the creature. Lin Yuhan made a bold decision. He picked up a stone from the ground and, steeling his courage, cautiously approached the deep pit. Humans are prone to arrogance. Once they perceive themselves to be free of danger, they begin to recklessly flirt with peril. Clearly, Lin Yuhan was such a person. As he drew nearer, the eerie wails of the night grew louder, resembling the anguished cries of vengeful spirits. The harsh roars intensified with each of Lin Yuhan's steps until he was within 3 meters of the zombie. At that moment, a dark shadow emerged beside the female zombie, a male zombie. Its face was similarly smeared with dirt, its eyes spinning wildly, radiating a vicious and malevolent gaze, even sharper than that of the female zombie. It bared its teeth and howled, hurling a handful of dirt at Lin Yuhan before beginning to crawl out along the edge of the pit. This was serious. Another zombie had appeared. The male was evidently more formidable than the female. Lin Yuhan felt an urge to curse the ancestors of the interred. Two of them squeezed into such a small pit. This was akin to living in a shoebox. Forcing someone into a transformation like this, was it not a matter of life and death? This was the first time he had encountered such reckless descendants, and this was still a 2-star difficulty task according to the system. The challenge could not get any more absurd. Lin Yuhan hurled another stone at the male zombie's head with all his might and then turned to flee. A scream echoed through the air. The male zombie emitted a pained wail and tumbled back into the pit, while the female zombie fell to the ground as if deflated. Lin Yuhan, puzzled, approached the edge of the pit and shone his flashlight on the male corpse. Blood flowed from its forehead. Can a zombie still bleed? Lin Yuhan was both amused and bewildered. As he crouched down, he caught a familiar, long-forgotten, salty scent. Black socks, dark green cloth shoes, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward. This smell was rather intoxicating, brother. If it weren't for your feet resembling those of Xiao Shan, I might have thought I was encountering a ghost. Observing the man's trousers, which had not yet been pulled up, he finally understood the eerie, zombie-like howls that had emanated from the graveyard. Surprisingly, upon hearing it, it did sound quite similar. Engaging in such sordid activities with a corpse was appalling. Lin Yuhan felt his worldview shatter. He had only ever read about such behavior in the news or novels, and now it was unfolding before him, leaving him somewhat shocked. The man rubbed his forehead, dazed, and suddenly sprang from the opposite side of the pit, fleeing for his life. Now the zombie was the one in fear. However, Lin Yuhan's physical prowess was significantly superior to that of this man. He quickly caught up, flipping him over and pinning him to the ground. Tell me, were you trying to scare people at this hour? The man cried. Brother, please spare me. This is my first time doing this. I swear. First time. This graveyard has been haunted for more than a year or 2. It wasn't me before, I swear. You should tell that to the police. Lin Yuhan had no intention of engaging him further. He pulled out his phone to call the authorities, only to realize there was no signal in the mountains. Thus, he escorted the man toward the caretaker's house. This was his territory. He would know what to do. There was no way he could let him go. Even if the police agreed, his instincts would not allow it. Upon reaching the caretaker's home, Lin Yuhan knocked on the door. Chen emerged from the house, wearing mud-stained shoes. Upon seeing the man Lin Yuhan had captured, his face displayed surprise. Little brother, what's going on here? I caught a thief. He's the one causing the hauntings, the zombies, and all? Chen looked at the man in confusion. What happened? Lin Yuhan recounted the events, and the man suddenly fell to his knees. Brother, please spare me. This is truly my first time doing this. I beg you to let me go. I won't do it again. Scoundrel! Chen was instantly furious and walked up to slap the man hard. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the town and hand you over to the mayor. What do we do now? Lin Yuhan asked. Chen frowned, contemplating for a long time before responding. Brother, it's late, and there's nowhere to go. Let us keep him locked up here for now. Don't worry. He won't escape as long as I'm here. We'll deal with him in the morning. Lin Yuhan found this reasoning sound. Chen fetched a thick rope and bound the man securely. then poured Lin Yuhan a cup of hot tea to calm his nerves, expressing gratitude and discussing the concept of eradicating evil. The task was complete, and Lin Yuhan's anxious heart finally settled. Feeling utterly fatigued, he retired to his room to rest. As he lay in bed, waves of weariness washed over him, and he closed his eyes, reflecting on the harrowing episode. The task was not particularly difficult, merely frightening. If one had enough courage, the secrets could be uncovered. The lecherous man had gone to the graveyard at night to seek out a female corpse, scaring away any villagers who might pass by. Thus, rumors of hauntings frequently circulated. The story seemed complete, yet Lin Yuhan felt something was amiss. What could it be? His head throbbed painfully as he replayed the day's events in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his back. Time. And how did this man know there was a body buried today? How did he know where the corpse was interred? Was it merely a coincidence? In the evening, there had clearly been no corpse in that pit, yet one had appeared by nightfall. Furthermore, his accent was markedly different from Chen Dingyan's. He was not a local. Why had he traveled so far to the western suburbs graveyard? Unless he was well acquainted with the area or had someone assisting him. The tales of hauntings had persisted for ages. If such coincidences were frequent, Lin Yuhan suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial individual. The ghostly cries from the graveyard could not have originated from the same person. The shoe prints left by the man did not match the deep impressions he had seen in the graveyard. Upon entering the house, the man had left striped marks on the ground. However, the shoe prints in the graveyard were a crisscross pattern, deeply embedded, far too profound for someone of his size to have made. But if another person had carried a corpse into the graveyard, Lin Yuhan recalled the shoes Chen Dingyan had worn upon entering, caked with fresh mud. He had been to the graveyard. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lin Yuhan shivered on the cold bed, his consciousness beginning to blur as waves of exhaustion enveloped him. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. The caretaker's voice called out, "Little brother, are you asleep?" Chapter 8. The mysterious person. Lin Yuhan felt utterly powerless, his eyelids heavy as he struggled to open them. Suddenly, he realized a grave issue. The tea Chen Dingyan had given him might have been drugged. The meals he had eaten might not have been clean either. No, he could not fall asleep. Succumbing to slumber now would lead to his demise. In this desolate wilderness, if he fell into Chen Dingyan's hands, he would likely end up as a pile of dirt. He shook his head vigorously, delivering a sharp slap to his right cheek. Using the uneven edge of the wooden bed, he savagely cut his palm, blood flowing freely. Lin Yuhan felt his consciousness return somewhat. He needed to stay awake this way. "Young man, open the door." The caretaker's voice grew increasingly frantic as he began to shake the door. Lin Yuhan crouched by the crack, glimpsing a chilling face. Behind him, half of the man who had been tied up was visible. They were indeed in cahoots. Lin Yuhan bit his lip and turned to violently ram against the locked window. Bang bang. His body collided fiercely with the wooden window. Outside, the caretaker's voice escalated from anxious to frenzied. "Young man, open the door, hurry." Inside, there was no response. "Open the door, open the door." Chen Dingyan finally revealed his sinister side, swinging an axe at the door, producing a thunderous sound. With a crash, the wooden door splintered, and the caretaker's dark face appeared in the doorway. The bedroom window had been shattered, and Lin Yuhan seized the opportunity to escape, his figure gradually fading into the night. Chen Dingyan's eyes gleamed with malice as he gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, instructing the man beside him, "Pursue him. Do not let him get away." In good condition, Lin Yuhan would have no trouble dealing with these two. However, now that he had been drugged, he felt utterly drained. Moreover, the other party was armed. Lin Yuhan's consciousness began to blur. He gritted his teeth and ran desperately. In this moment, surrender meant certain death. He regretted his earlier complacency, failing to see through Chen Dingyan's repugnant facade. Had he been more observant, he would not have been deceived by this gravekeeper. Sleep was not an option. He absolutely could not succumb to slumber. Lin Yuhan felt his limbs growing heavier. In a moment of desperation, he seized a splintered piece of wood he had picked up when he crashed through the window and drove it fiercely into his arm. A sharp gasp escaped him, but his awareness sharpened slightly. To survive, he had to be ruthless with himself. "Stay alert," he repeatedly urged himself. His speed and endurance surpassed those of the two pursuers behind him, and at last, he stumbled into Shiyun town, heading straight for the Hanting Inn. He burst through the door of the inn and rushed to the front desk. "May I borrow your phone?" he shouted. Blood pouring from his wounds, his strength waning. "The phone? Are you checking in?" The elderly woman glanced at him lazily. Such a person, indifferent to others' plight, would not provide assistance without some incentive. I need a room. Lin Yuhan tossed 100 yuan on the counter, insisting, keep the change. The woman's demeanor transformed instantly. She grinned widely, accepted the money, and handed him the phone. Lin Yuhan quickly dialed the emergency number. Hello? 110? There's an attempted murder at the Shijiao cemetery, and someone is desecrating a corpse. Yes. Hello? Hello? The voice on the line abruptly vanished. Lin Yuhan looked up, bewildered, and asked, Miss, why is there no sound on the line? What? That can't be. The woman took the phone, testing it with confusion. It was working just fine a moment ago. She pressed the receiver repeatedly, while Lin Yuhan's anxiety escalated. This was disastrous. After 5 agonizing minutes, she finally spoke. What bad luck. If someone is cursed, even drinking cold water can lead to misfortune. At such a critical moment, the phone was rendered useless. Lin Yuhan reluctantly took the room key from the woman and hurried upstairs to room 205. He prayed he would not be found by those 2 deranged individuals before dawn. Inside the room, he swiftly locked the door and dashed into the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, urging himself to stay awake. Just then, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Who is it? Lin Yuhan inquired. Police. A man called from the other side. Did you just report a crime? Yes, Lin Yuhan exhaled in relief. Help had arrived. Please open the door so we can assess the situation. Just a moment, he said, approaching the door. He placed his hand on the doorknob but hesitated. Something felt amiss. These were not police officers when he made the call. He had only mentioned the Shijiao cemetery, never the Hanting Inn. How had they found him here, and so quickly? Why had the phone cut off just when he needed it most? Something was awry. Hey, open the door. We're the police. We're here to ensure your safety, the impatient voice urged from outside. Just a moment. I just finished showering. Let me get dressed. Lin Yuhan stalled for time, opening the window and hanging a sheet over the radiator before climbing down. Are you dressed yet? Young man, young man. Suddenly, the hotel door was forcefully flung open. Chen Dingyan and the elderly woman stormed in, surveying the empty room and fluttering sheet. Damn it, he got away again. Lin Yuhan fled into the woods, realizing he had acted out of desperation. Upon reaching the town, he had a phone signal. He could have called for help using his mobile, yet he opted to call from the inn. This town was filled with those in the funeral business, many of whom likely knew Chen Dingyan. It was reckless of him to expose the cemetery's dark secrets in their presence. Under the cloak of night, Lin Yuhan ran for his life, evading his crazed pursuers. Emerging from the underbrush onto the main road, he used his phone to communicate his location to the police, then began sprinting toward the city. The pitch-black night was eerily silent, the darkness seemingly capable of swallowing everything whole. All that could be heard was the fierce wind, and at that moment, Lin Yuhan longed for the dawn more than anyone else. Finally, he heard the distant wail of police sirens, bright lights illuminating his face. While blinding, the light felt welcoming and warm. He waved frantically at the police car, collapsing before it. Several officers rushed out and helped him to his feet. Comrade, are you all right? Am I safe? Lin Yuhan beamed with relief. Ding, congratulations, host. You have completed the mission, Cemetery Horror. Reputation 20. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a task reward, Super Memory. Super Memory. This grants the host an extraordinary brain, enabling them to instantly recall any text or image they have encountered. Possessing an extraordinary capacity for retention, Lin Yuhan felt a surge of white light flooding into his mind, his consciousness sharpening at that moment. The haze and confusion dissipated, and he distinctly sensed a particular area in his brain igniting. Countless pieces of information and memories surged forth, creating ripples of awareness. There was something amiss with the gravekeeper at the Shijiao cemetery. Lin Yuhan weakly declared, I was the one who called the police. Chen Dingyan was apprehended. Initially, he stubbornly denied everything, feigning ignorance. However, based on the clues provided by Lin Yuhan, the police uncovered numerous corpses of young women buried in the cemetery, which forensic examinations revealed had all been desecrated. The sight was horrifying. As the police delved deeper, a nefarious web of corruption began to unravel. 10 years prior, a mysterious figure had delivered a corpse to Chen Dingyan, offering him a substantial sum to bury it discreetly, ensuring it would not be discovered in a place filled with graves. No one would notice an extra mound of earth. As the gravekeeper, Chen Dingyan wielded significant control over the area, making this illicit trade remarkably easy. Chen Dingyan, unattractive and a recluse, rarely encountered women in the mountains. Thus, when he saw the young, beautiful corpse, he entertained twisted thoughts. Consequently, unspeakable acts began to unfold. Periodically, the mysterious figure would supply another body, deluded by greed. Chen Dingyan began to contemplate monetizing the situation. He instructed the elderly woman at the Haunting Inn to scout for suitable targets in the city, bringing them to the cemetery for transactions while he kept watch. Should any unwitting villager wander into the graveyard at night, he would scare them away with ghostly antics. Thus, rumors of hauntings and zombies began to circulate in the cemetery. The identity of Tsuehua was eventually traced back to a female university student who had gone missing years ago. Named Zouyu. According to her classmates, she had intended to meet someone online that evening and subsequently vanished without a trace. Chen Dingyan confessed that he had purchased the young woman from the mysterious figure years prior. Initially, she attempted to escape, but after being recaptured multiple times, he imprisoned her in an attic. Fearing she might cry out, he damaged her vocal cords, leading to her eventual mental deterioration, resulting in her current state. Zouyu's parents wept upon learning that their daughter had been sold into the mountains, yet at least they were reunited. While the Shijiao cemetery haunting case was resolved, the police found themselves in a deeper predicament. Chen Dingyan was arrested, but the mysterious figure had vanished, leaving the origins of the buried young women a mystery. There were no records of them among the missing persons in Lanhai City. A minor case was closed, only to give way to a more significant one. The chief of the Lanhai City Police Department convened an emergency meeting, his expression grave as he wrote a few words on the whiteboard. Mysterious Figure X. Chapter 9. The Wailing Hospital. Inside the Jinheng Detective Agency, the sun shone brightly. The mission of cemetery horror had been completed, yet Lin Yuhan remained shaken. He had faced peril like never before, nearly becoming another victim buried in the mountains by Chen Dingyan. The system's tasks had posed a genuine threat to his life, an unexpected twist that left him unsettled. Lin Yuhan spent the day recuperating in bed to regain his strength. Through special channels, he obtained Chen Dingyan's confession. His interest in the perverse old man was minimal, but the mention of the mysterious figure X piqued Lin Yuhan's curiosity. Chen Dingyan had never seen the mysterious figure's face. Each time, this figure arrived cloaked in sunglasses, a hat, and a thick mask, with the brim pulled low. Chen Dingyan only remembered that the person had a round face and seemed to bear a strange lightning symbol. Lin Yuhan's expression grew serious. Could it be them? Had that enigmatic organization infiltrated Lanhai City? Shaking his head, he locked the documents in the filing cabinet and accepted his next mission. At present, he lacked the means to investigate the mysterious organization and could only follow the system's guidance to enhance and refine his skills. Novice task, Wailing Hospital, accepted. Task background. On the outskirts of Lanhai City lies an abandoned hospital, Pinong Hospital, once a private institution that fell into disrepair due to a financial crisis. However, in the past month, at the stroke of midnight, passers-by have been startled by terrifying screams emanating from this hospital. Rumors spread like wildfire, and this hospital has since been given a new moniker, the Wailing Hospital. It is said that at midnight, malevolent spirits roam the halls of the Wailing Hospital. To uncover the reasons behind the haunting and unveil the secrets concealed within, you resolve to explore Pinong Hospital before midnight tonight. Pinong Hospital, Lin Yuhan murmured. This hospital must have been closed for quite some time. To be honest, he was not very familiar with private hospitals, but the name seemed to echo from years past. Lin Yuhan opened his computer and searched for information about the hospital online. Pinong Hospital, established in 1998 by expatriate Mr. Li Pinong, located at 355 Heping Road, Nanhua District, Lanhai City. The hospital had a total of 80 beds and was a secondary specialty hospital integrating medical treatment, emergency care, research, preventive health care, and rehabilitation, with 14 departments including internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, neurology, dentistry, ophthalmology, and emergency care. Due to insufficient funding, the hospital applied for bankruptcy 3 years ago in July. There was scant information about this small hospital online, and even its official website had been shut down. Lin Yuhan also searched for information on Lee Pinong, discovering that he had passed away in April of this year due to severe gastric ulcers. Haunted by spirits? Could it be the vengeful souls haunting the hospital? Another ghost hunting task weighed heavily on Lin Yuhan. A staunch materialist, in the afternoon, he went downstairs to buy a few magazines like Folklore Chronicles and Supernatural Discussions, seeking to refresh his knowledge on the subject. When he encountered Aunt Wang, she warmly greeted him and offered to help. Lin Yuhan shook his head and replied affectionately, "Aunt Wang, I found a match for you." Aunt Wang looked surprised. "Xiao Lin, what do you mean? Is Aunt Wang's cooking not good enough? It's delicious, which is why I've decided to find you a companion," Lin Yuhan asserted. "I think you two would be quite suitable. In a few days, when he is out, when he finishes his work, I will introduce you. The wave of delight washed over Lin Yuhan. He was indeed a good person, accumulating virtue and good deeds. Late that night, around 11, Lin Yuhan took a bus for an hour and arrived at Pinong Hospital. The hospital had been abandoned for quite some time, exuding an air of desolation. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and many windows on the first floor were shattered, gaping holes resembling dark mouths, consuming the eerie night. The hospital's main gate was rusted, and a large chain hung from it, the lock already corroded. Lin Yuhan shook the iron gate's bars, finding it surprisingly sturdy, and climbed inside. As he jumped into the yard, he lamented the state of his attire. His suit, worth over 6,000 yuan, was stained with yellow rust, and his hands were smeared with peeling paint. He wiped his hands clean and proceeded into the hospital. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden doors, a staircase appeared before him with a creaking sound. The moment he entered, he felt a chilling wind, a sense of oppression and fear enveloping him. Any sound would echo in this deserted hospital, reminiscent of the wails of lost souls. The hospital's layout was symmetrical, with evenly distributed departments on either side. Lin Yuhan did not rush to turn on his flashlight, but instead allowed his eyes to adjust to the darkness before beginning his search on the first floor. In a haunted place, what the eyes perceive may not be the truth. Blending into the dark environment, one can better grasp the mindset of the malevolent entity. After circling the first floor without any discoveries, the clock struck 11:50. In 10 minutes, it would be time for the wailing spirits, as it was said that the sounds originated from the second floor. Lin Yuhan ascended the staircase. Heavy breathing echoed in his ears, and even the sound of dripping water from the restroom was distinctly audible. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere grew even more unsettling. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a pallid glow on the disheveled benches meant for rest. Enormous cobwebs clung to the corners, dark red stains marred the walls, and the air was thick with dust and mildew, mingling with the hospital's characteristic scent of disinfectants and preservatives. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from afar. Tap, 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 tap. The sound progressed rhythmically, yet due to the echoes, Lin Yuhan could not discern its origin. The eerie cadence permeated his eardrums from all directions. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer and clearer, a chilling aura rising from the ground, enveloping him. "Who is there?" Lin Yuhan called out loudly, but there was no response. The tapping sound intensified, becoming louder and clearer, and then it abruptly halted. It had stopped. Lin Yuhan sensed that the entity was right behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to find a white specter mere inches away. Its head hung low, face pallid and cold, and it appeared to hold a bloodied dagger. Liquid dripping from its tip onto the ground, glimmering coldly in the dismal night. At that moment, the midnight bell tolled. "Ah!" A ghostly wail erupted from the hospital. A dim light surged upward, illuminating a pale, cold face. "You've come." A hoarse voice rasped from its throat. "A ghost." The anguished voice that followed was even more piercing than the specter's wail, yet it was not Lin Yuhan's. The specter before him let out a cry and rolled on the ground. Lin Yuhan felt a twinge of amusement, stifling his own ghostly visage and shining his flashlight towards it. It was not the ghost that was frightening, but rather the human heart. What a cowardly white specter. Even more so than himself, he had just arrived and was already killed by his own trick. A bright beam of light illuminated the specter's face, revealing a middle-aged man in a white coat. As he realized the source of the illumination in Lin Yuhan's hand, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Who are you?" "A detective," Lin Yuhan replied. "I heard this hospital is haunted, so I came to investigate. I didn't expect to scare the ghost half to death." The middle-aged man, aware of his embarrassing position on the floor, chuckled awkwardly, rising and brushing dust off his clothes. "I can't believe you saw through my disguise. Everyone else is terrified of me. Why aren't you afraid? The rust on your clothes gave you away." Lin Yuhan pointed to his own suit. "Now stained. I just crawled in through the main gate and got rust all over me, the same shape and color as the stains on your white coat. Thus, I pondered what kind of ghost would need to climb over the wall like me." "Ah, haha." The man scratched his nose sheepishly. "So you were trying to scare me?" He laughed. With your flashlight's ghostly glow, it was indeed somewhat intimidating. "Just a small joke. Weren't you trying to frighten me as well?" "We even now." Lin Yuhan regarded him warily. "Who are you, and why are you here playing tricks in the middle of the night?" "Well, I'm a doctor at Pinong Hospital. My name is Lu Kongming. I came here to retrieve some items." Lin Yuhan glanced down at the sharp object in the man's hand. "And that knife, I was just about to cut a watermelon when you happened to arrive. So I came to take a look." Lu Kongming led Lin Yuhan into an office, turning on the light and pulling over a chair. Make yourself comfortable. It's been abandoned for a while. So the environment is rather rudimentary. Please don't mind. Chapter 10. The Dean's last letter. As Lin Yuhan sat down, the room appeared far more pleasant than the outside. Although the space was not particularly tidy, it was not covered in dust, suggesting that someone had cleaned it. Liu Kongming sliced a piece of watermelon from the desk and offered it to Lin Yuhan. Have some. It's refreshing. No, thank you. Lin Yuhan shook his head. I don't like watermelon. In truth, he was salivating, but his mother had instilled in him a survival rule. Never eat anything offered by strangers. He had nearly fallen victim to Chen Dingyan once for disregarding his mother's advice. Listening to his mother's words kept him safe and warm. The man did not press further, placing the watermelon back on the table. You're the first person who hasn't run away from me. As a reward for your bravery, you have the right to know the truth. He retrieved an expensive smartphone from beneath the desk. The screams you heard earlier were actually my phone's alarm. Ah, so that's how it is, Lin Yuhan nodded. Another case of a human masquerading as a ghost. Then what was your purpose in scaring others? Liu Kongming's expression turned somber as he sighed heavily. Explaining, I was left with no choice. Although this hospital has been abandoned, it still legally belongs to Lee Pinong. It often attracts mischievous kids, thieves, and vagrants who vandalize the premises. So, I devised this method to scare them away. Within the hospital, a multitude of significant documents lay sealed away. Their loss would yield dire consequences. Lin Yuhan felt a flicker of confusion. However, by doing this, you may inadvertently draw more attention to this abandoned hospital. Surely, the number of midnight visitors will only increase. Initially, I had not anticipated such an outcome. My sole intention was merely to frighten them away. Nevertheless, I have been here recently, and I assure you, it is quite safe now. You mentioned you were searching for something? What is it? Lin Yuhan continued to inquire. The truth behind the hospital's closure. As he emphasized the word truth, Liu Kongming gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yuhan and added, You are a detective, are you not? Surely, you possess considerable expertise in investigations. Perhaps you could assist me? Truth? Lin Yuhan questioned, perplexed. The hospital has already shut down. What further truth is there to pursue? Is there some hidden secret within? Who knows? Liu Kongming sighed deeply. From the very first day this hospital opened, I have been a doctor here. I hold a deep affection for this place, yet I cannot fathom why it abruptly closed. Lee Pinong passed away not long ago, and in a sense, I am endeavoring to carry on his legacy. I must uncover the reason behind this hospital's demise. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuhan sensed that the closure of the hospital might conceal a significant conspiracy. Thus, he pressed on, but even in your search, there must be some clues to follow. I've found this. Liu Kongming opened a drawer and handed Lin Yuhan a piece of paper. Li Pingyang's will. A month ago, I received the shocking news that I am afflicted with a malignant gastric ulcer. My health had always been robust. I was at a loss as to why this should occur. Yet, the cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, is natural. Having crossed the threshold of 60, I have come to terms with this reality. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. I have not succumbed to despair over this matter. Perhaps this is my destiny, or perhaps it is retribution. Perhaps waiting for death and tranquility is my ultimate liberation. However, concealed within my heart lies a lingering regret that has troubled me for many years. Pinong Hospital. More than 20 years ago, in my spirited middle age, I partnered with several friends to establish this private hospital. I provided the capital, while they contributed equipment and expertise. We shared the singular vision of nurturing this institution into the finest private hospital in Lanhai City. Yet, circumstances were not in our favor. Private hospitals face significantly fewer resources than public ones and are more susceptible to external scrutiny. In the early days, the hospital struggled to thrive. Yet, we persevered diligently, and gradually, we began to see improvement. This place represents my dreams and the culmination of my life's work. Although the hospital's performance was modest, it was sustainable, like an infant learning to walk. However, I soon found myself ensnared in a conspiracy. Regrettably, I was also a participant in these transgressions. I wrestled with my conscience, desiring to expose their malfeasance. Yet I lacked the courage. I committed grave errors that led me down an irrevocable path. Plunging me into an abyss from which there is no return, I obliterated the very institution I had painstakingly nurtured. I am guilty. I confess my sins before God, pleading for forgiveness. Now, as I approach the end of my life, I finally summon the courage to reveal the long-hidden secrets. In doing so, I hope to depart this world without regret. May the wicked ultimately face retribution, myself included. The truth lies hidden within the figures associated with Pinong Hospital. I hope that a kindred spirit will uncover the clues I have left behind, exposing their transgressions to the world. Lee Pinong, written at home on March 10th. Them? Lin Yuhan pondered, realizing that the names the hospital's director dared not mention during his lifetime likely wielded considerable influence. Placing the will upon the table, he appeared deep in thought. Liu Kongming, observing his expression, inquired, "One thing puzzles me. If Lee Pinong wished to disclose those individuals' wrongdoings, why did he not write it plainly? Instead opting for such ambiguity? I believe it may be due to time." Lin Yuhan mused. Li Pinong, aware of his deep transgressions, sought to expose the so-called evildoers before his death to attain psychological relief. Yet, for some reason, he had many unfinished matters, or perhaps he wished to keep these truths hidden from the world for a while longer, hence devising such a ruse, waiting for others to decipher it. Alternatively, there may be another possibility, Lin Yuhan continued to analyze. The implications involved are vast. From the will, it seems he sensed a certain threat. He might have been unsure if he was under surveillance or feared that revealing the truth would incite public panic, thereby opting for this oblique approach. Regardless of the circumstances, we can be certain that the evildoers Lee Pinong referred to possess an extraordinary background. Indeed, Liu Kongming remarked, Lee Pinong appears to have been quite cunning. That is merely speculation, Lin Yuhan replied. As a doctor here, you should have more insight into him than I do. What were Lee Pinong's hobbies? Well, Liu Kongming pondered before responding, although I am a doctor. Our interactions have been limited to work-related matters. We did not engage much personally. Li Pinong was exceedingly busy. I have not heard of any particular hobbies, unless you count his fondness for tea. He had a teacup in his office, still filled with tea, albeit long since moldy. And what time did he usually arrive and depart from work? Lin Yuhan pressed further. It's hard to say. Sometimes he came early, sometimes late, or he might even stay overnight, as he had a lounge here at the hospital. Liu Kongming appeared puzzled. Detective, how is all this relevant to the clues? It could be relevant, or it might not, Lin Yuhan elucidated. To unravel the mystery left by an individual, one must first understand their life. Thus far, you are the one who knows Director Lee best, so I have a few questions for you. Liu Kongming's expression turned slightly awkward. Did not Lee Pinong's will state that the clues lie within those figures? I believe you should focus on that aspect. Perhaps, Lin Yuhan conceded, but I must first inspect the director's office. Could you assist me by turning on the lights in the hospital? I'll accompany you. Many hands make light work. Liu Kongming led the way. He escorted Lin Yuhan to the third floor and turned on the lights in the director's office. We won't turn on the corridor lights. This hospital has been abandoned for quite some time, and bright lights might attract the attention of nearby residents. Understood. Lin Yuhan surveyed the surroundings and asked, Have you been in here? No, I've merely looked around, but I fear disturbing any clues. Everything remains just as he left it, Liu Kongming replied truthfully. At that moment, Lin Yuhan's memory was remarkably acute. After acquiring his system abilities, he could retain every detail after a single glance. The director's office was spacious, with two desks facing each other, one adorned with a computer, accompanied by a bench, and a sofa positioned at an angle behind. A safe was located on the inner side of the director's desk, which Lin Yuhan attempted to open but found it locked with a password. The office also contained two filing cabinets, neatly stocked with medical materials and documents pertaining to the hospital's credentials. Further inside, there was a small door that appeared to lead to another room. Lin Yuhan approached and pushed the door open, revealing a disheveled bedroom filled with Lee Pinong's discarded clothing and other personal belongings. Clearly, the director's resting quarters. The room was small, and Lin Yuhan found nothing noteworthy, so he stepped back out. He contemplated the will he had just read. The clues lie within those figures. What items in the hospital bore numbers, a phone book, door numbers, medical records, and time. He looked up at the clock in the director's office. The hands were frozen at 10:35. The AM or PM unknown. This clock had likely long run out of power, its surface thick with dust. Is there any significance to this? Or did it merely stop here? The director's desk held an old-fashioned desk calendar, indicating April. Lin Yuhan picked it up, noting it was April 3 RD, a Tuesday. He felt something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. Flipping through a few pages, he suddenly realized the inconsistency. He had visited Xiun village on the 17th of this month, which was clearly a weekend. By this calculation, April 3rd should indeed have been a Sunday, not a Tuesday. He hurriedly opened the calendar cover. Shifu, Yueli. Gungyin, 201X, a 10-year-old calendar. How could such an antiquated calendar possibly be on Lee Pinong's desk? Lin Yuhan sensed he might be grasping a crucial lead. He flipped back to April 3rd and scrutinized it closely. The artistic calendar featured an inspirational quote on each page, with a prominent Arabic numeral 3 accompanied by a smaller line of text. If you had a safe in your heart, what would you wish to eternally seal within it? Beneath the small text, a horizontal line divided the calendar, displaying a famous quote from a classic work, seemingly echoing the sentiment above. Wherever one may wander, it is essential to remember that the past is but an illusion. Memories form an endless path, and the springs of your have vanished irretrievably. Even the most resilient and tumultuous love ultimately amounts to nothing more than a fleeting reality. Gabriel Garc A. Marquez, 100 Years of Solitude. Does this page of the calendar hold any significance? Perhaps the answer lies not within, but rather serves to obscure certain truths. Lin Yuhan settled into the dean's chair, meticulously flipping through the calendar page by page. His browsing was swift, and at last, he discovered a circle marked in red on July 10th. This must be the clue the dean left for us. He mused. Lin Yuhan pondered that on that fateful July 10th a decade ago, something of great importance must have transpired. He glanced at the inspirational quote below. What is the ultimate riddle that troubles you? Arthur Conan Doyle, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Lin Yuhan continued to flip through the calendar, but no further clues emerged. In the final blank page of the calendar, he unexpectedly found a handwritten name. Lu Qianqi, gifted. The handwriting was remarkably neat, clearly not penned by a doctor. Have you discovered something? Lu Kongming inquired, leaning closer. No, Lin Yuhan replied, shaking his head as he set the calendar aside. Do you recall what happened on July 10th? 10 years ago? 10 years ago. A flicker of alarm crossed Lu Kongming's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Who can remember something from so long ago, let alone pinpointing it to July 10th? I might not even recall events from a decade past. Lu Kongming's statement held some truth. Recalling a specific day was indeed challenging unless it were an extraordinary event. Lin Yuhan pressed on. Do you know Lu Qianqi? Who is that? I have no recollection. Oh, Lin Yuhan responded. Then let us explore elsewhere. Leaving the dean's office, the light cast elongated shadows of the two men, their footsteps echoing in the desolate corridor. Imbued with an inexplicable eeriness, the dripping faucet in the restroom punctuated the silence with a persistent tick, mingling with their footsteps, evoking an unsettling sensation. Thud, 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 in the distance. Irregular, muffled sounds emerged, resembling a serpent's hiss, teasing the eardrums in the pitch-black corridor. What is that sound? Lin Yuhan asked, alert. I don't know. Perhaps it's just the wind, Lu Kongming replied. Hastening his pace, I'll check it out. He approached a room at the end of the corridor. Emerging moments later, this hospital is quite old. The windows have deteriorated and won't close tightly, causing the wind to create that noise. I'll make some repairs, Lin Yuhan said, refraining from further questions. He shone his flashlight along the walls of the corridor, scanning for anything unusual, and seemingly caught sight of something before turning to walk in the opposite direction. At the corridor's end stood an archive room. Lin Yuhan pushed the door open, revealing rows of shelves filled with patient files. Each box meticulously numbered. So many, he thought. All patient records spanning over 2 decades were housed here. If any clues were hidden within, it would take an eternity to uncover them. However, perhaps answers could be found concerning that pivotal day 10 years ago. As he traced his fingers along the file cabinets, he scrutinized the side labels, noting the dates and codes. Finally, he found the records for July of a decade ago, but his hand froze. What? There's nothing? The records from July 10th were conspicuously absent, having jumped from July 9th directly to July 11. Chapter 12. The surgery of 10 years ago. The trail had once again gone cold. Although no records from that year were available, Lin Yuhan became increasingly convinced that a significant event must have occurred on that day. What could possibly warrant such a focus on July 10th? He pondered as he shifted his gaze to the next file cabinet. This next cabinet lacked a date code, only a numerical sequence. There were 6 rows, the upper 2 numbered 101, 102, 103.130, the middle 2 201, 202, 203.230, and the lower 2 301, 302, 303.330. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss, but Lin Yuhan couldn't decipher the meaning behind the string of numbers. He randomly pulled out a file from the middle, revealing what seemed to be ward records. But it was utterly perplexing. He placed the hard file back into its packaging. Lin Yuhan blinked, as if an idea had struck him, and took another file from the top row, only to return it. He repeated the motion of taking out and putting back files for 3 minutes, until he noticed something unusual. He was searching for a particular tactile sensation. The upper and lower rows felt significantly tighter than the middle row, which seemed too loose. After counting the codes on the boxes, he realized that the middle section was missing the codes for 208 and 215. And no wonder the feel was different. The absence of those two boxes left a considerable gap, creating a looser fit. But what could 208 and 215 signify? As Lin Yuhan contemplated this, Lu Kongming returned after fixing the window and asked, "Detective, have you made any discoveries?" "None," Lin Yuhan replied, still shaking his head. "I need more clues to unravel this mystery." He exited the archive room, his mind racing with thoughts of the missing July 10th and the numbers 208 and 215. What did they represent? "I will check the second floor," Lin Yuhan declared to Lu Kongming. "I'll accompany you." "This hospital is too vast, and it feels eerie to be alone at night," Lu Kongming replied, following closely. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Yuhan continued to shine his flashlight on each room's departmental sign. He entered any room he deemed significant, searching thoroughly: gynecology, urology, reproductive medicine, neurology. After a thorough exploration, he had not uncovered any clues. Returning to the doorway of Lu Kongming's office, he gazed up in a despondent manner. There it was, surgery 208. The number flashed through Lin Yuhan's mind like a bolt of lightning. He seemed to grasp something profound. He hurriedly sought the adjacent doorplate number. And another number came into view. Operating room 215. So that was it. Each floor had 30 rooms, and the missing numbers represented the room identifiers. Could it be that Dean Lee was hinting that what transpired that day was connected to Lu Kongming? Why, upon mentioning events from a decade ago, did a flicker of alarm cross his gaze? Lin Yuhan entered Lu Kongming's office and turned to ask, "Dr. Lu, may I examine your office?" "Of course," Lu Kongming replied, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. "Are there any clues within?" "I am uncertain, merely speculating." "I wish to take a chance," Lin Yuhan answered flatly. He opened the desk drawer, sifting through the contents without finding anything of interest, then moved to the other drawer. "Where is your work ID?" Lin Yuhan suddenly inquired. "YID.is at home," Lu Kongming said, disappointment etched on his face. "The hospital has closed. Who would keep such things here?" "It serves as a memento at home." "Why? Is there a clue on the ID? If you need it, I can fetch it for you now." "Not necessary," Lin Yuhan replied, rising that I can investigate without it. He continued, "Where are your patient records?" "I wish to review them," Lu Kongming asked. "Whose records do you wish to see?" "All of them." "They should be here." Lu Kongming walked to the office's filing cabinet and opened it. "All records are stored here. It's been so long. I can't recall everything. You can look through them yourself." "Very well." Lin Yuhan pulled out all the records, meticulously examining them. The material was overwhelmingly disorganized, containing not only records from Lu Kongming's two-decade career but also various medical texts, experimental results, and even internship reports submitted by students he had supervised. At last, amidst the chaotic documentation, Lin Yuhan unearthed a leather-bound file. Surgical record of July 10, 201X. He extracted the documents within on that day. Only one surgery was performed. Patient, Li Jiaqing, female, age 16, blood type B. Diagnosis: severe disruption of the internal environment due to renal failure, accompanied by oliguria, 400 milliliters day, inuria, 100 milliliters day, low specific gravity urine, 1.010-1.020, high urinary sodium, hematuria, proteinuria, and casts. Clinical manifestations included water intoxication, hyperkalemia, metabolic acidosis, and azotemia. Procedure: kidney transplant. Outcome: successful. Gazing at the text, Lin Yuhan's expression gradually morphed into one of perplexity. This is merely an ordinary kidney transplant surgery. Nothing particularly special. Could it be that my investigative direction is flawed? Or perhaps Director Lee has mistaken the date? That seems implausible. Lin Yuhan suddenly recalled something and retrieved all the patient records from around the week of July 10th. Examining them one by one. On July 9, the surgical record indicated, patient, Lu Qianqi, female, age 16. Cause of illness: multiple severe fractures of the humerus, clavicle, left scapula, occipital bone, extensive bruising, and severe blood loss. Cause of injury: traffic accident. Pronounced dead after unsuccessful resuscitation. There was no saving her. Lin Yuhan tossed the documents aside. Wait a moment, that name. Lu Qianqi. A spark of fervor ignited in Lin Yuhan's eyes as he swiftly retrieved the documents. It is her. The name inscribed on the back of the calendar. Lin Yuhan's mood instantly became extraordinarily heavy. 10 years ago, a blossoming young girl had perished. On the desk of the director lay the calendar she had gifted. An artistic, uplifting token full of positive energy. Clearly, she was a girl who cherished life. Her heart brimmed with gratitude for those who had once cared for her. Director Lee must have taken special care of this unfortunate child. allowing her to harbor such gratitude. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to death. The devil had claimed her life. The doctors were unable to pull her back from the brink of death. Perhaps she had still held on to some lingering attachments. Filled with profound love and regret for this world, as she ventured into an unfamiliar and unseen paradise. Chapter 13. Decoding the secret. The truth is likely concealed within the life of this deceased girl. Lu Kongming's earlier look of terror must have stemmed from his guilt over failing to save her. Why had Director Lee gone to such lengths to obscure the clues? Was there something amiss regarding the girl's accident? Or her surgery? Lin Yuhan glanced at Lu Kongming, who sat at the desk, nonchalantly sipping tea. Yet, how could Director Lee have misremembered the date? A medical mishap, a flawlessly executed kidney transplant. How could Lu Kongming claim to not remember July 10th? Surely, there must be some hidden secret he was concealing. Lin Yuhan fixated on the documents and suddenly inquired, Dr. Lu, do you recall Li Juqi? 10 years ago, you performed a kidney transplant on him. I noted in the patient records that 5 days after acquiring the kidney source, you arranged for the surgery, which was a resounding success. This should be a milestone in your entire career. How could you forget July 10? Well, that's quite normal. There were so many patients, and it was a decade ago. It's easy to mix things up, Lu Kongming explained. In fact, over the past 10 years, I have conducted numerous organ transplants. This was not my first kidney transplant, and there have been many since. You can see that in my patient records, though. That does make some sense. Lin Yuhan fell silent, his mind swirling with countless images, retracing the threads to uncover a connection that might weave the entire mystery together. Everything must start from that calendar. The first image, April 3, 201X, Tuesday. Today's motivational quote. If you had a safe in your heart, what would you wish to seal within it forever? The safe. Could the content of this page hold significance? Lin Yuhan hastily grabbed Lu Qinqi's patient file, flipping through it incessantly. After much contemplation, he experimented with various potential combinations of coded messages and ultimately pinpointed a location. On the fourth page, third line, he discovered 3 numbers, boldly marked in black ink. 117.it had evident indications of being highlighted. Surely this must refer to something. But it was only a 3-digit number. Lin Yuhan took Li Juqi's data for comparison. Yet regrettably, there were no corresponding numbers at that position in her records. Holding both files, he rose, his expression cold, once again lost in thought. What's the matter, detective? Have you uncovered something? Seeing Lin Yuhan's demeanor, Lu Kongming approached, eagerly inquiring. Not yet, but I believe I am very close to the truth, Lin Yuhan mused. I need to go to another location. He pushed open the door and strode out of the office. I'll accompany you, Lu Kongming followed suit. All right. Lin Yuhan nodded, heading straight for the operating room. He did not notice that Lu Kongming's expression began to grow strangely complex behind him. Room 215, upon opening the door. A chilling silence enveloped him. The operating room is one of the most ominous places in the hospital. Though abandoned for years, it still exuded a palpable sense of suffocation. The evil energy was overwhelming. Due to the hospital's closure, most valuable equipment had been sold off, leaving only a cold operating table behind. Lin Yuhan surveyed the room but found nothing. The operating room had been kept meticulously clean, with smooth, tidy walls and floors devoid of any numerical information. Where could it be? Where were those final digits? Lin Yuhan paced back and forth in the operating room, his demeanor becoming increasingly frantic. He felt as though the final answer was just within reach. Yet he could not grasp it. He repeatedly tugged at his hair, his facial expression contorting with pain and anxiety. He racked his brain, striving to peel back the final layer of this secret. Turn on the lights, he suddenly shouted at Lu Kongming, his tone tinged with agitation. All right, Lu Kongming, clearly taken aback by Lin Yuhan's intensity, paused momentarily before fumbling around for a while and finally turning on the lights in the operating room. Lin Yuhan scanned the area, catching sight of a small electronic device discarded in the corner. He rushed over and plugged it into the wall socket. The device emitted a series of beeps, and moments later, the display lit up. Wherever you go, remember, the past is a fabrication. Memories are a road without an end. All the springs of you are no more, and even the most resilient and fervent love ultimately amounts to a fleeting reality. 100 years of solitude. He saw the 3 numbers displayed on the device. 521.117521. The password to Lee Pinong's safe. Li Pinong had concealed his love within the hospital's secrets in this manner. Lin Yuhan flung open the door to the operating room and dashed up to the 3rd floor. Detective Lin, wait for me, Lu Kongming called from behind. Have you unraveled the clues left by Lee Pinong? Lin Yuhan did not respond. He had no time to ponder further. His mind raced with excitement until he reached the door to the director's office. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he approached Lee Pinong's desk with a serious expression. "Have you discovered something?" Lu Kongming, having caught up, gasped. Out of breath, "I found the password to Lee Pinong's safe. The secret he spoke of should be contained within." Lin Yuhan crouched down, placing his hand on the rotating combination lock point 117521. He muttered to himself as he began to turn it to T. That moment, the air seemed to freeze. Both men held their breath, every minuscule sound in the office ringing clear. The click of mechanical gears engaging reached their ears as Lin Yuhan turned the dial to the final number, and a crisp snap echoed in the air. He turned to look at Lu Kongming. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Lu Kongming's eyes sparkled with greed and anticipation, his voice tense and excited. "Detective Lin, did the lock open?" "No. It seems the lock is jammed." Lin Yuhan's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment. "I can't turn it. Or perhaps the password I deciphered is incorrect. Impossible. How could this happen?" Lu Kongming's agitation escalated. "What? How could that be? Are you even a detective? It truly won't budge. Either my deduction was wrong, or I lack the strength." Lin Yuhan turned to him, despair glimmering in his eyes. "Perhaps you should give it a try?" "Let me." Lu Kongming shoved Lin Yuhan aside, crouching on the floor. "The password is 117521, right?" "Yes." Lin Yuhan nodded. Lu Kongming focused intently on the combination lock, turning it 2 full circles before aligning the corresponding numbers. 1.1.7.5.2.1, he murmured. Click. The final digit slid into place, and the safe's door suddenly sprung open, revealing Lu Kongming's face, which instantly transformed with excitement and apprehension. At the same time, a powerful force struck him from the side, hitting his face. Bang! Lu Kongming barely registered what had happened before he was hurled against the wall, a muddy shoe print marking his face. The blow had been brutally fierce, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Just as he prepared to rise, Lin Yuhan swiftly followed, twisting his arm behind his back and pinning him to the ground. "Your performance ends here, Dr. Lu Kongming," Lin Yuhan said coldly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Perhaps this will be the last time I address you as such, for you are not Lu Kongming at all." Chapter 14. An unexplainable error. What are you talking about? Let me go. Lin, are you out of your mind? Lu Kongming writhed violently, struggling against Lin Yuhan's grip. However, Lin Yuhan had already mounted him, binding his hands tightly behind his back. "Don't waste your effort," Lin Yuhan exclaimed, drawing a handgun from Lu Kongming's coat pocket and pressing it against the back of his head. "Tell me, what does a doctor need this for? To save lives or to take them?" Lu Kongming let out a bitter laugh, surrendering to the inevitable, his body going limp as he quietly asked, "When did you start to suspect me?" "From the very first word you uttered," Lin Yuhan replied with a cold smile. "I wondered, as a senior figure in this hospital, or a highly respected physician, you should at least show some respect for your superiors, especially the late director. Yet, from the moment I met you, you have only referred to Lee Pinong, never Director Lee or Director Lee Pinong. At times, your tone even hinted at disdain. That is why I suspect you are a charlatan." "Yes, that's so." Lu Kongming's face displayed a look of admiration. "Indeed, a detective pays great attention to detail. However, can one determine my authenticity solely based on a title?" "Indeed," Lin Yuhan continued, "but your actions and words are riddled with inconsistencies. Firstly, you seem unfamiliar with Director Lee's habits and preferences. You are even unaware of the hospital's layout. You do not know where the operating room lights are, where patient records are kept, or even the surgeries you have performed. Such ignorance is simply unacceptable for a doctor. Perhaps Lu Kongming really has a poor memory," the man beneath him remarked apathetically. "Even so, during my last inquiry, you made a grave, unexplainable mistake." "What mistake?" Lu Kongming's eyes widened in surprise. He believed his disguise was convincing enough not to be easily uncovered. "Regarding the kidney," Lin Yuhan elucidated. "Once separated from the body and placed in a cold saline electrolyte solution, it can be preserved for 18 hours. Injecting oxygenated cold liquid into the kidney allows it to be rapidly cooled and stored in a specialized container for up to 72 hours. Under current medical conditions, a kidney preserved for 5 days is entirely unsuitable for transplantation. When I mentioned a surgery on the 5th day post-kidney acquisition, I intentionally left a flaw for you to exploit. Yet you failed to notice. If you were genuinely a doctor, how could you lack such fundamental knowledge?" "Ha!" The faux Lu Kongming's lips twitched, his gaze dimming. "I underestimated you, detective. When you posed that question, I sensed something amiss. But I couldn't pinpoint why, so I dismissed it. Turns out you possess medical knowledge. Indeed, though you attempted to disguise yourself, you ultimately revealed your true self. I have studied forensic medicine, Lin Yuhan stated. The patient records indicate 2 surgeries performed by Dr. Lu Kongming 10 years ago. Li Juqi, female, age 16, blood type B. Lu Qianqi, female, age 16, blood type B. Their medical conditions remarkably align. In kidney transplantation, the most challenging aspect is finding a suitable donor. Following Lu Qianqi's death, Li Juqi underwent a kidney transplant, yet there are no records indicating the kidney's source. Thus, I suspect Li Juqi's kidney might have originated from the recently deceased Lu Qianqi. If this is true, you could not possibly forget such a significant surgery. Lin Yuhan dismounted from the man, aiming the gun at him. Stand against the wall, and do not attempt any tricks, I assure you. I know how to use this weapon, and my aim is quite accurate. If I am not mistaken, the bullet is already chambered. The click I heard while unlocking the safe was indeed the sound of it being readied. Had I opened the safe, I might now be lying on the ground. Your intention was to kill me. The man rose from the floor, brushing off the dust nonchalantly, not denying the accusation. Nothing escapes the eyes of Detective Lin. So you intentionally created an excuse for me to open the safe, did you? Yes, Lin Yuhan replied candidly. I originally intended to toy with you, to see how long you could maintain your fade and to learn your reasons for impersonating a doctor. However, I did not anticipate that you would possess a firearm. The man chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing to find a flaw in Lin Yuhan's defense. Yet, he realized with frustration that no matter how he shifted, Lin Yuhan's gun remained steadfastly aimed at his forehead. Another detail betrayed you, Lin Yuhan continued. Logically, the visitors on the 2nd floor should have been frightened away by you during the night, preventing anyone from reaching the 3rd floor. Thus, the footprints on the 2nd floor are chaotic, while the 3rd floor is covered in dust. However, I found another set of footprints on the 3rd floor that differed entirely from yours. That must belong to the real Lu Kongming, whom you have taken hostage. Seeing the man fidgeting, Lin Yuhan commanded sharply, do not move. Where is the real Dr. Lu Kongming? I suspect he is locked away in the room at the end of the corridor. The so-called whispers you mentioned. The man nodded slightly, tacitly confirming the accusation. Speak. Tell me your purpose for being here. Lin Yuhan issued his final ultimatum. The man remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Like you, I seek the secrets left behind by the directors. Oh, the disarray in the director's lounge and Dr. Lu Kongming's office is your doing? Indeed, the man admitted honestly, but regrettably, despite your brilliance. I have been here for days and have yet to decipher the clues left by Lee Pinong. Lu Kongming's silence is truly formidable. The man clenched his fingers, his eyes narrowing with resentment. Who are you? What does this secret have to do with you? Who sent you? Lin Yuhan interrogated him like a prisoner. Because the man's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you truly wish to know? Unbeknownst to Lin Yuhan, the man was cautiously retreating towards the window behind him, now standing before it. Oh, you think I would divulge anything to you? The faux Lu Kongming suddenly burst into cold laughter. You think too highly of yourself, great detective. There are countless things in this world of which you remain unaware. He abruptly turned and leapt backward, crashing through the director's office window and plunging into the night below. Farewell, great detective. Ha 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 ha. The man's maniacal laughter echoed through the darkness. Damn it! Lin Yuhan rushed to the window to look down, only to hear a muffled thud from below. Beneath Director Lee Pinong's office window lay a 3-wheeled cart filled with brooms, railings, shovels, and other tools. The protruding spike from the cart instantly pierced the man's chest. Ugh! The man widened his eyes, staring ahead in disbelief as his breath faded away. Dead. Lin Yuhan gazed down at the lifeless body of Lu Kongming, feeling a profound sense of loss. This time, it was truly goodbye. Why had he been laughing so joyfully? Chapter 15. The physician's monologue. Lu Kongming was rescued. Lin Yuhan found him in a storage room at the end of the 3rd floor. When discovered, Lu Kongming had tape over his mouth and his limbs bound. Looking utterly tortured, it seemed that the impostor had resorted to extreme measures to extract the hospital's secrets from him. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed to obtain the answers he sought. Lin Yuhan hurriedly poured him a glass of water, allowing him to regain some strength. The two then made their way to the director's office. Lu Kongming looked at Lin Yuhan with immense gratitude, speaking weakly, Thank you, detective. He is dead. Lin Yuhan pointed to the corpse below and asked, Who was that man? Our informant, Lu Kongming replied. They? Lin Yuhan instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? I do not know. Lu Kongming shook his head. It is a mysterious organization, one that only interacted with Director Lee. I am merely a surgeon. Director Lee left behind crucial evidence of their crimes. And that man was after it. Lin Yuhan nodded. I have deciphered the code left by Director Lee, but there are still some aspects I do not fully comprehend. What were those evils he spoke of? Lu Kongming fell silent, deep in thought. After a long pause, he finally began. Since you have deciphered the code, you may have already guessed some of the overall narrative. I have nothing to conceal from you. This matter dates back 10 years. 10 years ago, director Lee Pinong's daughter, Lee Juchi, was diagnosed with renal failure and was on the brink of death. However, as the director, Lee Pinong could not find a suitable kidney donor and could only watch helplessly as his daughter approached the edge of death. On July 5, the hospital suddenly received a critically injured girl. She had been in a car accident and was in grave danger. She was an orphan, with no one to cover her surgical expenses, and the driver responsible for the accident was nowhere to be found. Consequently, her surgery was delayed, causing her to miss the optimal window for treatment. It was not until July 9 that Lee Pinong consented to let Lu Kongming perform the operation on the girl. But by then, the young lady's injuries were so grave that recovery was no longer possible. That girl was Lu Qinshi. Later, she passed away, and her body vanished without a trace. Lu Kongming would forever remember that day, July 10 at precisely 10:35 a.m., when Director Lee presented him with a kidney, insisting it be immediately transplanted into his daughter. Initially, Lu Kongming harbored doubts, as the legality of the kidney's origin was paramount in transplant procedures. However, out of gratitude for Lee Pinong having saved his mother's life, Lu Kongming proceeded with the surgery. The operation was successful. Afterward, Lu Kongming repeatedly reviewed the pertinent records, and he began to suspect that Lee Juchi's kidney came from Lu Qinshi. Yet, out of respect for their relationship, he chose not to expose the director's actions, and the matter remained concealed. Subsequently, he continued to perform numerous similar surgeries, cases where individuals had unexpectedly died days before, with the origins of their kidneys unknown. Lu Kongming sensed something was amiss with these operations but dared not speak up, continuously reassuring himself that he was merely exercising his rights as a physician to heal. The kidneys were not his to take. If he refrained, others would step in. If he did not save a life, that individual might perish. Thus, he reasoned, the fault was not his. 3 years ago, a shocking serial murder case unfolded in Lanhai City, leading to heightened scrutiny and the eventual closure of Pinong Hospital. Through the director's accounts and his own reflections, Lu Kongming unraveled a conspiracy. Lu Qinshi was likely the victim of an orchestrated accident by a mysterious organization. They had targeted her based on the blood type and age of Lee Pinong's daughter, seeking suitable candidates in orphanages. Exploiting Lee Pinong's desperation, they coerced him into performing illegal surgeries, ensnaring him in their web of nefarious interests. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan felt a profound weight upon his chest, as if a heavy stone pressed down, making it hard to breathe. So, Lin Yuhan began, hesitating. Call the police. Lu Kongming understood Lin Yuhan's intent. It was time to put an end to this, fulfilling the director's dying wish. The wicked would ultimately face justice. Very well. With resolute determination in his eyes, Lin Yuhan placed the items in his hand on the desk, picked up his phone, and stepped outside. Hello, 110? I wish to report a crime. Pinong Hospital. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the director's office. Lin Yuhan rushed back, only to find Lu Kongming sprawled in a pool of blood. A note lay on the desk. Thank you, Detective Lin. You are a good person. I hope you will continue investigating this matter to reveal the truth to more people. Also, please take the calendar. He had committed suicide. Lin Yuhan's emotions became tangled. He leaned down to peer into the safe. Inside was another note. 120 Pinquan Road. Ding, congratulations. The host has completed the task within the stipulated time, unveiling the secrets of the hospital. Reputation 50, acquired talent. Basic criminal psychology. Basic criminal psychology. Utilizing psychological theories and methods to study psychological activities related to crime and their objective laws, exploring the causes of crime from a psychological perspective. Profiling criminals based on the crime scene. Everything over? Lin Yuhan felt a profound ache within, and rather than elation, his thoughts grew more complicated. Voiceover, the doctor's confession. My mother was a devout believer who instilled in me the values of kindness and saving lives from a young age. Hence, I chose the path of medicine. Over my 2 decades at Pinong Hospital, countless patients regained their health due to my surgeries, and I take great pride in that. Yet, it seems heaven does not favor me. It led me to perform a heinous operation, causing me to bear deep guilt for the past decade. Countless obsessions torment me, making me question my actions, leading me astray from my initial intentions into sin. Long ago, I deciphered the password left by Director Lee and obtained evidence of their crimes. Thus, I feigned supernatural occurrences in the hospital, hoping to bring it back into the public eye and attract media attention to expose their wicked deeds. However, things did not unfold as I had envisioned. The rumors of hauntings soon attracted the malevolent forces of a mysterious organization. Their power was overwhelming, revealing that our adversaries were far more cunning than we. Perhaps these efforts were insufficient to unveil the entirety of their crimes or ensure their accountability. I have entrusted the documents to a reliable individual, confident that you, intelligent detective, will follow my clues to find that person. As for me, I shall depart to another realm, facing the punishment of the devil. May the Lord bless me. Amen. Director's confession. I deserve to die. I truly do. For the sake of my daughter and my selfish desires. I caused the death of that girl. In her final moments, I stayed by her side day and night, caring for her, loving her, telling her stories to make her smile, urging her to remain strong. My love for her was, in truth, a love for the kidney she bore. I am a hypocrite. I secretly wished for her demise. While pretending to care for her, I covertly obstructed Dr. Liu Kongming from performing the surgery, watching helplessly as her life ebbed away. Yet, she perceived all my actions as kindness. Without a father, she regarded me as her dad, inviting friends from the orphanage to visit and gifting me a calendar with her meager pocket money. What a cruel irony! I truly deserve to perish. I am a devil. Her hopeful gaze, her despairing visage, haunted me for a decade. Retribution. Everything is retribution. I am leaving this world, and I finally comprehend that all lives are equal. In the face of love and being loved, there is no distinction of status. My daughter, I and those who caused your death shall face severe punishment. Forgive me, for I love you. Chapter 16. The treasure hunt. In the early morning, the sun rose. Sparse traffic flowed along the roadside, while citizens jogged and street vendors sold breakfast delights. With a cacophony of noise, the chain hanging at the entrance of Pinong Hospital was abruptly severed. A group of construction workers entered the premises. Due to illegal operations and a lack of qualifications, the government reclaimed Pinong Hospital. Since Director Lee had passed away, all his personal assets were confiscated, and he faced no criminal charges. It was rumored that the hospital had been contracted to a benevolent overseas Chinese who had just returned, continuing operations in elderly care. Some functions of the hospital were retained, with an added elder care center, providing a haven for senior citizens in Lanhai City. As Lin Yuhan walked past the entrance, he observed the bustling crowd and the rumble of machinery, a smile gracing his face. After 3 years of stagnation, the abandoned hospital was about to breathe new life. Farewell, Pinong Hospital. May you inherit Director Lee's original intent and achieve a beautiful rebirth. Lin Yuhan opened his palm to reveal a note. 120, Pinquan Road. Although the system task had been completed, for Lin Yuhan, the matter remained unresolved. He yearned to discover the nature of the individuals and organization that instilled such fear in Director Lee and Dr. Liu. Lingering not remained in his heart. Upon arriving at 120 Pinquan Road, Lin Yuhan stood in disbelief. Before him lay a wasteland. A massive excavator crushed the remnants of buildings, kicking up clouds of dust. Construction workers busied themselves amid the clamor of machinery. This Lin Yuhan was dumbfounded. An elderly lady passed by, and Lin Yuhan hurriedly stopped her, inquiring, "Excuse me, what is happening here?" "They're demolishing it," she proudly proclaimed, patting her bulging waist. "When did it start?" Lin Yuhan pressed. "About a month or 2 ago. Why? Is there something wrong? Do you know who lived at 120? Lin Yuhan asked. Point 120. "I think it was a little girl named Li Jueqi. She took the demolition money and went abroad to study. Li Jueqi, the director's daughter?" Lin Yuhan stood frozen, as if he had lost something. How could this be? How would he find Li Jueqi? It seemed the hospital's affairs would have to wait for another day. Returning to the detective agency, Lin Yuhan casually placed the calendar, a symbol of evidence, on the desk. A gentle breeze rustled the pages of the calendar. July 14th, today's inspiration. What experience made you feel like you triumphed over reality once more? Yet, one does not exist to fail, he said. A person may be destroyed, but they cannot be defeated. Ernest Hemingway, The Old Man and the Aeneid. In the evening, Lin Yuhan idly fiddled with his phone, exploring various channels for going abroad. Ding dong. You have a new system task. Please check promptly. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Super God Terminator. In the 2021 League of Legends Summer Championship, a dark horse emerged, the LGD team. This year, the LGD esports club members bravely overcame obstacles to seize the championship at the global finals. The Lanhai City television station is planning a reality show themed around esports and has invited you to be a guest. Difficulty rating. 4 stars. Wink with a frown. Deadly invitation. You received an invitation in your inbox to attend the birthday dinner of the city's renowned entrepreneur, Lu Sikong. You have a vague feeling that this banquet is extraordinary. Difficulty rating. 2 stars. 2 new tasks. However, at that moment, Lin Yuhan was not particularly interested. He had already completed 2 tasks assigned by the system, but aside from gaining prestige and system talents, he had not reaped any other benefits. By other benefits, Lin Yuhan meant money. Being a detective is about earning a living. One must eat, and without money, everything is in vain. As he faced the reality of nearly being unable to afford a meal, he pondered the lofty ideal of benefiting all humanity. This principle is akin to reading novels. If everyone opts for free pirated versions without providing support, how can authors sustain the motivation to continue writing? Lin Yuhan closed his eyes, and an image of the final novice task flickered in his mind: treasure hunt at Tianlu Mountain. This task seemed promising, with low difficulty and high practicality. What he lacked most at the moment was money. Perhaps he might unearth a valuable antique, enabling him to marry a wealthy beauty and reach the pinnacle of life. Well, tonight he would first complete this task. Lin Yuhan promptly accepted the task. Novice task: treasure hunt at Tianlu Mountain. Accepted. Task description: someone has hidden a valuable item in the park. You know this item is extraordinary. Please proceed to Tianlu Mountain Park before midnight tonight to search for the buried treasure. There will be surprises. Friendly reminder: don't forget to bring a bag for the treasure. Task clue: the location where the treasure is hidden will be transmitted to your brain in the form of an image. With the end of the explanation, a vague image began to materialize in Lin Yuhan's mind. The figure in the image was crouched under a tree, furtively engaged in some activity, surrounded by lush vegetation. It appeared to be a corner of Tianlu Mountain Park. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the quality of the image was exceedingly poor. He could not discern the figure's appearance or actions, nor could he identify their gender. The surrounding light was dim, reminiscent of low-quality surveillance footage captured at night. Then, the figure vanished from view, only to reappear moments later, moving a large stone to place it under the tree. With that, the image concluded. After viewing it, Lin Yuhan felt a throbbing headache. The footage was a mystery. He had no idea when it was recorded or if the current environment had changed. How could he possibly find it? The key issue was the abysmal quality of the image. Searching in such a vast park was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yuhan felt a sense of helplessness and asked, "Are there any other hints, system?" "None." Well, it was indeed foolish to harbor any illusions. Amidst his lamentations, Lin Yuhan suddenly recalled the words of an ancient sage. The extraordinary, the bizarre, and the remarkable are often found in perilous and remote places, which few dare to approach. Thus, only those with ambition can reach them. Everything has 2 sides. The harder something is to find, the greater its value. What if it were millions in gold hidden by some criminal? Wouldn't he be striking it rich? With that thought, he felt a surge of excitement. Regardless, he would take a chance tonight. That night, Lin Yuhan arrived at Tianlu Mountain National Park. After 11 o'clock, the park was almost devoid of other visitors. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Yuhan took a deep breath, ready to commence his treasure hunt. Heaven bless me, Lin Yuhan. May I turn my fortunes around. The night at Tianlu Mountain was particularly desolate. As he ascended the mountain path, an eerie sensation engulfed him. Insects chirped from the grass, and the dim streetlights cast shadows on the steps below. Tianlu Mountain was vast, and Lin Yuhan felt his energy wane after only halfway up. His fervor dissipated into disappointment. He could not locate the scene from the footage, and his stamina had diminished significantly. Wandering aimlessly was futile. He needed to extract clues from the image. Lin Yuhan summoned the footage from his consciousness and began to analyze it closely. Suddenly, he noticed a faint glimmer of light peeking through the indistinct leaves. The light flickered rhythmically, alternately brightening and dimming. Light? The park was filled with numerous lamps, yet they shone steadily throughout the night. How could there be flickering? Could it be? Looking up, he spotted the lighthouse atop the mountain. The lighthouse's light, he understood. The light from the lighthouse circulated around the tower's tip in a systematic manner. When the light from the tower illuminated a spot, it would shine brightly, and when it moved away, darkness would ensue, creating the illusion of flickering. Hence, the treasure must be concealed in a location where the lighthouse's beam could reach. And judging by the brightness, it would neither be too close nor too far from the tower, likely positioned on the mountainside. T must be nearby. This clue ignited a glimmer of hope within Lin Yuhan. The lush side faced south, analyzing the angle of tree growth. After an hour of searching, Lin Yuhan finally discovered a matching location on the southern slope of Yulu Mountain. He identified the key elements from the video: stones, vegetation, and flickering light. Stepping back to survey the scene, he found that it perfectly aligned with the image in his mind. This was the spot. Lin Yuhan approached the tree and forcefully moved the stone that lay atop it, revealing damp, loose soil beneath. as if it had recently been disturbed. Fresh soil. Something must be buried beneath. Lin Yuhan was suddenly filled with excitement, but then he realized a new problem. He had brought no tools. Digging for treasure with his bare hands? This was not a treasure hunt. This was manual labor. Why hadn't the system made that clearer? The figure's furtive actions in the footage indicated digging and burying dirt. But at this point, he had no choice but to rely on his hands. Lin Yuhan steeled himself, crouched beneath the tree, and plunged his hands into the soil, digging fervently. After half an hour, he felt something solid beneath his hands. Joy surged in his heart as he quickened his pace. He had forgotten his dirt-covered hands and shoes, as well as the fact that he had just purchased this expensive suit for 6,000. His eyes were bloodshot and sweat streamed down his face. All that mattered was that mysterious treasure. Yes, he needed it. Tonight, it would be his ticket to wealth. Gradually, the object before him became clearer, a black plastic bag emerging from the earth. He had found it. Lin Yuhan hurriedly cleared away the surrounding dirt, carefully cradling the bag in his hands. With an overwhelming sense of excitement, he trembled as he emptied the contents of the bag. Ah! A terrifying scream echoed through the mountains, and he stumbled back, falling to the ground. Before him lay the treasure, that of a woman's severed head. Chapter 17. Autopsy. I damn your ancestors. Lin Yuhan wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, inwardly cursing the system. This foolishness was nothing short of a scam. Where was the surprise? It was clearly a shock. Was this intended to take my life? In this desolate wilderness, should anyone discover him cradling a head? He could not wash his hands of it even by jumping into the Yellow River. After toiling for half the night, he unearthed such a thing. What a treasure! Not a single task from the system was without its pitfalls. Lin Yuhan warily scanned his surroundings. Fortunately, this was a secluded area, and no other visitors were present. He quickly discarded the head back into the hole, deciding to bury it once more. What a scam! What a foolish act, devoid of humanity! Lin Yuhan swung his arms in frustration. Just then, the system's voice chimed inappropriately. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing the treasure hunt task, discovering a severed head, prestige 5, damn your treasures. Your entire family are treasures. Lin Yuhan cursed as he frantically shoveled dirt back into the hole. Ding dong. System task. Conduct an autopsy on the head, identify the deceased. Lin Yuhan's hand froze midair, a sense of disbelief washing over him. This was taking things too far. Now he expected me to perform an autopsy? What business was it of mine? An autopsy? Lin Yuhan frowned, retorting, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Let us be reasonable. My profession is a detective agency, not a forensic autopsy department. I possess no tools for such a task. He finally understood why the system had suggested he bring a bag. If he were to run through the streets at night with a severed head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at the dirt and grime covering his body, he lamented the waste of his newly bought suit. It was all ruined. Lin Yuhan's heart bled as he hastily placed the head back into the black bag and hurriedly made his way down the mountain. The moon hung bright and silence enveloped the night. The atmosphere in the mountains was eerie. The surroundings felt unnaturally sinister, with chilling winds sweeping by, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Lin Yuhan practically bolted down the mountain, quickly flagging down a taxi and collapsing inside. His face pale. Diaoguian Street? He ordered, rolling down the window and leaning out, retching uncontrollably as the car started. The refreshing breeze offered him a semblance of comfort. He sat back, helplessly asking, you knew all along that what was buried there was a head, didn't you? Yes, the system replied with utter sincerity. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lin Yuhan felt exceedingly dejected. I feared that if I spoke the truth, you wouldn't. He goad. A sincere response, indeed. Then why didn't you let me bring a shovel? Digging with bare hands would show greater earnestness. Damn it, Lin Yuhan almost blurted out. The driver in front observed through the rearview mirror and asked, what's wrong, young man? Nothing, just recalling a rather absurd incident, he hastily explained, realizing his own lapse in composure. The driver chose not to pursue the conversation. Furthermore, a shovel could leave traces, the system noted, and in the event of an incident, it could lead the police to mistakenly regard him as a suspect. That statement bore some validity. Lin Yuhan, puzzled, inquired, why not report it to the police? The sender could also choose to report it. However, if they did so, the case would fall under the jurisdiction of the police, and the sender would be unable to reap any benefits. What you say is indeed quite rational. I find myself utterly speechless. If I were to report it, wouldn't my entire night's effort be in vain? Where does the soul reside, questioning the heavens in vain? He had anticipated unearthing treasures that would pave the way to wealth, only to find himself ensnared by the system's cunning. Lin Yuhan was oblivious to how he had traversed this journey, eventually returning to the office in a daze. Aunt Wang had already retired for the night. He tiptoed to the second floor and unlocked the door. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Yuhan leaned weakly against the door, collapsing at its threshold, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. He panted heavily, then staggered into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and desperately washed the dirt from his body. After changing into clean, simple attire, he approached his desk, his mood becoming increasingly heavy. He laid a clean plastic sheet on the desk and donned a pair of rubber gloves. His heart racing with trepidation as he carefully retrieved the head from his bag and placed it on the table, commencing the autopsy. Though be honest, Lin Yuhan had studied forensic medicine in police academy. Yet he had never experienced such profound shock as he did now. Firstly, he had never encountered such a grotesque sight in his anatomy classes. Secondly, after graduation, he had never engaged in the field of forensics. The knowledge he once possessed had long since faded. However, due to the system endowing him with a basic talent in forensic medicine, Lin Yuhan's mind was remarkably clear at that moment. Lacking tools and equipment, he could only conduct a fundamental examination based on surface observations. Lin Yuhan cautiously brushed away the dirt and debris from the head, then retrieved a flashlight, focusing intently on his observations. The head before him was already decomposing. Its skin near brown, the eyeballs swollen as if they might burst from their sockets, the face beginning to resemble a skull, making it difficult to discern any features. He could only deduce from the long hair and ear holes that the deceased was likely female. There were no apparent external injuries or signs of trauma on her head. The fatal wound was likely not located there. The neck had been cleanly severed, and the fatal injury was probably not a throat cut. For if the lethal wound were in the neck, it would certainly involve incisions made from the front at the trachea or carotid artery, accompanied by the victim's agonized struggles. The severed area was between the second and third cervical vertebrae, indicating that the head had been sliced off from the back of the neck with a single, clean stroke. Thus, it was evident that this woman had been killed first, and then her head had been removed from behind with a sharp weapon, likely a dagger or something akin to it. Or, Lin Yuhan suddenly recalled a chilling thought, reminiscent of the doghead guillotine from the films. A rough estimation suggested the time of death was over 15 days. With such scant information, identifying the deceased would be a formidable challenge. Regrettably, only a head remained, and the earrings above her ears had been removed, leaving no items to indicate her identity. Lin Yuhan pried open the deceased's mouth and directed the flashlight inside. The teeth within were clean and well-aligned, indicating previous dental work. For some reason, Lin Yuhan felt something was amiss with her teeth. He reached in and pulled out two of them. To the naked eye, there was no discernible anomaly. Testing would be required to ascertain that, but he currently possessed no means for such analysis. Lin Yuhan recalled that he had a dentist friend and planned to inquire the following day. The only clues available were these: the autopsy concluded. Lin Yuhan plugged in the refrigerator that had been in use for half a year, then placed the head inside, tidied the room, and collapsed onto the sofa. This system is utterly ridiculous. It deceived me into digging up a head in the mountains at night and now demands that I perform an autopsy. I would have to coexist with it for an indeterminate number of days. Is this the work of a sane person? The audacity of modern-day con artists is truly overwhelming. At 4 a.m, the sky began to brighten. Lin Yuhan, utterly exhausted, drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 18. The wealthy clinic. Lin Yuhan felt his body become exceedingly light, aimlessly wandering through the mountains, a peculiar woman's head floating behind him. The eyes of the head emitted a chilling, indifferent glow, transforming into immense pupils that radiated a profound murderous intent. Its lips suddenly parted, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Lin Yuhan was seized by terror, fleeing desperately, attempting to shake off the woman's head. Yet the faster he ran, the quicker it followed. When he slowed, the head matched his pace. They maintained a fixed distance, neither close nor far. A profound sense of panic engulfed him, yet he could not scream. As if his throat were constricted, rendering him voiceless. All he could do was run and hide with desperation. He sought an escape from the forest, but the way out remained elusive. He wished to seek assistance from passers-by. Yet he could never draw near. He had even spotted vehicles and bright streetlights from the hillside, yet they remained forever out of reach, and no matter how long he ran, he always returned to the starting point. What is happening? Clearly, following this path should lead down the mountain. Why can't I seem to find my way out? At last, despair washed over him, and infinite dread began to consume his heart. He halted, standing in bewilderment. The moment his steps ceased, an increasing chill enveloped him from behind, something creeping ever closer, and then a vast shadow loomed over his back. A wave of coldness coursed down his spine, spreading through every nerve in his back. Lin Yuhan abruptly turned, the severed woman's head mere inches away, their gazes locked. The woman's hair flowed freely, swaying in the wind, even brushing against his face. Her complexion was a ghastly pallor. Eyes wide, fixed upon him, her face smeared with blood and dirt, a sinister, eerie smile playing upon her lips, then, hands emerging from nowhere suddenly grasped at his throat. Lin Yuhan finally screamed, jolting awake from his nightmare. Thud! He tumbled from the sofa onto the floor. The sun blazed brightly. It was already noon. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. His back was soaked, his shirt clinging to his skin, his chest still heaving violently. And his limbs lay immobile, numb for some time before he regained feeling. His arms felt as if encased in plaster, fingers aching and tingling, likely from the arduous digging of the previous night. Lin Yuhan painfully extended his right hand, groggily fumbling on the desk until he finally grasped his phone, his fingers clumsily dialing a number after much struggle. Beep, beep. Hello? See you on Dental Clinic. Who may I assist you? A gentle female voice answered the call. It's me, an old classmate, Lin Yuhan said weakly. Is the lovely lady free this afternoon? Oh, it's little Lin. The great detective has the leisure to remember me? The beauty teased that I need to ask for your help regarding a dental issue. However, I have a patient scheduled this afternoon. Are you not aware that appointments are necessary here? Yes, I am aware, Lin Yuhan pleaded. It is an urgent matter, a rather complicated situation. Please, I assure you it won't take much of your time. Well, all right then, see you at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Great, I'll be there on time. After hanging up, Lin Yuhan curled up in the corner between the floor and the sofa, taking half an hour to rise from the ground. That dream was truly horrifying, so terrifying that he began to question his very existence, even doubting whether the head-digging escapade of the previous night was merely a figment of his imagination. Lin Yuhan approached the refrigerator and yanked the door open. The terrifying woman's head lay quietly inside. The hair had frozen solid, and a thin layer of frost coated her face. It was not a dream. It was reality. A chill shot through his feet, prompting him to swiftly shut the refrigerator door. Damn it! When will I be able to dispose of this dreadful thing? He retrieved a pack of instant noodles from the drawer, skillfully tearing open the various seasoning packets, adding hot water, and devouring the meal ravenously. Farewell, junk food. Fortunately, he had stocked up recently. Otherwise, if Aunt Wong found out, he would face her wrath, leading to some embarrassment. After satiating his hunger, Lin Yuhan placed the 2 teeth into a bag and headed to the Siyuan Dental Clinic. Zhang Siyuan was a classmate from Lin Yuhan's police academy, and she was also a wealthy second-generation individual, her family quite affluent. Just how wealthy? Her family owned a barbecue restaurant that had been running for 15 years and an old hot pot restaurant that had been open for 10 years. Her idle brother merely stood by at the restaurant each night to oversee operations, earning a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan. But that was not the main point. The crux was that Zhang Siyuan was an avid reader of online novels, consuming dozens of chapters daily, always opting for legitimate sources, and often tipping authors during particularly riveting moments to encourage them to write more. Compared to individuals like myself, who can only wallow in the world of pirated novel websites, enduring the torment of advertisements and pop-ups to vent our sentiments, the disparity is staggering in Lin Yuhan's eyes. This is what it means to be affluent. Upon her graduation, her family, fearing that their daughter might remain unmarried, forbade her from pursuing a career as a forensic expert. Concerned that marriage would distract her from family obligations, they arranged for her to work as a nurse in a public hospital, specifically in the dental department. Yet, it was all in vain. She remained single. Years later, after acquiring her qualifications, Zhang Siyuan, dissatisfied with the prospects of nursing, resigned and, with her parents' support, opened her own dental clinic. She invested in the latest state-of-the-art equipment and rented a prime location in the city center. Lin Yuhan visited once and found herself questioning whether such exorbitant rent could ever be recouped. Zhang Siyuan's response was that her parents believed earning money was secondary. The primary goal was to keep their child occupied. This was yet another irrefutable statement, emblematic of an enviable family. Arriving at Siyuan's dental clinic at precisely 2 o'clock, Lin Yuhan found her donning a white coat, leisurely gazing out the door. Spotting Lin Yuhan approaching, Zhang Siyuan waved enthusiastically. Little Lin, why don't you think of me except when you need something? Zhang Siyuan pouted in discontent. What is the point of thinking of you when there's nothing going on? Lin Yuhan retorted bluntly, entering the clinic behind her and tossing a transparent plastic bag onto the table. Please examine these 2 teeth for me. Curious, Zhang Siyuan took the bag and remarked, Oh, what major case have you stumbled upon this time? I assume they're not for your own dental checkup? Certainly not. Lin Yuhan shook her head. I can't afford to fix my teeth. I could offer you a discount. We're practically family. Zhang Siyuan winked playfully as she took the bag and entered her workspace. She refrained from probing further about the teeth's origin, understanding that as a detective, Lin Yuhan's work was inherently sensitive, and he would not divulge any confidential information related to his profession. Chapter 19. Clues. Zhang Siyuan fetched clean water and meticulously cleaned the 2 teeth, then employed alcohol swabs for disinfection before using a magnifying glass and other tools for a detailed examination. After a while, she set down her instruments and declared, The tooth on the left has been filled, but the one on the right is intriguing. It's a prosthetic. A prosthetic? Lin Yuhan frowned slightly. Although he had sensed something unusual about the tooth, he was taken aback to discover it was artificial. Have prosthetics become that realistic nowadays? He inquired. Can you trace where these teeth were fabricated? What? Zhang Siyuan's eyes widened. With so many dental clinics in Lanhai City, you expect me to investigate based on just these 2 teeth? That's simply impossible. Lin Yuhan pondered deeply, recognizing the validity of Zhang Siyuan's complaint. The sheer number of dental patients made any investigation daunting. However, he firmly believed that even the slightest clue could lead to the truth, albeit sometimes requiring a shift in perspective. After a moment, he continued, Can you identify the materials used to make these teeth? That should be feasible, Zhang Siyuan replied thoughtfully. There are only a few types of filling materials. The most common today is resin. This prosthetic appears to be made of all ceramic material. I'll need to scan it. Just a moment. She picked up the teeth and entered the testing room. After a considerable time, Zhang Siyuan emerged and stated, The repaired incisor is made from imported nanoresin from the United States. To be frank, due to its high cost, it's not widely used. The molar, however, is even pricier. She pushed the findings toward Lin Yuhan. If I'm not mistaken, this tooth should be made from zirconia ceramic, utilizing the latest computer-aided design and fully automated cutting technology, which explains its lifelike appearance. What's significant about that? It necessitates a very high-end device called a 3D oral scanner. It scans your mouth with a computer, revealing a 3D representation of your teeth. Every detail is visible, allowing for precise repairs or modeling, ideal for designing interior molars, offering unparalleled translucency and strength, resulting in remarkably lifelike teeth that achieve optimal aesthetic outcomes. Can you perform such procedures here? Not to that standard, Zhang Siyuan replied, somewhat embarrassed. That equipment is the pinnacle of current market offerings, far too expensive for us to acquire. As far as I know, only 2 hospitals in Lanhai City have it. Moreover, this material resembles the US imported lava all-ceramic teeth, which is currently a premier global brand, costing over 20,000 yuan per tooth. Lin Yuhan smiled appreciatively. Is there truly something your family cannot afford? Only in terms of practicality, Zhang Siyuan's words hinted at affluence. If necessary, purchasing is not out of the question. However, the equipment costs over $1 million, and due to the exorbitant production costs of the teeth, very few opt for this technology. Annually die in my clinic. Encountering even 1 or 2 patients utilizing it would be fortunate. In business, one must consider the ratio of investment to return. The equipment's costs are challenging to recoup, making it more prudent to forego it. My clinic is small, and our existing equipment suffices for the vast majority of patients' needs. I see. Zhang Siyuan continued, only large hospitals, like the Lanhai City Central Hospital, possess such equipment, along with Yikong Dental Clinic, which is the most upscale private dental practice in Lanhai City. Other places likely do not utilize such advanced technology. Excellent, Lin Yuhan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Thus, our investigation can now focus on patients who have undergone procedures at these 2 hospitals. Additionally, the individual in question must possess considerable wealth, Zhang Siyuan added. Your reasoning is impeccable. After all these years, your thought process remains crystal clear, just as it was during our school days. You haven't lost your charm. Lin Yuhan cast a meaningful glance at the beautiful dentist beside him. Having a classmate like you is tremendously beneficial. Feeling the undertone of his gaze, Zhang Siyuan inquired warily, What are you up to? Just a little something. Lin Yuhan grinned, his expression slightly mischievous. Zhang Siyuan seemed to grasp his intent, her tone growing agitated. You don't mean to ask me to obtain patient records from those 2 hospitals, do you? How astute you are. I recall you interned at the Central Hospital, so you must have some connections, right? Not a chance. She arched an eyebrow. Patient records are confidential. Do you think they'd just hand them over? Please, just this once. You're so beautiful, astute, and capable. I believe you possess the ability, Lin Yuhan complimented earnestly. It's just one time. I'm embroiled in a significant case. Once it concludes, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Xiyuan bit her lip, a bittersweet smile forming. Ultimately, she produced a piece of paper and swiftly wrote down a number. Handing it to Lin Yuhan. This is the contact for Dr. Wang from the dental department at the Central Hospital. You can reach out to him and mention my name. For Ikong, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After all, we are competitors, and sharing client information is impossible. However, as a detective, I trust you have the skills to employ certain methods. I can't thank you enough. Lin Yuhan tucked the note into his pocket. I won't keep you any longer. Farewell. He rose eagerly and headed toward the door, and I asked that how you're leaving. Zhang Xiyuan seemed reluctant to end the conversation. You have patients to attend to? I can't waste your time. Thank you for providing such valuable information. It means a lot. We'll talk again soon. Lin Yuhan hailed a taxi, leaving behind a frustrated Zhang Xiyuan. Often, he felt he might come off as somewhat inconsiderate. Inside the office of the head of the dental department at Lanhai City Central Hospital, Lin Yuhan encountered a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he appeared both kind-hearted and dignified. A nameplate hung from his chest. Wang Yueran, head of the dental department at Lanhai City Central Hospital. Wang Yueran's office was spacious and bright, adorned with banners praising his skillful dental expertise and integrity. Signifying his esteemed position in Lanhai's medical community, the wall displayed anatomical diagrams of the human mouth, with detailed explanations of various parts, while shelves showcased dental models, prosthetics, and other related products. Chapter 20. Beauty and Wealth in this environment. One could palpably sense the essence of dentistry, as if stepping into an educational hub for oral health. Lin Yuhan admired the exhibits and remarked, "These are remarkably lifelike. Indeed, a perfect doctor must always seek the most exquisite creations." Wang Yueran replied with pride, clearly referring to his own work. The smile of a physician exudes an endearing warmth. Wang Yueran approached Lin Yuhan with a beaming face, clasping his hand. "Mr. Lin, right? Xiyuan just mentioned you. Please, have a seat. I apologize for the intrusion." Lin Yuhan responded with polite courtesy. Wang Yueran sighed, reminiscing, "Xiyuan. He is like a half-apprentice to me. He possesses remarkable talent, yet he ventured out to start his own business after a few years. He should be doing quite well now." His voice carried a hint of regret, as if lamenting the loss of a beloved disciple. He then turned and retrieved a stack of folders from the filing cabinet. Tossing them onto the desk, these contain the records of all patients from the past 2 years. You may peruse them at your leisure. One thing to remember. No photography, no sharing. You need not worry. Lin Yuhan nodded. We uphold basic professional ethics. Then I shall rest easy. Xiyuan's friends are reliable. After imparting his instructions, Wang Yueran left to attend to a patient in the adjacent room, leaving Lin Yuhan alone. He diligently examined each page, leaving no detail overlooked, and ultimately sifted through the voluminous documents to extract several pieces of pertinent information. Lin Yuhan placed the completed files on Wang Yueran's desk and proceeded to Ikong Dental Clinic. The attending physician at Ikong, Dr. Yuan, bore a more mundane and somewhat sleazy appearance compared to Wang Yueran. Upon hearing Lin Yuhan's purpose, he immediately and emphatically refused, stating, "Absolutely not. We are a legitimate hospital, and we must responsibly safeguard patient information." Mid-sentence, he noticed the red envelope Lin Yuhan presented. Dr. Yuan's demeanor transformed instantly. He smiled and accepted the envelope, pocketing it. "Under special circumstances, we might be able to make some exceptions. What specific information does Mr. Lin wish to see?" The change in attitude was stark. Lin Yuhan replied, "I would like to review the patients who have undergone zirconia ceramic dental procedures in the past 2 years, such as this one." He produced a small bag containing a prosthetic tooth and handed it to Dr. Yuan. Dr. Yuan scrutinized it for a moment before inviting Lin Yuhan into his office. "We only have records from the past 6 months. Prior procedures were done manually. This is computer-generated, a burgeoning technology that we have only recently acquired." He laid out the documents before Lin Yuhan, reiterating, "Patients utilizing this technology are considered special clients. We have separate annotations for them. The data is all here for your review, but no photography allowed. I understand." Having learned from his previous experience, Lin Yuhan navigated through the materials with greater ease. His extraordinary memory functioned like a high-speed computer, categorizing various data into designated compartments. After approximately half an hour, he closed the files, hailed a taxi, and headed directly to Landu Building. He had taken note of a name, Liu. Combining the records from both hospitals, There were 25 patients who had received dental prosthetics utilizing this advanced technology and materials. Among them, 16 were male and 9 female. Excluding 2 elderly women over 60, the identity of the deceased must lie among the remaining 7 individuals. For a detective, investigating the identities of 7 people is not a formidable task. The records indicated that Liu was employed at Dinka Financial, one of the largest financial enterprises in Lanyagwel. Headquartered on the 15th floor of Landu Building, where even a junior executive earns a 6-figure salary. For affluent and beauty-conscious women, spending several thousand to repair a tooth is a trivial matter. Lin Yuhan resolved to ascertain whether Liu was still alive. Landu Building is situated on the north side of Shangxie Street in the heart of Lanhai City, renowned as a commercial office complex. Housing over 100 companies, each with its own entrance protocols, barring entry to unauthorized individuals. Fortunately, when Lin Yuhan arrived, it was near closing time, and many employees from Dinka Financial were exiting. Lin Yuhan approached a hurriedly departing woman and inquired, "Excuse me, is Ms. Liu?" The woman scrutinized him with a puzzled expression before responding, "That's me. What can I do for you?" Lin Yuhan had initially intended to casually inquire, hoping to ascertain her presence at work as a means to eliminate her from the list of potential victims. Unexpectedly, he encountered the very person he sought. As an awkward silence loomed. Lin Yuhan quickly composed himself, straightened his collar, and with an affable tone asked, "Would you like to apply for a credit card from Guangtai Bank?" "No, thank you." Liu waved her hand dismissively and continued walking. This was a financial company. Seeking to apply for a credit card here seemed absurd. Lin Yuhan followed her, pulling out a flyer he had received downstairs. "How about some information on swimming and fitness? Are you out of your mind? Go away." "All right then." Lin Yuhan retreated, clearly identifying that this Liu was not the deceased, but her temperament was rather brusque. That left 6 individuals. Returning to his detective agency, Lin Yuhan commenced organizing the remaining profiles. Through internet research and visits, he systematically ruled out candidates over the course of 2 days, ultimately narrowing it down to 2 individuals. Wu Dandan, a senior broadcasting student at Lanhai University, whose roommates indicated she had not been seen for nearly a month. The university's lenient management of 4th-year students, coupled with Wu Dandan's choice to rent an apartment off-campus since her sophomore year, rendered her whereabouts elusive, as her roommates had grown accustomed to her infrequent appearances. Wu Dandan's reputation was not stellar. Rumors suggested she had become involved with wealthy patrons outside of school, frequently staying out all night and attending various high society events. With no concerns about her post-graduation employment, living a life of comfort. The other individual was Jiang Weina, the owner of Huajiangxi Flower Shop. Rather than a mere flower shop proprietor, she was more of an internet sensation. With her sweet and charming demeanor, combined with her role as a flower shop owner, she frequently live-streamed floral arrangements online, garnering a substantial following among homebound youths. With the rise of the live-streaming industry, the earnings from broadcasting far surpassed those from her flower sales. Initially, Jiang Weina aimed to ride the wave of popularity as a part-time streamer, but unexpectedly, selling flowers became her side endeavor in front of Huajiangxi Flower Shop. Adorned with numerous potted plants, Lin Yuhan discovered Jiang Weina's address tucked beneath a delivery box. However, tracking Wu Dandan, the perennially absent university student, proved more challenging, as even her roommates were unaware of her rented accommodation. After considerable contemplation, Lin Yuhan decided to visit Jiang Weina first, hoping to uncover some leads. Should he locate the flower shop owner, he could apply the process of elimination. Jiang Weina resided in Daijing Garden, an upscale villa community, known as the most affluent neighborhood in Lanhai City, home to wealthy residents. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Yuhan was halted by a security guard clad in deep blue uniform. "Good day, sir. Please hold on. What brings you here?" Given the limited number of residents in the villa community, security personnel recognized most faces, naturally inquiring about unfamiliar visitors. Lin Yuhan remained composed, producing a black identification booklet from his pocket and flashing it at the guard. "Police department. We suspect your community may be linked to a criminal investigation, and I am here to conduct inquiries." In truth, the identification was merely his driver's license. "What?" The guard was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm, unable to fathom that a high-end community could be involved in a criminal case. Just as he prepared to examine the identification more closely, Lin Yuhan snapped the booklet shut and returned it to his pocket. Adopting a serious tone, "Have you noticed any suspicious individuals entering recently?" "No, none," the guard replied, sweating profusely. "Have there been any unusual vehicles?" "None. All incoming vehicles are required to register and undergo checks," the guard tentatively inquired. "Is something happening?" Lin Yuhan fixed him with a piercing gaze. "Do you think I would divulge details of the case to you? Just stick to answering my questions." Of course, that's understood. Humans are inherently subjective beings. By capturing another's attention, one can induce belief in their statements, by denying them time to ponder. One can reduce their intellect to its lowest ebb. Should one also happen to discern the other as concerns, it becomes effortless to ensnare them. The security guard was evidently intimidated by Lin Yuhan, his wits clearly disoriented. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Yuhan admonished, "I will give you one more chance. Think carefully. If you overlook any crucial lead, you are complicit in a cover-up or dereliction of duty. Truly, there hasn't been anything. My post has never encountered any issues." The guard hastily explained, "Have you thought it through?" "Are you certain?" "Officer, I swear there is nothing." Under relentless questioning, the guard was on the verge of tears. He did not question Lin Yuhan's identity. Instead, he was consumed with introspection, contemplating whether he had overlooked any aspect of his duties. After much deliberation, he concluded that nothing was amiss. Lin Yuhan, observing the man's anxious demeanor, ceased her interrogation and remarked, "Given the circumstances, I shall temporarily place my trust in you. I will proceed with my investigation. And I ask that you do not obstruct my duties." "Yes, yes, officer. Please follow me this way." The security guard eagerly nodded, hastily opening the entrance to the community and stepping aside to allow her passage. Lin Yuhan stifled a derisive laugh, striding confidently into the premises. In moments of heightened anxiety, the autonomic nervous system can dominate the brain, provoking sympathetic nervous system arousal, which in turn triggers the secretion of cortisol, a hormone that disrupts cognitive processes and diminishes logical analytical abilities. It often takes a while for the brain to resume its normal functioning. Meanwhile, the security guard stood utterly bewildered at the entrance, his mind echoing a singular question: should I salute? Jiang Weina had purchased a garden villa, a 4-story building housing different tenants on each floor, with her residing on the ground level. The ground floor boasted a courtyard, making it particularly convenient for her as a florist to cultivate her own private garden, adding a unique charm to her abode. Lin Yuhan arrived at Unit 20 and rang the doorbell. The sound echoed through the room, but no one responded after a prolonged silence. Clearly, she was not home. Could it be that Jiang Weina had gone on vacation? However, her social media. Chapter 22. What a coincidence, who goes there? They shouted in unison. Lin Yuhan's heart raced as she turned to see the security guard from earlier, clad in a deep blue uniform. The guard glared menacingly at her. "I just realized that the document you showed me earlier was a driver's license. Show it to me again." Lin Yuhan clutched her chest, repeatedly gesturing for the guard to let her catch her breath. Yet, the guard paid no heed to her distressed expression. "Your acting was quite convincing before. Now it seems you're merely pretending." Having regained his wits, the security guard questioned sternly, "What are you doing here? Sneaking around?" "You nearly had me fooled. Sneaking around? I am not," Lin Yuhan finally retorted. "Still in denial? I saw it on the surveillance footage. Don't think I'm unaware that you stealthily entered this beautiful lady's home. What, are you a voyeur masquerading as a detective?" As he spoke, he pushed Lin Yuhan aside, peering eagerly through the window. "Let me see what you've been up to." "Wait. Don't." Lin Yuhan attempted to intervene, but it was too late. A horrific scene unfolded before them, and within a second, the guard could no longer contain himself, turning his head to the side and retching violently. "Ugh, Dato? I told you not to rush." Lin Yuhan sighed in exasperation. The guard clutched his own arm tightly, and Lin Yuhan could feel the tension in his grip matching the rhythm of his heaving stomach. The sensation was oddly pleasant, albeit inappropriately placed. If only he were grasping her bicep instead of her wrist, perhaps the discomfort would have been mitigated. Finally, after expelling the remnants of his late-night meal, the guard stared at Lin Yuhan with wide, terrified eyes, exclaiming, You've committed murder, you fiend." "What? Young man, do you have a plethora of questions?" Lin Yuhan thought, her mind racing with confusion. "Brother, look closely. I did not kill anyone. I haven't even entered." The guard, now lacking rationality, was flushed with anxiety, refusing to listen to her explanations, and shouted, "Don't you dare run away. Just wait." He swiftly pulled out his phone, dialing the police. Even in his state of fright, he did not neglect his duties. Though somewhat dim-witted, the guard was indeed a diligent one. He kept a firm grip on Lin Yuhan's wrist, seemingly fearful she might flee, attempting to subdue her with a grappling technique. However, he soon realized that Lin Yuhan was no novice either. Her subtle movements effortlessly countered his attempts, and if he exerted any more force, he would likely find himself on the ground instead. Lin Yuhan chose not to retaliate, merely observing the guard with a sense of amusement. How amusing. Did he truly believe she would be so easily apprehended? Every police academy student possesses a modicum of self-defense skills. The nature of her work necessitated some level of physical capability. Stealth and surveillance were her daily fare, and she had inevitably been caught at times. Without the knowledge of some martial arts, she might have ended up confined to a wheelchair by now. At this moment, Lin Yuhan simply lacked the inclination to struggle. Should she overpower the guard and depart? It might leave her with the appearance of fleeing from guilt. Thus, within the bounds of propriety, Lin Yuhan allowed the guard to maintain his hold. From a distance, the scene appeared almost comical. Minutes later, a police vehicle from the Lanhai City Criminal Investigation Unit arrived, and a cadre of officers swiftly emerged, cordoning off the area. "Who called the police?" barked Wu Haoying, the deputy captain, as he exited the vehicle. Donning white gloves and scanning the vicinity. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the guard eagerly raised Lin Yuhan's wrist, exclaiming, "Officer, it's him. He is the murderer." This moment undoubtedly secured his title as the community's best security guard for the year. Wu Hao approached, bypassing the elated guard, and turned to Lin Yuhan, who wore an innocent expression. He smiled. "Ah, Detective Lin, what brings you here?" "What a coincidence." Lin Yuhan returned his smile, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, what a coincidence. She had never held a favorable view of Deputy Captain Wu. Their history ran deep. Wu Hao was a former classmate from university. During their school days, he had often wielded his family background to dominate his peers, particularly singling out Lin Yuhan, whose abilities outshone his. Wu Hao had been lackadaisical in his studies, and when the Lanhai City Police Department came to recruit from their school, everyone assumed the sole position would go to Lin Yuhan. Instead, it had been awarded to Wu Hao. Now, the tables had turned. The once prominent student had become a struggling detective, while the underperformer had risen to the rank of deputy captain. Wu Hao wore a smirk reminiscent of their school days as he addressed the guard. "Let go of him. This Detective Lin is not the murderer. He could just as easily be conducting an investigation. Even if he were a murderer, he is beyond your jurisdiction." His words were less an attempt to clear Lin Yuhan's name and more an exhibition of his superiority. Lin Yuhan remained silent, while Wu Hao continued, "However, you will still need to come to the station to provide a statement." He emphasized the word "we," as if to underscore distinction. "Cut it out?" Lin Yuhan scoffed, still refusing to engage him, her gaze focused on the bruised wrist the guard had grasped. The disparity in their current standings was disheartening, yet she could not abide his smug demeanor. Wu Hao continued to converse with her, while the apartment door was forcefully opened. A woman clad in a white lab coat entered the room, and after a brief period, she emerged to approach Wu Hao. Reporting, "Captain Wu, the deceased exhibits signs of venous decay beneath the skin, indicative of advanced decomposition. Typically, a body exposed to air requires 5 to 7 days for such changes to manifest. Based on the level of decomposition, the estimated time of death appears to be approximately 1 week ago." After delivering her report, she glanced at Lin Yuhan and her face lit up with surprise. "Senior, what brings you here?" "I came to visit the florist." Purely by coincidence, Lin Yuhan replied with a smile. This was his junior, Chen Mingnan. Chapter 23. The identity of the deceased. Her name had a straightforward explanation. Her father's surname was Chen, and her mother's name was Nan. Upon her birth, her father dreamed of her mother, hence the name Chen Mingnan, although her classmates affectionately referred to her as Chen's mother. Lin Yuhan had once been a prominent figure at the police academy. Handsome and exceptionally capable, attracting numerous admirers, including Chen Mingnan. Such a shocking case typically warranted the presence of the seasoned forensic expert, Huang, but due to his recent leave, the team had sent his apprentice, Chen Mingnan, to conduct the investigation. Her mentor had assured them that she was reliable. Chen Mingnan was about to say more when Wu Hao interrupted. "Have you determined the cause of death?" "The cause of death," Chen Mingnan explained, "the deceased's head has been completely severed. The rest of the body shows no apparent external injuries. At this juncture, the cause remains unknown. We must ascertain whether the death was due to head trauma, poisoning, or decapitation by returning the body to the station for further examination. I will also need to conduct a toxicology test." "And the identity of the deceased?" "Based on the scene, the deceased appears to be the owner, Zhang Weina, but we will need to conduct a DNA comparison to confirm." After addressing Wu Hao's inquiries, Chen Mingnan playfully nudged Lin Yuhan with her shoulder, asking with pride, "What do you think? Are we professionals now?" "Professionals indeed," Lin Yuhan replied, surprised to find that a girl could aspire to such a role as a forensic expert. In those days, this little beauty was one of the fans who followed him closely, seeking advice and sharing warm greetings. Seeing the remarkable transformation of his former junior, Lin Yuhan nodded with immense satisfaction, yet regrettably, he felt he no longer had the standing to judge others. Among all those present, Only the security guard was less experienced than him. Lin Yuhan's mind replayed Chen Mingnan's preliminary autopsy findings, and suddenly, his expression turned peculiar. He grasped Chen Mingnan's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "What did you just say? How many days ago did Jiang Weina die?" 6 or 7 days. Why? Do you think there's something wrong with my observation? Lin Yuhan was taken aback, his face pale with shock. He hastily pushed through the crowd before him, disregarding any objections, and rushed into the room. There lay the corpse that sent chills down everyone's spine. The room was suffused with a nauseating odor, and beneath the skin of the body, a network of decaying veins was visible. Judging by the bright red nail polish on her fingers and her voluptuous form, the deceased was most likely Jiang Weina. Chen Mingnan's deduction was indeed correct. The time of death was approximately 7 days. Therefore, the head he had unearthed could not belong to Jiang Weina. The decomposition of that head had at least exceeded 15 days. Lin Yuhan felt as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss. There was another victim, Wu Dandan. Several police officers rushed in and dragged Lin Yuhan out. Wu Hao, smiling, remarked, "What is this, great detective? Are you itching to join the investigation? At least wear shoe covers. You could easily disturb the crime scene." He then waved generously at the officers nearby. "No need to be tense. This is our own. His tone was akin to managing family affairs. Lin Yuhan ignored Wu Hao's jibes and withdrew to a corner. Burdened with the weight of his thoughts, if the deceased was indeed Wu Dandan, this case would be exceedingly complex. 2 victims had emerged within a fortnight. Was there a connection between them? Jiang Weina's head was also missing. Was this merely coincidence or indicative of some unspeakable cause? He hesitated to inform the police about Wu Dandan's demise. Ultimately, he decided against it. This task required his independent execution. Furthermore, he had merely uncovered a head. Whether it belonged to Wu Dandan required confirmation and further investigation. After nearly an hour of examination, the forensic and evidence teams withdrew from the scene, and Lin Yuhan, alongside the diligent security guard, was taken back to the police station for questioning. Exiting the interrogation room, Lin Yuhan encountered that detestable figure once more. "Lin, the great detective, remember to inform us promptly of any clues you discover. Citizens have the duty to cooperate with police investigations," Wu Hao declared triumphantly. "Thank you," Lin Yuhan finally replied, "but citizens also possess the right to protect their privacy." Upon leaving the police station, Lin Yuhan did not return directly to the office but instead sought out a CAF near Lanhai University. The case of Jiang Weina had already been taken over by the police, and he was now in pursuit of Wu Dandan's whereabouts. With the confirmation that the deceased he had discovered was very likely Wu Dandan, he needed to delve deeper into the investigation. Lin Yuhan arranged to meet with a roommate of Wu Dandan. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lin Yuhan sat by the window in the CAF, leisurely perusing a newspaper when a graceful young woman took a seat across from him. She was clad in a yellow, low-cut fitted top that barely contained her perfect curves, paired with light blue ultra-short denim shorts, which were low-waisted, with exquisitely detailed fringes at the hem, creating a disheveled look that somehow harmonized with the torn fabric. This was the fashion of youth. Upon entering, the woman captured numerous gazes. Male eyes followed her movements until she settled in front of Lin Yuhan, reluctantly averting their gaze. Yet another girl of exquisite beauty. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We've met once before," the girl spoke, her tone tinged with shyness. Lin Yuhan looked up to see her delicate, charming face. Dark red eyeliner accentuated her lashes. Her fair skin glowed with a soft radiance, and the flame hidden beneath her pink lips flickered alluringly, exuding an extraordinary sensuality. Clearly, she had put considerable effort into her appearance. "Oh, Dong Shasha, you look stunning today. Did you dress up just for me?" Lin Yuhan complimented. Dong Shasha's cheeks flushed, her expression brimming with joy. "Every girl must look presentable when going out. When I saw you last at the dormitory, I had just woken up and hadn't even had the chance to put on makeup. A few days prior, Lin Yuhan had visited Lanhai University, and since men were not permitted in the girls' dormitory, he had asked the dormitory supervisor to summon one of Wu Dandan's roommates, who was now sitting before him. A mature and handsome uncle like Lin Yuhan held an inexplicable allure for the young women at the university, especially someone with a police academy background, which added to his unique charm. Thus, when Dong Shasha laid eyes on him, her heart raced uncontrollably. Wow, a dashing man, wow, a handsome fellow. Oh no, my heart is melting, she thought in exasperation. If I had known such a suave man would show up, I would have at least washed my face and applied some lotion before heading down. Nevertheless, she nervously adjusted her hairstyle and outfit, in a coy voice asking, "Excuse me, do you need something?" In the CAF, Lin Yuhan ordered a cappuccino for the lovely girl. He also ordered another coffee for himself and, gazing at the blushing young woman before him, said, "The reason I contacted you was to inquire about Wu Dandan, that woman again." Dong Shasha's face flushed with frustration as she suppressed the unspoken word. "Why is it always about her, brother? Am I not attractive? Is the young lady not charming?" She pouted, her mood dampened by the thought of having spent 2 hours dressing up only to encounter a man inquiring about that woman. What is so special about her? Ahem. Perhaps I didn't clarify during my last visit. I am a detective, Lin Yuhan stated, handing her his business card. He refrained from concealing his identity, recognizing that this beautiful girl seemed discontent with her roommate and perhaps a bit jealous. If he did not clarify the reason for his inquiry, it might hinder the investigation's progress. A detective. Dong Shasha's frown disappeared, replaced by a look of curiosity and surprise as she examined the card. Her admiration for the man before her deepened. Few people have the opportunity to encounter someone in the detective profession, and to a young girl. A detective conjures images of a figure as astute and learned as Sherlock Holmes, or as charming as Shinichi Kudo. In truth, the reality of the job was far less glamorous than they imagined. Over the years, he felt more like a paparazzo. A hint of bitterness crossed Lin Yuhan's face. "I am investigating a case related to your roommate, which is why I sought your assistance. I have no personal interest in her. It is solely a matter of work. Therefore, if you are willing, please provide me with as much information as you can. Perhaps, once this case is resolved, I could invite you for dinner at a restaurant in the Champs, Estado. I would certainly love that." Dong Shasha's demeanor shifted from despair to joy. Although she was unaware of the specifics of Lin Yuhan's investigation, the prospect of aiding a detective sounded thrilling. She fancied herself akin to Mori Ran or Hybera AI. Lin Yuhan took a sip of his black coffee and asked, "Has Wu Dandan returned?" "No," Dong Shasha shook her head. "There's a class fee due, and I couldn't reach her by phone. I even covered for her." "What's wrong? Has something happened to her?" "I don't know," Lin Yuhan replied vaguely. Sensing that her classmate seemed indifferent to her absence, Dong Shasha scoffed, adopting a nonchalant attitude. With someone like her, it's normal for her not to answer her phone for months. It has happened before. She might just show up one day without a care. Hearing such remarks about her classmate piqued Lin Yuhan's curiosity. "How is Wu Dandan liked? Are you two not close?" "What are you talking about?" "I am her best friend." Dong Shasha shot Lin Yuhan a glare. "I don't know about others, but Wu Dandan is our darling." "Is that what you call her? A darling?" Lin Yuhan thought, bemused. "Is this how a best friend acts?" "Of course. Best friends are meant to tease each other, especially in front of handsome and as she trailed off, Dong Shasha felt her cheeks flush, quickly shifting the conversation. "But let me tell you this. I can scold my best friend, but no one else can." Lin Yuhan found the concept of best friend bewildering, realizing that the bonds between women were indeed perplexing. This was akin to enjoying authentic cold noodles from the Chaosian ethnic group during summer. They appear to be regular noodles, yet no matter how you bit into them, they would never break. Investigating disappearances or homicides often begins with examining interpersonal relationships, if Dong Shasha's description holds true. Then Wu Dandan's social connections seem rather intricate. Lin Yuhan decided to inquire about the situation on campus. "Does she have a boyfriend?" "Which one?" This retort caught Lin Yuhan off guard. He scratched his head and replied, "The one from school, none," Dong Shasha answered succinctly. "Why not? She spends a month away from school 2 or 3 times. Do you think any boyfriend could tolerate that? Besides, she doesn't fancy the students here. There are indeed many suitors at school, but unfortunately, none have succeeded." "Are you implying that Wu Dandan's boyfriend is someone outside of school?" "Which one?" Lin Yuhan pressed. "How many boyfriends does she have? Tell me everything you know." Dong Shasha shook her head. "To be honest, I'm not certain. She tends to date different men, which is a matter of her personal privacy or lifestyle, and she wouldn't share that with us. However, once when she was quite drunk, I browsed through her phone, and she mentioned that the starred contacts in her address book were all men she had been involved with. I scrolled for quite some time and couldn't reach the end of her starred contacts. This complicates matters. It appears that Wu Dandan's social circle is exceedingly chaotic, with individuals from society being entirely different from students. Given his current capabilities, investigating this would be an impossible task. Lin Yuhan couldn't help but wonder, how does she manage so many men? She fishes. Dong Shasha leaned in conspiratorially. "Dandan once shared her fishing philosophy with us. Each fish in the pond must feel like the most special one. Clearly, she excels at this. Every time I see her, she's busy on her phone, messaging various men, effortlessly navigating between them. Each man feels completely at ease in her presence." "Ha! Your friend must be an economist." This is reminiscent of James Tobin's famous adage about not putting all your eggs in one basket. Lin Yuhan jested. You should learn from her. I can't replicate that. Dong Shasha shook her head. I prefer a simpler life. She buried her head in her coffee cup, stealing glances at Lin Yuhan. What is the point of so many men? Finding one who truly cares for me would suffice. Sigh. Will such a person ever appear? Lin Yuhan refrained from addressing Dong Shasha's musings, his mind preoccupied with uncovering Wu Danden's whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, have you noticed anyone she frequently interacts with or mentions? No, Dong Shasha clarified. Despite her numerous men, she possesses a strong territorial instinct, absolutely forbidding her fish from harboring any inappropriate thoughts, especially about those around her. Once, she took me to a dinner with a boss, and he insisted on adding me on WeChat. She immediately blocked him. Since then, she hasn't taken me out again. How domineering, Lin Yuhan remarked. Indeed, she affirmed. She says a dog that sniffs another's meat has intentions, and a fish that doesn't obey is not worth keeping. Such men are of no use. Lin Yuhan involuntarily flinched. It seems today's women have rather complex thoughts. Although he hadn't gleaned any critical information, he patiently encouraged her, think carefully again. Is there anyone who left a deep impression on you, or someone you've seen? Well, Dong Shasha recalled, there was a man I met once. Really? Lin Yuhan sensed a potential breakthrough. Hotel. Actually, it's not a big deal. Dong Shasha began slowly. About 2 months ago, someone came to our school to pick her up. The car stopped right beneath our dormitory. It was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Being a luxury vehicle, it caused quite a stir on campus, with many students gossiping and gathering around. I had just returned from dinner with Danden when I asked her who it was, and she said he was the CEO of a real estate company, but I didn't catch his name. Of course, he didn't get out of the car, so I didn't get a good look at him. But I caught a glimpse through the window and thought he had a large face and seemed a bit overweight. That day, Danden was furious. Before getting in, I saw her face flush as she opened the door, complaining that he shouldn't come looking for her again, or she'd cut ties with him. Oh, such a thing happened. Lin Yuhan was puzzled. That doesn't seem right. If your friend is as vain as you suggest, why would she be upset about someone arriving in a luxury car? Dong Shasha wore an expression that suggested he was naive. You don't understand her. Wu Danden has never admitted to having a boyfriend. With that, rumors would inevitably circulate around campus. Being called a kept woman is minor. How would the boys pursuing her feel? They certainly wouldn't continue to be nice to her. Although the school's pond is small, it still requires feeding. That man clearly came in a luxury car to disrupt her pond. So that was it. Lin Yuhan realized that remaining single maintains long-term allure, attracting more men to her side. The CEO's appearance was tantamount to a declaration of ownership, affecting Wu Danden's ability to accept affection from others, thereby disrupting her fishing endeavors. Bingo. The detective had an epiphany. Dong Shasha snapped her fingers. The next day, she returned, her bag, shoes, and clothes all changed, adorned with luxury items, claiming it was a gift of apology from that boss after they had a big quarrel. The two continued to converse for quite some time, but no further substantial information emerged. Dong Shasha's insights allowed Lin Yuhan to reassess this senior student. A young woman in her 20s capable of managing a real estate mogul with such finesse must harbor extraordinary methods. Her disappearance or demise likely conceals some deeper secret. Given the current circumstances, it seemed Wu Danden had minimal interactions with students. Should she have been murdered, it was unlikely to have been by a student, with the perpetrator likely being someone from outside. Lin Yuhan remained convinced that the real estate CEO was a suspicious figure. Even if he hadn't killed Wu Danden, he must know something. However, the crucial information eluded him, as Dong Shasha couldn't recall the CEO's name or the license plate of that luxury vehicle. Lin Yuhan requested several photographs of Wu Danden from Dong Shasha. In the photographs, she appeared radiant, with a sweet and charming smile, exuding youthful vitality and innocence. Hardly someone who could be labeled as scheming or hedonistic. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Regrettably, the decayed head in the refrigerator could no longer serve as a reliable basis for comparison. The following day, Lin Yuhan visited the city center hospital once more. Wu Danden was a patient of Wang Yueran, and Lin Yuhan hoped to glean any useful information from this encounter. Director Wang. I hope I'm not intruding again, Lin Yuhan greeted amicably. Oh? Mr. Lin, what brings you here again? Wang Yueran seemed surprised by Lin Yuhan's presence. Well, I have a matter I'd like to trouble you with. Lin Yuhan produced a photograph and placed it before Wang Yueran. This young lady is your patient. Do you recall her? Wang Yueran furrowed his brow, donned his glasses, and scrutinized the photo for a considerable time before responding. I believe I've seen her, but I have too many patients here. I'm afraid I might be mixing things up. Lin Yuhan prompted. Her name is Wu Danden, a senior at Lanhai University. Majoring in broadcasting. Right. I remember her now. That girl is quite beautiful with very standard Mandarin. So, Mr. Lin, are you interested in this young lady? Lin Yuhan quickly denied it. Director Wang, you're thinking too much. I merely wish to inquire about her circumstances. Do you know anything about her? Has she visited you recently? Wang Yuan squinted. What kind of connection can there be between a patient and a doctor? Her surgery here was quite a while ago. At least 6 months, as he spoke. Wang Yuan retrieved the patient's file and began to flip through it. Just as he opened the cover, Lin Yuhan interjected. In September of last year, she underwent a dental filling procedure, and on November 20th of the same year, she had a crown implantation. Wang Yuan halted his actions, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Mr. Lin, your memory is remarkable, Lin Yuhan chuckled. It's just a matter of professional necessity, so, your understanding of her is limited to the doctor-patient relationship? Did she ever discuss anything or exhibit any peculiarities during her visits? Once she left the hospital, she never contacted me again. But, Wang Yuan pondered, it seems she was always accompanied by someone, and it was the same person each time. A young and beautiful girl. It's normal for her to have several admirers. It's not a big deal. Who? Lin Yuhan inquired hastily, akin to a hound detecting the scent of its prey. A plump individual. I seem to have forgotten his name, but he is a significant figure. Quite affluent, and also one of my patients, Wang Yuan responded nonchalantly. Yet, a name flashed through Lin Yuhan's mind like lightning. Chen Yusheng? He blurted out. Oh, yes, indeed, that's him. How did you know? Wang Yuan's astonishment deepened. Just a guess, thank you, Director Wang. I must take my leave. Lin Yuhan evaded a direct answer. Wang Yuan's words reminded him of the wealthy, rotund boss mentioned by Dong Shasha. Both men shared a commonality. They were both fat and wealthy. Lin Yuhan perused Wang Yuan's patient records, discovering that only one real estate mogul had undergone surgery with him, Chen Yusheng. Chen Yusheng, the general manager of the Landy Group in Lanhai City, was quite renowned. After years of investigation, Lin Yuhan had heard of this individual. The Landy Group had a vast portfolio of real estate developments throughout Lanhai City and even across Lanyagwo, indicating Chen Yusheng's immense wealth. If he were indeed the murderer, it would complicate matters significantly. Investigating the head of a real estate conglomerate would require unconventional methods. After 2 days of diligent work, Lin Yuhan had gathered basic information about Chen Yusheng. He owned 3 luxury vehicles, including a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As the investigation deepened, another unexpected piece of information emerged. His wife was namely Yu, the very person Lin Yuhan had investigated on the first day. In the Jinhan Detective Agency, Lin Yuhan muttered to himself as he reviewed the materials in his hands. What a coincidence! It remained unclear what connection Jiang Weina had with the real estate magnate. But from the information at hand, both individuals close to Chen Yusheng had undergone dental surgery. Did this chairman have some peculiar obsession? Did he prefer those with impeccable teeth? If this were a serial murder case, the perpetrator might unconsciously exhibit violent or peculiar behaviors to fulfill certain psychological or emotional needs. Yet, Lin Yuhan pondered, if Chen Yusheng were the killer, why would he harm his mistress? He needed to delve further into the unsolved case surrounding Jiang Weina to discern any potential connections. Lin Yuhan took out his phone and called his junior. Hello, handsome, I need a favor. Please send me a copy of Jiang Weina's autopsy report, along with the physical evidence collected from the crime scene. Well, that might be a bit problematic. Chen Mingnan hesitated. Senior, this goes against regulations. You know how strict the team is. If Wu Hao finds out, are regulations more important than the dead? Lin Yuhan adopted a tone akin to an elder speaking to a younger sibling. I'm investigating a case, and this information is crucial, don't worry. Wu Hao won't find out. Once the case is solved, I'll treat you to a meal and share my insights with you. That's a promise then. Don T, go back on your word. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, Chen Mingnan perked up. I want to eat the barbecue from Zhang Shifu's kebab house. There's nothing that a barbecue can't resolve. If there is, then 2 will do. Is that a must? Lin Yuhan scratched his head, already owing 2 meals for this case. After hanging up, he inquired, System, can I get reimbursement for the case expenses? No response echoed in his mind. Working without pay is unacceptable, Lin Yuhan complained, continuing to browse Chen Yusheng's information online. At that moment, he felt a faint voice reverberating in his mind, drifting with the 4 words, reimbursement is nonsense. At 10 in the evening, the Jinhan agency received a brown paper envelope. To avoid drawing attention, Chen Mingnan did not come personally but sent a runner instead. Lin Yuhan opened the report and began to scrutinize it closely. The deceased, Jiang Weina, female, aged 28, the head was missing, and no lethal substances were detected in her blood or stomach. The neck exhibited a clean cut, and there was no evidence of blood spatter in the room. Preliminary suspicion indicated that the deceased died from a severe blow to the head. Her blood circulation had ceased, and the vascular pressure decreased before her head was severed, which explained the absence of blood splatter. Numerous fingerprints were found in the room. Upon comparison, aside from Jiang Weina's, 3 unidentified fingerprints were located on the bedside, a cup, and the door handle. 2 male footprints were also discovered. Lin Yuhan mused. One of the male footprints was his own? Accidentally left when he entered the room. The origin of the other remained a mystery. Notably, the methods in both cases were strikingly similar. The victims had undergone dental surgery and had their heads severed. Warranting concurrent investigation, if Chen Yusheng were indeed the perpetrator, Lin Yuhan could only surmise 3 possibilities: a crime of passion, Chen Yusheng being threatened by them, or fulfilling a unique, deviant desire. Searching for a motive is one of the most effective methods in resolving criminal cases. Lin Yuhan rose and approached the whiteboard in his office, erasing old stains before swiftly jotting down several names. He pondered, biting his finger, then circled Li Yu's name as well. Investigating the motive for the crimes necessitated an examination of their lifestyle habits. Although Li Yu was a survivor, she shared certain traits with Wu Dandan and Jiang Weina: beauty, past dental surgery, and a close relationship with Chen Yusheng. The living could speak and act, thus revealing crucial details. The truth lay hidden in the darkness, but those who navigated the shadows would ultimately welcome the dawn as time passed. 8 in the morning, Lin Yuhan rented an old second-hand car from Tingy Car Rental. Embarking on his investigation plan, Tingy Car Rental was one of the 3 major car rentals in Lanhai City, offering a range of high-end luxury vehicles alongside soon-to-be scrapped second-hand cars, particularly suited for someone like Lin Yuhan. Driving an upscale car could attract unwanted attention during investigations, while an old car facilitated concealment. Using a fixed vehicle made one easily recognizable. However, changing second-hand cars frequently kept their drivers anonymous. Moreover, the rental fees were affordable, costing only a few dozen yuan a day, making it an economical option. Lin Yuhan parked the car not far from the Landu building, following the same procedure to gather information inside, confirming that Li Yu was at work. He waited as she emerged and entered her vehicle. As night fell, the river swelled with colorful ripples, and the banks sparkled with brilliant lights. The towering buildings were adorned with orange hues, reflecting off the shimmering river surface. The Champs, Lis Es along the Huangluo River occupied the most prosperous area of Lanhai City, featuring palatial churches, the largest pedestrian street in the nation, and the most luxurious boutiques, creating an ethereal experience akin to wandering through a glass wonderland. Lin Yuhan savored the night view. Eating instant noodles alone in the CART was only Huafeng who could stomach the dry noodles. Master Gung's uncooked version was simply too tough. He suddenly missed Aunt Wang. Having her company now would be delightful. Why was Mrs. Chen taking so long? At last, the church bells tolled 9 times, and the flow of people entering and exiting the Landu building gradually diminished. A heavily made-up woman stepped out. Lin Yuhan jolted, removing his feet from the steering wheel. Today, Li Yu's makeup was particularly striking. She wore red high heels and carried a white LV bag. She glanced around the entrance before striding towards the adjacent road. Lin Yuhan promptly started the car and followed closely behind. Liu moved swiftly, bypassing the busiest streets and turning into an alleyway. Where a black BMW was parked at the roadside, Liu looked around before opening the door and slipping inside. A BMW? Lin Yuhan hastily pursued. He recalled that during his investigation, Chen Yusheng did not seem to own this vehicle. His professional instincts alerted him that he might have stumbled upon something significant. Following the BMW, Lin Yuhan arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. The BMW drove directly in, while he was halted at the gate due to lacking an access card. Glancing up, the name of the community came into view, Daijing Garden. To his surprise, it was the same complex where Jiang Weina resided. From a distance, he recognized the security guard from last time, and he doubted he would find any excuse to gain entry again. The wealthy circle seemed increasingly mysterious. He quickly parked the car on the roadside and, utilizing his newly honed climbing skills from the past few days, scaled the inconspicuous fence surrounding the complex. Once inside, the BMW had vanished. Lin Yuhan wandered through the upscale community, where underground parking entrances and private garages were ubiquitous. After searching for a while without success, he concluded that the car must have entered a garage. Severing any leads in Lin Yuhan's memory, Chen Yusheng did not reside in Daijing Garden, as it was not a property developed by the Landy Group. Chen Yusheng owned several villas in his own developments, far more comfortable than Daijing Garden. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to revisit Jiang Weina's residence for further investigation. He recalled a classic piece of advice from his university days: if you find no clues, return to the crime scene for another look. Relying solely on the autopsy report provided by Chen Mingnan, The clues were far from sufficient. Lin Yuhan arrived at Jiang Weina's residence, tore down the seal on the door, and stealthily entered. Jiang Weina's body had already been removed, and several crucial pieces of evidence had been taken back to the police station. Lin Yuhan donned a pair of white gloves, retrieved his flashlight, and began to search the premises. The atmosphere within the house was still permeated with an aura of death, steeped in a chilling and eerie ambience, with the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air. Assaulting his delicate senses, there exists a superstition that any place where death has occurred is considered ominous. However, such concerns are of little consequence to detectives and police officers. The items in the living room were arranged neatly and cleanly. Yet, as Lin Yuhan observed them, he found it to be somewhat illogical. Jiang Weina, as the owner of a flower shop, would typically keep her room in order, but this particular room was excessively pristine. It was evident that Jiang Weina had returned home in haste for some extraordinary reason. She had not even taken the time to collect her luxurious car left abandoned by the roadside. So how could she have possibly tidied up her room? Even if the room were generally immaculate, there would at least be traces left by her daily life. Yet here, everything was meticulously positioned according to its designated place. Lin Yuhan then proceeded into the bedroom, where a horrifying image flashed through his mind. He seemed to see the headless corpse of a woman seated in the center of a bouquet of roses. Surrounded by candelabras, the scene felt as surreal as a haunting oil painting, depicting a woman engaged in some enigmatic ritual, her head erased from existence. As he blinked, the image vanished, leaving only the emptiness of the bedroom. He fell into deep contemplation, pondering why the murderer would arrange such a bizarre tableau. Did it hold some special significance? The bedroom was spacious, yet furnished sparingly, giving it an air of emptiness. The clothes were neatly folded in the wardrobe. Revealing no abnormalities, after circling the room a few times, Lin Yuhan crouched down to inspect beneath the bed. Dust reflected different shadows in the light, and amidst these shadows lay a distinct trace. He lay on the floor, following the mark, and as he settled into the indentation, he became acutely aware of his own heavy breathing, and an inexplicable sense of oppression emanated from beneath the bed. So that was it, Lin Yuhan mused as he regarded the dust beneath the bed. Someone had been hidden there that day. The space under the bedroom bed, typically inconvenient to clean, would generally accumulate a thick layer of dust. When a person concealed themselves beneath the bed, their body would inevitably leave traces upon the dust-covered floor. If that were the case, the murderer had indeed been hiding there. But why would he choose to conceal himself beneath the bed? The security systems in the villa community were relatively stringent. Anyone who could enter Jiang Weina's home was likely to be an acquaintance. Continuing to shine his flashlight, Lin Yuhan discovered a white fiber. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a bag and carefully placed the fiber inside. He awkwardly maneuvered his body to preserve the integrity of the scene before sliding out along the trace. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm. Damn it! Lin Yuhan yelped in pain. He quickly withdrew his hand and illuminated the area with his flashlight, revealing a protruding nail on the inner side of the bed's edge. How could there be a nail in this place? Lin Yuhan lamented. Was the craftsmanship so shoddy? It was evident that the bed had been carelessly assembled, resulting in a loose nail that had worked its way out over time. Or perhaps vigorous movements on the bed had dislodged it. Lin Yuhan grimaced, leaning towards the latter possibility. He hurried to the restroom, tore off some tissue, and returned to wipe away the bloodstain before preparing to leave. He could not afford to leave his blood at a crime scene. It would only complicate matters in the future. He casually tucked the bloodied tissue into his pocket and walked into the living room when... Suddenly, the door swung open. Soft footsteps echoed outside, followed closely by the appearance of a shadow. The figure clearly noticed Lin Yuhan, as a strong beam of flashlight light was directed at him, blinding his eyes. Lin Yuhan instinctively shielded his face with his hands, only to feel the shadow rush towards him, seizing his wrist and pulling him close, the sound of a fierce wind whistling past his right ear. Are we going to fight? Lin Yuhan's heart raced as he quickly turned his head aside, narrowly avoiding a powerful punch. He crouched low, wrapping his arms around the shadow's left leg, toppling him to the ground. And a scuffle ensued. Both individuals were evidently skilled fighters, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Uncertain how many punches he had endured, Lin Yuhan noticed that his opponent was not faring much better. Blood trickled from the corner of the shadow's mouth, and the flashlight lay discarded nearby. They rolled on the ground, struggling and grappling, each attempting to restrain the other's neck, as their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. They finally recognized one another's faces, both expressing mutual disdain before halting their movements. "What are you doing here?" the shadow demanded, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his lips with a fierce glare. "I'm investigating," Lin Yuhan replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood. "Isn't it late for Captain Wu to be here?" Wu Hao sneered. "Investigating? This is our police business. What does it have to do with you? What right do you have to investigate? I have my own work to attend to." Lin Yuhan feigned a helpless expression. "Why did you resort to violence right away? You should be grateful I didn't pull out my gun." Wu Hao retorted, retrieving the flashlight from the ground. "I thought it was the murderer returning to clean up the scene or some thief." "The murderer? Don't be absurd. The scene has been cleaned so thoroughly that he likely left with the confidence of never returning. With every meticulous detail, isn't it true we found extra footprints and fingerprints? They may not belong to the murderer. They could belong to someone else. This murderer is quite cunning." Wu Hao nodded in agreement. "Lin the detective makes a valid point. So, what have you discovered?" "I doubt, of course." Lin Yuhan paused before squeezing out 4 words. "None of your business." "What do you mean?" Wu Hao's expression darkened, and he stepped closer to Lin Yuhan, threateningly whispering, "Do you believe I can have you locked up for a few days? You just assaulted a police officer." Lin Yuhan's gaze turned icy, undeterred, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Go ahead and try." Wu Hao fell silent, shooting Lin Yuhan a glare from the corner of his eye. "Ha, ha, ha." Suddenly, Wu Hao's anger transformed into laughter as he patted Lin Yuhan on the shoulder. "Don't take it personally, old classmate. It was just a joke. Had I known it was you, I would have hit you a few more times. Why show mercy?" Lin Yuhan shook his head in regret, ignoring Wu Hao's predatory expression as he pulled out a bag from his pocket. "This is what I found beneath the bed in the bedroom. Let's make a deal. You take it back and have it tested. I want results." "Humph," Wu Hao scoffed, accepting the bag. Lin Yuhan took a couple of steps forward but suddenly remembered something and pulled out the bloody tissue from his pocket, tossing it to Wu Hao. "You should test this too. It has my blood and fingerprints on it. See if there are any other traces besides mine." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. "Hey, you're just going to leave like that?" Wu Hao protested. "What else should I do?" Lin Yuhan replied over his shoulder, waving his hand dismissively. "You should thank me. I've saved you a lot of trouble. There's no need to investigate this room further. I've checked everywhere worth checking. Start with what I've given you and see if there are any leads." Chapter 28. Recognize when to yield under the sparse light of the moon? Lin Yuhan stood at the entrance of the Imperial Garden, feeling a considerable headache. Despite his extensive investigation, he had yet to uncover any information of tangible value, namely, direct evidence leading to the identification of the murderer. It seemed he would need to confront that influential figure and gauge the situation. However, such individuals are not easily accessible and require a certain approach. After much contemplation, Lin Yuhan retrieved his phone from his pocket. Inside the luxurious Anaya Hotel, Chen Yuxing was languidly enveloped in the embrace of a woman. His corpulent form was nestled against a stunning beauty, who occasionally lifted her head to smile, revealing a set of pristine, even teeth before burying her face once more into his ample flesh. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Yuxing glanced at the unknown number on the screen and promptly dismissed the call. Such a delightful moment could not be interrupted by a stranger's call. He closed his eyes again, contentedly humming. Yet, less than 5 seconds later, the phone rang once more. "Who on earth is this?" Chen Yuxing muttered in annoyance, again terminating the call. "The vast expanse of the world is my love. Beneath the endless mountains, flowers bloom." Finally, on the 3rd call, his patience waned, and he answered with a terse, irritated tone. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Chen?" The voice on the other end was somber. "I would like to discuss something with you." "May we meet? Who are you?" Chen Yuxing thought the caller must be a fool. Someone of his stature could not simply be summoned by a phone call. "You don't need to know who I am. Just understand that I know you," the caller replied. But before he could finish, Chen Yuxing erupted with curses. "Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses?" After venting his frustration, he hung up. The beauty beside him, her voice muffled, inquired, "What happened, Mr. Chen?" "Nothing. Just encountered a fool. Now, continue." Chen Yuxing closed his eyes, panting heavily. Little did he expect that his moment of ecstasy would last less than 3 seconds before his phone rang again. Infuriated, he picked up the phone, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, only to discover it was a multimedia message. Upon opening it, he found several photos of himself warmly embracing a young woman on a secluded beach road, followed by scenes of many unspeakable events occurring in the nearby grass. The images were so scandalous that he could hardly bear to look at them. Chen Yuxing cursed in shame as cold sweat poured down his body. Who could have taken these photos? How could anyone have followed him to such a remote location without him noticing? At the end of the message was a single line. Mr. Chen, would you like to hear my opinion? Naturally, he would. Chen Yuxing's expression immediately turned serious. If these photos were to be exposed, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but he also risked being investigated by the company. To make matters worse, the beautiful woman from the photos was right beside him, heightening his sense of panic. He hastily dialed back. Brother, is there some misunderstanding between us? The friendly tone made the conversation feel much more comfortable. As they began to address one another as brothers, can Mr. Chen now speak with me properly? Came the calm voice from the other end, and of course, I thought it was a nuisance call at first. Misunderstanding. I think I just heard someone call me an idiot, came the nonchalant reply. Impossible, haha. Chen Yuxing quickly denied. I was talking about myself. What were you saying about yourself? I was saying I'm an idiot. Chen Yuxing gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, his forehead dripping with sweat, unsure if it was from excitement or the heat. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. One must know when to back down. After the awkward laughter subsided, Chen Yuxing became serious and directly asked, how much do you want? Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I can accept it. The best way to handle such situations is to smooth things over. Just like those celebrities, no matter how famous they are, they still fear the likes of Zhuo Wei. Chen Yuxing's response was measured. He aimed to let the other party taste a bit of sweetness while not allowing them to demand too much. However, the reply he received was quite unexpected. No, I don't want your money. What do you want? Chen Yuxing's heart sank. Deals that do not involve money are often the hardest to negotiate. Let's change the topic. Do you know where your wife is going tonight? She's gone to get her hair done. Chen Yuxing finally felt a flicker of anger at the other party's cryptic remarks. What does my wife's whereabouts have to do with you? What if I told you she didn't go to get her hair done? She got into a BMW. This left Chen Yuxing silent. He was unsure of the other party's intentions. The voice on the phone continued. I just want to ask you one thing. After we meet, these photos will be yours, along with your wife's whereabouts for tonight, Mr. Chen. This deal is hardly a loss for you, is it? Is that all? Just that I am a man of my word. A tense silence enveloped the conversation. The sweltering heat made the only sound in the room that of a woman enjoying a popsicle. Finally, after a long pause, Chen Yuxing slowly replied, I'll come over now. Where shall we meet? At LVLV bar. I'll reserve a booth for you. You have 30 minutes, and I won't wait past that. All right. Chen Yuxing pushed the beautiful woman aside, climbed out of bed, quickly dressed, and said to her, I have something to attend to. I can't accompany you tonight, Mr. Chen. The woman pleaded, holding her popsicle in a sweet voice. Behave, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. And while I'm away, don't indulge in too many ice creams. It's not good for your teeth. Chen Yuxing tucked his briefcase under his arm and swiftly headed downstairs. At the LVLV bar in Lanhai City, Lin Yuhan had ordered a table full of drinks and settled into a corner. Men and women in the dance floor swayed passionately, following the DJ's chant of Su Wei Su Wei Su. Moments later, the music shifted to a lively beat of 857, 857, 857. Lin Yuhan suddenly felt out of place amid the vibrant atmosphere. Perhaps he was getting old, or perhaps his mindset had matured. But that didn't make sense. He was only 30. Perhaps it was the system that was too antiquated, having been operational for thousands of years, inherently resistant to new trends and ideas. This side effect manifested in him, surely, just as this thought crossed his mind. He felt an uncontrollable urge to join the dance floor, swaying energetically. A voice in his head scolded him, but Lin Yuhan paid it no mind. If one were to see someone in a suit wearing sunglasses shaking his head in the middle of the dance floor, they would surely burst into laughter. The only thing that matched the nightclub vibe was the sunglasses perched atop Lin Yuhan's head, initially a prop for concealment but inadvertently becoming a fashion statement. The sensation was oddly reminiscent of Psy's Gangnam Style, with his arms striking ridiculous Ultraman poses and moving to the beat, alongside falling confetti and the bar's smoke. It indeed created a unique atmosphere. After the ludicrous dance, Lin Yuhan returned to his booth, panting, only to be greeted by a portly figure. As Chen Yuxing took a seat, he occupied half of the sofa. Meeting here was far better than elsewhere. The dim lighting obscured their features, allowing them to conceal their identities without drawing attention from others. The loud music ensured that no outsiders could overhear their conversation, alleviating fears of eavesdropping or surveillance. Lin Yuhan and Chen Yuxing shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Lin Yuhan's gaze caught a string of yellow rosewood beads on Chen Yuxing's wrist, and he casually asked, Mr. Chen, are you a believer? Brother, you observe with great acuity. Chen Yuxing replied humbly, in business, one must have faith in something for good fortune. He then eagerly inquired, feel free to speak freely. As friends, I will certainly assist you with anything within my power. What's your surname? Lin. There's nothing particularly special about it. Lin Yuhan cut straight to the chase. Mr. Chen, I invited you here mainly to inquire about someone. Do you know Wu Dandan? The mention of this name caused Chen Yuxing's expression to involuntarily shift. Although the lighting was dim, Lin Yuhan could still sense his trembling form. After a 3-second hesitation, he finally replied, Brother, I don't know what you mean. I've never heard of that person. A person under excessive stress often experiences a brief mental pause. And 3 seconds was ample time to indicate Chen Yuxing's familiarity with the name. Lin Yuhan chuckled, generously pouring Chen Yuxing a glass of Corona, raising his own glass. Mr. Chen, your response is somewhat lacking in sincerity. Didn't we agree to be forthright before I came? Chen Yuxing remained silent, eyeing Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan waved the USB drive in his hand, continuing, Perhaps Mr. Chen is unaware of my line of work. If I can capture images of you with other women, I can certainly find out whether you know Wu Dandan. 2 months ago, you drove a luxury car into the school, and many people saw it. This statement served as a veiled threat or suggestion. During negotiations, both parties often probe each other's knowledge, assessing how much the other knows without revealing their full hand. Lin Yuhan pulled out several photos from his pocket, placing them on the table and pointing. These individuals here. If Mr. Chen still cannot recall, I can assist in jogging your memory. Chen Yuxing picked up the photos and pretended to scrutinize them for a long time before finally realizing, oh, this girl. That day our company needed a host for the annual meeting, and she was looking for a part-time job with us. I thought she was a good girl with solid hosting skills. So I let her take the job. We should support and encourage diligent students like Wu Dandan. This statement was so grandiose that it irritated Lin Yuhan immensely. It was likely more than just a simple acquaintance. Lin Yuhan filled Chen Yuxing's glass again and said, All right, we're both reasonable men. Since Mr. Chen is unwilling to speak about this, let us set it aside for now. I would like to ask if you've seen Wu Dandan recently? No, Chen Yuxing hurriedly denied. When was the last time you saw her? Lin Yuhan pressed on. The last time was at the annual meeting. After that, we haven't seen each other again, and we don't have any reason to contact each other since we're both quite busy. Enough already. Lin Yuhan could no longer contain himself. Mr. Chen, our conversation ends here today. You'll see me on trending news tomorrow. Goodbye. Lin Yuhan grasped the USB drive, standing to leave. Hey, wait. Let us talk this over. Sensing Lin Yuhan's intent to expose him, Chen Yuxing quickly rose to block his way. What is there to discuss? Lin Yuhan turned back to Mr. Chen. I brought you here today because I know your relationship with Wu Dandan is far from ordinary. Your evasive tactics are quite frustrating. Do you think I'm playing games with you? Unwilling to resolve the issue, let us not squander each other's time. At this moment, Lin Yuhan began to harbor suspicions that Chen Yuxing was somehow implicated in the disappearance of Wu Dandan. Otherwise, why such an evasive attitude? Has he become accustomed to his official position? Observing the awkwardness etched on Chen Yuxing's face, Lin Yuhan sighed and added, It's hardly surprising. You seek young women outside while your wife goes elsewhere for her hair. You and your spouse lead separate lives, and that hardly hinders either of you. Chen Yuxing's countenance darkened considerably as he pulled Lin Yuhan back to his seat, exhaling deeply. Mr. Lin, please speak your mind. Raising his glass, Lin Yuhan politely clinked it against Chen Yuxing's and stated, Wu Dandan has gone missing. Missing? A fleeting, inscrutable expression crossed Chen Yuxing's face as he inquired, When did this happen? That is for you to answer. Lin Yuhan replied, lifting his gaze. Although obscured by sunglasses, he could still sense Chen Yuxing's discomfort. After a night of pretense, was he not weary? Could it be that he had harmed her and concealed the body? That is impossible. Chen Yuxing hastily refuted, panic evident in his eyes as he nervously fiddled with his fingers. After a moment, he regained his composure and slowly admitted, Since we are already on this topic, I confess there was indeed something, a certain relationship between Dandan and me. The latter part of his sentence bore a tone of sincerity, eschewing the formal address of classmate Wu Dandan in favor of a more personal nickname. Chen Yuxing filled his glass with high-proof whiskey and added a few ice cubes before downing it in one gulp. I have been seeing her for nearly a year now, but her disappearance is genuinely beyond my knowledge. Lin Yuhan refrained from commenting on the words of this prominent businessman and directly posed his inquiry. First question, you must be aware of Wu Dandan renting an apartment off campus? Chen Yuxing nodded. Second question, when was the last time you saw her? Looking thoughtful, Chen Yuxing gazed at the bar's lighting, contemplating for a moment before responding. It must have been last month. Chapter 30. Views on love. Chen Yuxing's complexion flushed as the effects of the alcohol set in, and he became more forthcoming. A sales attendant approached to offer a toast, but Chen Yuxing waved him away impatiently. Such an occasion was not suited for interruptions. Lin Yuhan inquired. Mr. Chen, could you elaborate on your last meeting? Including what transpired afterward, meeting translates to a date. Chen Yusheng finally adopted a candid demeanor. There is no need to detail the date's content. Mr. Lin, if you are so curious, perhaps watch a film. The plot and actions are quite similar. Ahem. Lin Yuhan interjected, placing his hand before him. We can discuss movies later. Do you recall the time? It was around mid-last month. The exact day escapes me. I was quite busy with company matters during that period. And afterward, I had little contact with her. A few days later, she became unreachable, no response to calls or texts. Perhaps she was preoccupied, so I did not pursue it. Though Chen Yusheng's explanation seemed plausible, it incited suspicion within Lin Yuhan. According to Dong Shasha, this real estate mogul should have cared for Wu Dandan. So why the lack of urgency after so many days without contact? Tentatively, Lin Yuhan asked. Are you not concerned that something may have happened to her? Chen Yusheng suddenly chuckled coldly, his slightly inebriated visage displaying a complex array of emotions. If something happened, that would be preferable. I would rather she be gone. Lin Yuhan was taken aback, instinctively sinking deeper into the sofa with his arm resting on the table. Do not get agitated. Murder is not something I would ever consider. Noticing Lin Yuhan's discomfort, Chen Yusheng continued, you know what? She actually demanded that I divorce my wife. How could that be? Words aside, this is merely a dalliance. She sleeps with me, and I indulge her as a matter of courtesy. Does she truly believe she holds such significance? Lin Yuhan understood well the turbulent nature of contemporary society. Many students aspired to leap into affluence, seeking wealthy partners to secure a life free of financial worry. However, such a pursuit came at a cost. Each individual possessed a line that, when crossed, transformed affection into animosity. It was all too easy for one to stray beyond that line. Chen Yusheng took another drink and continued. To put it bluntly, divorcing my wife is not out of the question. I genuinely liked her, and at one point believed I had rediscovered true love and youthful passion. She is young and beautiful, and I would certainly accept her proposal of marriage. But does she think I am oblivious to her true nature? You must be laughing, thinking it absurd for a man of my age to still believe in true love. But love knows no boundaries. Lin Yuhan remained silent, allowing Chen Yusheng to express his thoughts. He raised his glass, clinking it with Chen Yusheng's. As he drank, a sudden hatred ignited in Chen Yusheng's eyes. I treated her well, and how does she repay me? The number of men in her phone is unfathomable. Initially, she claimed I was her top contact, and I was pleased, but later discovered she had over 100 such contacts. She labeled me as AAA Manager Chen of the Blue Earth Group, with notes like Tuesday, can skip home for birthday 625. Look how detailed. Lin Yuhan nearly choked on his beer, almost spraying it across the table. This was utterly outrageous. He envisioned a formidable woman, unperturbed amidst turmoil, effortlessly commanding respect while chaos ensued around her. Such was the true demeanor of a conqueror, the very essence of a general's grace. Each person had their role clearly defined. Chen Yusheng filled Lin Yuhan's glass again, cautioning, do not be alarmed. You would not expect a student to behave so brazenly, would you? Surely, Mr. Lin has had his own experiences with love. I merely wish to discuss our perspectives on it. This statement left Lin Yuhan feeling uncomfortable. It felt awkward for a middle-aged man to delve into such topics with him. However, given the atmosphere, he refrained from interrupting the exuberant businessman, merely stating, I have experienced love in the past, but ultimately, it faded. Chen Yusheng slammed his hand on the table, as if sharing a common grievance, causing the glasses above to clink. We are both lost souls in this world. Must we have met before? What do I mean to her? Just a tool or a pawn. When I bought my wife a necklace, she was jealous. When I dined with my wife, she was jealous. She even imposed rules. I could not spend more than 5 hours with my wife each week, and we could not share a bed more than once a month, requiring my signature to enforce these terms. Spending on my wife was unacceptable, but spending on her was deemed a right. That I ask you, if I divorced my wife, would she marry me? No. Then why should I divorce? Does she believe the world revolves around her? Clearly intoxicated, Chen Yusheng spilled his innermost thoughts to this stranger, who had become a confidant or perhaps a sounding board. Everyone needs an outlet, particularly those under pressure. Months of pent-up resentment erupted at that moment. Lin Yuhan could deeply sense that this businessman had genuinely loved Wu Dandan. Yet, due to their issues, love had soured into resentment. The more one desires, the more one suffers. Possessing the body does not equate to capturing the soul. This was true for both of them. Chen Yusheng sighed and continued, I did indeed have affection for this young lady. However, she is far too shrewd, to the point of self-importance, and she mingles with all sorts. Among the men she notes, One is even a local thug who oversees this nightclub. Though be frank, I visited the school because a young man had been pursuing Dandin for some time. He actually confronted me at my office door, brandishing a knife and threatening me to stay away from Wu Dandin, almost causing a tragedy. Such a thing happened. Lin Yuhan was astounded. Students had become quite reckless. Who would have thought? Chen Yusheng scoffed. That kid even managed to scratch our security guard's arm. Had it not been for Dandin's plea, I would have had him locked up for months, out of respect for her. She intervened in such matters? Lin Yuhan shook his head. While he could understand youthful impulsiveness, such recklessness must come with consequences to impart the harsh realities of society. It was a necessary lesson. I agree, but women are different. They resort to tears and tantrums. Unable to bear it, I let that student go without demanding compensation, and the incident was forgotten. Later, I learned that this very incident became her source of bragging rights. Chapter 31. The apartment key Chen Yusheng swallowed, moistening his throat with beer, and continued, upon returning. She boasted to her classmates and friends, implying that she had saved the day, basking in her newfound status as a powerful figure. Claiming connections to the police and the underworld in Lanhai City, no one could touch her. Wielding a knife was of no consequence. Anyone needing assistance could simply reach out to her. She is unafraid of slipping her tongue. Those in the know are well aware that without me, she is nothing. Chen Yusheng complained incessantly, lamenting how that once beautiful love had soured into resentment. Often, the distance from affection to aversion is but a single step. Lin Yuhan interjected. So you went to their school? Yes, I drove my Rolls Royce to their school, making it clear to that bunch of kids that Wu Dandin is taken, and showing those ignorant, impoverished students just how wealthy I am. They should think twice before bothering me or setting their sights on Dandin. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The harassment from those boys noticeably diminished. What Chen Yusheng termed harassment, Wu Dandin likely perceived as affection. Lin Yuhan admired. I never expected Mr. Chen to act with such loyalty. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yusheng replied, one must be impulsive for love. A man must defend his beauty. Indeed, Mr. Chen speaks wisely. Lin Yuhan agreed wholeheartedly, clinking glasses with him. Tio hell with love. After a round of drinks, Lin Yuhan inquired, how did you come to know all this? Chen Yusheng scoffed. She forced me into a divorce. For a time, I acquiesced, even contemplating a life with her. So, while she slept, I sneakily checked her phone. Little did she know that Apple phone was a gift from me, and I had set it up with my own information, allowing me to unlock it. Strong men have strong allies. Lin Yuhan couldn't help but commend Chen Yusheng, recognizing the prowess in his maneuvering. Yet, as the complaints waned, Chen Yusheng's expression grew melancholic. He sighed heavily. His face clouded with sorrow. Actually, she wasn't like this at the beginning. When we first met, she was a naive junior in college. The memories linger vividly, etched upon Chen Yusheng's weathered visage. Lin Yuhan discerned the helplessness and solitude in his expression. The invincible are often the most lonely. Finally, after a deep contemplation, Chen Yusheng nodded decisively. I truly have no idea where that girl is now. But he produced a key, tossing one onto the table. Yafei apartment. Unit 3, 1102. What do you think, brother? Am I sincere enough? Unspoken between them was the understanding that this was Wu Dandin's former residence. Generous indeed. Since you are so forthcoming, this photograph is yours. Lin Yuhan tossed the USB drive into his hands. No backups. An exclusive resource. If any issues arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. They had conversed all night, finally uncovering a piece of useful information. Brother, I trust you to handle this, and about my wife. Oh, indeed. Lin Yuhan retrieved a pen and swiftly jotted down a number on a sticky note. If I'm not mistaken, it's a BMW 7 Series, license plate www.byqyusin.com. Around 9 tonight. It went to DJing Garden. Is there a salon there? The answer was glaringly evident. Lin Yuhan feigned nonchalance in his inquiry, yet Chen Yusheng's expression suddenly shifted to one of horror. DJing Garden. He inhaled sharply, his plump face contorting in a moment of strange turmoil, only to revert to calmness in an instant. Lin Yuhan caught the fleeting change in his demeanor. Have you been there, Mr. Chen? How could that be possible? Chen Yusheng hurriedly denied, as if confronted by a terrifying specter. Why would I ever go to such a place? Lin Yuhan shot him an incredulous glance, continuing to drink. Chen Yusheng downed another beer, tugging at Lin Yuhan's sleeve. Shall we head upstairs for a dance? Who would have thought? Mr. Chen has such hobbies. Lin Yuhan replied, bemused. One must maintain a youthful spirit. I frequent this bar, occasionally indulging in dance to relish the joys of youth. Perhaps not. I have no desire to dance in the middle of the floor with an older man. I must take my leave. There are many matters to attend to. He pointed to the table of uneaten drinks. The bill. Oh, I understand. I'll cover it. No problem. The affluent boss casually scanned his phone, settling a 2,000 yuan tab before strutting to the dance floor. His ample form jiggled like a character from a cartoon, oddly endearing. After a trip to the restroom, Lin Yuhan exited just in time to pass by the dance floor, where he observed Chen Yusheng lost in the rhythm, sweat soaking through his shirt, obliviously shedding his top and greeting a nearby man wearing sunglasses with unrestrained enthusiasm. Brother Lin, I thought you weren't dancing. Yet here you are. The man, caught off guard, could only awkwardly endure. The gold chain around his neck indicated he was not to be trifled with, so he chose silence. Lin Yuhan approached, patting Chen Yusheng on the shoulder. Mr. Chen, I'm right here. You've mistaken me for someone else. I must be on my way. Chen Yusheng turned to see Lin Yuhan behind him, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Lin. Farewell, goodbye. As Lin Yuhan departed, a sinister smile crept across Chen Yusheng's face. Mr. Lin, I wish you luck. Yafei Apartment, Unit 3, 1102. Lin Yuhan unlocked the door, entering a lavish hotel-style apartment in Lanhai City. The serene atmosphere, away from the clamor, offered a breathtaking ocean view. A refreshing sense of tranquility. As he fumbled for the light switch, he noted the opulence of Wu Danden's rented room, with a living area boasting an unmatched sea vista, likely commanding a monthly rent exceeding 5,000 yuan. Just as he contemplated entering, hurried footsteps echoed from the bedroom. Was someone in the apartment? The bedroom door swung open, revealing a youth on the threshold. Their surprised expressions mirrored one another. Who are you? Lin Yuhan barely managed to ask before the youth lunged at him furiously. You scoundrel, return Danden to me with that. A razor-sharp dagger emerged from behind him. The youth brandished the knife, aiming for Lin Yuhan's abdomen. Before he could close the distance, he was seized by an overwhelming force. Lin Yuhan gripped the boy's wrist, twisting it downward, and swiftly pinned him to the ground. Chapter 32. The Frenzied Youth. Who are you? Lin Yuhan demanded, wrenching the dagger from the youth's grasp. I should be asking you that. The boy writhed like a slippery fish. Let me go. Let you go? On what grounds? Lin Yuhan scoffed. Are you relying on your good looks or the size of your face? He tapped the dagger against the boy's cheek. Your attempt to commit murder today gives me ample reason to call the police and have you locked up for a few days. Do you understand? You think I fear you? The youth retorted defiantly. You scoundrels who harmed Danden. I want you all to die. Clearly, he was deranged. Lin Yuhan pressed a foot onto him. First, I don't even know who this Danden is. Second, I have no connection to her. Do you think such foolishness will win a girl's affection? Your madness will only drive others away from you. No, that is impossible. The boy seethed, struggling with all his might. She loves me. She said she liked me. His eyes were brimming with madness and denial. Some individuals reside in their own worlds, conflating infatuation with insanity, allowing desire to cloud their judgment. In the end, they unknowingly lose their sanity, failing to understand love and instead embracing selfishness, sacrificing everything to satisfy their own obsessions, treating others' lives as mere trifles. They believe they love another, when in truth, they only love themselves. Lin Yuhan resolved to call the police. Such matters were best left to authorities to prevent further reckless actions. Soon, law enforcement arrived, escorting both individuals away. After a lengthy interrogation, the youth revealed his motives. He claimed to be a classmate of Wu Danden, named Wang Zidi, one of her suitors. He professed his deep love for her, having spun elaborate fantasies of their life together filled with romantic tales, to the point where he could no longer distinguish between reality and imagination, believing his fabrications to be true. However, Lin Yuhan learned that Wu Danden merely toyed with his feelings, never intending to acknowledge a boyfriend status, yet shamelessly indulging in his affections. Overthinking leads to delusion. Living in one's own world breeds misunderstanding. Wang Zidi admitted that he had been unable to contact Wu Danden for several days, causing him great distress. By chance, he spotted a social media post from her, deducing her location from the surroundings and the photos, and thus he had come to the apartment, inquiring at the front desk for her room number. Prince D waited at the door for an extended period, growing increasingly anxious as Wu Danden did not return. Suddenly, it occurred to him that many people have the habit of hiding spare keys beneath the doormat. With a sense of hope, he began to search the vicinity and indeed managed to find one. Thus, he decided to wait inside the apartment. This waiting extended over a month, and he treated the place as if it were his own, indulging in eating, drinking, and other mundane activities. However, he did not catch even a glimpse of Wu Dandan. Today, upon hearing someone enter, he assumed it was Wu Dandan's lover returning, which prompted his impulsive actions. After being educated by the police, he recognized the error of his ways and sincerely pleaded for leniency. Unfortunately, having been detained, it was unlikely he would leave without serving time. Although he had wielded a knife without causing harm, detention was inevitable. Lin Yuhan found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to label the youth as infatuated or simply foolish. His obsession was unerringly intense. If Wu Dandan were indeed involved with such a person, her life would likely be fraught with difficulties. Yet, she did not seem to reject him, displaying a troubling sense of equality. It appeared that this Prince D was indeed the youth causing a ruckus outside Chen Yoshing's office. Wu Dandan's decision to protect him was undoubtedly a grave mistake. Individuals like him required rehabilitation. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Lin Yuhan's mind. Could this Prince D, driven by love, turn to hatred, commit an extreme act against Wu Dandan? History is rife with cases where men, deeply enamored with their wives, resorted to murder, preserving their beloved as a morbid keepsake, ensuring they would remain together eternally. Had Prince D truly been waiting outside Yafei's apartment all this time merely for Wu Dandan's return? Such fixation was indeed alarming. There must be more clues within the apartment. After leaving the police station, Lin Yuhan returned to the apartment. Without the frenzied youth present, he sensed an eerie atmosphere enveloping the space. A foul stench permeated the room, reminiscent of putrid refuse mingled with decaying flesh, akin to the odor near a summer garbage heap. The source of this repugnant smell emanated from the kitchen, and as Lin Yuhan approached, he was confronted with a mountain of takeout containers. Discarded and half-eaten remnants were haphazardly piled around the trash can, occupying a significant portion of the kitchen. The broth at the bottom had begun to mold, festooned with green mold spores, releasing a rancid aroma. It was evident that Prince D had subsisted on takeout for an entire month, rendering the kitchen a veritable disaster. Should Wu Dandan discover this mess, he would surely face dire consequences. The current generation seems utterly careless, allowing their living spaces to descend into such squalor. Furthermore, how could they endure such a foul-smelling environment? Lin Yuhan shook his head in resignation, his gaze drifting past the takeout boxes. Next to them, more takeout boxes. Various refuse and plastic bags were crammed into transparent storage containers, carelessly tossed on the floor. Lin Yuhan felt a sense of familiarity with these storage boxes, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. Nonetheless, their shape struck him as odd. Continuing his exploration, his attention fell upon the massive double-door refrigerator. This luxurious apartment was equipped with the finest appliances, including a high-end Kasroot refrigerator, a staggering meter wide and 2 meters tall, costing nearly 20,000 yuan. One's taste could often be discerned from their refrigerator. Those with aspirations prioritize quality, for they store an array of fine wines, gourmet dishes, or high-end cosmetics and skincare products within. It was likely that this refrigerator had been a gift from Chen Yoshing to Wu Dandan. As the ancients said, the rich feast while the poor freeze. Many live in poverty, while others lavishly spend for their lovers. As Lin Yuhan approached the bedroom, a sudden thought halted him. He turned back toward the refrigerator, his expression one of shock. No wonder the storage boxes in the kitchen seemed so familiar and peculiar. He realized they were the dividers from the freezer section of the refrigerator. Now, all had been removed, indicating that the freezer required a vast, sealed space. Lin Yuhan hurriedly advanced to the refrigerator, yanking the freezer door open with force. Inside, a headless corpse was awkwardly crammed into the compartment. The body had long since frozen solid. A thin layer of frost encasing it, a cloud of cold air gathered around the refrigerator, as if the corpse were exhaling white smoke. To be precise, the corpse was not headless. Rather, it bore a false head. A plastic mannequin's head had been affixed to the neck of the body in a grotesque and jarring manner. The mannequin's lips were smeared with thick lipstick, and its face appeared to have been liberally dusted with makeup, clearly having been meticulously adorned. The dry hair was adorned with hairpins. Its expression, a rigid smile, appeared unervingly strange, resembling a clown wearing a mask. The woman's figure was not perfect. Indeed, she was somewhat plump, her legs thicker. Yet her upper body remained prominent. She bore a resemblance in height and physique to Wu Dandan. Lin Yuhan, unfamiliar with women, could not fathom Wu Dandan's allure that captivated so many men. Carefully, he extricated the corpse from the refrigerator and laid it flat on the ground, exerting considerable effort to detach the artificial head from the neck. Determining the time of death of a frozen corpse is challenging without specialized equipment. However, The knife marks on the neck corresponded with the head he had found in the refrigerator. This was undoubtedly Wu Danden's body. She had indeed perished. Such a blossoming young woman had met her untimely demise, and that individual named Prince D had cohabited with Wu Danden's corpse for nearly a month. Was it love or a psychological distortion? The depths of love can be terrifyingly unfathomable. At that moment, Lin Yuhan finally grasped the situation. No wonder Prince D had displayed such a strong reaction at the police station. He must have feared that the secrets within this apartment would be uncovered. Lin Yuhan opened the system's task menu and mentally input Wu Danden's name. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, successfully confirming the identity of the deceased. Reputation points 10. Task reward, intermediate hacking skills. Reward description, intermediate hacking skills can decipher basic program codes, identify network vulnerabilities, infiltrate computer or network systems, and extract basic information from computers on the internet. However, modifications cannot be made, as they will leave traces. This skill carries risks. Please choose wisely. Task reward, claim discard, claim. This skill was immensely practical for Lin Yuhan. Although he was a detective, he had not specialized in cybersecurity during his police training and lacked any formal education in related subjects. His computer knowledge was limited to basic operations. Acquiring hacking skills would undoubtedly aid him in solving cases. Ding ding, claim successful, skill distribution in progress. A slight dizziness washed over Lin Yuhan, his consciousness becoming murky as darkness enveloped him. Moments later, a torrent of program codes, numerical symbols, and letters shimmering with white light surged into his mind, coalescing into intricate equations, ultimately forming a dense stream of moving code. His mind was flooded with this information, akin to a computer being hacked, displaying an array of garbled text. Yet, Lin Yuhan's thoughts grew clearer alongside the cascading codes. Eventually, the codes faded and clarity returned to the world. The skill had been successfully integrated. Lin Yuhan could distinctly feel an additional memory area had been activated in his brain, containing a rotation of various programs. At that moment, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding dong, you have a new system task? Please check. Promptly check. Having tasted success, Lin Yuhan eagerly sought the next task within his mind. Main task. Determine the cause of Wu Danden's death and bring the perpetrator to justice. Must be completed. Side task. Investigate the cause of Jiang Weina's death and bring the perpetrator to justice. Completion yields additional rewards. Hidden task. Unknown. Unlocking hidden tasks grants hidden rewards. As expected, the anticipated had arrived. In truth, he had already investigated half of this case. As a competent detective, he should see it through to the end. However, he had not anticipated that the system would offer a buy one get one free service, including side and hidden tasks. Lin Yuhan bent down, reattaching the mannequin head, and carefully returned the corpse to the refrigerator. Relying on his memory, he meticulously restored the scene to its original state, ensuring the corpse's angle and head direction matched precisely. Having completed this task, he firmly closed the refrigerator door, sealing away the horrifying sight. No wonder Prince D had reacted so dramatically upon Lin Yuhan's entrance. It turned out Wu Danden had long been dead. Yet, this did not absolve him of the suspicion of having murdered her. Many psychologically disturbed killers have brutally slain their beloved, shifting blame onto others. For instance, there had been cases where a husband, enraged by his wife's infidelity with a neighbor, killed her but believed the true culprit was the neighbor, subsequently enacting a vengeful plan against the neighbor's family. Humanity often struggles to discern the truth within themselves, convinced they are perpetually in the right. Especially in matters of love, it seems that any action taken is justified. However, regardless of who was responsible for Wu Danden's demise, the severed head of the model was undoubtedly the handiwork of Wang Zidi. He was deeply enamored with his beloved and could not tolerate any imperfections in her, even in death. Thus, he procured a false head to affix to Wu Danden's lifeless body, conjuring the illusion that she was still alive, vigilantly guarding this cold corpse, this coffin-like refrigerator, for an entire month. The leftover meals in the kitchen were not due to an inability to consume them. Rather, he ordered 2 portions each time, fantasizing about sharing meals and even sharing a bed with Wu Danden. What does this reveal? He must be quite affluent, at least a second-generation rich kid, to sustain a month-long habit of ordering double takeout. Each day, he adorned Wu Danden, despite his eccentricity in doing so, and he remained unfazed by the grotesque nature of his actions. Had no one discovered him, he might have continued this peculiar existence indefinitely. Lin Yuhan endured the foul stench within the apartment and moved to the window of the luxurious abode. Before him lay the vast sea. Under the cloak of night, the waves danced with beguiling ripples. Mingling with the roar of the ocean, he abruptly flung open the window, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in. As he reveled in the caress of the CAI in that moment, he seemed to glimpse the essence of love. The poet Hai Zi once proclaimed, "Stranger, I also bless you. May you have a brilliant future. May you find your beloved. May you attain happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea." With spring flowers blooming, Chapter 34, a cad or not, Lin Yuhan departed the apartment, discovering a medical record and a photo album in Wu Dandan's bedroom, alongside a handwritten note. The medical record indicated that Wu Dandan had undergone dental correction and cleaning on the 23rd of last month. Curiously, she had previously received treatment at the Central City Hospital from Wang Yuan. Yet this time she had opted for Yikong Dental Clinic. It seemed illogical. Patients typically preferred familiar, trustworthy doctors. Wu Dandan had already had 2 surgeries with Wang Yuan. Why this sudden change for the third? The photo album bore the label of Yuan Photography Studio, with the shoot dated the 25th of last month. All the photographs featured close-ups of her head, some focusing on her mouth. In the images, Wu Dandan's smile was exceptionally sweet, with angles and lighting that evoked an inexplicable longing. This revelation narrowed the timeline of Wu Dandan's death further. The significance of these photographs eluded Lin Yuhan, yet he sensed a chill emanating from them, as they depicted precisely the areas where Wu Dandan had been dismembered. The handwritten note contained 4 meticulously arranged rows of English letters, resembling words, yet consisting of only 2 or 3 letters, followed by Arabic numerals. Some words bore special markings, while others were obscured by carbon ink. Lin Yuhan felt an unsettling strangeness surrounding this note, prompting him to pocket it. As the morning sun warmed the earth, Lin Yuhan, weary from fatigue, sought out a breakfast stall nearby. While enjoying his meal, he inquired of the vendor if they had seen Wu Dandan. But to no avail. It seemed that students these days rose quite late, and the breakfast stall had already closed upon their awakening. However, a nurse from a nearby pharmacy, sipping soy milk, approached him excitedly, exclaiming, "I know her." "How do you know her?" he inquired. "She often comes to our store for medicine." "What kind of medicine? Is she ill?" The question seemed accusatory. "Not exactly ill, but she frequently bought emergency contraceptive pills, sometimes consuming them for a week straight. I advised her, 'Young lady, this isn't good for your health,' but she ignored me. Occasionally, she also purchased Durex condoms, buying several boxes at once." Lin Yuhan's eyes widened. The nurse seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. "You're not her boyfriend, are you?" "How could that be?" Lin Yuhan shook his head. "If I were her boyfriend, why would she need so many?" Yet, after uttering those words, he felt an uncomfortable twinge, as if scolding himself. The nurse regarded him with disdain, remarking, "True, you don't seem like the type. What a shame for such a handsome facade. If a man is inept, his looks are of no consequence." The adage rang true. Handsome men often prove to be lacking. Coughing violently, Lin Yuhan interjected, "Allow me to clarify. First, I am capable. I am quite adept. Secondly, that much is hardly necessary for one person. Wouldn't you agree?" "That does hold some truth," that the nurse pondered, her expression shifting to delight. "Handsome guy, how about we add each other on WeChat? I could give you a discount on condoms when you come by the pharmacy." "Adding you on WeChat is fine, but purchasing is out of the question." "Do you think I'm inflating balloons?" Lin Yuhan retorted, pulling out his phone. "Well, you don't go there often, do you? Then, it seems you're saying I'm inept." The nurse glanced at the business card, casting Lin Yuhan a scornful look. "I am capable," he shouted in frustration. "Then you must be a cad." This was certainly a difficult question to answer. Was he inept or a cad? After careful consideration, Lin Yuhan opted for the latter. Being a cad seemed decidedly more enjoyable than being inept. "My name is Huang Fu Luchi, and what is yours?" "Change my contact name to Cad Brother." Her carefree demeanor was infuriating, yet as a man, he felt helpless. Anger waned, but irritation lingered. "My surname is Lin," he replied coldly. "Then I shall call you Lin Cit." Seemed she was displeased with the lack of a full name. "Suit yourself." Lin Yuhan tucked away his phone, finding this name far superior to Lin the Inept. He initially intended to inquire further from the nurse, but reconsidered. Her casual nature likely yielded little valuable information. With parting words, he resolved to visit the police station, bearing an item for his junior. "Senior, you arrived just in time. Team Wu asked me to bring you something." Chun Mingnan produced a test report for Lin Yuhan. This white fiber is a textile fiber, high-end, crafted using advanced modified nanotechnology. Its flexibility and breathability are excellent, commonly used in outerwear, such as jackets and sun protective clothing. However, we need to compare it to identify the specific material. Honestly, there are too many white fabrics, and this could merely be a thread for mending. Then please do your best. Inform me of the results, Lin Yuhan ordered without a hint of sympathy. Huh? Chen Mingnan looked stunned. Senior, you're misusing police resources. I'll need an extra chicken leg for this. Enough. I suspect that your deputy team leader shares my sentiment, Lin Yuhan replied with a knowing glance. Chen Mingnan made a face. Her embarrassment evident. What about the toilet paper you gave our captain? It tested positive for blood. That's mine, Lin Yuhan interrupted. Is there anything else? There are 2 sets of fingerprints. One is yours. The other is unknown. It does not match any of the other fingerprints we previously collected from Jiang Weina's residence. Indeed. I understand. Lin Yuhan handed a set of photographs to Chen Mingnan. Please analyze the fingerprints on these photos and compare them with the ones you previously collected to see if there are any matches. This is. Chen Mingnan accepted the photographs, exclaiming, Wow, who is she? She is stunning, a missing girl. Lin Yuhan did not disclose Wu Dandan's fate directly. He had amassed considerable information and feared excessive police involvement would disrupt his investigative process. Missing? Chen Mingnan expressed confusion. I haven't heard of such a beautiful girl among the missing persons. Naturally, if no one reports it, you wouldn't know, Lin Yuhan explained. I learned of her disappearance from her friends. Does she have any connection to this case? Should I report this to my superiors? Chen Mingnan asked. Lin Yuhan quickly shook his head. No need. I'm not certain of her relevance to this case yet. Just help me check the fingerprints. Understood. Chen Mingnan returned to the precinct. Chapter 35. Fingerprints inside the office building. Wu Hao inquired, Junior, what did Lin Yuhan say? Not much. He shares your line of thought. He asked me to determine the material of that white fiber. And also, Chen Mingnan produced the photographs. He asked me to investigate the fingerprints in these photos. Fingerprints? Wu Hao scrutinized the images for some time. The girl is indeed quite beautiful. Is she connected to this case? The senior mentioned his uncertainty as Chen Mingnan carefully placed the photographs into an evidence bag, stating that they needed to be tested to ascertain the results. Wasting time on trivial matters was perplexing. Were they to subject everything to scrutiny, as if they had an abundance of communal resources to squander? After all, they were police officers, not personal detective aides for Lin Yuhan. Wu Hao, dissatisfied, shook his head and retrieved the photographs. Discarding them into the trash as he strode toward his desk, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and fish the photographs out of the bin. Forget it. Let us just proceed, as he suggested. Yes, Captain Wu. Lin Yuhan felt an overwhelming fatigue. Countless enigmas and prolonged work had eroded his resolve. He sought a tranquil corner within the bustling city to rest, perhaps beneath a bridge, in a CAF. Or on a park bench. He resembled a vagabond or a scavenger, adapting to wherever he found himself, making do with any place. Lin Yuhan was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Life had likely rendered him incapable of such. Just as he drifted into a hazy slumber for an hour, he was jolted awake by the urgent ring of his phone. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Hello? Lin Yuhan answered without glancing at the screen. He had recently developed a fondness for this ringtone, which felt like a summons from all corners. Is this Mr. Lin? The voice on the other end was one he had only just become familiar with the previous day. Is this you, President Chen? Lin Yuhan inquired. Yes, Chen Yusheng replied, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Mr. Lin, you've broken your word. The information you provided was incorrect. How so? Lin Yuhan was confident in his memory. I had someone investigate. That vehicle is not in Lanhai City but in Wuhu. Moreover, it is not a BMW but an old Santana. Wuhu? Lin Yuhan pondered, realizing that over 300 kilometers separated Wuhu from Lanhai City, indicating they were indeed not referring to the same vehicle. He meticulously recalled the details he had observed the previous day and asked, President Chen, I am certain I did not misread the license plate. Is it possible it was a cloned vehicle? That is indeed possible. Chen Yusheng suddenly recognized the implication. Mr. Chen, I pride myself on my integrity in business. This matter is not insurmountable. With your extensive connections, surely you could have someone check the neighborhood surveillance footage? Well, we did check. Chen Yusheng replied, somewhat helplessly. However, the footage from last night was deleted, and after a thorough investigation, we found nothing. Mr. Lin, could you assist me in investigating that BMW? Lin Yuhan responded with a tone of resignation. President Chen, investigating cloned vehicles falls outside my jurisdiction and business scope. You ought to address this with the traffic management department. How would I even present that? Am I to say my wife is unfaithful and got into a cloned vehicle, and I wish to investigate? Chen Yusheng's voice grew agitated. Clearly an impossible task. Then it's your concern. I suggest you consider having someone follow her next time she visits a salon. We frequently handle such cases. After offering this constructive suggestion, Lin Yuhan promptly ended the call. He had encountered numerous clients who, After a project concluded, continued to reach out endlessly. However, business required a balance. Once a project was finished, it should not consume more time unless the client was willing to pay extra. That was the principle. Yet, the cloned vehicle presented a conundrum. The fact that the other party could delete the footage suggested they were meticulous, possibly even renting the car. Investigating this would entail considerable effort. Nowadays, people were remarkably cautious. Even about something as trivial as a haircut. Upon reflection, it made sense. Carelessness could lead to complications. Additionally, having a close friend testify could backfire if the friend misspoke. Lin Yuhan called Dong Shasha to confirm details about Wu Danden's social media activity, but Dong Shasha reported that Wu Danden had not posted any photos revealing her residence. The most recent set of images was from a pedestrian street, with the top post reading, "Even if the days to come leave me solitary, I shall face life with courage." This statement bore no real significance. It seemed merely a sentimental musing, ostensibly expressing motivation, yet subtly signaling her lack of affection to those in her social circle. Lin Yuhan could envision the multitude of likes and comments beneath that post. Dong Shasha informed him that Wu Danden was very cautious about her life. Every photo was meticulously edited before sharing. Many pursued her, and should anyone discover her whereabouts, they would flock to find her. Thus, she would certainly not post anything as Prince D had described. This raised a perplexing question. Had Prince D lied? Perhaps following Wu Danden himself? Or had someone deleted Wu Danden's social media updates? While he pondered this, his phone rang again. It was Chen Mingnan. "Hello, senior. We have a situation," Chen Mingnan exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. "Among the photographs you provided, besides your fingerprints, there is another person's fingerprint. Upon comparison, it matches the fingerprint on Jiang Weina's water cup and door handle. Where did these photographs originate?" Lin Yuhan contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. "That fingerprint belongs to Chen Yusheng." These were the photographs Lin Yuhan had handed to Chen Yusheng the previous night at IT. Was evidently impossible to overtly collect a corporate executive's fingerprints for investigation. So Lin Yuhan had employed a clever ruse. He had presented Wu Danden's photograph to Chen Yusheng for identification, thus acquiring his fingerprints. This suggested that on the day of Jiang Weina's murder, Chen Yusheng had indeed visited her residence. Is he the Chen Yusheng from Landy Group? Chen Mingnan inquired, having heard of his reputation. "Yes," Lin Yuhan affirmed. "Then I'll consult Wu Hao," Chen Mingnan muttered before hanging up. Though merely a forensic expert, she understood the gravity of the situation. Interrogating the president of Landy Group would not be a straightforward task. Given the current circumstances, it could only be classified as an inquiry. The fingerprints alone could not definitively label him as Jiang Weina's murderer. It merely indicated suspicion. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhan was lost in thought. It appeared that the president of Landy Group indeed knew Jiang Weina, which explained his alarm upon hearing the name of the Imperial Garden. Yet, why had he given Lin Yuhan the key to Yafei apartment? Did he genuinely believe Wu Danden was still alive? Or had he claimed to have managed the scene so effectively that he had no fear of anyone discovering anything? Alternatively, perhaps this busy executive simply had not found the time to visit Wu Danden's residence. Lin Yuhan considered another possibility. Wu Danden may have forbidden him from doing so. Dong Shasha had once recounted Wu Danden's philosophy. Every fish in the pond must feel like the most special one. Hence, arrangements had to be meticulously planned, much like how she had noted Chen Yusheng's name, determining when each fish could come and when they could not, all contingent upon Wu Danden's approval. It was akin to a fishing expert in a game, releasing a cannon to net a bounty of coins. When fortune smiled, they might even score extra rewards. Knowing when to release the cannon, which fish merited capture, and which did not, all hinged on seizing the right moment. Chapter 36. Encountering the female corpse again. Lin Yuhan arrived at Akong Dental Clinic with Wu Danden's photographs and medical records. "Mr. Lin, you understand the protocol. We cannot casually disclose client information." The same dubious doctor greeted him, still accepting bribes. The shifty expression on his face was unmistakable as he smiled and said, "This girl. I've seen her before. Get to the point," Lin Yuhan urged. "Do you know why she sought dental work? What was her purpose for coming that day?" "Well, I was quite surprised by her teeth," the doctor replied after some thought. Her teeth were already very straight and attractive, so there was no real need for correction. However, she mentioned she wanted to shoot a dental advertisement, and thus it was imperative for her teeth to appear flawless. "So we took on the job. Oh, I see." Lin Yuhan understood. "I performed minor dental repairs and adjustments to enhance her appearance and gave her a cleaning. Frankly, I felt these procedures were unnecessary since dental advertisements typically undergo extensive post-processing and retouching. I know many models with less appealing teeth who land such gigs. But, after all, the customer is always right. If money is offered, Why not? Though the doctor was greedy, he did not hide his thoughts. The girl's obsession with beauty and her image had reached a point of fastidiousness, which was a compliment, as women often wish to present their most beautiful selves to the world. Anything else? Lin Yuhan inquired. Other than that, let me think. Oh, right. She came in with a wealthy businessman. I remember distinctly, he was quite portly, sitting quietly beside her, not speaking a word, and he covered all the expenses. Is this the person? Lin Yuhan produced a photograph of Chen Yuxing to show him. Ah, indeed. It is this individual. The original physician nodded. Evidently Mr. Lin is quite well informed. This leads us to understand the photographs featuring only close-ups of the head or mouth. They were all advertisements shot by Wu Dandan, though the specific placement remains uncertain. Lin Yuhan paid another visit to the photography studio to confirm the shooting details. According to the recollections of the photographer from Yuan Studio, Chen Yuxing accompanied Wu Dandan that day. During their conversation, it was mentioned that this set of photographs was intended for two to be selected for the newly developed Chunjiang Tianjing real estate project, with the advertisement aimed at promoting the dental services of the city center hospital. Lin Yuhan consulted a map and discovered that Chunjiang Tianjing belongs to the Landy Group, which is under Chen Yuxing's domain. This raises intriguing questions. Why was the advertisement for the city center hospital ultimately shot at Yikang Dental Clinic? Lin Yuhan called Wang Yueran to inquire about the situation. Wang Yueran stated that they had commissioned an advertising company for the campaign, with the specifics being overseen by senior management, of which he was not fully informed. As for why Wu Dandan did not undergo surgery there, he was equally in the dark, suggesting that perhaps their paths had not crossed recently, or due to his busy schedule, he was unable to secure an appointment, prompting Wu Dandan to seek treatment elsewhere. After all, Yikang's credentials in Lanhai City are among the finest, especially within the realm of private hospitals. Upon returning to the office, Lin Yuhan spread out all the materials on his desk, repeatedly examining the three items found at Yafei apartment: photographs, a medical record book, and an enigmatic handwritten note. He relished delving into the minutiae of problems, convinced that there lay some issue or connection, yet he could not discern any clues. His mind felt as though it were on the verge of explosion. The prolonged work had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and before he realized it, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, Lin Yuhan was awakened by hunger. In his dreams, he found himself ravenously gnawing on a pig's trotter. Yet the more he chewed, the hungrier he became, his stomach emitting gurgling sounds. Upon opening his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Struggling to rise from the sofa, he prepared a package of delectable gung shifu braised beef noodles. Just as he took his first bite, a shrill phone ring interrupted him. "Hello, big guy. What's the matter?" Lin Yuhan mumbled with mouthfuls of noodles. "Senior, another person has died." Chan Mingnan's voice was laced with anxiety. "Dead? That's a matter for your precinct. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Yuhan switched his phone to speaker mode and tossed it aside, drinking deeply from his bowl. "The deceased is namely you. Just like Jiang Weina, her head has been severed." Cough, cough, cough. The soup he had just sipped spewed forth, splattering his phone and desk. The shock nearly caused Lin Yuhan to cough up blood. Noticing something amiss, Chen Mingnan asked over the phone, "Hello, senior. What's wrong? Are you listening?" "I am. Go on," Lin Yuhan replied, fumbling for a tissue to wipe his mouth. The time of death was around 4 in the morning. The murderer had pierced the victim's heart with a short knife, killing her on the spot, and subsequently severed her head. "I thought you were looking into Jiang Weina's case, and I find these two cases remarkably similar. Hence I wanted to inform you." "Where is the body?" Lin Yuhan inquired. "It's still at the crime scene, South Lake Park. I am currently conducting the autopsy. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Inform your Captain Wu to grant me access." Lin Yuhan discarded the noodles, dashed downstairs, and hailed a taxi straight to South Lake Park, Liu. This name struck a familiar chord. He had no time to ponder further. But within him stirred an instinct that this Liu was indeed Chen Yuxing's wife, the tall beauty he had fortuitously encountered before at Dinka Financial in a wooded area of South Lake Park. Police tape cordoned off the surroundings. Wu Hao was scouring the area when he spotted the approaching Lin Yuhan. "Detective Lin, your presence is always anticipated." Wu Hao straightened his posture. "BY writes, as we investigate. You should not be permitted on the scene." "Spare me the pleasantries," Lin Yuhan interrupted Wu Hao's ramblings, striding past him towards the site. "Let me see the body first." Observing Lin Yuhan's hurried retreat, Wu Hao stood rooted in surprise. "Oh, the audacity. What an attitude," Wu Hao muttered discontentedly, yet he did not impede Lin Yuhan's actions. "Senior," Chen Mingnan, spotting Lin Yuhan, waved at him as if he were a beacon of hope. Once he approached, she elaborated, "Look, This stab wound penetrated deeply, nearly 10 centimeters. The assailant was exceedingly brutal, aiming for her life. It directly severed the victim's chest artery, causing massive blood loss. She had no time to cry for help before succumbing. Lin Yuhan focused on the body nestled in the grass, finally comprehending why Chen Mingnan noted the similarities between the two cases. The woman in the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Weina. Both positioned in full exposure, yet distinct in that her hands were clasped together, resembling a devout prayer from Buddhist rituals. The head had also been severed, presenting a chilling sight. Were there any other discoveries at the scene? Lin Yuhan inquired. We found the victim's wallet in the grass, confirming her identity as Li Yu, a business supervisor at Dinka Financial, Chen Mingnan continued. Lin Yuhan inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was her. Chen Mingnan added, this morning, several elderly gentlemen out for their morning exercise stumbled upon the corpse and reported it. One elderly man, with a weak heart, nearly fainted from shock and had to call for an ambulance. Wu Hao approached Lin Yuhan, his expression grave. So, detective, any new insights? What do you think motivated the murderer? If I knew why, what need would I have for you? Lin Yuhan retorted, then proceeded with his analysis. This murderer is exceptionally ruthless. I suspect this was a premeditated act. Observe the stab wound to the chest. It appears arbitrary, as if born of impulse, yet it precisely targeted the central area, severing the victim's artery. This suggests the assailant is either highly skilled or possesses knowledge of human anatomy. That perspective seems somewhat one-sided. Wu Hao countered it could merely be a stroke of luck. The chest is a small target, and a single thrust could accidentally hit it. Indeed, that is a possibility, Lin Yuhan conceded without outright dismissing him, yet he presented his view. However, the likelihood of such precision happening by chance seems quite low. Wu Hao chewed his lip, his gaze fixated on the body, falling silent, knowing that discussion would yield little until the autopsy results were available. At that moment, an officer approached with a bag of evidence containing a sharp blade. Stained with a significant amount of blood. Wu Captain, we found this in the nearby underbrush. It should be the murder weapon, the officer stated. Wu Hao examined the knife, noting its ordinary appearance, a common fruit knife. Nothing extraordinary. It's likely the assailant dropped it while fleeing. Have it sent to the evidence lab for analysis. The crime scene was situated near the edge of South Lake. Based on the position of the corpse and the bloodstains on the ground, there was no indication of a body being discarded. The area was relatively secluded with few visitors. Numerous willow trees lined the lakeside, and the body lay beneath one, surrounded by lush grass. Lin Yuhan began to wander the vicinity, occasionally snapping photographs with his camera. He was uncertain of what he was seeking, but he felt compelled to document anything that seemed out of place. He recalled his teacher's words from his school days. There is no perfect crime. The so-called perfection merely indicates that the perpetrator has concealed details that elude ordinary detection. As long as there are signs of human activity, the scene will be disrupted, creating subtle dissonance with the surrounding environment. Even if it may not be immediately apparent, the tall grass by the lake appeared trampled, as though someone had stepped there, with fresh leaves having been broken. Lin Yuhan began to sift through the grass, and at last, he spotted several footprints. Though indistinct, their direction led towards the lake. He hurriedly photographed the prints. Could it be that the murderer entered the water? That seems unlikely, Lin Yuhan pondered, gazing at the tranquil lake. With such vastness, why would the assailant linger by the water instead of fleeing? Or perhaps they disposed of crucial evidence in the lake. Lowering his gaze once more, he noticed a blade of grass stained with crimson. There's blood here, Lin Yuhan called out. Wu Hao rushed over. Where? Look, Lin Yuhan crouched down, parting the grass. Indeed, a small droplet of fresh blood was visible. What's the situation? Any new findings? Wu Hao inquired. Lin Yuhan gestured for silence, indicating to Wu Hao not to disturb him, then solemnly examined the blood stain. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he raised his head, his expression grave. My leg is numb. Wu Hao appeared confused. I said my leg is numb. Lin Yuhan repeated, hurry and help me up. Wu Hao let out a curse, spat to the side, and pulled Lin Yuhan up from the ground. You've been watching for ages and only just noticed that your leg has gone numb? Wu Hao cast a disdainful glance, his haughty expression evoking an irresistible urge to slap him and then offer him a date. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Yuhan said, massaging the muscles in his thigh. The uneven terrain by the shore made squatting uncomfortable after a while. I reckon you lack exercise, Wu Hao mocked, unlike us at the police station, who work out daily and possess exceptional physical fitness. Hey, what are you doing? His words were cut short when Lin Yuhan lifted his shirt, exposing a roll of flab that burst forth from his taut waistband. Working out and drinking, huh? A six-pack? Lin Yuhan scoffed. You re half a gene of mockery, and I'm 8 tails of retort. I prioritize my career. All right. Problems can only be solved at the drinking table. His feeble defense fell flat. After graduating from the police academy, everyone had grown complacent. How could there be bloodstains so far from the body? Wu Hao inquired, observing the weeds below. I don't know. Perhaps the murderer disposed of something incriminating in the lake. Or vital evidence. You could send someone to search the waters, but I can't guarantee they'll find anything. Wu Hao waved his hand, summoning an officer. Xiao Zhao, collect the bloodstains here and have Chen, the forensic expert, analyze them. Inform Old Han to find a diver to search underwater. Understood. Officer Zhao complied with Wu Hao's orders. Lin Yuhan turned his gaze back to the lake, suddenly struck by an odd thought. Could the murderer be a water spirit from the lake, who, after committing murder, submerged themselves? The bizarre positioning of the body might be a setup for some ritual. But why the hands clasped together? That gesture belongs to Buddhism. A vision flashed in his mind. Recalling the first meeting with Chun Yusheng, who wore a string of prayer beads on his wrist. Chapter 38. 10 years ago, the on-site investigation concluded, and both the evidence and autopsy teams completed their tasks. Wu Hao waved his hand, calling for the team to disband. Notify the park administrator that a homicide has occurred here. The park is to be closed. Advise the public to be cautious of their safety due to the recent surge in violent crimes. Several police cars departed the park in a grand procession. Wu Hao approached Lin Yuhan, asking, So, what do you think? Would you like to join me at the station for a cup of tea? Tea? A hint of a smile crossed Lin Yuhan's face. A trip to the police station for tea was hardly a pleasant invitation. Of course, it's not a pleasant invitation, Wu Hao replied, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Yuhan. Such invitations are ill-suited for you. Lin Yuhan clicked his tongue. With that attitude, do you really expect me to go with you for tea? You will definitely go. Wu Hao said casually, picking up a small stone from the shore and tossing it into the lake, causing a few splashes. What gives you such confidence? Lin Yuhan asked, staring at the ripples. Wu Hao turned his head, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuhan, exuding confidence and determination. Because I know you want to uncover the truth. Lin Yuhan remained non-committal, sensing a subtle change in Wu Hao compared to their university days. Yet he recognized the underlying nature remained unchanged. Turning away, Lin Yuhan gazed at the now tranquil lake and said, Even if I want to know the truth, it has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to invite me? Are you trying to help me? The sun must be setting in the west. Wu Hao replied, I certainly want to help you. I'm not that benevolent. Though I'm unsure why you're so interested in this case, I can tell you're concealing a secret we're unaware of, and you don't intend to share it with us. So, in a way, this serves as your indirect assistance in our investigation. What gives you that certainty? A decade of intuition as a police officer. The two men stood side by side in silence. Ripples danced across the water's surface, a gentle breeze tousling their hair, as the malevolence hidden beneath the surface mirrored the murkiness that obscured the truth. After a while, Wu Hao turned away. I'll go drive. I am in a good mood today, and will take you in my private car. The robust and imposing Land Rover roared to a stop at the roadside. Wu Hao rolled down the window, calling out to Lin Yuhan, Get in. What a show-off. Watching his flamboyant demeanor made Lin Yuhan's desire to slap him even stronger. As he settled into the passenger seat, he heard Wu Hao beside him say, Don't get the wrong idea. Taking you back to the station in my car isn't because I think it's unlucky for you to ride in a police vehicle as a civilian. I merely want to show you my luxury car. What can I say? I'm just that wealthy. I truly appreciate it. Perhaps I should just take a cab, Lin Yuhan said, rolling down the window to let in the cool breeze. This man really knew how to flaunt. Frustrated yet helpless, he recognized this was the mindset of a show-off. I relished the sight of you being unable to stand me yet unable to do anything about it. This reflected the nature of various antagonists in dramas who, despite possessing great advantages, indulge in endless chatter. Yet, such individuals often meet tragic ends, making themselves easy targets for retaliation. Don't show off, or you might just get struck by lightning. Lin Yuhan felt compelled to advise him to tone it down. What if he drove into a ditch tomorrow? Wu Hao reveled in Lin Yuhan's discontent, brimming with self-satisfaction. Hold on, I have a question for you. My private car has no surveillance. After driving for a while, he seemed to ponder deeply, his previously nonchalant expression gradually transforming into one of seriousness. In a grave tone, he asked, Do you remember the incident 10 years ago when you caused our mentor's death? What do you mean? Lin Yuhan's expression turned icy. If you're going to discuss that, then we have nothing more to say, and I want to be going to the station. Calm down. Why are you so impulsive? Wu Hao gripped the steering wheel, gazing straight ahead, glancing at Lin Yuhan with his peripheral vision. He changed his tone to a more measured one. I understand that there might be a misunderstanding regarding that incident, but evidence is evidence that you're trained as a professional. You know what we value most, and he paused, seemingly searching for the right words, before finally saying, although someone intervened on your behalf and the case has been closed. I shouldn't pry further, however, just a few days ago, I believe I found them. Where? Lin Yuhan turned sharply, his eyes ablaze with fury. I told you not to get worked up. Wu Hao remained calm as he drove. In the compartment ahead, there's a photo. Lin Yuhan hastily opened the drawer, and a photograph slipped out. It depicted a man from behind, characterized by a distinct hairstyle, tied into a top knot reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. His robust physique was exposed, adorned with an eerie half-rhombus tattoo on his arm, resembling a distorted lightning symbol or the sideways numeral 7 with an additional line at the end. Lin Yuhan was all too familiar with this symbol. 10 years ago, just before graduating from university, Lin Yuhan received a prestigious assignment to assist Li Changyi, a criminal investigation expert from Lanya Country. Li Changyi was a renowned forensic specialist, honorary chairman of the Connor Scientific Consulting Center, a tenured professor at Harvard University, and a full-time professor at the Lanhai Judicial Police Academy. He had previously served as the director of the police department in the state of Niger. Becoming the first Asian to attain such a high rank in state law enforcement, he had also participated in numerous significant global investigations, including the 9/11 incident and the assassination of President Kennedy. Being his assistant represented the utmost honor and an immeasurable future. Lin Yuhan would never forget that day. On November 7, 10 years ago, he was assigned to accompany Li Changyi to the border city of Yingchuan in Lanya Country to investigate a transnational trafficking ring involving women and children. In fact, the investigation was nearing its conclusion, with solid evidence already gathered. They simply needed to lure out the group's leader, who had yet to show himself. Li Changyi's focus was to uncover the mastermind behind the criminal organization. However, to everyone's shock, the following day, Professor Lee was found shot dead in his bedroom. The news of Li Changyi's assassination sent shockwaves through the entire police community, even across Lanya Country and Southeast Asia. Major media outlets swiftly reported the incident, and the public demanded justice for the perpetrator. Chapter 39. The professor's death. The Lanya police immediately dispatched top criminal investigation experts to the scene. Through bullet hole analysis, they determined that the weapon used was Professor Li Changyi's own 9mm revolver. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Lin Yuhan, who resided in the same room, had significant suspicion surrounding him. No other fingerprints or footprints were found in the room. Li Changyi's gun was left by the bed, bearing only the prints of Li Changyi and Lin Yuhan. The doors and windows were intact, showing no signs of forced entry. Additionally, surveillance footage indicated no other suspicious individuals had entered their room. Therefore, the only conceivable perpetrator was Lin Yuhan. Otherwise, it would be an intricately designed locked room murder. However, after extensive deliberation by the police, most believe the locked room theory to be unlikely. In the case of a locked room murder, the enigma lies in the fact that the perpetrator seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence at the scene. And even the surveillance cameras failed to capture any activity. This is utterly astonishing. Furthermore, the crux of the matter is that Professor Lee was killed while Lin Yuhan was present in the room. How could he have felt nothing? Consequently, Lin Yuhan naturally became the prime suspect. However, the prosecution found itself deeply divided on how to handle Lin Yuhan's case. Those who believed in his guilt argued that the evidence at the scene was conclusive, with no signs of an outsider's intrusion. Thus, the murderer of Li Changyi could only be Lin Yuhan. Conversely, detractors presented several compelling arguments in favor of Lin Yuhan's innocence. Firstly, he had no motive for the crime. Motive is crucial in criminal investigations. Lin Yuhan had always excelled academically at school, making it implausible for him to harm Li Changyi without any emotional justification. Secondly, since Lin Yuhan lived with Professor Lee, it was not unusual for his fingerprints to be found on the handgun, which could not serve as definitive proof of guilt. At that time, technological limitations prevented a determination of whether the surveillance footage had been tampered with. Moreover, it was Lin Yuhan who reported the incident after discovering Li Changyi's body upon waking. Given his intellect and capabilities, if he had indeed shot Li Changyi, he would have surely taken steps to erase his fingerprints from the gun, yet he did not. Thus, further investigation was warranted. Most importantly, Lin Yuhan maintained his innocence throughout, asserting that he was unaware of Li Changyi's death as he had been asleep that night. When he awoke the following morning, Professor Lee had already been brutally murdered. Eventually, an unseen force suppressed the case, and after careful deliberation, the authorities released Lin Yuhan due to insufficient evidence. However, due to his professional missteps and significant suspicion, he was stripped of all duties and honors during his internship, retaining only his student status. Had it not been for the concerted efforts to prevent this prodigious youth from falling into obscurity, he might have been expelled from the school altogether. Graduating was nothing short of a miracle. The investigation into the transnational crime syndicate was also abruptly halted due to this incident, with all documents sealed. Yet, Lin Yuhan distinctly recalled a peculiar lightning-like symbol that repeatedly appeared in Professor Li Changyi's files during prior investigations. When inspecting Li Changyi's body, he found the same blood-stain mark inscribed in the palm of his left hand. What did this signify? Did it hint at the murderer, or was it an essential clue left by Li Changyi for him to continue the investigation? Regrettably, time passed swiftly, and a decade slipped away without any resolution to either matter. The mystery surrounding Li Changyi's death persisted. The culprit remained at large, and the crime syndicate continued to operate freely. Lin Yuhan, once a spirited youth, now found himself stepping into the mundane life of middle age. Quickly losing his former luster, he obtained a detective license and became a private investigator. However, in Lanya country, private detectives lack official recognition. A detective license merely signifies relevant professional competence. He persisted in his clandestine investigation of the case from 10 years prior, yet faced numerous obstacles, ultimately leading to destitution. Had they returned? For what purpose? They must pay for their blood debts. Lin Yuhan's cold gaze ignited into a searing blaze. The scene before him abruptly snapped back to reality as a powerful Land Rover raced down the road. Wu Hao recounted, "I was investigating a case in the Juzhou district when I happened to spot this man. I took a photo and discreetly followed him, but unfortunately, I lost him. He likely noticed me and vanished in the blink of an eye." Lin Yuhan scrutinized the photograph in his hand and inquired, "How do you know this symbol? You weren't involved in the case 10 years ago. That information was classified, known only to my mentor and me." Wu Hao's face betrayed a hint of a wry smile, his lips curling into a defiant expression as he spoke with a tone of irreverence. "Though I may not have excelled in school and my character is questionable, Professor Lee was the person I respected the most, my sole idol since entering university." Lin Yuhan was taken aback. He had not expected such a connection between Wu Hao and his mentor. For Professor Lee was notoriously stringent in selecting disciples. Of course not. Wu Hao replied, momentarily humbled. "In terms of academics, I certainly can't compare to you. However, I did share some undisclosed personal rapport with Professor Lee. Though I won't divulge the specifics, I can tell you this. Without him, I might have dropped out of the police academy long ago. His death has been a persistent anguish for me, which is why I resorted to some underhanded tactics to secretly review the case files from that time, leading me to suspect you might be the murderer of Professor Li Changyi." "And what of it?" Lin Yuhan asked expressionlessly. "I wish to eliminate you." Wu Hao replied candidly. "Eliminate me? To avenge Professor Li?" A mocking tone escaped Lin Yuhan's lips. "You believe I killed Professor Li? As of now, that's the prevailing belief." Wu Hao did not conceal the hatred in his gaze. "Even if you're not the killer, you were entirely unaware when the professor was murdered. You didn't even attempt to save him. Nor could you provide any clues to the police, despite all he did for you. You're utterly useless. You deserve to die. Indeed, I deserve to die." Lin Yuhan sank into deep remorse. The death of Professor Li Changyi also pained him profoundly. That once noble and amiable figure had been his idol and mentor. He had envisioned becoming a person like Professor Li countless times. The moment he received the notification was filled with excitement and trepidation as he stepped into Professor Li's domain to become his disciple. Yet, such a venerable professor had been murdered right before his eyes. Perhaps it was truly his fault that Professor Li Changyi was dead. He harbored a secret he had never shared with anyone. He deserved to die. Chapter 40. The match at the City Police Department's forensic lab. Chen Mingnan was conducting an autopsy on Li Yu's body. Lin Yuhan and Wu Hao stood patiently beside her. Having grown accustomed to the gruesome scene following their previous encounter with the headless female corpse, a pungent smell of blood pervaded the room, yet Chen Mingnan seemed unfazed. She carefully measured the depth of the stab wound, 13 centimeters, nearly penetrating the woman's body entirely, matching the length of a fruit knife's blade, indicating that the entire blade had been thrust in. With a magnifying glass, Chen Mingnan scrutinized the wound, and finding it insufficiently clear, she retrieved a scalpel from the instrument tray and made a straight incision along the woman's collarbone and chest, down to her navel, exposing the glistening fat and crimson muscle beneath. The scalpel emitted a dull sound with each cut until the woman's entrails were fully revealed. The chest cavity was split in two, and Chen Mingnan paused, stating, "The stab wound is located at the base of the sternum, on the xiphoid process. Does that hold any special significance?" Wu Hao inquired. Chen Mingnan turned to Lin Yuhan. "I'll let you explain." Lin Yuhan, gloved, peeled back the tissue near the chest cavity and elaborated. The sternum is centrally located within the chest, connecting the left and right ribs. Its shape resembles the ribs of pork chops you might see at a market. Ugh! Wu Hao shot Lin Yuhan a disapproving glare. Was such a vivid description necessary? He suddenly recalled that both breakfast and dinner had been braised ribs. The thought now made him feel slightly nauseous. Would he ever be able to look at ribs the same way again? Ignoring him, Lin Yuhan continued. The sternum consists of 3 parts: the manubrium, the body, and the xiphoid process. The xiphoid process is at the lowest end of the sternum. In individuals under 30, this area is composed of cartilage. After 30, it calcifies, increasing in density and hardness. The deceased, Li Yu, was 33 years old, and the wound's location is directly on the xiphoid process, indicating that significant force was required to penetrate it. Behind the xiphoid process lies the pulmonary artery. This stab would have severed the artery, causing instant death. This illustrates that the perpetrator committed the act with premeditated malice, leaving no opportunity for the victim to gasp for breath or call for help. I maintain that the assailant likely possesses a profound understanding of human anatomy. How do you know Li Yu was 33? Wu Hao suddenly asked, his gaze filled with curiosity. I investigated her, Lin Yuhan replied honestly, so I remembered. Ah, I see. Wu Hao continued. So you imply that the killer is likely a doctor? Not necessarily. That's just one possibility, Lin Yuhan replied, his expression grave as he focused on the corpse on the table. Regardless, the ability to commit 3 consecutive crimes indicates that the murderer is experienced and a remorseless fiend. He could be anyone, with an identity unknown to us. 3. Wu Hao seemed to catch a hint of something, casting a scrutinizing look at Lin Yuhan. Cough cough. I meant to. I misspoke. Lin Yuhan realized he had let slip a detail. In his subconscious, he had conflated the case of Wu Dandan with this one. Yet the police were not aware of that case. Wu Hao chose not to press further, but his icy gaze remained fixed on Lin Yuhan. Seemingly filled with skepticism regarding his words, Zhao Hong from the Forensic Evidence Department entered, holding a transparent plastic bag, and handed several pages of documents to Wu Hao. Captain Wu, the fingerprint analysis results from the murder weapon have come in. There are 2 types of fingerprints. One appears to belong to a female based on shape and amino acid analysis, and the other. Seeing him hesitate, Wu Hao inquired further. The other one feels oddly familiar. As if I just encountered it a few days ago. I compared it with the fingerprints extracted from the photo Meng Nan gave me, and the result matched. This is Chen Yoxing's fingerprint, right? Wu Hao slammed the documents onto the table and called out, Gao Shengli, come with me to apprehend him. Understood, Senior. A tall, robust man rose from his seat. Apprehend whom? Lin Yuhan stepped forward, blocking the others. What do you think you're doing? Wu Hao glared. Don't think that just because I've been lenient with you, you can push your luck. If you obstruct the investigation, I can have you detained as well. Do you believe I can have you thrown out of the police station right now? Ignoring his imposing demeanor, Lin Yuhan asked, do you have evidence? On what grounds will you arrest someone? The fingerprints on the murder weapon are evidence. Wu Hao pushed past Lin Yuhan. Does having fingerprints automatically make someone a murderer? Lin Yuhan turned away, coldly challenging him. Wu Hao halted, hearing Lin Yuhan's chilling words. Have you forgotten? In that case 10 years ago, my fingerprints were also found. He turned to glare at Lin Yuhan, speechless. What does that mean? Is this a provocation or a display of arrogance? Fingerprints can only serve as a guide for investigation. If Chen Yuxing claimed someone stole his knife and then killed his wife, what would you do? Lin Yuhan questioned. Or perhaps that knife was taken by his wife from home. Anger crept onto Wu Hao's face. Are you suggesting that I ignore a potential murderer in front of me? Of course, an investigation must be conducted. If the evidence chain is insufficient, it's best to conduct thorough inquiries first to avoid unnecessary complications. Chen Yoxing's lawyer is probably not someone to take lightly. This is merely advice. I have no stake in this matter. Wu Hao fell silent as Lin Yuhan continued. Perhaps you should interview their neighbors or company employees to ascertain if there were any unusual occurrences regarding Li Yu last night, and investigate why she was at Nanhu Park before proceeding further. Additionally, check in at Chen Yoxing's Blue Earth group to inquire about his recent status. Remember, it's an inquiry, not an arrest. Thank you for your counsel. Wu Hao turned to walk past Lin Yuhan and, as they brushed past each other, he softly added, if I find out that you were involved in that incident from 10 years ago, I will personally see to your end. Lin Yuhan's gaze turned icy, and he offered no reply. It was only after Wu Hao's figure disappeared from view that he turned and spoke slowly. If it ever comes to light that I was responsible, I will help you conclude it. Chapter 41. Interrogation. In the afternoon, Wu Hao and his team of detectives split into 3 groups to begin their investigation. Their first stop was Li Yu's company. According to the employees at Dinka Financial, Li Yu's life and behavior had shown no anomalies. She arrived at work in the morning and left in the evening, though recently, due to increased work pressure. She often stayed late, leaving only after all her colleagues had departed. Liu was known for her beauty and competence, and there were no reported enemies. If there were any, they would likely stem from jealousy. Meanwhile, the officers investigating Chen Yuxing's neighborhood brought back significant news. A neighbor reported that Chen Yuxing had a heated argument with his wife last night, during which loud crashing sounds echoed from their home. Starting with small items like cups and chairs, escalating to larger appliances like rice cookers and televisions being thrown out the window. As the night progressed, neighbors, unable to bear the disturbance, called the police, who intervened for a time. After Chen Yuxing apologized, he left with his wife. Security personnel confirmed that around 2 in the morning, they saw Chen Yuxing driving out of the community, and he had not returned since. Liu's time of death was estimated to be around 4 in the morning. Thus, Chen Yuxing had ample opportunity and motive, leading to his immediate detention for questioning. Lin Yuhan accompanied an officer to Chen Yuxing's company, hoping to glean insights into Chen's character. Chen Yuxing's secretary, Miao Shuzhen, caught Lin Yuhan's attention. He found her strikingly familiar, though he couldn't recall ever having met her. As their conversation progressed, he realized her demeanor and appearance bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Weina and Wu Dandan, hinting that Chen Yuxing was drawn to a specific type of woman. Miao Shuzhen spoke with poise, showcasing her immaculate, white teeth, while outlining Chen Yuxing's daily schedule with precision, detailing meetings, lunch breaks, and coffee times in an orderly fashion. For a billionaire like Chen Yuxing, maintaining a structured work routine was paramount. Miao Shuzhen described him as strict with his subordinates in professional matters yet approachable in social contexts, easily mingling during company events. However, she noted that Chen often relied on her for reminders, occasionally forgetting critical appointments, which placed considerable pressure on her as his secretary. Nonetheless, she expressed gratitude for the opportunity to work under him. Emphasizing her rapid professional growth, it was evident that Miao Shuzhen was astute and capable, exuding an air of a strong woman. As Chen Yuxing's personal secretary, she had become integral to his operations, likely accumulating significant wealth over the years. Despite her articulate responses, the officers could not extract any substantial information from her. After documenting their notes, they departed in the interrogation room. Chen Yuxing sat calmly, facing the intimidating Wu Hao. Chen Yuxing, do you know why you've been brought here? Wu Hao demanded sharply. Chen Yuxing casually surveyed the room, occasionally rubbing his brow, seemingly unimpressed by the officer's presence. After a lengthy silence, he slowly replied, "Officer, please get to the point. We are quite busy, and I cannot afford to waste time. Every minute counts. I ask that why we have you here." Wu Hao disregarded Chen Yuxing's remarks about time and pressed on. "Where were you last night until this morning? Sleeping at home. Where else would I be?" Chen Yuxing scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. "Really? According to our sources, around 2 this morning, you left with your wife?" And Wu Hao paused, locking eyes with Chen Yuxing. "Your wife, Liu, was murdered at 4 this morning." He observed Chen Yuxing's reaction. An experienced officer, he could detect any shift in expression. Yet, Chen Yuxing did not seem particularly affected. Responding nonchalantly, "Then you should hurry up and solve the case. Why am I here?" His words were delivered as though the deceased were a complete stranger, disconnected from him, cold and unfeeling. "Stop pretending." Wu Hao could no longer contain his frustration, slamming the table. "Asa husband, is this how you respond to your wife's murder?" Neighbors reported a loud argument between you two last night, which drew the attention of the police. "We have ample reason to suspect that you took your wife to Nanhu Park to kill her." Leaning back in his chair, Chen Yuxing regarded Wu Hao with a sidelong glance. "You need evidence to make such claims. Don't slander me. Arguing with my wife is a private matter. How does that connect to whether I killed her? We are all adults here. Let's act maturely." Wu Hao recognized that Chen Yuxing seemed indifferent to his wife's fate. With a fortune exceeding $1 billion, surrounded by temptation and allure, Liu had become a mere shadow in his life. It is often said that men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. Despite Liu's beauty, years of daily companionship have likely led him to grow weary of his aging wife. No matter how lovely the flowers at home may be, they cannot compare to the allure of wildflowers outside. The vast world awaits him to explore. Wu Hao even sensed the ease in his demeanor upon hearing of his wife's death, as if he had finally shed a burden, liberating him to embrace the world anew. This was a form of release, a freedom that almost coaxed a laugh from him. However, Wu Hao did not regard this man as innocent. Chapter 42. Evidence. You seek evidence, do you? Allow me to present it. Wu Hao produced an evidence bag containing a sharp fruit knife. This was found at the crime scene, and your fingerprints were recovered from it. Mr. Chen, explain this. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Yoshing's face upon seeing the knife. He paused, swallowed hard, and feigned calmness, saying, "What does that signify? Do you truly not understand? It is the murder weapon, your fingerprints, detailing your involvement in the crime." Chen Yushing gazed at Wu Hao with a questioning expression. "Officer, there are countless items bearing my fingerprints. You cannot convict me based on a few prints, can you? How do you know someone else didn't use a knife with my fingerprints to commit the crime?" Wu Hao clenched his teeth in frustration. He felt he was on the verge of uncovering the truth. Yet something remained elusive, as if Chen Yushing and Lin Yuhan had rehearsed their lines in advance. "So, where did this knife come from?" Wu Hao pressed. "I truly do not know. I have used many knives. You see, I am a culinary enthusiast and often cook at various gatherings. I have used knives from the company, my home, and friends' homes, if you present one. I cannot recall it." Wu Hao found himself at a loss for words against Chen Yoshing's defiance. Chen Yoshing's demeanor returned to normal as he impatiently glanced at his watch and said, "Officer, may I leave now? My time is quite valuable. While cooperating with your investigation is proper, I believe you have asked all necessary questions. If you wish to apprehend me, I am ready, provided you have solid evidence." Chen Yusheng spoke with confidence, dismissing Wu Hao, even as the vice-captain of the criminal police. Wu Hao circled back to the beginning and asked, "Last night, you left the community driving. Where did you go?" "Mr. Chen? Can you clarify?" "I remember now. My wife and I indeed had a quarrel over trivial matters, and later the police arrived, which made us both quite embarrassed. I suggested we take our argument outside so as not to disturb the neighbors. She proposed going to Nanha Park, and I drove her there, so it was her suggestion to go to the park." Wu Hao inquired. "Yes, otherwise why would I drive to such a place in the middle of the night?" Chen Yusheng shook his head. "What was the reason for your argument?" Wu Hao pressed further. "Officer, that is a private matter for us, and I see no need to discuss it here." Chen Yusheng seemed reluctant to elaborate. Wu Hao chose not to pursue the question further, knowing that couples argue for myriad reasons, and Chen Yusheng could easily fabricate a plausible excuse. He shifted the topic. "At what time did you leave? And where did you go afterward?" "I left on my own." Chen Yusheng's voice dropped as he recalled. "It was around 3 o'clock. We had argued enough, and I had important work today, so I left the park." "Are you saying you left your wife alone at Nanha?" Wu Hao queried. "Do not phrase it so harshly," Chen Yusheng corrected. "We were both angry and unwilling to speak to each other. I said I was going home to rest. She told me to go, wanting some quiet time, so I left." "Where did you go after leaving the park? Did you go home?" Wu Hao continued. "No, it was too chaotic at home. Just seeing it annoyed me. So I drove back to the office and slept there all night. You can verify it with the surveillance footage." Wu Hao turned to whisper to an officer beside him, who then exited the room. "All right, let us change the topic." Seeing that he could not extract anything further regarding the fruit knife, Wu Hao redirected the conversation. "On the 13th of this month, a headless female corpse was discovered at the residence of Jiang Weina in Building 20 of the Imperial Garden. Upon our investigation, your fingerprints were found on the door handle. That Mr. Chen, you must explain this to me, my fingerprints." Chen Yoshing's demeanor changed noticeably at these words. "What is your relationship with Jiang Weina? Speak." Wu Hao's voice turned stern. I do not know anyone named Jiang Weina." Chen Yusheng stuttered, clearly evasive. "I have no idea what you are talking about. Speak now." Wu Hao sensed a glimmer of hope. "What were you doing at Jiang Weina's home? Did you force her, and when she resisted, did you kill her?" Wu Hao's mind began to conjure various scenarios. Chen Yusheng fell silent, his gaze darting, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he repeatedly murmured, "I did not kill anyone. I did not kill anyone." Wu Hao produced several photographs and tossed them before Chen Yusheng. "Mr. Chen, do you recognize this woman?" Chen Yusheng picked up the photos, his expression blank. "I know her. No, I do not know her. Do you, or do you not recognize her?" Wu Hao slammed his hand on the table, fixating his gaze on Chen Yusheng. This man was lying. He was certainly concealing something. But what could it be? Why did he react in such a manner upon seeing Jiang Weina's photo? "Wu team." The interrogation room door swung open, and an officer entered. "Wu team, Mr. Chen's lawyer has arrived and wishes to speak with you." Refused, Wu Hao angrily rejected, asserting that Chen Yusheng was currently under interrogation and should not be disturbed. The interrogation had reached a critical juncture. He could not afford to abandon it now. However, the officer continued. But, before he could finish, the lawyer's voice rang out from outside. "Let me in. I have the right to speak on behalf of my client. May I ask what law my client, Mr. Chen, has violated to be detained here? I will reserve the right to sue you." Wu Hao frowned at the commotion, stepping outside to confront the crowd. "Speak quickly. You are Wu's deputy captain, are you not?" The lawyer's expression shifted from agitation to obsequiousness as he presented his business card. Wu Hao took the card and glanced at it. Xia Huayun, Mingjing Law Firm. He tossed the card aside and demanded, "What do you want?" Xia Huayun straightened up, his face still adorned with a sly smile. "Captain Wu, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. I wish to. Whether there is a misunderstanding is not for you to decide. It depends on the results of our police investigation," Wu Hao interrupted rudely. Chapter 43. Is anyone ever forgiven? Oh, is that so? Xia Huayun's eyes flickered, revealing a seasoned demeanor. Then may I ask, has my client, Mr. Chen Yusheng, violated any laws at this time? His incessant references to Mr. Chen and Blue Earth Group seemed to flaunt his client status. Wu Hao's heart sank. This lawyer was indeed a formidable adversary, having set a trap for him from the moment they met. Yet, he could only respond truthfully. "We are still in the process of gathering evidence. We suspect Mr. Chen may be involved in several murder cases." Oh? A barely perceptible surprise crossed Xia Huayun's face, quickly replaced by a smirk. "Suspicion is merely that. Suspicion. It lacks any factual basis. From a legal standpoint, one is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Given Mr. Chen's standing, I trust you understand that you cannot detain him based solely on your suspicions. I demand that my client be granted bail." "Impossible," Wu Hao flatly refused. Xia Huayun was proving to be exceedingly difficult, and Wu Hao felt his patience wearing thin. He made a dismissive gesture, stating, "The interrogation has not concluded. Do you think you can simply take him away right under my nose? Do not impede police work. If Captain Wu insists on not releasing him, then I shall have to resort to more formal means." Xia Huayun clearly did not regard Wu Hao with any respect. Casually picking up his phone. In fact, I am quite familiar with Director Zheng of your bureau. Beep, beep. Everyone around seemed to hear the conversation leaking from his phone. "Hello, Director Zheng, this is Xia Huayun. Yes, I am in your office. My client, Mr. Chen of the Blue Earth Group, is being detained by your officers. I request his immediate release." Wu Hao glared at Xia Huayun's smug expression, his features twisting in frustration. Just as Xia Huayun hung up, Wu Hao's phone rang abruptly. "Hello, Zheng Bureau." As soon as the call connected, Zheng Yiming's furious roar echoed. "Wu Hao, what are you doing? Is someone like Chen Yusheng someone you can simply detain? Release him at once." "Immediately, yes, Director Zheng." Wu Hao's voice fell to a murmur. He offered no further explanation. After all, Chen Yusheng was merely a suspect. He was acutely aware of the intricacies at play. Even if Chen Yusheng were indeed involved in a crime, the ramifications would be complicated. It is quite standard for the police to summon suspects, yet due to the presence of a lawyer and Chen Yusheng's status, the situation had become exceedingly troublesome. Wrath filled his gaze as he hung up the phone and turned to face Xia Huayun, whose expression radiated smug satisfaction. Xia Huayun wore an innocuous smile, exuding warmth and amiability, a demeanor that incited in Wu Hao an overwhelming urge to subdue him. "Captain Wu, may I escort my client home now?" Xia Huayun inquired with a charming smile, his tone imbued with an understanding kindness. "Let him go." Wu Hao resigned, stepped aside and instructed his officers. He then turned back, glaring fiercely at Xia Huayun. "You'll pay for this. I'm ready whenever you are," Xia Huayun replied. Undeterred, his face adorned with a provocatively smug expression. "What you're doing is intimidation and threats. I shall reserve the right to file a complaint against you." Wu Hao stood rooted, helplessly watching as Chen Yusheng exited the interrogation room, only to be led away by Xia Huayun. Damn it! He kicked the wall in frustration, unleashing a torrent of curses. He finally grasped the feeling of helplessness when witnessing someone he despised escape unscathed. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. The heavens will not let anyone go unpunished. Mark my words, I will one day ensure that all of you unscrupulous lawyers are apprehended." He roared, adding, "You arrogant bastards." Wu Captain," a police officer approached with a hushed tone. "What is it? Speak." Wu Hao, still simmering from his frustrations, vented his anger on his subordinate. The officer cautiously replied, "Captain Wu, I just returned and saw a few kids downstairs. It seems they scratched your Land Rover." "Damn." Wu Hao kicked over a stool. "Where are those kids?" "They ran away." "Damn. You can't even catch a few kids." Wu Hao bellowed. The officer explained, "They were wearing roller skates. Dancing on your car. When they saw someone coming, they skated away. They were too fast to pursue." Wu Hao dismissed the officer and sprinted downstairs. Upon reaching the police station entrance, he beheld his car, a pitiful sight marred by scratches. Damn, damn, damn. Wu Hao howled at the sky, a profound sense of sorrow enveloping him. Lin Yuhan returned to the detective agency. As his investigation deepened, he had amassed a wealth of clues that required time to organize in order to clear the fog of uncertainty. He pulled out a sheet of paper and swiftly began jotting down various relationships, Victims: Wu Dandan, a student in the broadcasting and hosting program at Jiangnan University. Jiang Weina, the beautiful owner of Huajiangxi Flower Shop. Li Yu, a project supervisor at Dinka Financial. Cause of death: decapitated by the murderer, characteristic of a serial killer's modus operandi, likely committed by the same perpetrator. Presently, there appears to be no intersection in their lives. Lin Yuhan laid out their photographs on the table, scrutinizing them closely. Typically, serial killers exhibit certain psychological or emotional needs, leading them to engage in specific behaviors during their crimes. This phenomenon is termed the criminal's behavioral signature. When selecting victims, offenders often share similar preferences, deriving immense psychological satisfaction from capturing prey with analogous characteristics. For instance, some men harbor disdain for gossips. When encountering a loud woman, they may feel an overwhelming urge to eliminate her, thus initiating their criminal plans. The common trait among the three women before him was their beauty, as well as their cosmetic dental enhancements. This was the link Lin Yuhan had identified. He recalled the secretary he had seen in Chen Yoshing's office, and a thread of connection began to weave through his mind. He continued to write. Questions. 1. Why did the murderer sever the victims' heads? 2. What significance lies in Wu Dandan's handwritten form? 3. What was the relationship between Chen Yuxing and Jiang Weina? 4. What does the posture of the deceased at the time of death signify? 5. Why did Wu Dandan ultimately choose to undergo surgery at Yikong Dental Hospital? Identified clues. 1. A fruit knife bearing the murder weapon. 2. The third party's fingerprint on a tissue. 3. Marks found beneath Jiang Weina's bed. 4. White fibers located beneath Jiang Weina's bed. 5. Slight traces of blood in the grass by the South Lake. 6. Li Yu visited the Imperial Garden under the pretense of having her hair done late at night. Lin Yuhan appeared to have an epiphany. Chapter 44. Hypothetical evidence. Lin Yuhan retrieved the witness statements from the investigation. Li Yu often worked late due to overtime. Typically, such affluent ladies are not constrained by finances. Lin Yuhan recalled tracking Li Yu days prior. Could it be that her recent frequent rendezvous led her to wait until her colleagues had mostly departed the office? If so, had Chen Yuxing discovered her infidelity, resulting in a quarrel that escalated to murder? But where was the evidence? The evidence would likely necessitate a return to the crime scene. Lin Yuhan resolved to start afresh, meticulously re-examining all physical evidence and the scene. He approached the refrigerator, his heart racing with trepidation, and opened it, retrieving the long-frozen head of a woman. The gruesome visage starkly confronted him. Yet Lin Yuhan now felt a drastically different sentiment. He illuminated every part of the head with a flashlight, peering into the woman's mouth for an extended period, furrowing his brow before placing the head back in the refrigerator. At Jiang Weina's residence. Lin Yuhan initially intended to call Wu Hao for permission to conduct another search, as scaling the wall in broad daylight seemed rather unseemly. However, upon connecting the call, he learned that Wu Hao had already arrived with a team. Lin Yuhan hastily hailed a cab to the scene. Captain Wu, is that Land Rover outside yours? What happened? It looks different. There are scratches all over, and the roof is dented while the windshield is cracked. Upon entering, Lin Yuhan unwittingly asked. Scratched by a few brats. Wu Hao replied, seething that I swear, if I catch them, what a relief. Lin Yuhan suddenly felt the urge to laugh. His spirits lifted. He suppressed a grin and inquired. How is the case progressing? What brings you here? Sigh. Wu Hao sighed heavily. That old fox Chen Yuxing is difficult to handle. We barely initiated the interrogation before he was released, so I plan to return and check for clues. What a coincidence. Detective Lin is here as well. Wu Hao recounted the interrogation process, to which Lin Yuhan responded. I warned you not to apprehend Chen Yuxing hastily. You didn't believe me, and now look what has happened. Shaking his head, he entered the room. I too am here for clues. This place has been cleaned too thoroughly. I sense something is amiss. It will be challenging to find tangible evidence now. We need to look for hypothetical evidence. What is hypothetical evidence? Wu Hao queried. Hypothetical evidence refers to imagined proof, which cannot serve as the basis for conviction but can at least guide our investigation, Lin Yuhan elucidated. For instance, if someone were poisoned, and upon investigating the scene, you discover they cooked millet porridge for dinner, yet the bowl contains rice porridge with no toxins detected in either the pot or the bowl. Why is that? Wu Hao pondered before replying. Because someone poisoned his bowl and swapped it out after his death. Exactly, that is hypothetical evidence, Lin Yuhan stated. Identifying the illogical elements helps uncover clues. After Lin Yuhan articulated this, both men instinctively turned their gaze toward Jiang Weina's bedroom. Their expressions contorted in curiosity. During his previous visit, Lin Yuhan had sensed something amiss. The bedroom felt excessively spacious and somewhat disjointed. He approached the balcony and remarked to Wu Hao, if you were Jiang Weina, Would you arrange this room this way? I can't fathom a woman's thoughts, Wu Hao replied, shaking his head. Dio, you have an idea? I am not a woman either, but observe how her living room exudes a rustic charm. While the bedroom lacks any decoration, if I were Jiang Weina, I would at least place a potted plant on the balcony. Otherwise, the room feels unbalanced. As Lin Yuhan spoke, he glanced down and suddenly noticed a faint mark on the ground. He crouched down, and Wu Hao approached, asking, "What did you find?" "Look at this." Lin Yuhan pointed to a circular stain on the floor. The tiles on the balcony are stained with a soil-like residue. I came here at night last time and didn't notice this anomaly. This mark indicates that a flower pot was once placed here and was later removed for some unknown reason. Wu Hao nodded, acknowledging what he referred to as hypothetical physical evidence. Indeed, I suspect that the weapon used to assault Jiang Weina was this flower pot. Lin Yuhan surmised that the assailant had hidden beneath Jiang Weina's bed. Seizing the opportunity to emerge unnoticed, grasped the flower pot from the balcony and strike her head with great force before meticulously cleaning the scene. Severing Jiang Weina's head and swiftly fleeing, Wu Hao pondered, this analysis does hold some merit. According to the autopsy report presented by Chen Mingnan, Jiang Weina died from a fatal head injury. Does this imply that the murderer severed her head to conceal the truth that she was bludgeoned to death by the flower pot? But what significance does that particular arrangement hold? I am uncertain about that, yet, at the very least, we now have a new perspective and direction. Although we cannot interrogate Chen Yusheng, I recommend we apply for a search warrant to inspect his residence, to see if there are any clues. After all, the victim is his wife. Even if he is not the murderer, investigating his home could benefit the police in their case. I understand. I will handle this. Watch me turn his house upside down today. Wu Hao chuckled coldly. He had no particular fondness for Lin Yuhan, but faced with a formidable foe, he found Lin Yuhan's suggestion quite reasonable, thus reluctantly acquiescing. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Reflecting on the grievances he endured today, he decided to temporarily align himself with Lin Yuhan. Well then, you carry on with your business. I shall take my leave. Observing that no new leads had emerged from Jiang Weina's home, Lin Yuhan resolved to visit the park and the Yafei apartment. Hey! As he reached the door, Wu Hao called out from behind. What is it, Captain Wu? Lin Yuhan turned to inquire. Where are you off to? Wu Hao hesitated for a moment, then casually flicked his head, asking, Do you want me to give you a ride? Forget it. You should hurry and apply for that search warrant for Chen Yusheng's home. If you delay, I fear it may be too late. Or, Lin Yuhan suppressed a smile, adding, Perhaps you should get your car repaired first? Damn! Wu Hao cursed under his breath, watching Lin Yuhan's silhouette fade from view, muttering complaints to himself. I should not have acted impulsively, showing such kindness to you when you clearly take it for granted. What was I thinking? If I ever show you pity again, I won't be surnamed Wu. Chapter 45. The master the night had descended, and Lin Yuhan walked alone along the street. He did not head directly to the Yafei apartment, but instead wandered aimlessly. Allowing his thoughts to roam free, the night enveloped the city, shrouding its darkness and malevolence like a vast net. The shadows lurking beneath the light had vanished without a trace. Who could the murderer be? And what connection did they share? Lin Yuhan felt he must have overlooked something crucial. Within this hidden darkness, the assailant was surely lurking in some corner, observing their every move. Otherwise, how could they so brazenly commit such heinous acts? They must possess formidable power and connections, ensuring their safety and confidence. They likely reveled in the masterpiece they had crafted, watching the police from a nefarious corner, smugly self-satisfied. They thrived in this wickedness. I will catch you, Lin Yuhan murmured, determined to bring you to justice with my own hands. He rediscovered the tenacity and fervor he had once possessed during his time at the police academy. Room 1102, Unit 3 of the Yafei apartment. After opening the door, Lin Yuhan headed straight for Wu Danden's bedroom. He had previously searched the entire house, leaving only one location unexplored, Wu Danden's wardrobe. Inside, amidst rows of high-end clothing, lay women's intimate garments, provocative enough to make any young man's heart race. For a homebody, the alluring scent was enticing, invigorating with just a whiff, though it was merely the aroma of laundry detergent. Out of respect for women and, more importantly, for the deceased, Lin Yuhan refrained from peeking. Otherwise, he would be labeled a pervert. Even if no one knew he rummaged through a woman's closet like a lecher, he could not reconcile it within himself to, at the very least, he considered himself a gentleman. Indeed, how could one intrude upon a woman's belongings? However, in pursuit of the truth, he decided to disregard such considerations. Finding no other leads, Lin Yuhan resolved to delve into this last bastion of hope. Yes, He proceeded to search the wardrobe meticulously, determined to leave no stone unturned, for vital clues might be concealed within. The wardrobe was his final hope. This endeavor was for the sake of uncovering the murderer, Lin Yuhan constantly reassured himself. Yes, it was indeed for the sake of justice. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief and absolution. He was engaging in a righteous act. Standing before the wardrobe, he took a deep breath, calming himself before beginning his search. Coats, jackets, pajamas, leather jackets. To his astonishment, he discovered an array of rather unconventional garments inside. Not suitable for children, too inappropriate to describe. This segment could easily encompass 1,000 words. In any case, Lin Yuhan had already seen and touched them, and of course, he only rummaged through the pockets and checked for hidden compartments. Devoid of any other intentions, he then pulled open the drawers within the wardrobe, revealing neatly arranged boxes containing various intimate garments. Wireless, athletic, breathable, form-fitting, shapinged, an abundance of choices. Truly, it was the epitome of a refined woman. Each piece could easily cost hundreds or thousands, and the total value of such an assortment would surely exceed tens of thousands. It was enough to drive countless young women into a frenzy. And men as well. In an instant, Lin Yuhan comprehended the sentiments of many materialistic young women. With male admirers and no need to toil, why not indulge? This mindset had forged their distorted views on life and values. They often failed to realize that few truly prosper from wealth and luxury. More often than not, opulence dissipates like a fleeting dream, much like the severed female corpse. Lin Yuhan meticulously examined all the garments. Finding nothing amiss, however, his keen eyes caught a peculiar sight. He measured the depth of the box containing the intimate garments, approximately 10 centimeters, while the exterior appeared to be around 13 centimeters. The storage box contained a hidden compartment, and he quickly deduced this conclusion. Lin Yuhan lifted the storage box to the ground, its weight suggesting something lay within. With slight effort, he removed the separator inside the box, followed by the bottom layers panel. A shocking sight greeted him. Neatly arranged at the bottom of the storage box were 4 rows of condoms, and on each box were 2 to 3 letters, leaving Lin Yuhan dumbfounded. He casually took one box, emptied its contents, and counted the quantity. Thus, it all became clear. The codes on the boxes matched the initials found on a handwritten list in Wu Danden's makeup cabinet, abbreviations of names. The accompanying numbers indicated the remaining quantity of condoms within each box. For instance, the first box in the first row was labeled CYS, while the handwritten list indicated CYS2. This inferred that this box belonged to Chen Yusheng, with 2 remaining. It seemed this gentleman frequented her residence, leaving the least behind. The subsequent boxes bore initials such as XHX, WZ, ZYG, HXM, SZ, etc. with varying numbers, representing a list of men who had spent the night at Wu Danden's home. However, given the current circumstances, Lin Yuhan had no means to identify them. He finally grasped the profound truth behind Wu Danden's adage. The key to keeping fish is ensuring every fish in your pond believes it is the most special one. How special? The precision extended to the type of condom used. Each individual's model, quantity, and style must be absolutely correct. For instance, if Mr. Chen visited today and used 2, the next time he came, should he find 3 fewer in the box or discover a different style entirely? What would he think? This woman is engaging in affairs behind my back. That a few occurrences might be excusable, but over time, it would breed resentment. Hence, she meticulously documented what each person used and how many remained. It was imperative to maintain order. When that individual arrived, she could present the corresponding box to prove her innocence. Look, I am so pure and loyal. Not a single item is missing from the box. I have not been out chasing men. Consequently, that individual would naturally believe he was the most special fish. Although one might occasionally witness Wu Danden flirting with others, they would never possess her body. Her body would eternally belong to him. This is a master at work, a true expert. Wow, this is truly remarkable. This thought echoed in Lin Yuhan's mind. He collected all the condoms, knowing they likely bore the fingerprints of the murderer who killed Wu Danden. He would need to request Chen Mingnan to conduct another fingerprint analysis. Chapter 46. This is simply stunning. Lin Yuhan returned all the intimate garments to their original positions, surveying the room. His gaze fell upon a pink laptop. The brand was a domestic one from Lanya, named Dream Computer. The sales of Dream Computer have consistently held the top position in the PC industry of Lanya country and have garnered worldwide acclaim. Wu Danden's laptop is exquisitely crafted, its smooth exterior reminiscent of delicate blue and white porcelain, adorned in a pastel pink hue that resembles jelly, effortlessly melting the hearts of those who behold it. In Lin Yuhan's recollection, Dream computers are primarily utilitarian, characterized by a palette of gray and black. This particular device must be a bespoke edition. The lifestyle of the affluent is indeed distinct, where poverty stifles imagination. Lin Yuhan attempted to power on the computer, but alas, it was protected by a startup password. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully stowed the laptop into his bag, intending to unlock it later, that moment. Lin Yuhan had already made some strides in the realm of computer program decryption. He was eager to explore the contents of the device, requiring the deployment of a hacking program to bypass the startup password. Lin Yuhan was not a petty thief. He resolved to return the laptop once he had gleaned the necessary information. At Jinhan Law Firm. Lin Yuhan gazed at his outdated desktop computer, reflecting on the significant disparities between individuals. Here was a man nearing 30, living a life far less glamorous than that of a student under the patronage of others. He retrieved a data cable and connected the two computers, swiftly commencing his programming endeavor. His fingers danced upon the keyboard like nimble sprites, a cascade of code materializing in his mind, allowing him to input the next command with little hesitation. The computer screen turned blue, white letters flashing from the bottom and ascending, and Lin Yuhan finally grasped the meaning of being a virtuoso, his fingers moving with remarkable agility. At first, he attributed his prowess to intermediate hacking skills, but upon further reflection, it may also stem from his innate talent. His 30 years of solitary existence had honed his dexterity. Look at this speed, he mused. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yuhan decisively struck the enter key and reclined comfortably in his chair. Wu Danden's computer began to reboot, seamlessly transitioning to the desktop. The password had been successfully cracked. Lin Yuhan swiftly seized the laptop and commenced his search, navigating through text documents and photographs with remarkable speed. The communication software on Wu Danden's device lacked an option to remember passwords, rendering him unable to log in temporarily. While this act could be construed as an invasion of privacy, desperate times call for desperate measures. Ultimately, Lin Yuhan unearthed a rather inconspicuous encrypted file nestled within an unassuming folder deep within the computer's hierarchy. The file was substantial, far exceeding what one would expect to find in such a folder, suggesting a method of concealment akin to that employed by boys hiding movies on their computers. His intuition hinted that this file was extraordinary. His fingers resumed their rapid dance, the rhythmic tapping of keys echoing in the quiet room. Moments later, the file's password was deciphered, and Lin Yuhan ventured inside. The primary folder contained several subfolders, each named with a series of letters, the initials of various individuals. Each subfolder was meticulously categorized, reminiscent of the work of a photographer capturing celebrities. Yet Wu Danden's subjects appear to be affluent individuals. These images could potentially serve as leverage over certain individuals. Should he continue his exploration? Lin Yuhan felt an intense sense of trepidation. Caught in a moral quandary, even the sight of grotesque corpses had not stirred such agitation within him. He questioned whether he should proceed, a profound sense of guilt gnawing at his conscience. Staggering to the cupboard, he retrieved a bowl of Master Gung's braised beef noodles, hoping to quell his nerves. The comforting slurps and chews of the noodles rejuvenated his spirit. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the noodles whole and made a pivotal decision. He would view every last gigabyte of photographs and videos. After all, he was pursuing the truth behind a case. Lin Yuhan engaged in self-affirmation, convincing himself that no one would condemn his actions. Surely, everyone would support him in his quest for justice. This endeavor was, after all, a contribution to world peace and societal stability. Not only was he innocent, but he was also a benefactor of sorts. Thus, he began to hypothesize and analyze. Would he uncover clues without viewing the entirety of the content? No. Could he identify the perpetrator without thorough examination? No. It was imperative to view everything to ascertain the truth. With this resolve, Lin Yuhan cast aside his guilt and began perusing the first file. CY. As he delved deeper, he found the poses depicted rather aesthetically pleasing. He scrutinized each photograph, each frame, leaving no detail overlooked, for it is the minutiae that dictate fate. A seemingly trivial detail could be the key to unraveling the mystery of the murderer. Gradually, as he viewed more images, his initial apprehension dissipated, replaced by a burgeoning fascination. How captivating this content was! Lin Yuhan accelerated his browsing speed. Though the men featured were often depicted only partially, avoiding revealing their faces, he surmised that many were likely individuals of stature, wary of their reputations being tarnished. However, it was common to find candid shots of them in slumber, presumably taken without their knowledge, a trap set by Wu Danden for some ulterior motive. The abundance of material kept Lin Yuhan engrossed for hours, and he soon lost track of fatigue. Reveling in the thrill of his work, He felt an unexpected surge of pride in his dedication. After several hours of this engrossing task, just as Lin Yuhan felt he could delve deeper, he received a phone call. "Hello, Detective Lin," came the impatient voice of Wu Hao on the line, "and I've obtained the search warrant. Shall we go to Chen Yoxing's residence?" Lin Yuhan sighed heavily. "Why must you call at this moment?" Wu Hao's tone turned icy upon sensing Lin Yuhan's reluctance. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to go? If you're not interested, I shall proceed alone. No, that's not it. All right, I'll see you shortly." Lin Yuhan resigned himself, deciding that he could return to the remaining files later. There would be ample time. Chapter 47. The curious nanny Chen Yuxing was working overtime at his office, leaving a young nanny to tidy up his villa. By the time the police arrived, the homeowner was conspicuously absent, perhaps due to a disdain for law enforcement or a sense of confidence in having been forewarned. Everything that needed concealing had likely been hidden away. Yet a search was still warranted, as following standard procedure might yield unexpected findings. Wu Hao presented the search warrant, and the young nanny warmly welcomed the two men into the home. Lin Yuhan observed her nimble movements with growing suspicion. One would not typically find a woman in her 50s or 60s employed in a wealthy household. This nanny appeared youthful and attractive, likely in her 20s, and was quite courteous. However, there was something peculiar about her teeth. From Wu Dandan to Jiang Weina, to Li Yu and Chen Yoxing's secretary, all possessed a set of perfectly aligned white teeth, leading Lin Yuhan to conclude that Chen Yuxing had a particular affinity for individuals with immaculate dental hygiene. Logically, this nanny should also have a beautiful smile, yet her teeth were noticeably imperfect, with unevenness both in the front and back. Was his assumption flawed? Were those previous individuals merely coincidental? Upon entering the residence, Lin Yuhan noted the cleanliness and orderliness. Household items and furnishings were well arranged, a stark contrast to the previous day's disarray. Wu Hao's brow furrowed as he realized they were at a loss for where to begin their search. Although they were there under the pretense of investigating Li Yu's belongings, it was essentially a visit to the family, as an overt search of the affluent owner's home was out of the question. Wu Hao stood bewildered, but when he turned to Lin Yuhan, he found him diligently inspecting the surroundings. After a few laps around the living room, Lin Yuhan made his way to Chen Yoxing's study. Switching on the light, the study served as both an office and a repository for documents. Following a common pattern in searching for criminal evidence, if one is unsure of what to seek, one should begin with the study. Warm light flooded the spacious room, illuminating neatly arranged documents, classical literature, and various materials on the shelves. Just as Lin Yuhan was about to delve into the bookcase, the nanny politely interjected. "Sir, that area contains Mr. Chen's business documents, which are confidential. He has specifically instructed that no one is permitted to touch them without his consent." Understood. Lin Yuhan did not dwell on this matter. Redirecting his attention to Chen Yoxing's desk, on the expansive wooden writing table stood several photographs. The young man depicted appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, sporting a charming smile and an attractive demeanor. The moment the boy's image flashed through Lin Yuhan's mind, he was seized by a violent tremor. He hastily picked up the photograph and inquired, "Who is this young man?" "Oh, that?" the nanny replied. "That's Mr. Chen's son. Mr. Chen's son." Lin Yuhan's expression turned to one of shock. The young boy, whom he had seen before, was undoubtedly present in the several gigabytes of files on Wu Dandan's computer. Upon first encountering his visage, he couldn't help but notice a striking resemblance to Chen Yuxing. Within the confines of Wu Dandan's digital archive, the boy's youthful demeanor radiated an extraordinary sense of comfort and sophistication. No wonder this lad also bore the surname Chen. The folder was aptly named with a C, nestled beside CX, which belonged to Chen Yuxing. Such flamboyance! Lin Yuhan found himself at a loss for words when attempting to describe Wu Dandan. Was she a socialite? A charming butterfly of society? To think she had entangled herself with both father and son. Did Chen Yuxing even know of this affair? It was likely that he remained oblivious. Lin Yuhan recalled that within this C folder, there existed a plethora of candid snapshots, life moments and travel photographs, showcasing the boy with his arm around Wu Dandan, both beaming with joy at that moment. Lin Yuhan was filled with curiosity. Were they in a romantic relationship? The style of their videos and photographs starkly contrasted with those of Wu Dandan and others. In hindsight, it appeared to be yet another secret romance. Casually, he inquired, "What is the young master's name?" "Chen Shi," the housekeeper replied. Indeed, it was him. Lin Yuhan returned the photo to its place and remarked nonchalantly, "Where is Chen Shi now? Will he not be returning home tonight?" "Chen Shi resides at school. Even during vacations, he seldom comes here. He typically spends time with his mother. Tonight, he is likely with her," the housekeeper explained. Noticing Lin Yuhan's astonished expression, she quickly added, you may not be aware. But our Mr. Chen is in his second marriage. This child is from his first wife, and although the child lives with his mother, Mr. Chen dotes on him immensely, providing substantial living expenses each month. Oh, I see. Lin Yuhan nodded thoughtfully. May I see other photos of the child, including those of his mother? I will need to seek permission for that, the housekeeper replied. She picked up the cordless phone from Chen Yoshing's desk and dialed his number, receiving affirmative consent before approaching the bookshelf to retrieve an album, placing it before Lin Yuhan. This is Mr. Chen's photo album. Chanshi's pictures should be in here. You go ahead. I can look by myself. Lin Yuhan interjected, lifting the album. Of course, he sought more than just Chanshi's photographs. He aimed to explore the connections surrounding Chen Yuxing, Li Yu, and others, searching for clues in their attire and presentation. As he opened the cover, a vintage photograph greeted him, its colors faded and yellowed with time. The image depicted a group of teenagers, arranged in 4 neat rows, their expressions youthful and innocent, with a cadre of middle-aged individuals in formal attire seated prominently at the front. At the top of the photograph, an embossed golden inscription read, commemorative of the graduating class of 1995, Lon High City No. 13 High School. Lin Yuhan inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, this is Mr. Chen's high school graduation photo, one of his most treasured images." The housekeeper emphasized, "If you wish to see it, please handle it with care. This photograph is quite intriguing. It possesses a sense of nostalgia," Lin Yuhan jested. "Let me see if I can spot Mr. Chen. You have a keen eye," the housekeeper chuckled, recognizing Chen Yuxing immediately. "There are names listed on the back." She carefully extracted the photograph and handed it to Lin Yuhan. Despite the passage of over 20 years, Chen Yuxing's features remained discernible, although he had gained some weight. "Ha ha ha," Lin Yuhan laughed, accepting the photograph as they both shared a moment of amusement. Turning the photograph over, he found names corresponding to each individual, neatly arranged in 4 rows printed on the reverse side. Among these names, he was astonished to discover another familiar one. Initially, he had seen no disparity, but now those classmates had diverged onto separate paths. Who would have imagined that the once bashful boy standing beside him had transformed into a billionaire entrepreneur? Lin Yuhan flipped the photograph back to admire it once more before meticulously reinserting it into the album. "Allow me," the housekeeper insisted, apprehensive that Lin Yuhan might damage it. She gently opened a protective cover and placed the photograph inside. As they continued, the next pages revealed a series of sweet family portraits. The central female figure was not Li Yu. She was undoubtedly Chen Yoshing's first wife. While not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a gentle and virtuous aura, her long wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Captured in a manner reminiscent of the last century's innocent charm, in those days, people seldom posed for photographs, often standing stiffly like poles, their expressions sometimes awkward, even sporting faces that betrayed discomfort. Yet, such authenticity endowed those images with a unique beauty and purity, starkly contrasting with contemporary youth, who, with the advent of advanced smartphone cameras, often flaunted their appearances in a bid for likes and admiration, neglecting the genuine essence of the past. Lin Yuhan, reflecting on the photographs of Li Yu, began to comprehend Chen Yoshing's reasons for leaving his wife and child. His ex-wife had likely aged significantly, her beauty no longer comparable to the youthful allure of Li Yu. Back then, Chen Yuxing had donned a tattered shirt, foolishly embracing his first wife with a naive grin. Now, he was a billionaire in a tailored suit, his perspective undoubtedly transformed, and his standards elevated. His former wife could no longer measure up to him. Yet the memories of their innocent love remained confined to the past, much like the yellowing photographs that would inevitably fade with time. However, Li Yu was not the conclusion of Chen Yoshing's journey. If fate allowed, there would be more. Wu Yu, Zhang Yu, Zhao Yue. An array of young delights awaited him. As long as he maintained his vigor, youth, and wealth, he could pursue love anew, even marrying a 28-year-old beauty at the age of 82. Defying societal norms in his quest for true affection. Should he live to 91, securing a 19-year-old bride would likely be an effortless feat. Comparisons between individuals are futile, while one laments their single status. Another's future spouse might still be in infancy. Silently, Lin Yuhan turned the pages of the album, revealing photographs of Chen Yuxing with renowned entrepreneurs, mayors, celebrities, and other prominent figures, along with images from corporate awards ceremonies and visits from various leaders. The nostalgia of the past began to wane, the colors grew increasingly vivid, and the presence of his first wife diminished until it vanished entirely. This album encapsulated the illustrious life of Chen Yuxing. No, it represented merely the first half of his journey. The latter half would likely unfold in the realm of social media. Lin Yuhan closed the album, just as Wu Hao approached, having completed his search in another room. "Have you uncovered any leads?" he inquired. Lin Yuhan glanced at the housekeeper, then turned away, pointing discreetly at a photograph on Chen Yoxing's desk. "Chen Yoxing's son, Chen Shi, look into him." "Chen Shi?" Wu Hao stepped forward, glanced at the photograph, and tossed it back onto the desk. Shifting his gaze from the office table, Lin Yuhan observed a Buddhist image hanging on the wall to the right of the study, a serene Buddha seated, cradling a seven-tiered pagoda in his left hand, while his right hand held a lotus leaf, exuding a radiant aura. Above the image, for powerful characters inscribed with a brush red, daily offerings. Indeed, Chen Yuxing is deeply devoted to Buddhism. Wu Hao noted, as the housekeeper interjected, "This painting serves as a constant reminder for our boss to embody compassion, kindness, sincerity, and generosity, to cultivate good deeds and spread positive energy." "Enough," Wu Hao interrupted, having grown weary of the housekeeper's exposition. He had never held a favorable view of Chen Yuxing and impatiently remarked, "We are here to investigate, not to listen to your philosophy. If Mr. Chen is so devout, could he possibly engage in criminal acts?" "Officer, what are you implying?" the housekeeper exclaimed, her expression one of dismay. "Our boss is a good man. The shrine is right next to the study. He truly is a good person. The police have their own standards for investigations. We don't require your input. Show us," Wu Hao commanded. The housekeeper, not daring to protest further, opened the door to the adjacent room. Upon entering, a rich aroma enveloped them, and a faint wisp of smoke lingered in the air. A statue of the Buddha stood prominently against the wall, flanked by offerings of fruits, with a kneeling mat positioned in front for Chen Yuxing's prayers. The walls adorned with various Buddhist scriptures and texts were incomprehensible to Lin Yuhan and Wu Hao. Yet they could still feel the profound atmosphere of spirituality, as if their minds were being cleansed and their hearts naturally calmed. The two men stared at the hanging scriptures, lost in contemplation. After a while, Wu Hao patted Lin Yuhan's shoulder and said, "Let us go. It is nothing, but I wish to pay my respects first." Lin Yuhan approached the Buddha statue, knelt on the mat, and bowed reverently. Then, he stood up and walked toward the door. There was no particular significance. He was simply moved by the atmosphere here and felt compelled to kneel in reverence. "Well, you seem to be quite into this." Wu Hao grinned, but soon felt a pang of loneliness and shook his head in discontent. He approached the statue and said, "Then I shall pay my respects too." After speaking, he imitated Lin Yuhan and knelt down to bow. "You really lack your own opinions, but you're quite good at following trends," Lin Yuhan thought to himself. They searched for a long time at Chen Yuxing's house but could not find anything pertinent to the case. Lin Yuhan eventually settled on the sofa in the living room and started chatting with the maid. "How is Chen Shi's relationship with his stepmother, Li Yu?" "Well," the maid sighed heavily, "it's not very good." "Oh?" Lin Yuhan sensed the sensitivity in her tone. "What's the matter?" "Actually, the young mistress treats the young master quite well," the maid said, her face tinged with melancholy. "Since the young mistress and the master have no son, she has always regarded Chen Shi as her own child. However, a stepmother, after all, cannot replace a biological mother. Perhaps due to youth and rebellion, the young master often argues with the young mistress." "Does he hate Li Yu?" Lin Yuhan inquired. "I think so. Every time he sees the young mistress, he throws things. After all, it was this woman who caused him to lose his originally complete family. So, Lin Yuhan could imagine the scenario. A once happy family shattered by a third party. For a child, losing a father's love from a young age casts a long shadow over his growth. As he ages, the impact of that shadow only intensifies, inevitably shaping a distorted personality. While a wealthy father can create a new family with a new wife, a mother raising a child alone likely faces a more arduous life. A blissful beginning often comes at the cost of another's lifelong happiness. Lin Yuhan asked, "What about Chen Shi's mother? Is she doing well now? Has she remarried?" She. The maid hesitated, pondering for a long time before finally saying, "She passed away." "She was a pitiful woman." "Passed away?" Lin Yuhan exclaimed. "Didn't you just say Chen Shi went to see his mother?" "I meant he went to his mother's old house before she passed. He is used to it after so many years." The maid explained, "Chen Shi refuses to live here. The master's ex-wife was a strong-willed and resilient woman. After the divorce, she rejected any help from the master and raised Chen Shi through hardship, ultimately falling ill last year." The maid gazed at the ceiling for a long time, her expression sorrowful. "She died of stomach cancer. Since then, the young master has become more rebellious, frequently returning to argue with the young mistress, throwing things and cursing her for causing his mother's death. I believe he must hate the young mistress deeply." Wu Hao listened in rapt attention, not uttering a word, staring ahead as if lost in thought. Lin Yuhan also fell into contemplation, recalling an old saying. A woman is gentle, but becomes strong for her children. It was hard to imagine what this woman had endured. The conflict between Chen Shi and Li Yu was far from trivial. Once a heart is wounded, it is challenging to heal. Even if Li Yu were to shower Chen Shi with 200% of her love, forgiveness would remain elusive. Moreover, no matter how much love another mother offers, it can never replace one's own mother. Lin Yuhan stood up and tapped Wu Hao, who was lost in thought, and said, "Let us go." Huh. Wu Hao jolted back to reality, straightened up, and asked vacantly, "Where to? Back? Were you asleep or something?" Lin Yuhan replied with a hint of disdain. "We gathered enough information. It's time to leave. Why would we stay here overnight?" Oh, let us go." Wu Hao got up and followed Lin Yuhan mechanically. Noticing his dazed expression, Lin Yuhan asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just reminiscing about some past events." Wu Hao replied somewhat reluctantly. "Well, it's late. Allow me to drive you back." He added, "No, I'll take a taxi." Lin Yuhan firmly rejected him. Find out. Wu Hao slapped himself twice, frustrated. "What's wrong with me? Why do I keep degrading myself? When did this habit develop?" Outside the villa, Lin Yuhan instructed, "Look into this person named Chen Shi." "What? Is he the murderer?" Wu Hao asked. "Who knows? We won't know until we investigate." Lin Yuhan shook his head. "We cannot dismiss the possibility. Chen Shi grew up in a single-parent family, lacking paternal love. And with his mother's passing, it's likely he developed a warped personality. Do you think the one throwing things last night could have been Chen Shi? Perhaps in a fit of rage? He killed Li Yu? Chen Yuxing might be speaking ambiguously to protect his son. It's possible. Perhaps we've been misdirected from the start. Wu Hao acknowledged. Your analysis makes sense, but the positioning of the body. Wu Hao lowered his voice, including Jiang Weina's body. Doesn't it resemble those paintings in Chen Yuxing's home? You mean the images of Buddha? Lin Yuhan inquired. Yes, Wu Hao nodded. I noticed it the moment I entered. Lin Yuhan emphasized, especially that painting in Chen Yuxing's study. The posture is almost identical to Jiang Weina's. What could be the significance of this? Lin Yuhan pondered before responding. Perhaps it is a plea for forgiveness from Buddha. I believe the perpetrator, after committing such heinous acts, would initially feel a sense of fear. This could lead to certain deviant psychological traits, which, as the number of offenses increases, may evolve into the perpetrator's signature or behavioral mark, serving as a means of psychological gratification. This arrangement might be an attempt to confess to Buddha, seeking absolution, or, his expression turned serious, it could also mean the perpetrator believes these individuals deserve to die, forcing them to atone to Buddha through death. Wu Hao inhaled deeply. What crimes did they commit to warrant such brutal killings? As of now, it remains unclear, but the relationship between the deceased and Chen Yuxing is quite intricate. I feel this is no coincidence. Lin Yuhan paused. If we follow this lead, even if Chen Yuxing is to the perpetrator, we will surely apprehend the true criminal behind this series of murders. Lin Yuhan's viewpoint was met with Wu Hao's agreement. It seemed they would be working late into the night again. He had already informed several officers to investigate Chen Shi's life trajectory and current situation overnight. He initially wanted to invite Lin Yuhan back to the station to discuss the case together, but recalling his earlier self-deprecating actions and Lin Yuhan's rejection, he felt a surge of resentment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "In that case, I'll head back to the station. Looks like it's going to be another late night. Make sure to thoroughly investigate Chen Shi." The implication was clear. He was hinting that he had arranged work and wondered if Lin Yuhan would be interested in returning with him to discuss the case. At that moment, Wu Hao longed to hear Lin Yuhan kindly suggest, "Why don't I accompany you back? How about you go back alone? I have other matters to attend to." Lin Yuhan's cold voice reached Wu Hao's ears, leaving him stunned. "Damn it. Once this case is over, I won't even spare you a glance." Wu Hao cursed in frustration. After parting ways with Wu Hao, Lin Yuhan called Dong Shasha. "Hello, so it's the great detective. Still awake at this late hour?" "Yes, I just finished investigating a case," Lin Yuhan replied. "I'd like to ask if you know this person named Chen Shi?" "Chen Shi? I've heard of him." Dong Shasha responded. "He is not from our school, just a high school heartthrob, one of Wu Dandan's rumored boyfriends. He is quite young. So Wu Dandan doesn't take it seriously, but that boy treats our little one really well." "High school?" Lin Yuhan's jaw nearly dropped. "Isn't that akin to an old cow eating tender grass?" "Old cow? Is our little one an old cow?" Dong Shasha's flirtatious voice rang through. "You don't understand. In her eyes, Chen Shi is considered older." "What?" Lin Yuhan's mind was spinning, his worldview once again severely challenged. Dong Shasha laughed. "You don't get it? She seeks the joy of Xiao Yashuan. Huh? The joy of Xiao Yashuan? He said helplessly into the phone. She can desire that, but how old is Xiao Yashuan? And how old is she? Is she in such a hurry to fade away? I can't believe you. Lin Yuhan turned away, cursing under his breath. This is about the joy of Xiao Yashuan. This is just a complete lack of boundaries. He suddenly felt no sympathy for the tragic death of this female college student. Well, it shouldn't be said like that. Dong Shasha defended her best friend. Who doesn't he like a young heartthrob? After speaking, she seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her words and added, aside from myself, I like older men. Goodbye? Lin Yuhan decisively hung up the phone, his heart heavy with an indescribable weight. In this world, no one deserves to die. Every life possesses its own intrinsic value and significance. Yet, for some, avoiding trouble is paramount. Being overly clever can be a double-edged sword. Sitting in the taxi, Lin Yuhan idly played with his phone until he suddenly tapped the driver's seat and said, Driver, make a U-turn and head to South Lake Park. He had seen the weather forecast indicating rain for the following day. The heavy downpour would wash away most traces of crime, and he intended to search once more before the storm arrived. South Lake? The driver's tone shifted, filled with agitation. Young man, what on earth are you doing going there at this hour? Take my advice, that place is not safe. Have you heard? There was a murder at South Lake recently, a headless female corpse. It's far too dangerous. Yes, I've heard, Lin Yuhan replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Then you really shouldn't go. They say that place is haunted. The spirit of that headless woman wanders the park, seeking vengeance. Aren't you afraid of ghosts at this hour? What if you run into some unsavory characters? The driver continued to ramble. Clearly, the news of the murder had spread throughout Lanhai City, growing increasingly sinister with each retelling. Lin Yuhan, engrossed in contemplating the case, found the driver's incessant chatter irksome. Not wishing to interrupt the man's well-meaning warnings, he replied in a chilling tone, the corpse was right before my eyes. I'm returning to see her again. The driver nearly choked on his own words. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Lin Yuhan's pale, expressionless face reflected back at him. He fell silent and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards South Lake Park. Feeling a sense of relief, Lin Yuhan sat quietly in the car, his thoughts swirling. Upon arriving at the park entrance, the driver was drenched in cold sweat, so much so that he forgot to collect the fare and attempted to drive away. Lin Yuhan tossed 50 yuan through the window. What a good man! The driver was in tears as he saw the fare meter read over 100 yuan. The park's gates had been locked for several days, yet Lin Yuhan effortlessly climbed over the wall. Having developed a penchant for such escapades, he arrived at the spot where Li Yu had met her demise, the ground still marked by police indicators. The night was dim, but it allowed him to cultivate a serene inner focus, enabling him to discern details invisible during the day. As he walked toward the shore, he discovered traces of blood on the grass. Following the blood trail, he used the footprints and the location of the corpse to visualize a straight line. Standing still, he gazed toward the willow tree, mentally reconstructing the events of that fateful night. The murderer had struck there, killing Li Yu and arranging her body in a grotesque display before walking away along this very line. He had moved steadily, calmly, and then vanished. Why had he come to the lakeside? Lin Yuhan pondered. If he were discarding the murder weapon, it had already been found far away, in the opposite direction. Wu Hao had dispatched diverse. But nothing else had been recovered from the depths. Lin Yuhan continued to reflect, retracing his steps back to the body's location, adjusting his flashlight to its brightest setting, and mentally mapping an imaginary straight line along the bloodstains as he searched meticulously. He parted the blades of grass, leaving no detail overlooked. The distance he traversed felt interminably long. Suddenly, a strand of black hair caught his eye. He hurriedly knelt to inspect it. It was indeed a hair. He took out his camera to document it and carefully placed the hair into a transparent bag. He continued to crawl forward, discovering several more strands of hair. These varied in length and texture, suggesting they belonged to both a woman and a man. As Lin Yuhan looked back at the path he had traversed, enlightenment dawned upon him. The short and long hairs lay aligned in a straight line, indicating that the murderer had killed Li Yu in that spot and then carried her head, step by step, toward the shore. He must have prepared a bag to conceal the head, preventing any blood from being discovered by the police. However, due to the length of the woman's hair, some strands had escaped the bag or clung to the murderer, resulting in a few falling to the ground. But why had he done this? Why had he severed the woman's head? Was it out of hatred, a desire for atonement, or to conceal some dark secret? What was his purpose in bringing the head to the lakeside? The placid waters glimmered ominously under the moonlight, and a chilling breeze brushed against Lin Yuhan, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The opposite shore was lush with grass, and shadows danced among the trees. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He stripped off his clothes, discarding his phone and other belongings on the bank, and took only the flashlight as he plunged into the icy lake. Chapter 51. The mystery unveiled. The shock of the cold water caused every pore in Lin Yuhan's body to tighten. He shivered, feeling the frigid air invade his lungs and stimulate his nerves. He tensed his muscles and fought against the water's resistance. Fortunately, as a graduate of the police academy, he possessed good physical conditioning. Otherwise, the sudden immersion could have led to cramping. He realized he had acted impulsively. He should have warmed up before diving in at such a late hour. Gradually, he acclimated to the rhythm of the water, his body relaxing as he swam toward the opposite shore. It was instinctual. If the entity that had slain Li Yu was a water spirit, he intended to immerse himself in that experience. To feel the essence of the water spirit within, he envisioned himself as the criminal, swimming toward the center of the lake with a heart full of trepidation after committing murder. His movements were awkward, for he clutched the severed head in his right hand, leaving him unbalanced. Yet his swimming skills allowed him to navigate the water with ease. This was a risky endeavor. No one could predict whether the lake's depths concealed treacherous currents that could pull him under. It was perilous, and even for Lin Yuhan, it was a considerable strain. Nevertheless, he pushed forward, fueled by an unwavering conviction. Finally, he neared the center of the lake. This should be safe enough, he thought, and released the head. Watching it sink into the depths, the lake's surface returned to tranquility as he observed the head descend deeper, filling him with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and relief. The location was far from the shore, ensuring that no one would discover the head's resting place. The water had washed away most of the blood and traces of his presence, rendering him untraceable. Upon glancing back, he noted the distance from the shore. If he emerged from there, he risked being caught on surveillance cameras. His strength was waning, and rather than retreating, he set his sights on the opposite bank, continuing to swim at last. He expended nearly all his energy and reached the far side of the lake. A narrow path appeared before him, a sanctuary of safety. From here, he could slip away unnoticed, and no one would suspect he had traversed the entire lake to escape the scene of the crime. He shook off the water clinging to him, a triumphant smirk gracing his face as he walked away from the park with a confident stride. Lin Yuhan felt as though his legs were weighed down with lead. Utterly exhausted, he sat on the bank, gasping for breath, waiting for the evening breeze to dry the water from his skin before turning on his flashlight to search the opposite shoreline carefully. Not far into his search, he stumbled upon a remarkable find. Footprints. Lin Yuhan quickly bent down to examine the deeply imprinted marks. The shoe prints extended outward from the shore. A realization washed over him. During his swim, his shoes had become soaked, and the soft mud by the shore had made it easier for the prints to form. These were imprints the murderer could not erase. This secluded path within the park saw few visitors. And notably, the deep prints only led outward, indicating that the vanished murderer had come from the opposite side. The shape of the footprints corresponded perfectly with those found in the grass on the other side. The murderer likely thought little of these marks, assuming that no one would suspect he could escape the crime scene in such a manner. The mystery unraveled. It was a brilliant move. First, he concealed his whereabouts, making it difficult for the police to track him. Second, he disposed of the victim's head. Though the park lacked surveillance, the main roads surrounding it were monitored extensively. Carrying suspicious items would quickly draw police attention. Third, he washed away any blood evidence. The lake had cleansed him of the victim's traces. Then he could leave the scene with nonchalance. Even if someone noticed him, nothing would seem amiss. Even if he were later discovered, he could concoct a plausible alibi. What a masterstroke. 3 birds with 1 stone. This maneuver, while perilous, risked drowning him. Yet if successful, it would transform the crime scene into a flawless murder, nearly a crime without a trace. Lin Yuhan swiftly sketched a profile of the perpetrator in his mind. The shoe size was between 43 and 44. Based on the depth and dimensions of the prints, the murderer's height was likely between 180 and 183 centimeters, indicating good physical fitness and stamina. Otherwise, he would have faltered mid-swim. The perpetrator must be quite familiar with Li Yu. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to arrange a meeting in the park at such a late hour. As Lin Yuhan's thoughts began to crystallize, he felt himself drawing closer to the truth, the murderer almost within reach. With a few more pieces of evidence and the surrounding surveillance footage, he could bring this demon to justice. However, in his exhilaration, Lin Yuhan confronted a serious dilemma. How would he return? His energy was completely drained, and swimming back across the lake was out of the question. Following the shore would require him to traverse 3 to 4 times the distance. And his clothes were still on the opposite bank. Despair washed over him as he wandered around the park in a state of undress, a rather awkward predicament. Lin Yuhan sat on a large rock by the lake. Resting for quite some time, letting out a heavy sigh, he decided to walk along the shore. If only he had his phone with him, he could call for assistance. He had overestimated his stamina. After an hour of arduous walking, Lin Yuhan finally returned to the entry point on the opposite bank, utterly exhausted. He hastily put on his clothes and eagerly dialed Wu Hao's number. The phone rang once before Wu Hao answered. Was this fellow still working overtime? Quite the dedicated one. What is up, Detective Lin? Wu Hao's tone was even more eager than Lin Yuhan's. Please check the surveillance footage at the entrance of Nanhu Park from the day of the incident and send it to me. Lin Yuhan requested. Brother, I've already looked into that. Wu Hao's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Evidently, he had not had an easy night either. During that time frame, the only suspicious vehicle entering and exiting was Chen Yoshing's. The other 2 cars belonged to couples who were clearly looking for a secluded spot in the park at such a late hour, and we had already investigated their backgrounds. They had no relevance to the case. You mean the West Gate, right? Lin Yuhan corrected him. I want to see the footage from the East Gate. The East Gate? Wu Hao sounded puzzled. Which East Gate? There are several. The crime scene is on the small road directly across from Nanhu Lake, leading to the East Gate after crossing. Hold on a moment, Wu Hao exclaimed, placing the phone between his shoulder and ear as he pulled out a map for case analysis, sketching with a pencil. He marked a spot at the crime scene and connected it to the East Gate, realizing the distance was quite substantial. Not only did it cross Nanhu Lake, but it also traversed through woods. What is the significance of the East Gate? He queried. I found what appear to be the suspect's footprints on the other side, Lin Yuhan revealed. What? Wu Hao's tone shifted to one of astonishment. You mean, yes, just as you surmised, he swam across the lake to escape, which is why we couldn't find any trace of him. The most probable exit point on the opposite bank is the East Gate. Check the surveillance footage from that area on the day of the incident. It should reveal the suspect's movements. Where are you right now? Wu Hao's voice turned urgent. At the crime scene. Don't move. I'll come to get you. Wu Hao declared, immediately standing up and starting to gather his things. All right. Lin Yuhan hung up, muttering 2 words. How thoughtful. At the Lan Hai City Police Station. Wu Hao tapped his pen against the desk. Everyone. Rise and focus. Gao Shengli. Take 3 people with me to the scene. Yes, senior brother. 2 police cars sped towards Nanhu Park. Lin Yuhan sat on the grass, watching as Wu Hao approached with several officers. Detective Lin, have you discovered anything? Wu Hao inquired eagerly, his usual bravado tempered by anticipation. As Wu Hao drew closer, Lin Yuhan pointed to the crime scene. Look, that's where the body was found. And there, on the grass along the shore, are the bloodstains. I connected the 2 points and began searching along that line, which led me to these. Lin Yuhan produced several bags from his belongings. Hair? Wu Hao took a bag, his face alight with intrigued excitement. Yes, one belongs to a man and the other to a woman. I suspect the woman's hair is Li Yu's, while the man's belongs to the murderer. Wu Hao promptly handed the hair over to Zhao Hong. Take this to the evidence lab for testing. We need results tonight. After giving the order, he turned back to Lin Yuhan. What does this imply? The killer must have carried the head to the shore, Lin Yuhan explained. Thus, I made a bold hypothesis. The murderer discarded the head into the lake and swam across to escape. I tried this theory, and indeed, I found the suspect's footprints on the opposite side. Pointing towards the woods across the lake, Lin Yuhan added, the murderer would hardly be reckless enough to leave the park with the head in tow. Do we have a map? Get me a map, Wu Hao called out, and an officer handed him a sheet of paper. Lin Yuhan took a pen and marked an X. This is our current location. He marked another X across the lake. This indicates where the murderer came ashore. If we connect these 2 points with a straight line, the spot where the head was discarded lies between them. Send someone to recover it. We should be able to find it. Now have your men take photographs of the footprints and search for any other traces. This case should become clear. Zhao Hong? You come with me to the other side, Wu Hao instructed. Gao Shengli, stay with Detective Lin and see if he needs any further assistance. No need, Lin Yuhan replied, stretching wearily. I'm quite exhausted and need to return to rest. My task is complete. Now the work is yours. Wu Hao did not insist. He merely exchanged a silent glance with his team, and Gao Shengli quickly approached Lin Yuhan, saying enthusiastically, Detective Lin, you've worked hard. Shall I drive you back? Don't let my presence interfere with your police work. Capturing the murderer is paramount. Farewell. Lin Yuhan walked away, but then turned back, adding, Wu, be sure to send me the surveillance footage tomorrow. along with the results of the hair analysis. By the way, has there been any update on Chen Shi? Wu Hao looked up, saying, Chen Shi's situation is somewhat complicated. The information is still being compiled and investigated. But we will have results shortly. We can discuss it more tomorrow. All right, I'll head back now. Lin Yuhan turned away. Shall I have my officers drive you? Wu Hao called after Lin Yuhan's retreating figure. IVE said no need. I'll take a taxi. You all should focus on your work. Capturing the murderer is crucial. Lin Yuhan waved his hand and disappeared into the night. Gao Shengli and Wu Hao stood in place, exchanging glances. After a lengthy pause, Gao Shengli cautiously asked, Wu, does this person seem a bit ungrateful? Quite ungrateful. Wu Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. This stubborn mule makes me want to throttle him. Does he really think I can't solve the case without him? I can help you with that, Gao Shengli said with a mischievous grin. Get lost? Who needs your help? Get back to work. Wu Hao shot him a fierce glare. The police force worked diligently, following Lin Yuhan's guidance. Wu Hao found the scattered footprints across the lake and hired a small boat to begin the recovery operation. The waters of Nanhu Lake were deep, despite having narrowed down the search area. The task remained laborious. When the surveillance footage from the East Gate finally reached Wu Hao's computer, a significant discovery was made. In the early morning, having slept less than 3 hours, Lin Yuhan was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Detective Lin, we Haven T found the person, but the surveillance across the street from the East Gate captured a suspicious vehicle. Wu Hao's voice brimmed with excitement. Captured what? Lin Yuhan turned over in frustration, regretting that he hadn't silenced his phone. This was to be expected. In the detective business, phones rang around the clock unless there was an urgent situation. Lin Yuhan glanced at his watch, stifling a yawn. I've barely slept for 2 hours. 2 hours is better than nothing, Wu Hao replied, a hint of envy creeping into his tone. I've been awake all night. We analyzed the footage, and based on the time of Li Yu's death, we backtracked half an hour to an hour. During that time, only one vehicle exited the East Gate. The interior was dimly lit. The driver was wearing a hat, obscuring their face. However, we did capture the make of the car. A black BMW. A BMW. Lin Yuhan sprang up from the sofa, wide awake. A BMW. I've been searching for that vehicle for ages. I didn't expect this model to reappear in my sights. It was a BMW that took Li Yu to the Imperial Garden, and now another one shows up. This is no coincidence. Unfortunately, the police had yet to grasp this lead. What's wrong? Wu Hao asked, puzzled by Lin Yuhan's sudden excitement over the BMW. Where is the BMW located? We're still tracking it down, Wu Hao replied. The license plate isn't very clear, and we need to enhance the image. The car's route is quite convoluted, almost as if it's deliberately evading us. After leaving the East Gate of Nanhu Park, it turned a few corners and vanished from the surveillance feed. The tension rose as they grappled with the case, the pieces slowly falling into place. He doused Wu Hao with a bucket of cold water, saying, You're so excited without finding the location. I advise you not to check the license plate number. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a fake one. The owner is deliberately evading surveillance, and wearing a hat indicates he is intentionally avoiding you. Have the results from those hair samples come in? They have 0.2 strands belong to Li Yu, while the other 2 are from unidentified individuals. They are likely left by the perpetrator. The perpetrator. Lin Yuhan continuously murmured to himself, then spoke into the phone. What's the situation on Chen Shi's side? We still have to wait. We have confirmed that Chen Shi is a student at a sports school, and we need to send someone there in the morning for inquiries to reach a final conclusion. I'll go with you. Lin Yuhan rubbed his eyes, having been awakened by the commotion. All right, we'll meet at Longwei Sports School at 10. Longwei Sports School? Lin Yuhan squinted. That's quite far. If I recall correctly, that school is almost on the outskirts. Have you set off yet? Why not take me along? No way. Picking you up is private business. This is a police vehicle. We could face consequences. Detective Lin, figure it out yourself and set off early. You can still catch the bus. Damn, how heartless. Lin Yuhan finally couldn't hold back a complaint. Please understand our work as police officers, Wu Hao said earnestly. We have many tasks to attend to, and our officers are quite busy. We can't take a special trip for you alone. Detective Lin wouldn't want to delay our investigation. Would he? That may be so, but... All right, I have to get busy. We'll meet at the entrance of Longwei Sports School at 10. Wu Hao hung up without further discussion, leaving Lin Yuhan on the other end of the line. Feeling a surge of frustration, he tossed his phone onto the table and laughed heartily. What a relief. Finally, it's your turn to face this. You thought you could stop me from picking up and dropping off? Keep your aloofness. Gao Shengli observed Wu Hao's ecstatic demeanor and approached him, asking, Senior, what is making you so happy? Haha, nothing at all. I just feel like laughing for no reason. The officers in the police station cast puzzled glances. As if witnessing a peculiar spectacle, Lin Yuhan was a punctual individual. Longwei Sports School was in a completely opposite direction, akin to the two extremes of the city. He missed 3 buses and, realizing he was running out of time, hailed a taxi midway, finally arriving at the school entrance at 10 o'clock. The journey had left him feeling nauseous. In contrast, Wu Hao and the others were invigorated. Riding in a police car is quite different. Ah, Detective Lin. Wu Hao approached him enthusiastically, patting him on the shoulder. You arrived quite fast. I thought you would be late given the distance. Ha, Lin Yuhan scoffed. I am always punctual. Let us go. Gao Xingli led the way, showing their badges to the security guard before entering the campus and making their way to the principal's office. Lanhai City Police Department. Wu Hao pushed the door open, presenting his badge to the principal. We would like to speak with Chen Shi's homeroom teacher and a few of his classmates or friends. Upon hearing Chen Shi's name, the principal immediately appeared flustered. What is wrong, officer? Has Chen Shi done something wrong? No, we are merely conducting a routine investigation. Please don't be alarmed. We just have a few questions. All right, please wait a moment. The principal picked up the landline and dialed an internal number. Teacher Han, please come to my office. Also, bring along the class monitor and one of Chen Shi's close roommates. Noticing the principal's anxious demeanor, Wu Hao inquired, Principal, how does Chen Shi usually behave? Your expression seems rather uneasy. Please be honest. Sigh. The principal sighed, personally pouring several cups of tea for everyone. Chen Shi is a bit of a character. He doesn't care much for studies and is known for being mischievous. However, his character is not in question, just his grades. I've worried about his studies, but unfortunately, his parents aren't attentive. His father, you must know him. Wu Hao nodded. The principal seemed to be a seasoned diplomat, cautious about causing trouble, speaking in cliches. Whenever a student is underperforming, it's common to hear that they are mischievous but have good character. Wu Hao had heard this narrative countless times. After a while, Teacher Han arrived with 2 students, and Wu Hao instructed, please find us a room. We wish to speak with the teacher and students privately. Whether for interrogation or investigation, it is crucial to conduct these discussions in private, especially when involving hierarchical relationships such as principals, teachers, and students. With a superior present, many truths remain unspoken. Wu Hao first called Teacher Han to the adjacent meeting room to gather information. Chen Shi has been frequently skipping classes. Teacher Han recounted, I heard that his mother passed away 6 months ago, which may have hit him hard. Nowadays, students are rebellious, and with such circumstances, it's even harder to manage. Is the school unable to handle a student? Wu Hao asked. Well, Teacher Han hesitated. Were you not straightforward? We are police. We are here to clarify Chen Shi's situation. We wouldn't have summoned you if it were just a formality. Sigh, fine. Teacher Han sighed heavily, admitting, actually, we haven't seen Chen Shi much in the past 6 months. He comes and goes as he pleases. Given his attitude, the school should have expelled him long ago. But his father, the CEO of the Blue Earth Group, is quite wealthy, and no one wants to offend him. But so, the school has turned a blind eye, hoping he graduates soon without causing trouble. Have you not reported this to his parents? Report what? His mother used to come in, but since her passing, it's as if Chen Shi has no parents. His father is always busy, either working or socializing. He can't show up. Lin Yuhan fully understood Teacher Han's words. In a society that values money above all, many neglect their families and children's education for work. By the time they realize it, the children have grown up, forming their own thoughts, no longer the innocent little ones they once were. For someone like Chen Yusheng, with his status and influence, a mere sports school teacher is powerless. Expulsion is out of the question. It will never happen. His father is unconcerned, and the school staff are overly accommodating, creating an environment where Chen Shi reigns supreme. Wu Hao continued to question the class monitor and Chen Shi's roommate, finding their responses quite similar. Chen Shi enjoys basketball and is athletically gifted. Primarily focusing on long-distance running at the sports school, he had the potential to excel, but his mind is elsewhere, and he lacks enthusiasm for training. If he dedicated himself, he could easily rank in the city and even participate in national competitions. Gaining admission to prestigious universities through sports scholarships. Teachers had tried to counsel him numerous times, but Chen Shi paid no heed. Eventually, everyone gave up. Chen Shi acted like a little tyrant at school. No one dared to provoke him. He would bully anyone he disliked, and many students had suffered under his hand, yet most remained silent, unable to voice their anger. Reporting to teachers or principals resulted in nothing more than verbal reprimands. If the police were involved, they would ultimately refer the matter back to the school, leaving verbal admonishments as the only recourse. However, for a student like Chen Shi, such reprimands were meaningless, merely a formality. Have you seen Chen Shi recently? I heard he is quite busy. Busy with what, I wonder? Very few sought him out, as he had been absent from school for several days, and he wasn't even in his dorm. Wu Hao nodded thoughtfully, suddenly asking, "Can Chen Shi swim?" "Of course," the roommate replied. "He is a member of an extreme diving club and has taken me to play a few times. He always foots the bill. That place is incredibly fun, but I feel out of place there. My skills are far too lacking." The roommate smiled awkwardly, oblivious to the fact that the expressions of the surrounding police officers had turned grave. Wu Hao rose to his feet and addressed those around him. "I believe we have gathered sufficient information. Shall we withdraw? Let's go. I have no further inquiries." Lin Yuhan stood up in agreement. As they reached the staircase of the office building, Teacher Han hurried after them, his face etched with concern. "What has happened to Chen Shi?" "Nothing," Wu Hao replied curtly, clarifying that it was merely a simple inquiry and urged Teacher Han not to overthink it. "Oh." Teacher Han observed the departing figures with a peculiar expression. At the entrance of the Dragon Sports School, Wu Hao halted and asked the others, "What should we do now?" Although the question seemed directed at everyone, it was implicitly aimed at Lin Yuhan. "I have an idea," Lin Yuhan stated directly, casting a curious glance at Wu Hao. "Really? Please share, Detective Lin. What insights do you possess?" Wu Hao asked eagerly. Lin Yuhan paused, contemplating the 2-hour journey back home and the 3 bus transfers he would need to make, then leisurely replied, "Discussing the case here is rather inconvenient. Shall we head back to the police station instead?" Wu Hao's expression faltered. He had not intended to take Lin Yuhan back with him. However, Lin Yuhan's implication was unmistakably clear. "Perhaps." Gao Shengli began to suggest, "We could take you along," but upon catching Wu Hao's icy glare, he quickly corrected himself, "Or you could head back first. We still have work to do." "Very well." Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. "It seems inconvenient for you. It might hinder your duties." Lin Yuhan casually dug his pinky into his ear. "Then I shall take my leave." "All right, Detective Lin. Take care." Wu Hao grinned, not even attempting to persuade him to stay. He had anticipated this response. Someone like Lin Yuhan would never lower himself to plead for a ride back. Thinking of Lin Yuhan's desperate expression while taking the bus, Wu Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of elation, his words now tinged with buoyancy. "By the way," Lin Yuhan turned around to add, "I will need about 2 hours to return. If I encounter traffic, it might take 3. Yes. Wu Hao nodded vigorously, as though he had not comprehended a word Lin Yuhan had said. "So." Lin Yuhan continued slowly, "I won't be going to the police station. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. Please pay close attention to the case. I happen to know some things you might not be aware of. I had intended to discuss them with you, but it seems it may not hold much significance for you now." At this moment, Lin Yuhan felt he was nearing the truth and believed he could uncover the real culprit without Wu Hao's assistance. Cough. Wu Hao abruptly coughed twice. Watching Lin Yuhan's retreating figure, he silently signaled to his subordinates. Gao Shengli understood and quickly approached with enthusiasm. Hey, Mr. Lin, don't leave just yet. Since we are discussing the case, why not collaborate? You all seem busy. It wouldn't be convenient for you to bring me along," Lin Yuhan gently replied, "and I am quite occupied myself. Oh, Detective Lin, what are you saying?" Gao Shengli squinted. "Time is like water in a sponge. If we squeeze it a little, we can always find some. Is there anything more important than solving a case right now?" Lin Yuhan turned to the others behind him. "Are you all no longer busy?" Yes. The officers nodded enthusiastically. "Then does my return with you count as official business or personal? Since we are discussing the case, it naturally falls under official business. It shouldn't interfere with your police work, right?" "Of course. Detective Lin is assisting our police force and deserves recognition. Then let's go." Lin Yuhan climbed into the police car. Some matters needed clarification in advance, as he did not wish to cause trouble for others. Chapter 55. The Secret Slaughterhouse. The sky turned particularly dark, casting a gloomy veil over the sweltering earth, and the air grew heavy. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, followed by a torrential downpour that pounded the ground. Gao Shengli activated the windshield wipers as they sat in the car, exchanging glances in silence. Rainy days are often conducive to slumber, easily lulling one into a stupor, while also provoking thoughts that one might not consider on sunny days. Wu Hao's mood was especially somber. The recent string of 2 unsolved murders had left Lan Hai City in disarray, with citizens gripped by anxiety. If the case remained unresolved, the police's credibility would face intense scrutiny from the public, and he would have no explanation for his superiors. The complexity of the clues gathered thus far had far surpassed his expectations. Could Chen Shi be the murderer? If so, what actions would Chen Yusheng take? As the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, he faced substantial obstacles. He felt as though he was teetering on the edge of the truth, having found the door but lacking the key. A sense of helplessness washed over him. Without Lin Yuhan's insights, he would have been unable to glimpse the internal truth. Now, with Chen Shi entering the police's line of sight, could he be the key to unraveling the mystery? Before long, they arrived at the police station in a flurry. Lin Yuhan had dozed off briefly in the car, but was soon awakened by an officer. "Detective Lin, we have arrived. Please exit the vehicle." The police car was indeed swift and comfortable, a sensation he relished. Wu Hao strode ahead, his pace hurried and expression serious as he entered the conference room. Gao Shengli followed, waving to gather the others. The police personnel formed a circle around the conference table as Wu Hao began to present their findings. "Ladies and gentlemen, after our investigation yesterday evening, we have discovered significant clues. It appears that the perpetrator committed the crime in the woods of South Lake Park and then traversed the entire lake to escape the scene. We found what seemed to be the suspect's footprints across from the crime scene. After technical analysis, we have reached the following conclusions. First, the suspect is approximately 180 centimeters tall and weighs between 75 to 80 kilograms. Second, the suspect possesses considerable swimming ability and physical fitness. Third, the suspect is cunning and ruthless, likely a habitual offender. Is there anything anyone would like to add?" The officers shook their heads. Wu Hao continued. "Gao Shengli, please present the findings from yesterday and today." "Certainly, Captain Wu." Gao Shengli activated the projector, displaying a document. "After my investigations alongside Captain Wu, a suspicious individual has entered our radar. Chen Shi, an 18-year-old student in his second year at Longwei Sports School. According to reports from teachers and students, he frequently skips classes and stays out at night, fitting the profile of a delinquent. Moreover, Chen Shi has demonstrated strong swimming skills, making him a prime suspect." Wu Hao turned to inquire, "Has Chen Shi's location been confirmed?" Technician Zhong Jeluan quickly reported, "Captain Wu, I tracked the suspect's phone number and registration data. Chen Shi currently resides in Unit 607, Building 9 of Yuehai Garden, and has been spotted multiple times near Chen Yoshing's company, Dijing Garden, and Dingku Financial. Furthermore, on the night of the incident at South Lake Park, Chen Shi was active on the nearby roads." Upon hearing this, excitement spread across the faces of the investigation team. The implications were clear. Gao Shengli exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? I suggest we apprehend Chen Shi immediately." Wu Hao nodded, casting another glance at Lin Yuhan. "Mr. Lin, do you have anything to add? I recall you mentioned possessing some important leads for the police." "No." Lin Yuhan hesitated, his expression contemplative. After a moment of silence, he replied gravely, "Isn't it a bit hasty to discuss apprehending Chen Shi? After all, he is the son of Chen Yushing, and you know his methods. I believe we should summon him first. Detective Lin, if we follow your line of thought, we will never solve this case." Wu Hao interrupted Lin Yuhan's concerns. "The police have their own procedures and methods. This is not your place to interject. Just provide the information you have. Then I request to join the operation to apprehend Chen Shi. As for what I know," Lin Yuhan glanced at those around him and slowly said, "I would prefer to consider what to disclose after I meet Chen Shi." Wu Hao was clearly displeased with Lin Yuhan's defiance and shot him a glare before instructing the others. "If there are no objections, let's head out now and apprehend the suspect as soon as possible." "Yes." The room echoed with resolute affirmations. Wu Hao swiftly devised a plan for the arrest and led the officers to Yuehai Garden. To prevent Chen Shi from acting rashly, Wu Hao first contacted the property management, using a plumbing maintenance excuse to knock on Chen Shi's door. "Who is it?" a boy's voice echoed from within. "Property management," replied a middle-aged man in blue work attire standing outside. "Could you please open the door? I need to conduct a maintenance check." After a brief moment, a narrow gap appeared in the door as the youth cautiously peeked out. Upon noticing the police officers behind the property manager, panic flickered in his eyes, and he hurriedly retreated inside, slamming the door shut. However, his actions were still a moment too slow. Wu Hao, quick-witted, kicked the door open and rushed inside with his team. "Don't move, be honest." The youth was pinned to the ground, and Wu Hao presented his police badge before him. "Chen Shi, you are under arrest. What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me?" Chen Shi shouted indignantly from the floor, but he was no match for the several police officers, who held him down firmly with no chance to resist. "I will file a complaint against you. You garbage for breaking into a private residence." Chen Shi yelled in fury, but the officers remained unfazed. Lin Yuhan followed them into the room, and as he entered, he instinctively frowned, mirroring the expressions of the others. A strong stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing his eyes to sting. Inside, it felt as if he had stepped into another realm. All the windows were covered with thick curtains, and even the kitchen window was plastered with newspaper. It resembled a clandestine slaughterhouse, impenetrable and suffocating. On the living room wall, splashes of fresh blood painted a gruesome picture, flowing down like dried tears. The atmosphere inside was thick with death, and terrifying posters adorned the walls, depicting a grim reaper wielding a scythe, his expression menacing as it descended upon a terrified woman below. Chapter 56. Confession. Lin Yuhan entered Chen Shi's bedroom, where various photographs of women were plastered on the wall beside the single bed. Some photos had densely scribbled notes in red ink, marking locations and times. Others bore red crosses. From the angles, it was evident these were taken surreptitiously, and among them were pictures of Li Yu, Jiang Weina, and Wu Dandan, even featuring Chen Yushang's secretary, Miao Shuzhen. Lin Yuhan quickly scanned the photographs, filtering through them in his mind. One face seemed familiar. Suddenly, he remembered a nurse he had encountered at the dental clinic during his visit to Wang Yuan, raising the question of her connection to either Chen Yushang or Chen Shi. His gaze shifted elsewhere. On the opposite wall of the bedroom were gruesome images of corpses and dismembered limbs. Various horrifying scenes of decapitation and dismemberment sent chills down his spine. Next to the photos were sticky notes detailing methods of murder and corpse disposal. On Chen Shi's desk lay an assortment of knives, all stained with thick blood. Lin Yuhan felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. The scene before him was even more horrifying than any crime scene he had witnessed, resembling a hell on earth that showcased the madness of evil. A voice echoed from the living room. Wu team, we've made a discovery in the bathroom. Lin Yuhan hurried out of the bedroom, following Wu Hao towards the restroom. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was met with dried blood splattered across the tiled floor. The bathtub contained a foul-smelling pool of pus and blood, within which lay the dismembered corpses of cats and dogs, carelessly discarded around the tub. On the sink, a freshly slaughtered stray dog lay, its eyes wide with despair, its body trembling slightly, blood oozing from its neck. Everyone's faces turned pale with horror. They could hardly fathom that an 18-year-old boy could commit such cruelty. Wu Hao quickly grasped the severity of the situation and called Qin Mingnan, urging her to bring forensic tools to the scene urgently. Chen Shi was placed in a police car, while the evidence collection team tirelessly documented the scene. Zhao Hong retrieved a camera from beneath the television cabinet and presented it to Wu Hao. Look at this, Team Wu. Wu Hao examined the camera, displaying various street photographs of women. Some were alongside Chen Yushang, while others appeared alone. The angles primarily captured their backs or sides, and any front-facing shots were taken surreptitiously from a distance. Among them were several images of Jiang Weina. Wu Hao realized this was what Chen Shi's roommate referred to as making a big deal. The women exhibited intimate behavior with Chen Yushang, suggesting that Chen Shi's intent was to document his father's mistresses. Wu Hao deduced. So, these women are all involved with Chen Yushang, aren't they? It follows that Chen Shi, having witnessed his father's infidelity, associated it with the abandonment of his mother, fostering a desire for revenge that led him to contemplate their murders. This reasoning provided clarity regarding the deaths of Li Yu and Jiang Weina. Zhao Hong chimed in. It appears that way. Team Wu, you truly are a master of criminal investigation. Your analysis is astute. Moments later, Chen Mingnan hurried in with her forensic toolbox. Upon witnessing the scene, she momentarily froze before donning a mask and gloves to commence her evidence collection and examination. As a forensic expert, Chen Mingnan possessed a strong mental fortitude, yet the horrifying sight before her still made her uneasy. With the windows tightly shut, the oppressive atmosphere within the house caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Carefully, she took sample bottles, collecting blood samples from various rooms, and began analyzing fingerprints and other traces. After a considerable time, she completed her examination and returned to the police station with the others. She required time to compile a detailed report. In the interrogation room, Wu Hao and Gao Shengli studied Chen Shi, who sat silently with his head bowed, an air of gravity surrounding him. Gao Shengli tapped on the table to assert authority, sternly declaring, Chen Shi, now that you are here, I hope you will be forthcoming. We can advocate for leniency on your behalf. Forthcoming about what? Chen Shi murmured, still looking down. Confess to your crimes. Confess? Chen Shi raised his head. Confusion etched on his face. What crime have I committed? Are you truly unaware of your crimes? It seems you are determined to deny the obvious, Gao Shengli retorted. Our technical team has determined that you secretly entered Nanhua Park about a week ago. And shortly thereafter, your stepmother, Li Yu, was brutally murdered. Explain yourself. Chen Shi's voice suddenly erupted in fury, interrupting Gao Shengli's interrogation. She is not my mother. I won't allow you to say that. I have no such stepmother. Seated in the chair, Chen Shi clenched his hands, trembling slightly. All right, Chen Shi, calm down. Gao Shengli recognized that the youth was becoming agitated and altered his tone, presenting the evidence photographs and the dagger before him. Look at these photos. They were all found in your home. alongside these knives and the animals you brutally harmed. What do you have to say about this? Chen cast a glance, his pupils narrowing suddenly. Filled with intense hatred, he bit his lip, remaining silent, his body heaving as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Recognizing this psychological turmoil, Gao Shengli continued questioning. Our investigation revealed that you had been stalking your father, capturing photographs of him meeting with other women. What was your motive? Among the women you photographed, both Jiang Weina and Liu have been murdered. Do you have any connection to their deaths? Chen remained silent, wrestling with his thoughts, his fingers raking through his hair, hands moving from his cheeks to the back of his head and back again, repeating the motion as sweat trickled down his temples. Speak. Were these two women killed by you? Gao Shengli pressed, slamming the photos onto the table before Chen Shi. Clearly agitated, Chen Shi's eyes filled with bloodshot rage upon seeing the photographs. He lifted his head, his gaze transforming into one of madness and satisfaction, roaring, "Yes, I killed them all, those bitches, they deserve to die. I want to dismember them." Ha ha ha. Chapter 57. A display of pride. Gao Shengli and Wu Hao exchanged glances, both revealing excitement on their faces. After days of relentless effort, they finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. Seizing the moment, Gao Shengli inquired, "When did you murder Jiang Weina, and what method did you use?" Chen Shi grinned, a sly look crossing his face. "It was so long ago. Heh, I can't remember." "You?" Witnessing his nonchalant attitude, Gao Shengli felt a surge of frustration. This youth truly seemed to kill without a second thought, treating the loss of two lives with such indifference. Unfortunately, they could not resort to coercive interrogation, especially considering Chen Shi's father's standing in Lanhai City, leaving them no choice but to remind him. "Chen Shi, be serious, we are conducting an interrogation, not playing house. No one can control you at school, but it's different here. Adjust your attitude." "Meh," Chen Shi replied, shaking his head. "Officer, what attitude am I lacking? You want me to confess? I already have. Isn't that enough? What else do you want from me? I need you to explain the methods you used in your crimes. Really can't remember." A playful smile crept across his face. And Liu, Wu Hao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "What?" Chen Shi raised his head and instinctively felt a surge of panic upon seeing Wu Hao's face, which was as cold as frost. Although his expression was not as fierce as Gao Shengli's, it appeared even more unsettling. Wu Hao approached Chen Shi, glaring fiercely at him and biting his lip. He uttered a menacing tone. "Kid, I ask you how Liu died. You claim you cannot remember Jiang Weina, but Liu was murdered just a few days ago. Surely, you must recall that. You mentioned that woman." Chen Shi's eyes betrayed his discomfort, and after a moment's hesitation, he suddenly broke into a wild laugh. "I lured her to the lake, stabbed her in the chest, and then severed her head. She deserved it. Ha 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 ha." Wu Hao's expression turned serious. Chen Shi's words did not sound like a confession but rather a boast. As if he had accomplished an immensely glorious task, he exhibited a disturbing enthusiasm for killing. Yet, inexplicably, his words conveyed an air of bluster concealing weakness. Wu Hao, having encountered many vicious criminals, found this sensation unsettlingly novel. "After killing Liu, how did you escape?" he pressed. "Escape? If I don't tell you, you might never figure it out," Chen Shi said, a smug look crossing his face as he leaned back in his chair, disdainfully regarding the officers before him. "I swam from the southern lake to the opposite side." "Ha ha ha, you didn't know, did you? I'm a seasoned member of an extreme diving club. Swimming 2 laps across the entire southern lake is a piece of cake for me." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao felt a weight lift from his chest. He returned to his seat, casting a meaningful glance at Gao Shengli, signaling that he would take over the questioning from here. After days of investigation, a smile of satisfaction finally graced his face. Although Chen Shi did not detail Jiang Weina's death, his account of Liu's murder aligned closely with the police's findings, allowing them to conclude that Chen Shi was indeed the culprit. His confession relieved the officers. They had anticipated a challenging interrogation with such a vicious adversary, yet the process had unfolded surprisingly smoothly, leading to the demon-like youth's admission of guilt. The 2 recent heinous murder cases in Lanhai City were on the verge of resolution. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the interrogation room. An officer hurried in and whispered to Wu Hao, "Captain Wu, Chen Yuqing has arrived." Wu Hao frowned slightly. "Let him come. What does it have to do with me? He insists on seeing you. Who does he think he is? This isn't his place. He can't just come and go as he pleases." The officer urged quietly, "Captain Wu, it would be best if you went out to check. Chen Yuqing is causing quite a scene, and we are struggling to manage it. This cannot continue." "Damn it," Wu Hao cursed, rising from his seat. Upon entering the office hall of the police station, he spotted Chen Yuqing, blocked by a crowd, along with his detestable lawyer. Wu Hao pushed through the throng and approached Chen Yuqing directly, asking, "Mr. Chen, I hear you're looking for me. What is it?" "You are Wu Hao." Chen Yuqing's eyes brimmed with disdain. "On what grounds are you arresting my son?" "On what grounds?" Wu Hao raised an eyebrow. Speaking unhurriedly, "He killed someone." "Shouldn't we, the police, apprehend him?" Chen Yuqing's expression turned cold. "Killed? Who did he kill?" "The horrendous cases of decapitation. Jiang Weina and Li Yu were both his doing." "Mr. Chen, your parenting leaves much to be desired." "Impossible. You are speaking nonsense. My son is definitely not the murderer." Chen Yuqing's tone grew frantic. His face flushed as if he were about to explode. Xia Huaichun adjusted his glasses and interjected with an overly polite tone. "Captain Wu, your baseless accusations and insults toward my client's son will lead me to file a defamation suit against you." "Save it." Wu Hao regarded the two with a smirk, as though observing two clowns. "He has confessed. These are his own words." "What? What did you say?" Chen Yuqing could hardly believe his ears, and he stepped forward, seizing Wu Hao's collar. "Did you coerce him? Where is Chen Shi? I demand to see him." "Do you wish to be detained, Mr. Chen?" Wu Hao pushed Chen Yuqing aside, stating, "Don't think your wealth can intimidate me. This is not your landy group, nor is it your playground. Interfering with official business carries legal consequences." Xia Huaichun whispered to Chen Yuqing, calming him down, and then sternly addressed Wu Hao, "Where is Chen Shi? Take me to him. I have matters to discuss with him." "This is my right." "Very well, I will escort you there now." Wu Hao did not refuse. He recognized Chen Yuqing's influence. Even if he blocked him now, Chen Yuqing could still find a way to meet Chen Shi, potentially embarrassing Wu Hao in the process. Regardless, the interrogation results were already conclusive, and no matter what Chen Yuqing attempted, it could not alter the fact of Chen Shi's confession. Wu Hao's demeanor had become considerably more composed as he anticipated Chen Yuqing's next actions in attempting to extricate his son. As the saying goes, knowing both oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Chapter 58. A confession does not equate to guilt. Through Chen Yuqing's impulsive reaction, Wu Hao swiftly organized the entire case in his mind. It was likely that on the day of the incident, Chen Shi had taken a knife from Chen Yuqing's home and attacked Li Yu in Nanhu Park, hastily abandoning the murder weapon at the scene. Which is why Chen Yuqing's fingerprints were found there, while Chen Shi's were absent due to him wearing gloves. With physical evidence and testimonies in hand, it was increasingly difficult for Chen Yuqing to defend or overturn his son's case. Upon entering the interrogation room, Chen Yuqing saw Chen Shi sitting at ease in the chair, and fury surged within him as he approached to reprimand. "You scoundrel!" Chen Shi was taken aback, lowering his head in shame at his father's disappointed expression. "Dad." Chen Yuqing's tone softened as he restrained his anger, asking, "Tell me, what did you do? Tell me you didn't kill those people. I killed them. I killed them all." Chen Shi lifted his head, his eyes wild with fervor. "You're talking nonsense. You just turned 18. How could you possibly kill someone? How could you have such audacity and skill?" Chen Shi fell silent, lowering his head as he pondered. Xia Huaichun approached, patiently advising, "Young Master Chen, you must think carefully. Do not admit to something you did not do. Murder is a serious matter. This is no jest. Rest assured, with Mr. Chen here, no one can harm a hair on your head. If these officers attempt to coerce you, you must inform me, and I will seek justice for you." This was clearly a hint to lead Chen Shi to recant his confession and smear the police. Yet Chen Shi's reaction surprised everyone. He defiantly raised his face and shouted at Xia Huaichun, "Shut your mouth. Do you have any say here? I admitted to killing. That is my voluntary confession. What are you to say I didn't kill? Do you believe I will slaughter you too?" Chen Yuqing turned to the stunned Xia Huaichun, embarrassment etched across his face. Xia Huaichun was boiling inside. Yet with Chen Yuqing present, he could not express his frustration. A torrent of expletives surged through his mind. "I came to help you. How can you be so ungrateful? If not for your father's status, I wouldn't have bothered to intervene." Quietly, Chen Yuqing asked, "Lawyer Xia, what should we do?" Xia Huaichun shook his head, his expression troubled. If Chen Shi did not confess, it would be easier to argue, but with the suspect voluntarily admitting guilt, he was at a loss. "I hope you can see the reality." Wu Hao approached, throwing down the collected physical evidence and photographs in front of Chen Yuqing. "Look at this. These were found in your son's home." Graphic images filled their sight, and upon seeing the gruesome photographs on the table, Chen Yuqing fell silent. Both he and Xia Huaichun wore expressions of shock, clearly not anticipating such horrific discoveries within his son's residence. It would take him considerable time to digest and accept this reality. After a long silence, Chen Yuqing finally lifted his head and said through clenched teeth, "You all wait. I will ensure my son receives justice." With that, he stormed out, "I'll be waiting." Wu Hao watched Chen Yuqing's retreating figure with a grin. How satisfying. Just days ago, you were so arrogant. Now, I'll see how you manage to wriggle out of this. Stepping out of the interrogation room, Wu Hao felt as though he had just won a great victory. He looked at Lin Yuhan, who was waiting outside, and declared, "Detective Lin, good news. Chen Shi confessed everything in under 5 minutes. Now even Chen Yuqing cannot save him." Lin Yuhan remained silent, his expression grave as he descended into thought. Noticing his pensive demeanor, Wu Hao asked in confusion, "Hey, what's wrong, Detective Lin? Do you have any thoughts?" Lin Yuhan remained silent, while Wu Hao wore a mischievous smile, his expression reflecting a sudden realization mixed with a hint of pride. "Rest assured, the successful resolution of this case is primarily due to the diligent efforts of our police force, particularly my astute decision-making and meticulous investigation. However, you have played a subtle role, providing us with a seemingly trivial clue. Therefore, I shall petition my superiors for your share of the credit. I understand your financial situation is rather tight, and as for your reward, it will certainly be something." Lin Yuhan, uninterested in his self-righteous generosity, remained silent for a long while before speaking. "That being said, I am beginning to doubt he is a murderer." "Why?" Wu Hao asked, puzzled. "He has confessed. Confession does not equate to guilt." Lin Yuhan replied, "I believe he lacks the courage to kill." Wu Hao scoffed. "Surely, Detective Lin, you jest. How do you explain the dead cats and dogs found in his home? Along with the gruesome photographs, he has constructed a terrifying facade to appear as a murderer, yet he is fundamentally afraid to take a life. If he were truly as ruthless as depicted, we would have discovered severed limbs, not merely the carcasses of pets." Wu Hao disagreed with Lin Yuhan's perspective, mocking, "Your reasoning is quite peculiar, Detective. If such a scene cannot associate a person with murder, what then defines criminal propensity? Did you inquire about his motive?" Lin Yuhan pressed. "Of course," Wu Hao responded, "that we could deduce it without asking. The killer's intense dissatisfaction with women, particularly those around Chen Yusheng, led him to commit these heinous acts." "No, I mean, why arrange the bodies in such bizarre positions?" Lin Yuhan corrected. Wu Hao suddenly felt he had overlooked something. Lin Yuhan continued, "A murderer, having meticulously designed such a peculiar display, surely possesses a purpose and intent. These elements become distinct behavioral symbols during the crime. He must have planned and designed this carefully. He relishes the act of crime and the thrill of confronting the police. He likely even devised a method of exonerating himself. Even if apprehended, he would not easily submit to justice. Your interrogation of Chen Shi was far too straightforward, which is inconsistent with the psychological traits of a methodical, deranged killer." Moreover, Lin Yuhan added, "The gruesome photographs found in his home largely depict the dismemberment or disposal of bodies, akin to how he handled the animals, yet they do not correlate with the corpses from the murder scene. I find it perplexing. I cannot link the two bodies at the crime scene with the photographs found at Chen Shi's home. Beyond their brutality, there are no other similarities." Chapter 59. Delusions of Guilt. After hearing Lin Yuhan's analysis, Wu Hao was baffled. Then why would he do such a thing? Lin Yuhan pondered for a long moment before uttering 5 words. "Delusions of guilt. What does that mean?" Wu Hao inquired. Lin Yuhan explained, "This is one of the 5 distinct types of delusions, known as guilt delusion. The patient irrationally believes they have committed grave errors and crimes, even considering themselves deserving of punishment, to the extent of refusing food or demanding labor as penance. It is primarily observed in emotional mental disorders during depressive episodes, but can also appear in schizophrenia and other mental illnesses. I suspect Chen Shi, having grown up in a single-parent household and having lost his mother to illness, developed a sense of resentment towards society, triggering delusions of guilt." Intriguing. Wu Hao chuckled coldly. "So, you imply that the crimes Chen Shi confessed to are mere figments of his imagination?" Lin Yuhan nodded. "You could interpret it that way. I suspect he harbors severe homicidal fantasies, stemming from prolonged mental distress or excitement that manifests as a desire to kill. If he cannot act on these thoughts in reality, he seeks psychological solace by fantasizing about murdering or harming someone. Over time, this becomes a psychological habit, revealing an extreme, rebellious, antisocial personality." Noticing Wu Hao's confused expression, Lin Yuhan further elucidated, "For instance, you may encounter individuals you detest or who bully you, but cannot retaliate against. This creates an obsession in your mind to kill them or wish for their accidental demise, continuously simulating various scenarios of their deaths. This is what we term a homicidal fantasy. To be candid, I once harbored intense thoughts of this nature, and the object of my fantasies stands before me now. Wu Hao's pupils dilated, his body involuntarily trembling, as he exclaimed, "You must be insane." Clearly startled by Lin Yuhan's subsequent declaration, Lin Yuhan ceased teasing him and began to analyze the photographs from Chen Shi's home. Look, some of these photographs are marked with red crosses, while others are not. Typically, a red cross signifies someone has been killed. Yet, in reality, those individuals remain alive. Therefore, we may conclude that Chen Shi viewed the animals as those women depicted in the photographs, harming them to simulate and enact his inner homicidal fantasies, thus evoking his delusions of guilt. At this point, Lin Yuhan chose to remain silent, while Wu Hao sat in stunned silence. After a long while, he swallowed hard and, somewhat begrudgingly, asked, "Can you explain why Chen Shi happened to be at the crime scene the night of the murders and was able to vividly describe the entire process of killing Li Yu?" "There exists a possibility," Lin Yuhan analyzed. He witnessed the murderer kill Li Yu and envisioned that person as himself, as the killer accomplished what he had long desired but lacked the courage to do. Through this means, he attained immense psychological gratification. "Do you have any evidence?" Wu Hao queried. Lin Yuhan did not respond directly, instead stating, "I request a private interrogation of Chen Shi. On what grounds do you believe I will acquiesce?" Wu Hao challenged. "You will," Lin Yuhan replied with a confident smile. The two heinous murder cases had only recently begun to show signs of clarity after many days, regardless of whether Lin Yuhan's analysis was accurate or not. Wu Hao could not afford any lapses. If Chen Shi were to be exonerated again, it would render their efforts futile. Just then, Chen Mingnan hurried over to Wu Hao, exclaiming, "Senior, there's an issue." "What issue?" An ominous sense of foreboding washed over him. Chen Mingnan opened a report. Chen Shi's DNA and fingerprints do not match those found at either crime scene, nor do the shoe prints. "What? How can this be?" Wu Hao's heart sank. Could it truly be as Lin Yuhan suggested? This was inconceivable. He had confessed. How could he not be the murderer? This is indeed the case. Chen Mingnan's expression turned complex as he revealed. The blood samples taken from his home were all animal blood, with no traces of human blood. Wu Hao leaned despairingly against the wall, feeling desolate. Although he was reluctant to accept it, the evidence lay before him. Thus, it could be concluded that, to a significant extent, Chen Shi was not the murderer. Chen Mingnan asked, "Senior, what shall we do now?" Wu Hao remained silent for a long time, exhaling heavily before responding, "Take him to the visitation room." He then turned and silently patted Lin Yuhan's shoulder. Helplessness and despair enveloped him, emotions that only Lin Yuhan might comprehend. Upon entering the visitation room, Lin Yuhan encountered Chen Shi, who radiated a carefree demeanor, a sense of relief washing over him. He had finally achieved his wish to be recognized as a murderer. Awaiting the judgment of justice, yet his relaxed expression was tinged with tension and anticipation. Lin Yuhan closed the door to the room and stated, "I have a few questions for you." Chen Shi glanced at Lin Yuhan but remained silent, though his demeanor noticeably shifted. Lin Yuhan dragged a chair closer and sat before him. "Rest assured, there are no police officers or surveillance here," he said in a calm tone, hoping for an honest exchange. Chen Shi smirked. "I must say, officer, I have already confessed to murder. Am I not being candid?" "First, let me reiterate that I am not a police officer." Lin Yuhan shook his head. "Moreover, I do not believe you committed murder. You are merely a timid opportunist." Lin Yuhan aimed to provoke Chen Shi, observing whether he would display any signs of guilt. Indeed, Chen Shi suddenly became anxious, his entire body trembling violently, his face flushed red as he shouted loudly, "I killed them. All of them. This is their retribution. I will kill more, eradicate them completely." Then, Lin Yuhan suddenly asked in a low voice, "What about Wu Dandan? Did you kill her too?" "What?" Chen Shi abruptly lifted his head, as if struck at a sensitive point, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. No, I did not kill her. She. Chapter 60. A son acquired for free. Seeing Chen Shi's panicked demeanor, a hint of mockery appeared at the corners of Lin Yuhan's mouth as he continued. "Why do you admit to killing others but not Wu Dandan?" "That is because. Chen Shi fell silent. Lin Yuhan slammed the table, standing up with an authoritative tone. "Because you like her, and the others are not your victims." "Are they?" "Yes. No, that's not true." Cold sweat trickled down Chen Shi's temples, his gaze shifting erratically, unable to meet Lin Yuhan's eyes. Lin Yuhan fixed his gaze on him, his imposing presence overwhelming Chen Shi's senses. "You are lying. You have not killed anyone." Chen Shi's body shook violently, his back drenched in sweat. Lin Yuhan continued, "You hate your father, you despise his lover, which has birthed countless murderous thoughts in your mind. Yet you have never found the courage to act, so you keep killing small animals, imagining them as those women. Am I right? How do you know that? At this point, Chen clearly lacked conviction. Whether his response was a denial or an admission, he stubbornly clung to his last shred of dignity, insisting, "It is me who killed them. I killed them all." Lin Yuhan disregarded his feeble defense and pressed on. "You must have seen the real murderer, right? Tell me, who is he? What does he look like?" "I don't know. I don't recognize him. Please, don't ask me." Chen clawed at his hair in anguish. Under Lin Yuhan's relentless questioning, his logic and reasoning began to unravel. Shaking his head repeatedly, "I killed them. I don't know. It was me." Lin Yuhan exited the interrogation room, shaking his head at the eagerly awaiting Wu Hao. He did not commit murder. What about the real murderer? Wu Hao immediately inquired. He saw him, but refuses to speak. Or perhaps he genuinely does not know who the murderer is, doesn't want to talk? Can we allow that? Wu Hao retorted, making his way toward the meeting room. "What are you going to ask?" Lin Yuhan intercepted Wu Hao. "You think if I can't get it out of him, you can? Instead of wasting time, why not analyze the case further and search for the actual murderer?" "Oh, I see. It seems our detective Lin has a bit of disdain for others." Wu Hao, feeling somewhat indignant, replied, "What makes me inferior to you? What if I manage to get him to speak today? I'll take your surname if you do." Lin Yuhan's dismissive retort showed his lack of interest in Wu Hao's bravado. "Fine, just don't go back on your word. Mark my words, I will pry his mouth open today. If I can't, then I will take your surname." Wu Hao tossed his hair dramatically as he entered the meeting room. An hour later, Wu Hao emerged from the meeting room. Chen Mingnan rushed over with eager anticipation, asking, "Captain Wu, what was the outcome?" "What outcome? There is no outcome." Wu Hao glared. "Who is Captain Wu?" "Today, I am Captain Lin." Seeing his self-righteous demeanor, Chen Mingnan nearly burst out laughing. "Fair play, you're quite aware of the stakes." "Ahem, be serious." Wu Hao's face turned stern. "Announce it, I am Captain Lin, just for today." "Understood, Captain Lin." Chen Mingnan saluted. "Hello, Captain Lin." Gao Shengli looked perplexed. "Captain, why just for today? Didn't I say? Today, I am with him, yeah? Why is it your concern? I can do what I want." Lin Yuhan shook his head in exasperation, sighing, "What can I say? It feels like I've acquired a son for free, yet I do not wish for one." Lin Hao approached Lin Yuhan solemnly, asking, "Detective Lin, what shall we do next?" "What to do? We continue the investigation." Lin Yuhan felt that this man had inherited his surname, but not his intellect. Such an obvious matter. And yet he still needed to inquire. "However, that guy inside has already confessed. We can't just let him go, can we? How to handle it is your department's concern. I have no say in that." Lin Yuhan had no solutions. Lin Hao appeared equally troubled. "If we keep him, he is not the murderer, and it would be unreasonable to detain him at the precinct. Yet if we release him, he has confessed, claiming he killed someone. Such a person exists in this world. Does he think being in the precinct feels like home, preferring to stay here over his own? I have never seen someone so brazen." Lin Hao squatted down, his expression grave, feeling an urge to curse, but unsure of whom to blame. Lin Yuhan approached and gently patted his head, advising, "Child, some matters you need not consider how to act upon, but you must contemplate the implications behind them. For instance, if you arrest Chen Shi, then later realize he is innocent, you must consider the repercussions for Chen Yusheng." "Damn, do you think I fear him?" Lin Hao stood up, smirking. "I know your father is quite formidable, but I am not referring to myself. However, we must ultimately consider the consequences." Wu Hao's mouth dropped open in astonishment, his expression bewildered. "Little friend, do you have many questions?" He glared at Lin Yuhan in annoyance. "Are you taking advantage of me?" "Not at all," Lin Yuhan replied earnestly. Lin Hao, clearing his throat, the onlooking Chen Mingnan and Gao Shengli struggled to suppress their laughter. Their faces flushed. Lin Yuhan announced, "I must take my leave. You can continue the investigation at your own pace." "Wait." Lin Hao stopped Lin Yuhan. "You are hiding something from me, eh?" Lin Yuhan was taken aback. Had he discovered something? Lin Hao's expression turned serious. "Tell me, what exactly are you concealing? What makes you so certain that Chen Shi is not the murderer? You must know something we do not." Lin Yuhan suddenly felt that this vice-captain was not as simple as he had imagined. Occasionally, he demonstrated a keen intelligence. After a moment of thought, he asked, "What is this?" "A trade of clues," Lin Hao stated solemnly. "We, the police, have provided you with much convenience, allowing you to learn many insider details. In return, you should also share what you know with us." Lin Hao's reasoning was sound. One should learn the value of reciprocity. "All right." Lin Yuhan unexpectedly agreed to his request, but added, "You must promise to keep this confidential for now." Agreed. Lin Hao nodded. Lin Yuhan leaned in close, whispering, "Because there is another corpse." "What?" Lin Hao's pupils dilated in shock. His expression one of disbelief. Lin Yuhan made a shushing gesture, continuing in a hushed tone, "I am currently investigating this matter. Once I have clarity, I will inform you, so keep it under wraps for now." Lin Hao stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Clearly, the complexity of this case far exceeded his expectations. "You all continue to be busy. I will take my leave," Lin Yuhan called out loudly, his figure disappearing down the precinct corridor. Watching him depart, Lin Hao sighed, remarking, "This detective is becoming increasingly mysterious." Chen Mingnan leaned in conspiratorially, "Captain Lin, how could you whisper with a senior in front of so many people? It's rather improper. What secret conversation were you two having?" "Whispering?" Lin Hao, flustered and angry, retorted, "We were discussing the case, all right? And even if we were, it was he who was whispering to me. If you want to know, go ask him." "Cut it out. You're being stingy." Chen Mingnan made a face. Gauchingly queried, "Captain Lin, how do we handle Qin Shi?" Detective Lin's reasoning seems quite sound. After all, Qin Yusheng. Reasoning? What reasoning? Am I afraid of his father? Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course you are not afraid," Gao Xingli replied sheepishly. "Exactly. Why should he be so arrogant? I will keep him detained. What can he do to me? Let his father come and find me." His words were spoken with thunderous conviction and seemed entirely justified. "As long as you're happy." Gao Xingli dared not say more, knowing that this vice-captain was usually quite audacious, and if it came down to a contest of family backgrounds, he might indeed be on par with Chen Yusheng. He certainly had that confidence. Lin Hao wore a disdainful expression as he walked toward the corridor, muttering to himself, "Do I fear him?" He truly harbored no fear. At the corridor's end, he abruptly turned and commanded, "Have that brat named Chen write an apology and then get lost. I want him to disappear from the police station immediately. I never wish to see him again." Striding into the office area, he left behind an aura of invincibility and solitude in the hallway. Hai Shengli watched Lin Hao depart and opened the door to the reception room, saying, "Chen Shi? You may leave now." Chen Shi, equally bewildered, replied, "Leave? Officer, I've committed murder." Hai Shengli, with impatience, retorted, "I might as well be a celestial being. When I tell you to leave, you should do so without hesitation." Frowning, Chen Shi clenched his fists in dissatisfaction. "You are being utterly irresponsible towards a murderer. I will report this to your superiors." "Ha?" Hai Shengli scoffed, "Murder, is it? Writing an apology is part of it. Do you wish to pin one? 1,000 words? Perhaps?" Chen Shi was momentarily flustered. "Officer, you're asking too much of me. I can't even write an 800-word essay." "Then hurry up and get out." Hai Shengli pointed towards the exit, glaring fiercely. "All right, I'll leave." Chen Shi retreated in defeat. "Damn it," Lin Hao fumed, shaking his fist. "It's a shame I bear the surname Lin today. Don't let me catch you next time." Chapter 61. Surveillance at the pharmacy. Chen Shi is not the murderer. After leaving the police station, Lin Yuhan's expression grew grave. He felt certain he had overlooked something, a crucial clue that eluded him. From Wu Dandan to Jiang Weina, then to Li Yu, he had been led by the nose by the true perpetrator, as if ensnared in a trap. Why did the murderer decapitate the victims? What was the intention behind such a bizarre display? Lin Yuhan sank into contemplation. The murderer must have had a compelling reason, one that held the key to unmasking the criminal. To unravel these enigmas, it seemed necessary to delve into Wu Dandan's affairs, for she was the central figure of the case. All pertinent information regarding Wu Dandan was in his possession. Lin Yuhan needed to reassess the entire case from the beginning. Upon returning to the Jinheng Detective Agency, Lin Yuhan compiled a list of all the connections that had emerged thus far. Suddenly, he recognized a person worthy of investigation. Huang Fu Luqi, the nurse who sold medicine just downstairs from Wu Dandan's residence. Her familiarity with Wu Dandan indicated that the latter frequently visited the pharmacy, raising the possibility that others connected to Wu Dandan had also been there. The nurse might be unaware, but Lin Yuhan could uncover the truth. Moreover, he still had 2 leads left to explore: the large box of condoms found at Wu Dandan's home and the unfinished video on her computer. With this in mind, Lin Yuhan pulled out his phone and messaged the nurse. "Are you there?" 2 emotionless words replied. "Ding dong, yes. What is up, scoundrel brother? Are you at work? There's something I need your help with. Is that all right? What do you need? Does your store have surveillance cameras? I'd like to review the footage." "That's not possible. Viewing the surveillance requires permission from the store manager, and I doubt they would agree. If you let me see the footage, I'll buy 20 boxes of Durex, no discount needed. Come over now, I'll be waiting at the store. All right. Lin Yuhan tucked his phone into his pocket and quickly hailed a cab to the pharmacy. The Do and I Want pharmacy was relatively quiet at night. Although it operated 24 hours, most customers frequented during the day and early evening. Only Huangfu Luqi was on duty at night. Lin Yuhan found it perplexing that many pharmacies, despite their small size, still bore the grand title of pharmacy. Do and I Want pharmacy spanned approximately 70 square meters. While significantly smaller than the renowned High C&I pharmacy chain in Lanhai City, it exuded warmth and charm. Lin Yuhan did not regard High C&I as superior, primarily because of its high prices. Originally, High C&I specialized in health products. Their exclusive formula, derived from deep-sea organic nutrients, was said to be miraculous when applied to the skin. As Lin Yuhan entered the pharmacy, he tapped on the glass beneath Huangfu Luqi's arm, who was giggling at her phone. "Miss, I'm here to buy some." Startled, Huangfu Luqi looked up, relieved to see Lin Yuhan, and with a flirtatious glance said, "Hey there, it's just reviewing the footage. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths? 20 boxes? Take care of yourself." It's fine. Lin Yuhan settled in front of the computer, thinking that if anything went awry, he could always buy High C&I next door. Huangfu Luqi pouted. "What's so special about High C&I? Our new product, Nemia, is far better. They're simply riding on their reputation. Deep sea extract? Just dig up some fish in the ditch. Enough chatter. Show me the surveillance," Lin Yuhan commanded. "What are you looking for?" Huangfu Luqi inquired. "How long do you retain the footage?" 3 months. "Then I'll start from 3 months ago." "Bro? What exactly are you looking for?" Huangfu Luqi scrunched her brows. "I thought you just wanted to review a day's worth. Starting from 3 months back. When will you be finished? I can't afford to wait. I am investigating a case." Rubbing his temples to ease his tension, he added, "Just start the footage. I'll manage it myself, and play it at the fastest speed." Huangfu Luqi thought Lin Yuhan must be a bit unhinged, but having already agreed, she complied. She opened the surveillance footage and set it to 32 times speed, stating, "This is the limit. Don't blame me if you can't see anything." As the footage played, countless frames flashed before Lin Yuhan's eyes, forming a coherent image in his mind. He categorized the people by their features. Anyone who appeared more than once would certainly be remembered. Stop. Halfway through, he hit the pause button. A familiar figure appeared, Chen Yusheng, who hurriedly purchased 2 boxes of ultra-thin condoms before leaving. Continue. The footage resumed at a rapid pace. Stop. Another recognizable face emerged. Chen Shi. However, he did not purchase anything after entering. Wu Dandan had entered the pharmacy 2 minutes prior, and after a brief exchange with the staff, Chen Shi exited. It seemed he was tailing Wu Dandan, although they were strangers at that point. They brushed past each other, completely oblivious. Yet, a peculiar glimmer crossed Wu Dandan's eye as she glanced back at Chen Shi before leaving the pharmacy. The surveillance continued to play. Nightfall gave way to dawn. With the sun rising in the east, Lin Yuhan, unaware of the passing hours, had been watching all night, while Huangfu Luqi succumbed to fatigue and dozed on the sofa. By 9 in the morning, Lin Yuhan felt an ache in his eyes. The sky outside had brightened significantly, and overwhelming drowsiness pressed against his weary mind. Nevertheless, Lin Yuhan persevered, having spotted numerous familiar shadows in the footage, including guests from Wu Dandan's self-directed film. He believed that if he finished reviewing the footage, unexpected revelations awaited him. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he continued to focus on the screen. Stop. Suddenly, another exceedingly familiar figure came into view. What? He was here too? Which means that thing. Before Lin Yuhan could ponder further, his phone rang loudly. "Hello, Senior." It was Chen Mingnan's voice. "A nurse at Lanhai Central Hospital has been murdered. Team Wu wants you to take a look." "Don't say I leaked any information. Why should I care? I'm not a cop." Lin Yuhan yawned lazily, continuing to fixate on the rapidly flashing images. "Just like last time," Chen Mingnan stated solemnly. "It's another beheading case." Chapter 62. Death by asphyxiation. Lin Yuhan stared blankly ahead. The murderer's heartlessness had far exceeded his expectations, having claimed 4 lives in such a brief span. While he could not ascertain if this latest homicide was directly connected to the previous 3, from Chen Mingnan's tone, it seemed highly probable. Otherwise, Wu Hao would not have reached out to him. "Where was she murdered?" Lin Yuhan inquired. "The situation is particularly grave this time. The higher-ups are extremely furious because Chen Mingnan hesitated, because the nurse was beheaded right inside the hospital. Senior, let us discuss the specifics when you arrive." "Understood." Lin Yuhan hung up, weighed down by a heavy heart. This audacious killer was far too brazen. Previously, the attacks occurred under the cover of night. Now, The audacity to commit murder in broad daylight within a crowded hospital was unprecedented in its severity. He could empathize with the police leadership's current emotions. Lin Yuhan awakened the slumbering Huang Fu Luqi on the sofa. Hey, the sun has risen. I must head to work. Huang Fu Luqi blinked her drowsy eyes, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. You're leaving so early? Early. Just look where the sun is. Soon it will be noon. Is this how you manage the shop? Aren't you afraid someone might steal from you? Lin Yuhan was genuinely concerned for this naive girl. What is there to fear? We have surveillance. Huang Fu Luqi rubbed her eyes. Besides, you're here, aren't you? It's only because you're watching that I could sleep so soundly. Thank you for today. Should I thank you instead? I've almost finished reviewing the surveillance footage. The money is on the counter. With that, Lin Yuhan exited the pharmacy. The central hospital of Lanhai City. The scene was cordoned off. Lin Yuhan made his way to the third floor, where he encountered busy police officers. What are you doing? Can't you see this area is sealed? No entry allowed. As he took a step forward, a policeman roughly pushed him back. Lin Yuhan felt a twinge of annoyance. While the officers' actions were understandable due to their duties, their attitude warranted correction. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar figure rushed toward him. Gao Shengli approached the officer and reprimanded. Do you know who this is? Have you no sense? The policeman, seeing Gao's ire, immediately lost his bravado and bowed his head in acknowledgement of his mistake. After scolding the officer, Gao Shengli quickly adopted a courteous tone. Detective Lin, please, come in. Lin Yuhan followed him inside and inquired, What's the situation? The deceased is named Qi Wanxin, Gao Shengli reported, a nurse from the dental department. She was found dead in her office at 10:30 this morning. Who reported the incident? The head of the dental department, Wang Yueran. He was performing surgery next door and, upon returning to his office, discovered that Qi Wanxin had been murdered. As they spoke, they arrived at the crime scene, located within Wang Yueran's office. This was Lin Yuhan's third visit, and he was relatively familiar with the surroundings. Chen Mingnan was crouched on the floor conducting an autopsy on Qi Wanxin's body. Wu Hao stood beside her, nodding in acknowledgement as Lin Yuhan entered without uttering a word. The victim's posture was eerily reminiscent of previous cases. There were no garments obscuring her body. Her head was missing, and she sat cross-legged on the ground, her arms contorted in a peculiar position, as if engaged in a clandestine ritual. Beneath her lay a white coat, now stained crimson with blood. Lin Yuhan's expression turned icy. It seemed the same perpetrator was responsible once more. After a moment, Chen Mingnan lifted her head and said, The deceased bears distinct strangulation marks on her neck. Along with blurred traces of movement, it appears the assailant choked the victim, leading to her asphyxiation. Following that, the head was severed. There are also visible ligature marks on her hands and ankles, and signs of sexual assault. The estimated time of death is around 9:30 this morning. I suspect it was rape murder. The mere utterance of those words elicited expressions of shock from everyone present. The audacity of committing such an act during daylight hours in a hospital was unfathomable. Wu Hao cursed under his breath and turned to Gao Shengli. Are there any other eyewitnesses? We're still reaching out. The tech team is reviewing the surveillance footage. Perhaps, Wu, you should first speak with Director Wang. He's waiting over there. With a wave of his hand, Wu Hao led the way to the adjacent operating room. Wang Yueran sat with his head lowered, his gaze vacant and sorrowful. Gao Shengli introduced. Director Wang, you need not be afraid. This is the deputy captain of our criminal investigation team. Please share with him everything you saw and heard. I hope you will convey every detail to us. Of course, Wang Yueran replied, his grief evident. She was my most capable assistant. How could this happen? Wu Hao asked, Director Wang, please recount in detail what transpired this morning leading up to your discovery of Qi Wanxin's murder. Wang Yueran sighed deeply, recalling the painful memories. Around 8:30 this morning, I arrived at my office. At that moment, Mr. Chen from the Landy Group unexpectedly came to see me about a collaboration. Mr. Chen? Wu Hao inquired. Alert.is at Chen Yusheng? Yes, that's him. What collaboration? Wang Yueran explained. Our unit has a partnership with the Landy Group to promote dental advertisements in their newly developed residential project, Chunjiang Tianjing. However, for some reason, the model Mr. Chen hired was unreachable, so he came to discuss either a change in collaboration or a different model. And then, Wu Hao seemed disinterested in the advertisement. I spoke with him for about 5 minutes when my patients arrived. I had 2 scheduled for that morning, so I asked Mr. Chen to wait while I attended to the surgery. Lin Yuhan interjected, Director Wang, it seems inappropriate to leave such a prominent figure waiting while you attended to surgery. Indeed, Wang Yueran acknowledged, but as a doctor, the patient always comes first. Once the patient arrives, I must prioritize their care. for collaboration is not something that can be resolved in a moment. I asked Mr. Chen to return, but he insisted he could wait. Feeling somewhat guilty, I sent Qi Wanxin to keep him company. Unaware that she would ask Wang Yuan reached the painful part of his recollection, tears began to stream down his face. Known for his dedication, Wang Yuan always placed his patients above all else, regardless of their status or wealth. This unwavering commitment had earned him a stellar reputation and the respect of his patients. Qi Wanxin had served as Wang Yuan's assistant for many years, and their bond was profound. Her tragic death undoubtedly impacted him deeply. Lin Yuhan consoled him. Director Wang, I understand your sorrow, but our immediate task is to apprehend the perpetrator swiftly. Did you hear any noises from the next room during your surgery? Or did you return to your office at any point? Wang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I didn't hear any sounds. The surgery requires a relatively quiet environment. Any noise would disrupt the procedure. Thus, the soundproofing here is quite effective. I remained in surgery, though I did briefly return to my office once, but couldn't get inside. Lin Yuhan seemed to grasp a vital clue. What do you mean? After finishing with the first patient, I realized I had forgotten my phone, so I stepped out of the operating room to retrieve it from my office. However, when I tried to open the office door, I found it locked and I knocked for a while, but there was no response. I thought perhaps Qi Wanxin had stepped out for something, so I didn't think much of it. Just then, the second patient arrived, and to avoid delaying the surgery, I didn't pursue Qi Wanxin and returned to the operating room for the second procedure. What time was that? Lin Yuhan inquired. About 9-20. Oh, you didn't have your office key with you? I did, but it was in the office. I couldn't carry it during surgery, and besides, she was in the office. Who would think she would lock the door? Lin Yuhan and Wu Hao exchanged glances, both realizing the implication. Based on Chen Mingnan's analysis, Qi Wanxin's time of death was estimated to be around 9-30. It was highly probable that the assailant had locked the door from the inside and committed the crime within Wang Yuan's office before fleeing the scene. In that case, the hospital's surveillance should have captured the assailant's movements. Lin Yuhan continued, what about when you discovered the body? Wasn't the office door locked? Correct, Wang Yuan confirmed. After completing the second surgery, I returned to my office, opened the door, and found Qi Wanxin had been murdered. The sight left me utterly shocked, and I rushed to my desk to call the police. Wu Hao asked, Director Wang. During your surgery, could you manage everything alone, or did you need assistance? I can handle minor surgeries alone, though it may take a bit longer. Mr. Chen is an important client, so I couldn't afford to neglect him. Which is why I had Qi Wanxin speak with him. I had instructed her to join me in the operating room once they were done discussing. Wu Hao nodded. Please provide me with the patient records for both surgeries from this morning. Certainly, just a moment, Wang Yuan replied, rummaging through his files to produce 2 sheets of paper, which he handed to Wu Hao. After reviewing them several times, Wu Hao passed the documents to Gao Shengli, instructing him to investigate further. After a while, Gao Shengli returned to report, Captain Wu, we have already contacted these 2 individuals by phone, and their accounts are generally consistent with what Wang Yuan conveyed. The first patient is named Yu Kai, and the surgery took place from 8:40 to 9:10 in the morning. The second patient, Gao Hongfei, underwent surgery from 9:20 to 10:25. During both surgeries, Wang Yuan remained in his office, and they did not hear anything unusual outside the operating room. Understood, Wu Hao replied thoughtfully, turning to Lin Detective and inquiring, what do you think? Lin Yuhan suggested. Let's check the surveillance footage. This is the 6th floor. If the murderer fled, he could only have escaped through this corridor. It is impossible for him to jump out of the window. I refuse to believe that with so many cameras in the hospital. We cannot capture his image. Wu Hao nodded in agreement and then asked, what about the forensic department? Have we located the murder weapon? No. Zhao Hong rushed over, stating, Captain Wu, the weapon might have been removed from the scene. But there has been a significant discovery on the surveillance side. I have arranged for the backup footage to be brought over. As Zhao Hong spoke, he pulled out a computer and displayed several videos. Captain Wu, look at this. This is the surveillance from the hospital's main entrance. This one is from the 1st floor lobby. And this is the corridor footage, which captures the situation right in front of the office door. Aligning with what Director Wang described, the footage began to play. 88:30. Chen Yuxing arrived at Wang Yuan's office. 88:35. Wang Yuan exited his office to attend to the first patient. At 9:18, Wang Yuan appeared in the corridor, knocked on the office door a few times, and then returned to the operating room. 89:20. The second patient entered the operating room. However, the subsequent events took a peculiar turn. At 10:13, a man in a white coat hurriedly exited Wang Yuan's office, panic evident on his face. He wore a hat to obscure his features and carried a backpack. Yet, he seemed unaware of the various surveillance camera positions within the hospital. As he was captured on multiple cameras, the footage zoomed in and adjusted in clarity. The officers exclaimed in unison, "This is Chen Yusheng. He never left Wang Yueren's office," meaning he must have been the one who locked himself in at 9:20. But what was he carrying? His frantic demeanor and odd movements sparked curiosity. At 10:23, Chen Yusheng drove his Rolls-Royce out of the hospital gates. It was clear to everyone that Chen Yusheng was a prime suspect. Gao Xingli asked, "Captain Wu, what should we do now?" Clearly, he was considering Chen Yusheng's influence and probing Wu Hao's thoughts. "Arrest him." Wu Hao's expression turned grave. "No matter how powerful he may be, I will ensure he is brought to justice." Wu Hao immediately took his radio and instructed, "All departments, attention. Immediately apprehend Chen Yusheng. Additionally, traffic control should assist in stopping a Rolls-Royce with the license plate LAN A888. Once located, stop it immediately, having assigned the tasks." Wu Hao turned to Gao Xingli and said, "You will accompany me back to the police station to arrange the arrest. The others should expedite the collection of evidence." "Yes, Captain Wu." Wu Hao strode purposefully toward the exit. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something and looked back at Lin Yuhan. "Detective Lin, are you not coming back with us?" "I will remain at the scene," Lin Yuhan declined. "Capturing suspects is your forte. I am not adept at it, and my presence would be of no use. I believe my time is better spent here searching for clues." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts." Detective Lin, Wu Hao turned, clenching his fist with determination. "Chen Yusheng, you will not escape this time." Chapter 64. Speed and Passion in the Police Station's Command Center. Wu Hao anxiously monitored the electronic display before him. A technician reported, "Captain Wu, we have tracked Chen Yusheng's location. He is currently driving his Rolls-Royce on Huashui Street, moving southwest. It appears he is attempting to leave the city." "When did he depart?" Wu Hao inquired. "This morning, after leaving the city center hospital, he headed straight for Huashui Street without stopping. 2 hours have passed, and he has only reached Huashui Street." Captain, the traffic was quite bad this morning, and Chen Yusheng was stuck for over an hour without moving." "Ah, fortune favors me." Wu Hao's face lit up with excitement. He instructed the traffic police along the route to clear the emergency lane and ensure a clear passage from the police station to Huashui Street within 15 minutes. As he intended to personally apprehend him, Wu Hao took Gao Xingli with him and drove the police car directly to Huashui Street. Meanwhile, Chen Yusheng was nervously twisting his neck in his car. Drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembled on the steering wheel, his eyes reflecting a frenzied desperation. In the passenger seat was a large leather bag. He needed to dispose of its contents before the police found him. But after 2 hours of driving, he had yet to leave the city. He even considered abandoning the car to flee, but his corpulent body could not sustain such vigorous movement. Moreover, no other escape method offered the sense of security he felt within his own vehicle. It was a familiar comfort. What was wrong with today's traffic? Was fate conspiring against him? Seeing the congested road ahead, he impatiently honked his horn, yet the long line of cars moved at a snail's pace. In his eyes, it was no longer progress but rather a sluggish crawl. This sensation mirrored his current gastrointestinal distress. The vehicles felt like a mass of waste trapped within his intestines, gradually pushing downward. After a slow yet forceful passage through his system, he finally reached the large intestine, only to become stuck in the rectum, and no matter how hard he tried to push, a multitude of dry, solid masses congested at the exit, leading to an overwhelming sense of constipation. The more he strained, the more anxious he became. Unable to find relief, he felt trapped, both physically and metaphorically, with his entire being suffocated by the pressure of unrelieved tension. Finally, after passing the next intersection, the road suddenly widened. The congested vehicles surged forward with a satisfying rush, akin to a dam breaking. What a moment of unparalleled satisfaction, having experienced the struggle of constipation. He now reveled in the release. Chen Yusheng sped forward, a greedy expression on his face, when suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. There was a police car behind him, through the rearview mirror. He saw the police vehicle flashing its red lights, pursuing him relentlessly. In a panic, he turned sharply, but the police car remained on his tail. Gradually, it drew closer, and the police's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. "LAN A888? LAN A888, pull over immediately." Upon hearing the command, Chen Yusheng thought, "I cannot stop. Stopping now would lead me to certain doom." He slammed the accelerator down, desperately speeding away. "LAN A888, pull over now, or we will take coercive measures." Chen Yusheng ignored the warning, flooring the gas pedal. He swerved left and right, even scraping nearby civilian cars, but nothing could deter his reckless escape. The highway had transformed into a real-life action scene, full of speed and adrenaline. Unfortunately for Chen Yusheng, he was no Vin Diesel. He overestimated his abilities and underestimated the intricacies of urban traffic. The next intersection. Officers had set up roadblocks in anticipation. Seeing the spike strips ahead, he hastily slammed on the brakes, preparing to turn around. But the pursuing police car collided with his side, pushing him to the roadside. Wu Hao swiftly exited his police vehicle and rushed over, flinging open the door and yanking Chen Yusheng out. Are you trying to show off your driving skills? Have you watched too many movies? It's not my fault. I didn't kill anyone. I swear it wasn't me, Chen Yusheng shouted defensively, fully aware of the reason for his arrest. Whether you did or not, we will sort it out back at the station, Mr. Chen, Wu Hao snapped, cuffing his hands. But you cannot escape the charge of reckless driving today. As they took Chen Yusheng away, Wu Hao swung a fist toward the sky in triumph. What a thrill! This is the exhilarating feeling of personally apprehending a criminal. And to think he recklessly smashed a luxury car without consequence. What a delight! Captain, we found something, Gao Shengli called out, holding up a black backpack. Wu Hao opened the bag, revealing a trove of materials, lengths of rope, bloodied clothing, and a surgical knife. Donning gloves, he rummaged further, uncovering a blood-stained woman's head at the bottom of the bag. Wu Hao zipped the backpack and handed it to Gao Shengli. Take this to Chen Mingnan for analysis. Ensure it is securely stored. This is crucial evidence. Don't worry, Captain, it will be handled with care. A resolute and excited expression spread across both Wu Hao and Gao Shengli's faces, knowing the significance of their discovery. Over the past month, the shocking serial murder case in Lanhai City has finally come to a resolution, as the perpetrator revealed a critical slip during his final act of violence, in the dental department of Lanhai Central Hospital. Lin Yuhan crouched on the floor, examining the bloodstains. Following the trail, he glanced forward to a display cabinet positioned against the wall, before rising to inspect the scattered items around him. A sense of unease lingered in Lin Yuhan's mind. As he found it difficult to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, he closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, replaying the scenes of the murder cases in his mind, and then slowly opened his eyes to behold a chaotic world. 2 office desks were askew, documents lay strewn across the floor, a water cooler was toppled, and items from the display cabinet were scattered everywhere, giving the impression that the crime scene had been ransacked by thieves. This was illogical, Lin Yuhan thought, shaking his head. When Jiang Weina was murdered, the scene was meticulously cleaned. When Liu was killed, there were no extraneous items nearby. Yet the death of Qi Wanxin left the scene in utter disarray. The murderer must be concealing something. What could possibly motivate such actions? The phrase "the more one tries to cover up, the more conspicuous it becomes" echoed in Lin Yuhan's mind. Could it be that the public nature of this crime forced the perpetrator to leave behind traces? However, upon further reflection, that notion also seemed flawed. Through numerous confrontations, Lin Yuhan had discerned that the murderer was an exceptionally astute and cunning individual. How could he have acted so rashly, committing such a basic error? There must be a compelling reason behind these actions. Lin Yuhan meticulously examined the traces within the room once more. Blood was present in the corners of the display cabinet, on the desks. And on the chairs, these scattered bloodstains formed peculiar scratches on the floor. The contents of the room were in disarray, haphazardly piled, with many glass and porcelain items shattered. Grandfather, your grandson is calling. The ringtone of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yuhan answered, Hello, Captain Wu. What is the matter? Chen Yusheng has been apprehended, Wu Hao replied, and there has been a significant breakthrough in the case. What have you discovered? Lin Yuhan inquired. Indeed, we found the murder weapon and the victim's severed head in his backpack. Really? Lin Yuhan felt a twinge of curiosity and quickly asked, May I visit the police station to take a look? Of course not. Wu Hao responded, the precinct does not permit outsiders. However, if you have crucial leads to provide, I could make an exception for you. Let us discuss it in person. Lin Yuhan hung up the phone, feeling that some individuals should not be coddled. It could lead to arrogance. Upon arriving at the Lanhai police station, Lin Yuhan found Wu Hao supervising Chen Mingnan's work in the forensic room. Why is Captain Wu here instead of personally interrogating Chen Yusheng? Lin Yuhan asked. To avoid any appearance of impropriety. Wu Hao explained. Everyone knows my stance on Chen Yusheng. I must sidestep any suspicion of coercion. Besides, at this point, the interrogation holds little significance. Chen Yusheng's guilt is virtually established. I am more concerned with the forensic results. What do you mean? Chen Yusheng fled in fear of his crime, and we caught him red-handed, with crucial evidence found in his bag. Therefore, this case is essentially solved. Once we confirm that the ropes and knives found are related to Qi Wanxin's murder, even if he denies his guilt, no one will be able to save him. Wu Hao continued. Do you have any findings on your end? The The situation is not promising, Lin Yuhan replied. I found nothing pivotal. And the office is far too chaotic. That's not particularly alarming. Wu Hao dismissed that it could be that the victim struggled, leading to a fight with the murderer. Or perhaps the assailant deliberately wrecked the scene to obliterate evidence. A chaotic crime scene is not unusual. Lin Yuhan countered, no, although it may appear similar to other crime scenes, it is distinctly abnormal in the context of these serial murders. Why so? First, we can assert that the murderer was not motivated by monetary gain. Hence, there was no need to ransack the office. The disarray suggests a thief's work, which defies logic. Second, the perpetrator is exceedingly brutal and physically capable. Even if there was a struggle during the act, it would not have resulted in such devastation. Therefore, there must be a conspiracy at play that we are unaware of. I believe Chen Yuxing's testimony is of utmost importance. While it is indeed significant, it does not preclude our conviction of him. Wu Hao yawned, appearing confident of victory. Chen Mingnan approached the two. Senior, the test results are in. What is the outcome? Wu Hao asked eagerly, pointing at Qi Wanxin's body. Chen Mingnan stated, the victim's lungs exhibited emphysema, and there was bloody frothy fluid in the trachea. Petechiae were present on the pericardium and pulmonary mucosa, indicating classic signs of death by mechanical asphyxiation. We can confirm she was strangled to death. Due to the neck being cut, we cannot ascertain the method of strangulation. However, the ligature marks on her wrists and ankles correspond with the tissue cells and fingerprints found on the rope, confirming Chen Yuxing's involvement. Furthermore, the dagger discovered in his backpack was the very instrument used to sever the victim's head. Wu Hao exhaled with relief, a triumphant expression gracing his face. So, Lin, what are your thoughts? After a long pause, Lin Yuhan replied, I have none, though I still wish to hear Chen Yuxing's testimony. By the way, is Li Yu's body still here? Yes, it remains here, as the case is not yet closed. Chen Mingnan responded. What is on your mind, senior? I wish to examine Li Yu's body again. Chen Mingnan turned to Wu Hao, seeking his consent. Captain Wu, what do you think about this? Wu Hao shot her a disapproving look. If you ask me, I would certainly disagree. How can the victim's remains be shown to outsiders? However, you are a forensic expert, and the decision rests with you. How you handle the body is your prerogative. With that, he turned away. Chen Mingnan made a face at Wu Hao, then retrieved Li Yu's body from the freezer. Senior, why did you only think of this after such a long time? Li Yu questioned. Puzzled. Lin Yuhan lowered his head, replying, I had some new thoughts and wanted to examine the area around the wounds for more evidence. The two cold, headless corpses lay side by side on the autopsy table, creating an exceedingly eerie atmosphere. Chen Mingnan had already sutured the incision on Li Yu's body, and at Lin Yuhan's request, she began to remove the stitches. Open her chest cavity, Lin Yuhan instructed. Following his command, Chen Mingnan split the body's chest in two, revealing a horrifying gash on what was once a graceful form, exposing the internal structure to view. Clean the blood surrounding the sternum, Lin Yuhan directed. Though Chen Mingnan was uncertain, she proceeded to take cotton balls and carefully wipe the blood from the incision. Then she heard Lin Yuhan's voice. Stop, it's right here. Lin Yuhan bent down, taking a magnifying glass from the side to inspect closely. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, yet he remained undeterred, as if examining freshly unearthed antiquities. He then reached out, brushing aside the clotted flesh, his brow furrowing. Something is amiss, Lin Yuhan said gravely, staring at the wound. The victim received 2 stab wounds. 2 wounds. Chen Mingnan leaned closer, asking, How can you tell, senior? There appears to be only one incision. Look here. Lin Yuhan pointed to the sternum. When the blade pierces the body, it leaves scratches on the bones. But if you examine closely, you will see an additional scratch on the bone surrounding the sternum. While it is close, it is distinctly different. The force of this scratch is significantly less than the adjacent one. Therefore, this second incision was made subsequently, following the first cut into the victim's body. Supplementary wounds are quite normal, Wu Hao remarked. Perhaps the assailant thought she wasn't dead yet and delivered a follow-up stab. Impossible, Lin Yuhan asserted firmly. The murderer's technique is exceedingly brutal, and the placement is precise, ensuring the victim's swift demise. There was no need for a second stab at the same location. What if the murderer was acting out of some emotional impulse? Wu Hao suggested. Lin Yuhan shook his head. Even less likely. If it were an emotional outburst, it wouldn't be a matter of just 1 or 2 stabs. The assailant would have unleashed a frenzied assault with a hard object, not merely a light scratch. Silence enveloped the room as the three contemplated Lin Yuhan's assertions. After a moment of reflection, Wu Hao said, Lin, perhaps you are overthinking this. There are numerous possibilities. For instance, after Chen Yusheng killed Li Yu, Chen she might have witnessed it and, in a moment of psychological need, delivered a follow-up stab. However, your assertion fails to elucidate the matter of the fingerprints, and moreover, the knife is alarmingly close to the wound. If one does not scrutinize it carefully, the distinction is nearly imperceptible. I suspect this is more intentional than accidental. It must carry some particular significance. Lin Yuhan suddenly addressed Chen Mingnan. Please bring me Li Yu's autopsy report. Chen Mingnan turned and retrieved a stack of documents from the drawer, handing them to Lin Yuhan. As Lin Yuhan perused the pages, he halted abruptly at a certain point, pointing towards the autopsy report and declaring, "There is an inconsistency here." "What inconsistency?" Both Wu Hao and Chen Mingnan inquired in unison, peering at the autopsy report. "Observe," Lin Yuhan stated, "the weapon, according to Qin Yoshing's fingerprints, was held in the conventional manner, akin to how one typically wields a knife while chopping vegetables. He demonstrated with APEN.IN this grip. The attack would have been executed with an upward thrust, primarily targeting the abdomen. Yet, if you examine the wounds on the corpse," he continued, gesturing towards Li Yu's body, "the injuries are located on the chest, inflicted from above. Resembling this, he reversed the pin, mimicking a downward stabbing motion. When wielded in this manner, the assailant would primarily strike the victim's chest, allowing for greater force. Thus, the knife found at the crime scene is likely not the weapon that claimed Li Yu's life." As Lin Yuhan articulated this, a vivid image began to form in the minds of those present. In the pitch darkness of night, a mysterious shadow approached the victim, engaging her in conversation or perhaps launching a covert attack. Suddenly, the shadow would swiftly confront the victim, producing a sharp blade from beneath, covering her mouth, and plunging it violently into her chest. Terror and despair would instantly wash over her face, leaving no time for a cry for help before she collapsed into a pool of blood, her lips stained crimson, her breath extinguished. The assailant withdrew the knife from her chest and then, with utmost care, inserted another blade into the same location. "Where is the true weapon?" Wu Hao queried. "I suspect it may reside in Nanhu, or perhaps it remains close to the perpetrator," Lin Yuhan mused. Wu Hao fell silent. Being a seasoned detective himself, he immediately perceived the anomaly when Lin Yuhan raised this point. However, why would the assailant abandon this knife at the crime scene? Furthermore, it bore an unidentified fingerprint, that moment. Gao Xingli entered the forensic room, visibly anxious, exclaiming, "Senior brother, we have a predicament. Chen Yuxing is remarkably tight-lipped, providing no testimony whatsoever. Should we consider employing alternative methods?" "Allow me." Wu Hao bit his lip and advanced towards the interrogation room. Lin Yuhan inquired from behind, "Captain Wu, are you not concerned about the potential repercussions?" "With the forensic report on hand, what do I have to fear?" Wu Hao retorted, continuously rubbing his knuckles, producing an audible crackling sound. Inside the interrogation room, Wu Hao forcefully kicked the door open and strode in. Chen Yusheng glanced up briefly before lowering his head in silence. "Chen Yusheng," Wu Hao barked, "do not feign ignorance." The evident lack of conviction in his tone only served to mask his own trepidation. "TSK, what a fuss. I've already stated I am innocent," Chen Yusheng muttered in dissatisfaction. "Refusing to admit it, are we?" Wu Hao scoffed. "Mr. Chen, do not presume that your silence will shield you. Even without your confession, we can still secure a conviction based on the evidence at hand." Wu Hao slammed a stack of documents onto the table before Chen Yusheng. "Take a look. This is the forensic report. The deceased bears multiple distinct ligature marks, and forensic analysis confirms they were caused by you. Moreover, a trace of a white substance found within the victim's body is also linked to you." Chen Yusheng. "Care to explain? You think your silence will protect you from scrutiny? Let me tell you. Stubborn resistance will only exacerbate your culpability." At this, Chen Yusheng's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his gaze became erratic, and he trembled uncontrollably, losing the defiance he previously displayed. Wu Hao returned to his seat, patiently coaxing, "Mr. Chen, you need not speak if you choose not to. We will simply present our findings to the court, and the verdict will be determined accordingly. The evidence we have is substantial. I advise you to save your energy. No lawyer can rescue you now." Chen Yusheng gnawed at his lip, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. His face flushed crimson, eyes fixated on the table. Before he began to gnaw on his fingers, after a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, I will speak. Wu Hao inhaled deeply, relieved. Chen Yusheng sighed helplessly. "I did abduct her. I was involved. But it was consensual. I truly did not kill her. If you did not kill her, then why abduct her?" Wu Hao challenged, skeptical of Chen Yusheng's claims it was merely a game. Chen Yusheng murmured softly, "We were just playing a game." "What sort of game?" Wu Hao asked, perplexed. Just that kind of game. Chen Yusheng proceeded to describe the nature of the game in vague and euphemistic terms, leaving Wu Hao bewildered. What nonsense is this? Wu Hao turned to Gao Shengli. Brother, you surely cannot be unaware of this. Gao Shengli seemed to grasp the situation, his expression tinged with disdain as he looked at Wu Hao. Are you genuinely ignorant, or are you merely pretending? I am not pretending, Wu Hao retorted. Is it necessary to feign ignorance while interrogating a suspect? Ahem, allow me to explain. Gao Shengli leaned in to whisper to Wu Hao, offering a detailed explanation that lasted several minutes, covering many aspects that Wu Hao found confusing, with Gao Shengli providing guidance like a master. Wu Hao raised his head, astonished. There truly exists such a game? How intriguing! He turned to Gao Shengli, questioning. Have you played it? Ahem, certainly not. Gao Shengli hastily denied. I have merely heard of it, nothing more. How could I have never heard of it? Wu Hao exclaimed. Because you are rather naive? Yes, you are quite naive. Gao Shengli nodded in agreement. Wu Hao turned away, disregarding the erudite Gao Shengli, and continued questioning Chen Yusheng. And then, what transpired after your game? Then I fell asleep. Chen Yusheng shrugged. Asleep? After such an exhilarating experience? Wu Hao pressed, and what happened next? Perhaps I was simply too exhausted, Chen Yusheng replied, his face reddening as he struggled to articulate the uncomfortable details. Upon waking, I found myself confronted by Qi Wanxin, which startled me greatly. The knife was in my hand, and I realized that if you discovered this, I would undoubtedly be deemed the murderer, with no way to explain my innocence, so I hastily tidied my belongings and fled the scene. I intended to bury the items in the suburbs, but midway, you apprehended me. That is the entire sequence of events. I truly did not commit murder. Wu Hao exchanged glances with Gao Shengli. Do you believe his words? Wu Hao inquired, from your professional perspective, given that I am not well versed in such games. Senior brother, you are too modest. Gao Shengli chuckled awkwardly. In truth, I am not entirely knowledgeable either, but I find his credibility questionable. His story is elaborate, yet the timing is suspicious, and the surveillance footage fails to account for anyone else entering or exiting that office during the relevant time frame. Wu Hao found merit in Gao Shengli's reasoning. He sensed the matter was more complex than it appeared. The previous arrest of Chen Yusheng had been thwarted by insufficient evidence, yet his bizarre conduct and the multitude of inconsistencies in his narrative now raised serious doubts. He was undoubtedly fabricating a story, Wu Hao resolved silently. This time, he would not allow Chen Yusheng to evade justice so easily. The audacity of these two to brazenly engage in such activities in broad daylight within Wang Yueran's office was astounding. Did they not fear Wang Yueran's sudden return? Did they feel no shame in their indecent behavior? Wu Hao remained unconvinced by Chen Yusheng's account, regarding him with disdain. Mr. Chen, is your thirst so insatiable that you cannot manage such trivial matters outside, and instead must commence in another's office? Chen Yusheng shot Wu Hao a disdainful glance, remaining silent. As for his motivations, only he truly understood the rationale behind his actions. Wu Hao, lacking the understanding of the peculiar amusements that captivate those in positions of power, could not fathom the allure of the office. Others mock my eccentricity. I merely smile at their inability to discern. Wu Hao observed that Chen Yusheng had fallen silent, realizing that such matters might be difficult to articulate. He then inquired, very well, even if I concede that your previous statements are truthful, you must elucidate why Qi Wanxin's head was found in your bag. Surely, this merits some explanation. Chen Yusheng stammered. When I saw that scene, I was utterly petrified. I hastily shoved the rope inside, grabbed my own bag and fled, completely oblivious to the fact that there was a head within. He continued, in that moment, there was simply no time or opportunity to contemplate utter nonsense. Wu Hao furiously struck the table. You mean to tell me that you didn't notice such a large head in your bag? I genuinely didn't see it. It was placed at the very bottom, covered by numerous other items. My mind was solely focused on one thing. Escape. The interrogation dragged on for several hours with no further developments. Regardless of the questioning, Chen Yusheng insisted that he had fallen asleep and was unaware of anything. When asked about the victim's bindings or other signs of injury, he maintained it was merely a game. However, the questions surrounding how only Chen Yusheng had entered the room and how the assailant could have acted so swiftly before a sleeping Chen remained inexplicable. The police had meticulously examined the 6th floor's windows, ruling out any possibility of the assailant jumping from a neighboring window or descending like Spider-Man from above. According to Chen Yusheng, the perpetrator seemed to evaporate from existence. Xia Huaichun had long been waiting at the police station, initially intending to create a scene as he had before, vocally accusing the police. However, the officers presented him with a plethora of evidence, delivering a resounding blow to his arrogance. Faced with this overwhelming evidence, Xia Huaichun felt utterly powerless, his cheeks stinging from embarrassment. The police's evidence was so compelling that he could scarcely identify any flaws. Moreover, Chen Yoxing's reckless driving incident had already stirred considerable public uproar. Various rumors circulated, including tales of a real estate mogul fleeing the scene and the emergence of the headless woman's murderer. This frenzy ignited a strong anti-wealth sentiment among the onlookers, placing immense pressure on all involved. It seemed increasingly unlikely that Chen Yoxing would emerge unscathed. Furthermore, under such potent evidence, Chen Yoxing was no longer merely a suspect. He was on the brink of conviction, and the police had the authority to enforce stringent measures. Wu Hao emerged from the interrogation room, utterly exhausted, and Xia Huaichun approached him with a forced smile. Abandoning his earlier bravado, "Captain Wu, you must be weary. How did it go inside?" "Leave," Wu Hao retorted curtly. Xia Huaichun, rebuffed, felt a sense of humiliation but could not retaliate, so he forced a grin and said, "Captain Wu, is there a misunderstanding? Let us speak amicably. I merely leave." Wu Hao repeated, shoving Xia Huaichun aside. "Captain Wu, show some grace. Let me treat you to a meal, and we can put our past grievances behind us." Xia Huaichun, ever persistent as a lawyer, chased after him. "Leave." Wu Hao finally halted, fixing Xia Huaichun with a glare. "If you continue to irritate me, I shall detain you for obstructing justice." "What an attitude!" Xia Huaichun muttered under his breath as he watched Wu Hao walk away. Feeling utterly humiliated, Wu Hao turned around, his gaze dripping with disdain. "What's the matter? Do you have an issue? Report me, hit me, do as you wish. If you claim I have a bad attitude, go complain to my superiors." With a flick of his hair, Wu Hao sauntered off. Upon arriving at the forensic lab, he found Chen Mingnan working alone. "Where's Lin Yuhan?" he inquired, puzzled. "He's gone, left quite a while ago," Chen Mingnan replied, continuing her analysis of the samples. "Gone? He didn't even say goodbye." Wu Hao's agitation was palpable, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. "Yes, he mentioned he had important matters to attend to," Chen Mingnan said, lightly tapping the sample bottle before placing it back on the rack. However, he returned briefly to drop off a pile of items for fingerprint testing. "What items?" Wu Hao asked, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Chen Mingnan retrieved a bag from her desk, emptying its contents onto the table. "Just these, Durex, Jispin, Durex, Okamoto, and so forth." "What?" Wu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. "So many." He picked up a box and began to examine it. "Hey, don't mess with that," Chen Mingnan admonished. "It has codes on it. Don't mix them up." Wu Hao set the items down, perplexed. Where did he acquire such a collection? What is there to test? "I wouldn't he know. That is a matter between you men. Perhaps you should discuss it with him." "Not my concern," Wu Hao declared with conviction. "Is this official work or personal? I must remind you that personal jobs cannot be haphazardly accepted. We cannot indulge Lin Yuhan's bad habits. Does he think the police station is his home?" "I don't know. I assumed it was related to the recent cases, so I didn't think much of it." "Then I will inquire. Just say it was your request. We cannot accept work indiscriminately." Chen Mingnan picked up her phone. "What are you doing?" Wu Hao grasped her restless hand. "What is there to ask? You can use your judgment. Such a trivial matter doesn't warrant a phone call. You understand that this could place me in an uncomfortable position, right? If you believe it relates to the case, assist him. If you think it's personal, then don't. Why call anyone?" Chen Mingnan looked at him quizzically. "Captain, haven't you always been dissatisfied with Detective Lin? Are you worried about appearing awkward in front of him?" "Why would I be concerned?" Wu Hao raised his voice. "However, given our currently insignificant collaborative relationship, it is prudent to consider the impact. Therefore, you should determine for yourself whether to assist. Chen Mingnan placed the array of items into the instrument. "Then I shall continue with the testing." Chapter 68. Parting the veil of mystery in the morning, Lin Yuhan awoke late, feeling utterly drained. The prolonged days of intense mental and physical exertion had taken a toll on his body. Yet, as the investigation deepened, the truth of the case gradually emerged. Chen Yoxing had been apprehended, and the police were diligently conducting various tasks, including evidence collection and interrogation. The previous night, Lin Yuhan had spent several hours, well into the early hours, reviewing all the videos on Wu Danden's computer, leaving him feeling exceedingly weak. Watching the videos had proven arduous, taxing both his mind and body. More importantly, it had resulted in a significant waste of paper and tissues, as the sweltering heat had compelled him to wipe away sweat without the benefit of air conditioning. Upon checking his phone, Lin Yuhan discovered that Chen Mingnan had sent over the fingerprint analysis results for the dozens of boxes of balloons. One particular detail caught his attention. A fingerprint on a box of Durex matched the one he had retrieved from the bloody tissue at Jiang Weina's home. He examined the code on the Durex box, and the enigmatic third-party fingerprint had finally come to light. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, allowing his mind to replay all the clues he had gathered, like scenes from a film. From the first night, he unearthed Wu Danden's head to Jiang Weina, Li Yu, and finally the tragic demise of Qi Wanxin. Every clue and piece of evidence intertwined into a dense web, pointing towards the true perpetrator at the heart of this serial murder case. His thoughts began to crystallize, the fog before him lifting layer by layer. As he stepped through the haze, clarity emerged. And when the light returned, the sinister figure of the murderer stood before him. Within his reach, Lin Yuhan perceived the shadow lurking in darkness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his gaze resolute. He now possessed crucial evidence that would compel the perpetrator to confess their crimes. However, before unveiling the full extent of the horror, he needed to visit the police station to confirm a specific item with Chen Mingnan. Today, the Lanhai City police station was unusually bustling. The higher-ups were taking the serial murder case very seriously, and following Chen Yoshing's capture, Lanhai City quickly dispatched various experts to assist the police in their investigation and interrogation of Chen Yusheng. This high-profile case, which had reverberated throughout Lanhai City, was nearing its conclusion. Given Chen Yoshing's societal standing and influence, a significant media storm was imminent. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Chen Yoshing's situation became increasingly precarious. In the interrogation room, Chen Yusheng appeared somewhat fatigued. Having barely had a few hours of restful sleep. Since yesterday, he had undergone numerous surprise interrogations, and in the face of overwhelming evidence, he found himself at a loss for words. His own statements began to reveal inconsistencies, and his narrative faltered. Under immense psychological pressure, individuals are prone to errors, and Chen Yusheng had even forgotten what he had previously stated. His thoughts becoming muddled, and his logic unraveling, he began to waver. Contemplating a confession, the torment of incarceration had begun to unravel his psyche. Yet, he still awaited the renowned lawyer Xia Huai-chun, convinced that she possessed the means to secure his release. Even in the courtroom, he believed he had a 50% chance of acquittal, as long as he clung to a glimmer of hope. Lin Yuhan hurried into the police station. Upon entering the forensic room, he found Chen Mingnan working diligently. A damp, severed head laid before her. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Senior, you've arrived just in time. I have something to tell you. Li Yu's head has been found." "Where was it discovered?" Lin Yuhan inquired urgently. "It was retrieved from South Lake this morning, but it had been submerged for too long, resulting in severe decomposition. The autopsy will be painstakingly slow. I fear we may not uncover any useful clues." "Let me see," Lin Yuhan requested, donning a pair of gloves before approaching the ghastly sight. He pried open Li Yu's mouth for inspection and examined the external injuries and the incision on her neck. After removing the gloves, he produced a coat from his bag and handed it to Chen Mingnan. "We can postpone the autopsy for now. At this stage, examining Li Yu's head holds little significance. Please have the material of this coat analyzed first." "Understood," Chen Mingnan replied, accepting the garment. "What about Wu Hao?" Lin Yuhan asked. "He is likely in the office, collaborating with experts from the provincial department on Chen Yusheng's criminal evidence. They are under considerable pressure to resolve this matter swiftly and provide answers to the public." "Oh, you all work so hard, Deputy Captain," Lin Yuhan remarked with a smile of appreciation. He handed a box to Chen Mingnan. "Please give this to Wu Hao and have him come find me. I have evidence regarding the perpetrator. Won't you deliver it personally?" Chen Mingnan queried. "Where are you off to now?" "I'm famished. Time for a meal. After all, a man is iron, and food is steel. One meal missed and I feel utterly weak." As he reached the door of the forensic room, he turned back, reminding her, "Don't forget to inform me of the coat's test results." Lin Yuhan located a noodle shop, where he ordered a steaming bowl of ramen. Devouring it voraciously, his hunger was overwhelming. He had skipped dinner the previous evening and gone straight to the police station that morning, leaving him utterly drained. He felt grateful for the existence of such a miraculous food. Otherwise, his life would surely lack much joy. However, as the hot noodles and broth entered his mouth, he was struck by a sharp pain in his jaw, the agonizing sensation radiating through his teeth and into his brain, causing him to grimace in discomfort. A mouthful of broth was involuntarily expelled. An age-old adage rings true. Toothache is no trivial matter. When it strikes, it can be unbearable. Lin Yuhan's right cheek was swollen. He hastily retrieved his phone, activating the front camera to illuminate his mouth. There, at the root of his right molars, was a wisdom tooth, either inflamed or on the verge of emergence, glowing white and exacerbating the discomfort with the hot broth. Now, even the sound of others speaking felt like a jarring assault on his skull. The mere twitch of his lips sent a sensation akin to a stone lodged in his mouth. Enduring the excruciating agony, Lin Yuhan cautiously chewed the noodles with his left side, slowly swallowing the broth. Despite his efforts, he could manage only half a bowl before the pain became intolerable. He resolved that he must have the tooth extracted. Chapter 69. A flawless work at the dental department of Lanhai Central Hospital. Lin Yuhan wandered into Wang Yueren's office. The necessary evidence collection had been completed, and with police permission, everything had returned to normal. Medical staff were back to work, though patients were scarce following the recent high-profile case. Wang Yueren entered the office, visibly surprised to see Lin Yuhan. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here? I have a toothache and seek your expertise." Lin Yuhan gestured to his swollen cheek. "I can hardly eat." "Then let us head next door. I currently have no patients, and I can take a look at you." Wang Yueren graciously escorted Lin Yuhan to the treatment room, where he reclined on a dental chair. After illuminating the inside of Lin Yuhan's mouth, he observed, "Your wisdom tooth is inflamed. What can be done about it?" "There are two options. I can prescribe medication to alleviate the symptoms, but that will only provide temporary relief. The pain will return. The other option is to extract the wisdom tooth, which will resolve the issue permanently. Based on your circumstances, you may choose. Then let us proceed with the extraction." "This has plagued me for years. Since I'm here, I might as well experience your renowned skills, Director Wang," Lin Yuhan flattered, earning a pleased response from Wang Yueren. "Excellent choice. Many neglect their dental issues. Thinking it inconsequential, they rush to the hospital for other ailments but tolerate tooth pain. This is a grave error. Unhealthy teeth can lead to various complications, even endangering one's life." "Very well, please hold on." "Mr. Lin, I will prepare," Wang Yueren replied, beginning to sanitize his instruments and laying out the necessary surgical tools. Reclined in the chair, Lin Yuhan idly engaged in conversation. "Director Wang, where do you reside?" "Over on Guling Road. About 8 or 9 kilometers from here. That's quite a distance. Do you drive to work daily?" "Yes, indeed." "Did you come here alone?" Wang Yueren inquired. "Yes, those of us without financial means resort to low-carbon transportation." Lin Yuhan sighed, shaking his head. "I took the bus. Not everyone has the luxury of a car like you, Director Wang. I merely have an old car. It's nothing to boast about, an old car." "You say? There are plenty of BMWs on the streets these days." Wang Yueren lifted Lin Yuhan's arm, injecting a dose of anesthetic. "Tooth extractions can be painful. This will help numb the nerves. Please, I come from a police academy. I am not afraid of pain. People say anesthetics are bad for the body." Lin Yuhan attempted to refuse, but it was too late. Wang Yueren chuckled, discarding the syringe. "Enough of that bravado. This isn't some heroic tale. You can't even eat without suffering. Imagine the pain of an extraction." Lin Yuhan felt exasperated. Did doctors not communicate with their patients before administering anesthesia? He continued, "Are you familiar with Director Chen?" "Director Chen? You mean Chen Yusheng?" Wang Yueren shook his head. "I've met him a few times, but we're not closely acquainted." Lin Yuhan feigned surprise. "That can't be. I saw a high school graduation photo of him at his home. And you were in it. Your name was even written on the back. Is that so?" Wang Yueren dismissed the notion that was ages ago. "Why bring it up? After graduation, we all went our separate ways and lost contact." Wang Yueren donned gloves and prepared the instruments. Lin Yuhan reflected, "Indeed, time flies. So many years have passed, and former classmates have diverged significantly, some achieving great success, while others have fallen into disgrace. The disparity between people grows ever larger. Chen Yusheng has been apprehended, with conclusive evidence against him. It seems no one can save him now. That is his own doing." Wang Yueren's expression darkened. "He even murdered my favorite nurse. He is a monster." Lin Yuhan empathized with Wang Yueren's sentiments. As Wang Yueren approached, mask on and dental forceps in hand, Lin Yuhan abruptly said, "Before we proceed with the extraction, I wish to ask you something." "What is it?" Wang Yueren inquired. "Your work has been completed, has it not?" "What work?" Wang Yueren frowned in confusion. "The perfect work you referred to when I first met you." Wang Yueren paused, then shook his head. "I am not sure what you're talking about. Allow me to jog your memory. A month ago, you murdered a woman named Wu Dandan and extracted 4 teeth from her mouth, burying her head on Tianlu Mountain. Subsequently, you killed Jiang Weina. While I am unaware of where her head lies, I am certain you also took some of her teeth. Later, you murdered Li Yu and Shi Wanxin, extracting varying numbers of teeth from their mouths. Am I incorrect, Director Wang?" Wang Yueren's face twitched involuntarily before he regained his composure, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your deductions are intriguing. Were you present when I buried Wu Dandan?" "No," Lin Yuhan replied, shaking his head. Wang Yueren erupted in laughter. "Then what grounds do you have to accuse me? Where's your evidence?" The police have identified Chen Yuxing as the perpetrator. What connection do I have to this? Lin Yuhan responded, the evidence lies in the teeth stored in your office. I should inform you. I inadvertently discovered Wu Danden's head. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yueren's pupils abruptly constricted. Lin Yuhan, disregarding his fleeting expression, continued, before your arrival, I examined the models displayed in your showcase, and one set of dental models struck me as exceptionally exquisite, almost deserving of the term perfection. They are naturally white, emanating a sacred and elegant aura. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that they are crafted from real teeth. I surmise that this must be your most cherished creation, and your mind is likely consumed by some wild obsession. For instance, in your pursuit of assembling a flawless set of human dental specimens, you might have resorted to harming numerous women to procure their most beautiful teeth for your collection. As you revel in the thrill of your impunity, you admire your conception of a perfect work, while the police pass by you time and again, oblivious to the true perpetrator. Isn't that exhilarating? Lin Yuhan cast a glance at Wang Yueren, whose forehead was already beaded with sweat. I am confident that a DNA analysis of the teeth in your showcase will unveil the truth, he asserted. An awkward smile flickered across Wang Yueren's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Replying, Detective Lin, you certainly have a flair for humor. Even if the teeth you mention are authentic, what harm is there in collecting a few after extractions? How does that unequivocally implicate me as the murderer? Lin Yuhan responded, as the saying goes, even the most meticulous plans can harbor flaws. There is no crime that is utterly perfect. Let us begin with the first case investigated by the police. In the scene of Jiang Weina's murder, although you cleaned up meticulously, leaving scarcely any trace, I still uncovered evidence. What? You hid beneath Jiang Weina's bed, then struck her on the head with a flower pot from the balcony when she was unawares, leading to her demise. Afterward, you severed her head, did you not? I suspect there were 2 flower pots symmetrically placed on her balcony, one of which you used as a weapon. The other, fearing the police might find the balcony's arrangement suspicious, you relocated to the living room. However, in your haste to emerge from beneath the bed, you failed to notice that your palm grazed a nail beneath it, and you could not use a towel to wipe it clean, lest it leave behind your blood. Hence, you tore off a piece of toilet paper in the bathroom to wipe it clean. Yes, you must now realize that your fingerprints are on that tissue. Wang Yueren replied nonchalantly, I have never been to her home. That roll of toilet paper was taken by Jiang Weina after her surgery from my office. I discovered white textile fibers beneath her bed, and I pondered their origin. After concluding that you were the murderer, I retrieved a lab coat this morning for analysis, and coincidentally, it is of the same material as the one you are currently wearing. Wang Yueren fell silent. Following Jiang Weina's murder, the police had been scrutinizing surveillance, yet they found no suspicious individuals entering or exiting the community. Thus, the most dubious person must be a resident of that very community, capable of entering and exiting without leaving a trace, evading the surveillance, and committing the murder in Jiang Weina's home. None other than you, Wang Yueren. I recall that Dijin Garden is located adjacent to Guling Road. Correct? How do you know I reside in Dijin Garden? Wang Yueren retorted. Lin Yuhan replied. This relates to the second victim of the case. Liu. I followed her and saw her get into a BMW, heading to Dijin Garden for what she referred to as getting her hair done. I suspect she had some connection to the murderer. No wonder I felt someone was following me that day. It turns out to be true. The next day, I felt a twinge of fear and specifically had someone delete the video footage from that night, never expecting that the one trailing my car was you. But that has nothing to do with murder. Matters between men and women are quite normal. Chen Yuxing often strays, does he not? Lin Yuhan nodded. You are astute. After murdering Liu, you reinserted the knife used by Chen Yuxing into her body to frame him, then swam across the lake to escape, discarding Liu's head and the actual murder weapon in the waters of South Lake. However, you must have overlooked the fact that 2 of your hairs were left at the scene. Although DNA comparisons have yet to be conducted, I firmly believe they will match yours once tested. Additionally, footprints were found at the crime scene opposite South Lake, bearing your mark. Wang Yueren was taken aback, clearly surprised that such seemingly trivial evidence could be uncovered by Lin Yuhan. Nonetheless, he continued to question, I have been to South Lake, merely for jogging and walking. You claim I discarded Chen Yuxing's knife? But that is utterly impossible. Why would I possess his belongings? This leads us to the next victim, Director Wang. Lin Yuhan turned his gaze towards him, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Wu Dandan. This name must resonate with you. I do not know her. Upon hearing these 3 words, Wang Yueren suddenly appeared frantic, losing his composure. Lin Yuhan shook his head. No, you do know her, and you are quite familiar with her. I observed in the surveillance footage that you visited the Do and I Want pharmacy beneath Yafei apartment and purchased a box of Jispin condoms. Is there a crime in that? Does buying this imply I am intimately acquainted with Wu Dandan? Indeed, because I found that very box of Jispin in Wu Dandan's residence, bearing your fingerprints and even the identifier WYR, which stands for your name. What? Wang Yueran clenched his fists, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. Lin Yuhan continued his analysis. Given Wu Dandan's modus operandi, she would surely have retrieved your condoms upon your arrival. Yet she did not. This indicates she was utterly unaware of your visit. You appeared under some pretext and then killed her. You meticulously cleaned the scene of all traces, yet failed to locate your box of Jispin. You must have assumed Wu Dandan had either used or disposed of it. In truth, she merely concealed it in an unexpected location. Moreover, you cannot conceal the fact that on Wu Dandan's computer, there exists a folder named WYR containing videos of you both, if you catch my drift. Wang Yueran bit his lip, at a loss for words to describe Wu Dandan's actions, and could only retort. Fine, even if I had a fleeting relationship with her, what does that have to do with the knife? You are asking the right question. The police discovered another woman's fingerprints on that knife, and I suspect those fingerprints belong to Wu Dandan. You were likely aware of the inappropriate relationship between Chen Yuxing and Wu Dandan, and thus orchestrated for Chen Yuxing to use that fruit knife at Wu Dandan's residence. The following day, you murdered Wu Dandan, took the fruit knife with you, and abandoned it at Li Yu's crime scene to frame Chen Yuxing. Let me guess. Lin Yuhan paused, gazing at the ceiling as he spoke. You must be wondering how you enticed Chen Yuxing to use the fruit knife, correct? Allow me to speculate. I recall Chen Yuxing once boasting about his culinary skills, claiming to be a great chef. With a hint of pride. Just imagine, if you provided Chen Yuxing with exquisite ingredients to impress Wu Dandan, who was unsure how to prepare them, would he not rise to the occasion and demonstrate his skills in front of a beautiful woman? In that scenario, he would inevitably utilize Wu Dandan's kitchenware. Director Wang, am I correct? Humph, perhaps there is some merit to that. Wang Yueran's gaze towards Lin Yuhan had turned cold. Lin Yuhan remarked, when I first inquired about your impressions of Wu Dandan and Chen Yuxing, you feigned ignorance and familiarity, clearly to conceal certain truths. Detective Lin's deductions were astutely woven together, leaving no room for error. Wang Yueran even chuckled, yet he interjected, but I must ask, how did Qi Wanxin meet her demise? I never left the operating room, and there is surveillance footage and patient testimony to corroborate my alibi. Indeed, that presents a conundrum. I have pieced together various clues that led me to believe you are the murderer. Yet the sudden emergence of the final case cast doubt upon my reasoning. It seemed implausible that you could have entered another room to kill the nurse, causing me to question the validity of my deductions. Had I not re-examined the wound on Li Yu, I might have presumed Chen Yuxing was the killer. Regrettably, we were both misled by your cunning. Surveillance is a double-edged sword. It can reveal the truth while simultaneously deceiving the eye. Lin Yuhan replied, "Oh, are you suggesting I tampered with the surveillance footage? Do you believe the police are fools, incapable of detecting such alterations?" Wang Yueran mocked. The surveillance is faultless. It skillfully obscured your crimes, misleading the investigative personnel. Very well then, elucidate how, if Chen Yuxing is not the murderer, you managed to kill Qi Wanxin while transitioning from the operating room to the office. Do not suggest that you possess the ability to scale walls. I am neither Spider-Man nor Ultraman, and there is no feasible way to leap from one window to the other. From the surveillance footage, it is evident that besides Chen Yuxing, no one else entered the corridor. At the time of the incident, the door was locked from the inside, and the window was insurmountable. Therefore, if the murderer is not Chen Yuxing, this is indeed a locked room murder case. Yes, Detective Lin himself stated that it was a locked room murder. How could I have entered the room? Am I supposed to possess the ability to walk through walls? Indeed, you do. You entered through the wall, Lin Yuhan calmly asserted. What nonsense, Wang Yueran exclaimed. The answer lies behind your display cabinet. Lin Yuhan continued. There is no such thing as an absolute locked room in this world, unless it is a suicide. It was only when I entered your operating room today that all the mysteries unraveled. Next to the wall of the operating room stood a display cabinet, and coincidentally, on the side of the operating room adjacent to the office, there was a file cabinet in the same position. The locations overlapped perfectly, suggesting that there must be a hidden door between these two cabinets, and you passed through it. Wang Yueran's body trembled as the last veil of secrecy was torn away. With a forlorn expression, he asked, "How did you discover this?" The scratches left by the cabinet and the disarray within the room led me to suspect that the murderer had no need to mess the room up so much. He must have been concealing something or had some compelling reason to do so. After much contemplation, I arrived at a conclusion. Go on. Many offices are actually interconnected, but for various reasons have been divided into two entities. Yours is one of them. The position of the display cabinet is the door connecting these two offices, but time has rendered it nearly forgotten. New nurses are unaware, but you know very well. Lin Yuhan glanced aside and remarked, "You must have long realized that your nurse and Chen Yuxing were involved in an inappropriate relationship, which is why you deliberately allowed them to meet privately in the room. This was likely not the first time they engaged in such activities in your office. Thus, based on Chen Yuxing's slender physique, you could roughly estimate their start and end times. Then, you preemptively placed sleeping pills in the water dispenser, knowing they would naturally drink when they finished their rendezvous and became thirsty. Thus, at 9:18, you appeared in the corridor to knock on the door, not to retrieve your phone, but to test whether they were awake or asleep. When there was no response from inside the room, you knew your scheme had succeeded, and you returned to the operating room, moved the file cabinet, opened the hidden door, pushed aside the display cabinet, and brutally murdered Qi Wanxin. But I had patience. I was performing surgery, Director Wang. Since you had the means to make Chen Yuxing sleep for half an hour, you certainly had the ability to sedate your patients for a brief period. I have reviewed your patients' files. Both patients that day were undergoing painless procedures such as teeth cleaning and fillings. You could have easily rendered them unconscious and then proceeded to commit the crime next door, returning to awaken them afterward. To the patients, it may have felt as though they had simply dozed off for a brief 10 or 20 minutes, lacking any significant thoughts or concepts. Thus, to a certain extent, they unwittingly served as your unwitting witnesses. Your design is quite clever. You used the surveillance footage to prove your innocence, inspected the office's condition, and successfully shifted the blame onto Chen Yuxing. Truly a masterstroke. When Lin Yuhan glanced back at Wang Yueran, he was already too astonished to speak. However, this raises a critical issue. You could enter the office in this manner, but upon your return, you would be unable to push the display cabinet back into place on the side of the hidden door, thus risking discovery by the later awakened Chen Yuxing. Therefore, you devised a method of concealment, disorder to create a visual misperception. You turned the office into a chaotic mess, as if it had been ransacked, scattering chairs, desks, and other items, and then left a small gap behind the display cabinet to slip back into your operating room, closing the hidden door and blocking the file cabinet in this way. Even if the display cabinet in the office showed signs of having been moved, no one would suspect anything. When Chen Yuxing awoke to find the office in disarray, the murder weapon in hand, and Qi Wanxin brutally slain, his instinctive reaction would be to flee, leaving no time to notice any anomalies in the corner display cabinet. Thus, he tore your white coat hanging on the wall to cover the blood on himself and swiftly escaped the scene. At this moment, you finished your surgery, feigning nonchalance as you returned to the office, discovering the murdered Qi Wanxin and promptly calling the police. Before the authorities arrived, you pushed the display cabinet back into place, obscuring the hidden door, overturned the water dispenser, and disposed of the remaining sleeping pills, rendering the office an imperceptible locked room. Am I not correct, Director Wang? Chapter 72. Love is a light indeed. Have you finished speaking? Wang Yueran's face no longer bore signs of panic, but rather a hint of smugness. I also have a question for you. Please, go ahead, Lin Yuhan replied, maintaining his politeness. When did you start to suspect me? I noticed the graduation photo in Chen Yuxing's bookshelf. Clearly, he was a high school classmate. Yet you pretended not to recognize him. There must be something amiss. Alas. Chen Yuxing expressed a tinge of regret. But at that moment, I had no idea what you were investigating, so I merely made a casual remark, not expecting it to become the key to your case. However, that was not all, Lin Yuhan explained. Later on, I analyzed the commonalities among the victims and found that all the deceased had remarkably well-maintained teeth. Hence, there must be some connection, and aside from Chen Yuxing, I thought of you. Yet, I still did not want to believe you were the murderer. Subsequently, I discovered footage of you purchasing items at Doanaiwan Pharmacy and your fingerprints on the condom found at Wu Danden's house. All these elements convinced me that you had intricate ties to Wu Danden and this murder case. And only a doctor with such precision could have executed the victims so swiftly. In the end, after the final incident occurred, Lin Yuhan continued, I noticed bloodstains on the corner of the display cabinet and drag marks on the floor, leading me to suspect that the display cabinet was involved. You must not have anticipated that blood would flow beneath the cabinet. It was only when you pushed it back into place that you realized the bloodstains were left behind. Hence, you dragged many things across the room to cover up your crime. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Yueran applauded. Well said. You truly are a detective. He leisurely walked up to Lin Yuhan. Knowing I am the murderer, you still dare to come alone. Wang Yueran's expression turned sinister, revealing a remarkably sharp surgical knife in his hand. Lin Yuhan remained unmoved, catching a glimpse of the cold gleam from the corner of his eye and scoffed. Do you think you can kill me? As Wang Yuan approached, Lin Yuhan swiftly extended his right hand, but found himself completely immobilized. Heh. Seeing Lin Yuhan struggle, Wang Yuan's chilling laughter resonated. No, Detective Lin, the painkiller I administered earlier was actually a potent anesthetic. To ensure your compliance, I increased the dosage. Within half an hour, you won't be able to move. When you asked me if I drove to work, I suspected you were beginning to doubt me. Thus, I took action in advance. You thought yourself clever, but in reality, you severely underestimated your opponent. The surgical knife twirled in Wang Yuan's hand, the cold blade pressing against Lin Yuhan's neck. Rest assured, I will ensure you leave this world painlessly. Wait, I have a question, Lin Yuhan hastily interjected. Oh? What question could you possibly have at death's door? Wang Yuan looked at him with keen interest. Give it up. Stalling is futile. I had no patient scheduled today. I intended to deal with the traces left by the display cabinet you discovered and seal the hidden door entirely. I didn't expect you to come right to me. No, Lin Yuhan insisted. I merely wanted to ask you what grudge you have against Wang Yuxing that led you to frame him. Moreover, with so many women, why did you choose to kill them? It cannot simply be for the sake of a perfect masterpiece. Well, I can certainly tell you that. Wang Yuan sat down, a look of immense satisfaction adorning his face. I would gladly share these stories with you because once you are gone, no one will hear me speak these heartfelt words. Wang Yuan gazed blankly out the window, his voice heavy with emotion. That Chen Yuxing is a beast. We were high school classmates. I considered him a brother. Yet he stole my first love, the woman I adored. That once gentle and kind girl ended up marrying such a heartless beast, only to be abandoned and die alone. Tell me, does Chen Yuxing deserve to live? Are you referring to Chen Yuxing's ex-wife? Lin Yuhan inquired. I beg your pardon, but life is a choice one makes for oneself. Each individual possesses the inherent right to determine their own way of living and must bear the consequences of those choices. You are in no position to judge others as though you were a deity, nor do you have the authority to strip away another's life. No, his transgressions extend beyond that. Wang Yuan squinted slightly. Speaking slowly, Chen Yuxing has a secretary named Miao Shuzhen. I trust you have investigated her? Yes, he replied. She is now my wife. Wang Yuan's tone was devoid of any emotion. Lin Yuhan was taken aback, suddenly reminded of a song. Love is a light, so wondrous, guiding us toward the future we desire. You must find this situation utterly incredulous, do you not? Chen Yuxing not only took away my first love, but my wife has also betrayed me with him. Mockery and resentment crept across Wang Yuan's face, leading me to abandon my belief in love. I loathe this world. I sought vengeance, I lost myself, and began dating numerous women. Lin Yuhan was about to assert that both of his partners were entangled with Chen Yuxing, which implied his inadequacy, but he recalled how Chen Yuxing always purchased ultra-thin condoms at Do and Iwan Pharmacy, and dismissed the thought. Surely, it could not be worse than Chen Yuxing. However, Lin Yuhan felt no sympathy for Wang Yuan's plight. Many individuals seek to rationalize their inner malevolence and impose it upon others. He could only state matter-of-factly, do not seek excuses for your infidelity or chaotic personal life. Your very soul is likely as tainted as your sinful hands. You merely wish to justify your disloyalty or find solace in your heart. Say what you will. Wang Yuan relinquished his effort to explain and continued. My first lover was my patient, Li Yu. Initially, I was unaware of her identity. What a coincidence that she married Chen Yuxing. Cough. This plot was so melodramatic that Lin Yuhan could scarcely fathom it. The depth of their romantic entanglement was astonishing. He suddenly recalled another exquisite old song sung by a Singaporean Chinese female artist, anticipating a stroke of luck and a jolt of fate. What a marvelous encounter, surmounting the mountain peaks and layers of white clouds. Where does the green light reside? They understood music, and even more so, life. Chapter 73. Is it stimulating? Wang Yuan noticed Lin Yuhan's astonished expression and shook his head helplessly. Actually, that is not the end of it. The second woman I dated was Wu Dandan. Wang Yuan paused. I never expected her to have a liaison with Chen Yuxing as well. The atmosphere grew awkward, and Lin Yuhan was at a loss for how to comfort or guide this doctor. In truth, placed in such a situation, one might also succumb to despair, and of course, one cannot advise him to be magnanimous. I loathe those who casually urge me to be forgiving. They cannot fathom the tribulations I have endured. Such individuals must be avoided, for when calamity befalls them, it may ensnare you as well. Bang! You have just been stabbed, and your blood is yet to dry, and they approach you, saying, "Oh, You must bravely rise. Will you live or die? Lin Yuhan's gaze gradually transformed into one of pity, yet even so. He merely regarded Wang Yueran as unfortunate, which paled in comparison to the heinous act of murder. He failed to notice that Wang Yueran's expression began to emanate madness, his eyes bloodshot as he seethed. The next woman I was to date is the internet celebrity Jiang Weina and my assistant Qi Wanxin. What a coincidence that they are both Chen Yuxing's women. Wang Yueran suddenly erupted in a fit of hysteria. Do you think Chen Yuxing deserves to die? He is deliberately toying with me. Why must he seize the women I desire? Because love is a light, Lin Yuhan said, attempting to maintain composure. You need to be more magnanimous. He finally uttered the words. Ha, magnanimous? Wang Yueran scoffed. I detest those who urge me to be forgiving. They cannot comprehend what I have endured. Yet, even so, I never contemplated murder until I saw Zidi. Wang Yueran's frenzied gaze calmed as he fell into reminiscence. Zidi is a fine child. Excelling in both character and academics, ambitious, he has always been my pride. Yet one day, I discovered he was entangled with a person like Wu Dandan, and she tormented him to the point of mental instability. What nonsense about love and finding true love. He came to me, saying he had found a suitable match, but little did I know it was that wretched Wu Dandan. Lin Yuhan was taken aback. Prince Zidi is your... Yes, he is my son. One day, Wu Dandan came to my clinic for a dental cleaning, and coincidentally, Zidi was visiting as well. Perhaps it was then that their connection began. Now it was Lin Yuhan's turn to be shocked. He felt an indescribable emotion, complex and profound. Wang Yueran continued, thus, I killed her. I knew Chen Yuxing was a Buddhist, so I crafted the scene to frame him. Yet, inexplicably, despite the passage of time, no one discovered that Wu Dandan had perished. He surely is unaware that his son has concealed Wu Dandan in a refrigerator, living alongside her for quite some time. Just as you deduced, prior to her demise, I deliberately left a clue. I was aware of Chen Yuxing's expertise in Western cuisine. The day before, I procured an array of high-end Western ingredients for Wu Dandan, which she, being a glutton, could not prepare. Hence, she invited Chen Yuxing to assist her. During those days, I secretly observed from nearby, and once I confirmed his visit, I concocted an excuse to see her the next day and subsequently killed her, taking a fruit knife from her home for future use. Thus, from that moment, you commenced plotting your subsequent murder, did you? Not entirely, merely making preparations. After the initial murder, I must confess I felt somewhat nervous yet exhilarated. Wang Yueran chuckled, but having committed one murder, I was indifferent to taking another life. He continued, and thus, Jiang Weina emerged. This internet celebrity was quite unattractive initially, but she suddenly became beautiful, sparking rumors of plastic surgery. In truth, she merely underwent dental correction at my hands. Nonsense, merely correcting teeth could not result in beauty? Lin Yuhan dismissed. For some, it is indeed so. I facilitated her dental correction, allowing her to wear braces to enhance her facial structure, restoring her beauty and confidence. She was immensely grateful to me, and it was during that time that our feelings developed. Later, when I visited Jiang Weina's home for a date, she unexpectedly rejected me, claiming she had found true love and was to marry. This led to a quarrel between us. What a coincidence, at that moment. Chen Yuxing arrived. In a panic, she concealed me beneath her bed, and before my very eyes, she presented a room full of roses to Chen Yuxing as a proposal. This was an egregious insult. She performed this act intentionally to humiliate me. Yet, to my utter disbelief, Chen Yuxing, that coward, fled in fright. Once he departed, I emerged from my hiding place and seized a flower pot from the balcony to strike her when she was unguarded. Wang Yueran's gaze fixated on the ground, a glimmer of bloodlust and madness resurfacing in his eyes. Did you not wish to marry? Is this not your true love? Ha ha ha. I shall scatter rose petals across the ground, arranging them in the shape your beloved adores, so you may meet him in paradise. Ha ha ha. He must have gone mad, Lin Yuhan thought. Afterward came Li Yu. After a quarrel with Chen Yuxing, that wretched woman still had the audacity to date me. Thus, I recognized my opportunity. I had long prepared an identical fruit knife. That night, I entered through the east gate of the park, walking to meet her. Where she shamelessly flaunted before me, I swiftly ended her life with one thrust, using the fruit knife Chen Yuxing had previously employed, staining it with her blood, discarding it nearby, and casting her head and the actual murder weapon into the South Lake. Even amidst my hatred, how could you bear to kill your nurse Qi Wanxin, who had accompanied you for so long? She deserved it. Wang Yueran shouted. I had long known of their affair. Why must they indulge in such antics in my office? This was not a one-time occurrence. They believed I was oblivious? I tolerated their infidelity for far too long. Every time I performed surgery, they would lock the door and cavort inside, engaged in their sordid amusements. Ugh. Thus, you resolved to kill? Initially, I intended to spare her, for once Chen Yuxing was eliminated, she would belong solely to me. However, having already murdered 3 individuals and crafted a deadlock, Chen Yuxing remained unpunished, his influence and capabilities far exceeding my expectations. I had no choice but to devise this final murder plan. I aimed to exploit my advantageous circumstances, transforming the impossible into reality, to bring about his demise. Wang Yuan rose to his feet. His eyes reddened, revealing a frenzied sense of satisfaction. I shall use their blood to commemorate the lost youth and emotions, and their bodies to forge my noble ideals. I will display the perfect creations made from their flesh in the most prominent position of my office. To spur and inspire myself towards a glorious life. No one can take everything from me. I am the god who determines their fate. His hands trembled as he looked down at the motionless Lin Yuhan lying on the chair and asked, "You have no more questions, do you, Detective Lin?" After posing the question, a wicked smile crept across his lips. "Even if you do, I shan't answer. The effects of the anesthetic are nearly over, and trying to outsmart me is futile. I am a doctor, and no one controls the timing of medication better than I do." Wang Yuan glanced at his watch and boasted, "There are approximately 5 minutes left. But if you kill me, the police will find you," Lin Yuhan retorted defiantly. "No. You are just like those female corpses. You hold no value," Wang Yuan replied nonchalantly. "To erase all evidence. I will first dismember your body and then use a homemade strong acid to dissolve your remains. Flushing the residue down the drain is far too easy to obtain such materials in a hospital. The police will not find me, for I will delete all surveillance footage from today. Even if they retrieve your bodily tissues from the sewage, they will never trace it back to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan closed his eyes in despair. He had endured for so long, wondering why that damned person had not yet arrived. Perhaps this was fate. He was destined to become a scapegoat, to fall under Wang Yuan's knife. "Die, great detective!" Wang Yuan shouted, his eyes filled with bloodlust, as he raised the cold blade above his head. Suddenly, the office door burst open. Wu Hao appeared at the threshold, his gun aimed at Wang Yuan. "Wang Yuan, put down your weapon," startled by Wu Hao's sudden arrival. Wang Yuan's body shuddered, disbelief etched on his face for half a second, before the scalpel swiftly descended towards Lin Yuhan's neck. Bang! The bullet pierced through his wrist, and Wang Yuan let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the side. "Wonderful, wonderful," Wu Hao applauded as he approached. "I've been eavesdropping at the door for so long, and I finally heard such a touching story. I truly did not waste my time." He then began to hum a carefree tune. "Love is a light, so wonderful." Lin Yuhan was infuriated. "You were at the door." He looked at Wu Hao in disbelief. "I was in mortal danger. And you were just outside listening to a play. If you had arrived any later, I would have been a corpse, do you understand?" "Not my concern," Wu Hao replied with a grin. "Isn't it thrilling?" "Thrilling? My foot?" Lin Yuhan spat, wanting nothing more than to give Wu Hao a couple of sharp slaps if he were not immobilized. Observing Lin Yuhan's emotions, Wu Hao raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, Detective Lin, you shouldn't speak like that. After all, I saved you. How can you treat your savior this way? Get lost?" Lin Yuhan shot back, rolling his eyes. "Didn't I tell you to have Chen Mingnan hand something over to you? I told you to come to the city center hospital sooner. I arrived early. I was just lying in wait at the door." Wu Hao waved the circular electronic device in his hand. "To be honest, the signal from this bug you provided is quite good. Our police department doesn't even have such gadgets. Only private detectives like you can procure them. Well, this device is confiscated. Consider it a contribution to the state." "You?" Lin Yuhan's mood was utterly exasperated. Wu Hao leaned in close to Lin Yuhan's ear, whispering triumphantly, "Don't worry, you won't die. Let me tell you, Lin Yuhan, no one can harm you except me. I will wait until I find the evidence, and then I'll personally deal with you." Chapter 74. No evidence. Several police cars sped towards the central hospital of Lanhai City. Wang Yuan was arrested. When apprehended, his expression was remarkably calm, even seemingly relieved. Having taken so many lives, Wang Yuan had grown indifferent to life and death. Although his schemes were intricately devised, he was prepared for his day of reckoning. According to Wang Yuan's confession, Jiang Weina's head was buried beneath the overgrown weeds and vines behind her villa, along with the remains of shattered flower pots. Wu Danden's body had also been turned over to the authorities by Lin Yuhan. Wu Hao's criminal investigation team received commendations from both municipal and district leaders for their success in solving the case. Banners, accolades, and flowers were sent over, portraying them as exemplary servants of society and good police officers. A throng of journalists surrounded the entrance of the police station, clamoring for interviews with Wu Hao. "Hello, Officer Wu. How did you come to suspect Wang Yueran as the true culprit?" "Hello, Officer Wu. How did you find evidence of Wang Yueran's crimes?" "Officer Wu, what are your thoughts on the significant success of this case?" Wu Hao stood amidst the crowd, beaming. "Cough, cough. This is all part of our duty. It is thanks to the efforts of our entire police force that we were able to crack this major case. Bringing the true perpetrator to justice, restoring the victim's innocence, and providing stability to society. Let us give a warm round of applause to all members of the criminal investigation team." Flynn Yuhan turned off the television. Scoffing at the self-important rhetoric in the office of the Blue Earth Group, the new secretary entered. "Mr. Chen, their SA Officer Wu here to see you." "Let him in," Chen Yusheng replied, tossing aside a thick stack of documents. Wu Hao stepped into the office, feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed Chen Yusheng. "Hello, Mr. Chen. There was a misunderstanding before, so I'd like to apologize." "No problem." Chen Yusheng waved his hand graciously. "Young people can be impulsive. Besides, if I am now free, it is thanks to your efforts. If it weren't for you connecting the dots to bring the true murderer to justice, I would still be suffering from this unjust accusation." Chen Yusheng spoke sincerely. Wu Hao, unreserved and accepting the hollow flattery, replied, "If I hadn't relentlessly pursued the true culprit, you might never have seen the light of day again." Thus, mutual understanding, Chen Yusheng extended his right hand, shaking Wu Hao's amicably. "There's one more thing I need your help with," Wu Hao continued, taking out 4 photographs. "The case is resolved, but I'd like you to identify these deceased individuals." Chen Yusheng frowned as he looked at the photos. "Isn't the identification of the deceased something that requires their families? I am not a family member." "Right, I understand," Wu Hao clarified. "This isn't about claiming the bodies. After all, you are one of the parties involved, albeit wrongfully accused. We still need to follow the proper procedures." "Oh." Chen Yusheng studied the photographs for a long while and remarked, "These are the 4 of them. Is there anything else?" "No," Wu Hao replied, putting the photos away. "Just wanted to chat a bit. Wang Yueran has been captured. What are your thoughts on that?" "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Chen Yusheng shook his head. "He brought this upon himself, and he deserves his fate. Truth be told, I had been quite accommodating to his business, consistently referring clients to him. I never expected him to be such a person." "Not so fast," Wu Hao said, looking at him with a knowing gaze. "This was all within your expectations, wasn't it, Mr. Chen?" "What do you mean by that?" Chen Yusheng's expression suddenly changed. "I'm merely analyzing." "No need to be agitated," Wu Hao replied. "You intentionally let Wang Yueran know about your entanglements with these women, even going so far as to approach those close to him, escalating the conflict between you two, inciting his hatred towards you and these women, and then using his hand to eliminate them." Chen Yusheng's expression turned icy as he glared at Wu Hao, speechless. Wu Hao pressed on. "I suspect you grew weary of Wu Dandan long ago. It was her hold over you that forced you to submit to her. The incident of you picking her up in a Rolls-Royce was likely staged by her to showcase her status in the world. Moreover, she was pestering you to divorce your wife, which only fueled your disdain for her. You may have even discovered her affair with your son. All these factors combined led you to contemplate murder, wishing to eradicate her from this world. But you are far more astute than Wang Yueran. You would never make yourself a murderer. Thus, you resorted to a method of using another's hand to do the killing." "Hemph," Chen Yusheng smirked. "Officer Wu, your imagination is quite vivid. Where's the evidence?" "I have no evidence," Wu Hao admitted candidly. Chen Yusheng burst into laughter. "Officer, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. You cannot simply arrest me based on your unfounded assumptions, can you? Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Without it, do not jest with me. Do you believe that the elaborate theory you just presented would convict me in court?" "Indeed, I lack evidence," Wu Hao replied calmly, "yet there is one who truly loves you. You might miss your one true love in this lifetime, living forever in a state of remorse." "Who?" Chen Yusheng inquired. Bewildered, Jiang Weina. Upon hearing that name, a strange shift occurred on Chen Yusheng's face. Wu Hao fixed his gaze upon him and continued. "I have been pondering how someone as frivolous as Wu Dandan could compel you to marry her. She must desire numerous options, for her pawn teams with more splendid catches. Why would she attach herself to a man as aged and unattractive as you? You are wealthy, but when it comes to wealth, isn't the film actor Huang Jiaozhu more appealing? Isn't he handsome? He is but one of Wu Dandan's choices." Chen Yusheng's countenance turned an ashen hue, his nose nearly contorting in fury. Wu Hao pressed on. "Subsequently, through investigation and Wang Yueran's testimony, I discern that the one who genuinely wishes to wed you is Jiang Weina. She prepared 999 roses for you and has repeatedly announced her impending marriage to her fans on social media and live streams. Thus, I venture a bold conjecture. You have likely confused these two individuals. Are you jesting, Officer Wu? A cryptic smile adorned Chen Yoshing's face. Wu Hao retrieved the earlier photographs and laid them on the table anew. Mr. Chen, the images I showed you were not of victims. They were merely photos of Lu Yin, Zhoulan Cai, Zhong Lidi, and Zhong Xintong, sourced from the internet, showcasing their radiant smiles. Do you now comprehend? The one threatening you to divorce and marry her is not Wu Dandan, but Jiang Weina. Chen Yusheng stared at the celebrity photos, his eyes wide in speechless realization. Wu Hao continued. You suffer from prosopagnosia, also known as face blindness, the inability to recognize faces, relying solely on details to recall someone's appearance. Just as now, you believe I am Wu Hao, solely because I don the uniform you recognized. Wu Hao removed his police uniform and donned a pair of sunglasses. Do you now recognize who I am? Mr. Chen, you, Lin Xiansheng, Chapter 75. Innocent murder. Indeed, it is I. Lin Yuhan stated. Can you now confess? Chen Yoshing's gaze dimmed as he asked. How did you discover this? Lin Yuhan elucidated. Symptoms of prosopagnosia generally manifest in two forms. Patients cannot perceive others' faces. Patients lose the ability to recognize facial features. Clinically, this results in, first, even familiar faces appear alien. Second, one can only remember details like hair texture. Straightening curly hair leads to forgetfulness. Third, distinguishing faces of all celebrities becomes nearly impossible, even if they appear daily on television. Fourth, names fail to match faces. Fifth, overall memory is inferior to that of others. These traits align perfectly with you. When I first encountered you at the bar, I provided a few photographs for you to identify. You took considerable time to respond, leading me to believe you were feigning ignorance. Later, upon exiting the restroom, I found you mistook another person wearing sunglasses for me, which piqued my suspicion. Furthermore, during my investigation at your company, employees consistently reported your poor memory, requiring reminders from your secretary, who corroborated this, leading me to suspect you might have prosopagnosia. Regarding the case, all deceased individuals possessed notably beautiful teeth. I noted that your many lovers had undergone dental enhancements, prompting me to wonder why you favored those with good teeth. After considering your condition, everything became clear in a society inundated with artificial beauty. Many resemble one another. Yet Wang Yueren's words reminded me that many neglect their dental care. Few possess flawless teeth. Your wife must have beautiful teeth, and your secretary as well, hence you rely on this trait to recognize and differentiate them, developing a unique fondness for such individuals. Lin Yuhan observed the slightly flustered Chen Yushing and remarked, when I visited your home, I noticed your maid had quite irregular teeth, which starkly contrasted with your preferences. Initially, I could not comprehend, but if you indeed have prosopagnosia, it becomes logical. Perhaps you deliberately chose a maid with poor dental aesthetics to avoid confusion with your wife. Chen Yushing nodded in admiration. Indeed? Having reached this point in our conversation, I confess I possessed this flaw. Initially, I was oblivious, but after visiting several psychologists, I came to understand my condition. Lin Yuhan responded. Mr. Chen, you are truly astute. Reflecting back, your initial act of handing me the keys to Wu Dandan's apartment was likely not innocent. You were aware that Wang Zidi resided there, weren't you? You had dealings with him and knew how reckless he was. Thus you sought to employ him to eliminate me and eradicate potential threats, correct? Chen Yushing fell silent. In Lin Yuhan's eyes, this was an implicit admission in the dance of wits between masters, extensive justification is unnecessary. Had I not studied martial arts at the police academy, I might not be sitting here conversing with you so calmly. Lin Yuhan wore a knowing smile. You have employed others to commit your misdeeds. You are indeed a master among masters. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yushing uttered a perplexing statement. What does this make me? Innocent murder, Lin Yuhan replied coolly. So what? Do you intend to have the police arrest me? No, Lin Yuhan rose, locking eyes with him. I merely wish to impart this knowledge. The human heart is treacherous, and good and evil are met with their due retribution. With that, Lin Yuhan exited Chen Yushing's office. Downstairs, Wu Hao awaited by the roadside in his Land Rover. So, did he confess? Wu Hao inquired eagerly upon Lin Yuhan's arrival. No. Lin Yuhan shook his head. Even if he confessed, the law would find it challenging to convict him. What then? Shall we merely watch him roam free? Wu Hao angrily struck the steering wheel. No. Please mind your language, Lin Yuhan admonished. In truth, Chen Yushing bears no guilt. He merely incited Wang Yueren's murderous intent. For him, there was no direct involvement in the killing. Nor does it even amount to incitement. Observing Wu Hao's discontent, Lin Yuhan explained. Let me provide an analogy. If I inform you that your wife is having an affair with Chen Yusheng, and in a fit of rage, you kill Chen Yusheng, am I guilty? Can I be considered a murderer? Thus, by the same reasoning, what crime has Chen Yusheng committed? Merely employing some underhanded tactics and machinations typical of capitalists. Wu Hao turned to Lin Yuhan, his face alight with indignation. Your wife is the one who is strayed. Your entire family is unfaithful. Lin Yuhan squinted, leaning back lazily. I was merely using a metaphor. Just a metaphor. Metaphors are unacceptable, Wu Hao retorted. Why don't you use yourself as an example? Ah? Why are you so stubborn? Lin Yuhan's irritation flared. Let me ask you, do you have a wife? Why are you so agitated? No, Wu Hao awkwardly shook his head. Then what is the issue? Lin Yuhan cast him a withering glance. Wu Hao scoffed. As if you have one. Ahem. Neither do I. The atmosphere descended into an awkward silence. They both realized an unsettling truth. Neither of them possessed a wife, nor even a girlfriend, while the upstairs resident, Chen Yusheng, had been surrounded by flowers for many years. They continued bickering downstairs, filled with indignation and contempt for the man above, seeking to bring him to justice. What do you have to compare with him? After a long pause, Lin Yuhan gradually turned to meet Wu Hao's fervent gaze. Wu Hao looked at Lin Yuhan, speaking with utmost sincerity. Perhaps you should find a partner. Lin Yuhan sighed and replied. Perhaps you should too. Hee hee ha ha ha. They shared a tacit understanding, laughing heartily, a self-deprecating mockery of their singlehood. Wu Hao suddenly inquired. Why do you? A single man, buy so many condoms? For the sake of investigating the case, Lin Yuhan replied. This investigation seems to tax your body rather. Wu Hao remarked. Lin Yuhan remained silent. Wu Hao turned the key, igniting the engine. That old dog, Chen Yusheng, has gotten lucky this time. I now question whether it was the right choice to bring Wang Yuan to light. It seems it would have been better to let Chen Yusheng remain behind bars. You are mistaken. At all times, whether in the face of justice or malevolence, our duty is to uncover the truth of the matter and restore facts to the public, thus upholding justice in the world. Lin Yuhan spoke earnestly, however. I firmly believe that good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. What is meant to come will arrive in due time. Those who commit wickedness shall surely face the judgment of justice. Let us hope for such an outcome. With that, Wu Hao pressed the accelerator, and the formidable Land Rover surged onto the road, charging forward. The setting sun bathed their faces in a warm glow, accentuating their striking profiles. Cold and handsome, their expressions were grave, enveloped in silence. Each harbored their own thoughts, as this protracted series of murders finally drew to a close in this manner, and the wheels of justice would eventually grind all malevolence into dust. Chapter 76. Wu Danden's narrative. The Land Rover came to a halt before the Jinhan Detective Agency. Lin Yuhan alighted from the vehicle and silently made his way toward the building. Hey, Wu Hao called out to him. What is it? Lin Yuhan turned. Are you leaving? Wu Hao's eyes reflected a sense of reluctance. Indeed, Lin Yuhan nodded. Where to? Home, and then, to work. What if you don't go to work? If I don't, will you support me? Lin Yuhan shot him a glare. Wu Hao awkwardly waved his hand. Lin Yuhan approached Aunt Wang's small shop, and Wu Hao called out to him again, saying affectionately, I'll support you. You should first take care of yourself, silly. Lin Yuhan chuckled bitterly. Wu Hao scratched his head. What I meant was, let me treat you to dinner tonight. No, Lin Yuhan firmly declined. Some people should not be indulged. I mean, no, Lin Yuhan interrupted him. No, we can discuss it over dinner. No rejection. This isn't merely about a meal. No, Lin Yuhan turned his face away, coldly stating, Why are you so tedious? When I say no, I mean no. All right. Wu Hao, utterly dejected, set down the envelope in his hand. The boss asked me to give you this 100,000 yuan bonus for the clues while we're having dinner. If you don't want it, I'll return it. Detective Lin truly possesses noble character and integrity. How much? Lin Yuhan abruptly turned back. 100,000. Wu Hao sighed. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me, Lin Yuhan quickly returned. And you have a bonus? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm not eating just for the sake of it. Do you think I want to dine with you? Wu Hao tossed the check at Lin Yuhan's face. Hurry and deposit it at a bank. Your life seems rather tight. Unlike me, who can drive a Land Rover. He glanced at the small shop below and said, I'm off. Let Andy down there take care of your meal. It should taste quite good. Lin Yuhan, clutching the envelope, inhaled the scent with delight, slowly uttering 2 words. So fragrant. Though he faced disdain, the aroma was indeed enticing. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the main task of uncovering Wu Danden's cause of death and bringing the murderer to justice. Reputation points 50, talent upgraded. Intermediate forensics. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing the subtask of discovering Jiang Weina's cause of death. Reputation points 50. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of identifying the murderer of Li Yu and Qi Wanxin. Reputation points 50, awarded item. Phuket boat ticket, rental voucher X1. Ding ding, congratulations, host, for reaching a reputation of 235. Unlocking achievement, slight achievement, slight achievement. Daily development tasks can now be unlocked. Phuket boat ticket. After many days of work, you must be quite fatigued. Take your family to the beautiful Phuket for a comfortable vacation. Boat ticket valid for 2 months. Rental voucher. Free rental of a luxury car worth between 1 to 2 million. Usage period, 3 days. It truly is fragrant. Wu Dandan's narrative. My name is Wu Dandan, and I am a woman who yearns deeply for love. Although many men surround me, none of them capture my heart. Not a single one understands me, and they all fail to comprehend. I believe you do not understand either. Many label me as frivolous, even promiscuous, as a girl of questionable virtue, yet my inner self is profoundly pure. These are mere facades. No matter how tarnished the exterior, it cannot conceal the whiteness of my soul. I am convinced that I am the most innocent woman in the world. I long for a love that transcends the mundane, a true connection with a man who adores me wholly, not merely for my appearance or body. He must embrace me, care for me, and cherish me like a princess, willing to sacrifice everything for my sake. In return, I shall offer him my utmost affection and sincerest love. I am Navi. I am not promiscuous. I am a good girl. You do not understand me. Those who do will surely agree I am a person worthy of your love. Recently, something intriguing occurred. A boy has been following me. He has stalked me for several days, thinking I was oblivious, but I noticed him long ago. He has been secretly photographing me. What does he intend to do? Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? But who is he, truly? I relish the admiration, yet I despise the feeling of being secretly adored. If you love me, express it boldly. Let me feel your affection, for only then does it hold meaning. I casually turned to him, feigning nonchalance, and oh, he is rather handsome, a youthful charmer. I intentionally brushed against him, and he blushed. His bashful demeanor is quite endearing, huh? I merely played a small trick and lured him to my bed. Surprisingly, he became infatuated with me. We shared a joyful period together, such beautiful memories. Yet, ultimately, we cannot be together. He is simply too young, and I am unsure of his maturity. You see, children are the most troublesome. Once they become attached, they pursue relentlessly, sparing no effort. Thus, I must draw a line in our relationship, yet it may be too late. He continues to cling to me, and I have begun to feel annoyed. Little brother, we cannot be together. We are not suited for each other. No matter how fond you are of me, I know you are wealthy, and you foolishly promised a future with me, brother. You cannot provide for my future. I do this for your own good. Let me go and pursue your true love. The weather tonight is splendid. I recline on the sofa, enjoying the gentle sea breeze, gazing at the beautiful nightscape, savoring a French dinner prepared by the group CEO, my heart brimming with joy. As I watch television, I ponder, whose card should I flip tomorrow? This is indeed a challenging decision. There are too many fish in the pond, and I cannot possibly nurture them all equally. Yet, if I fail to feed them promptly, will they starve? Or perhaps swim into another's pond? Though I firmly believe that fish capable of seeking sustenance independently are not worthy. The feeling of abandonment is equally painful. Once in my pond, why should they wish to leave? They must either obediently remain my fish or perish. Even if they starve, I shall never forgive them. Even the renowned actor Huang Jiaozhu has sought my favor. Who do you think you are? Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. I haven't scheduled anyone for today. Who could it be? Regardless, I shall open the door and see. Perhaps another admirer has come calling. Yet, when will the love I yearn for finally arrive at my side? Chapter 77. The Prisoner of Death with a Crisp Snap. Moments ago, a vibrant life was reduced to a bloodied corpse, and the villa returned to its eerie calm. The method was ruthless, precise, and executed flawlessly. The woman sprawled on the bed, casually wiped the blood from her face with a wet wipe, disposing of the body in the trash, before resuming her gaze at the words on her pad screen. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound emerged from her headphones. The notification from a chat application flickered. New message. The woman glanced and noticed a stranger's penguin avatar. Slightly puzzled, she casually dismissed the alert. Each night, she received numerous similar disturbances, growing tiresome. With a swipe of her finger, She returned to her engrossing novel. The Hidden Corner, envisioning the scenes of our mountain climbing adventures. Beep, beep, beep. The notification continued to pierce the tranquil night, bringing a sense of nostalgic familiarity. Still persistent? The woman opened the chat box and discovered the other party's avatar had transformed into a gray-skinned skull wielding a scythe. The username displaying prisoner of death. Are you there? A message devoid of emotion echoed from the other side. Not here. The woman did not respond, closing the chat window with indifference. What a cliché opening line. Beep, 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 beep. The notifications rang incessantly. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? A barrage of greetings flooded the screen. The woman, now exceedingly irritated, opened the chat box, preparing to block the sender, only to find another message awaiting her. May I ask, you reside in the Westhaw Villa, correct? The woman paused momentarily before replying, yes, how do you know? Who are you? The Reaper's prisoner. The woman responded with a string of ellipses, unable to fathom who would be bored enough to adopt such a moniker. And continued to inquire, who exactly are you? State your real name. The Reaper's prisoner. The other party reiterated this point with emphasis. All right then, the Reaper's prisoner, the woman asked helplessly, what do you want from me? Congratulations, you have become the grand prize winner of this month's Reaper's Lucky Spin. The prize is the ability to have someone of your choosing eliminated. Anyone? The woman cautiously inquired. Indeed. Then why not take your own life? She scoffed, the Reaper's prisoner. At this moment, the woman concluded that this must be some prank orchestrated by an admirer, and she had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in idle chatter. After a moment of silence, the other party responded, I know you must not believe me, but look out your window. The woman skeptically raised her head and glanced outside. The sky was adorned with stars. The distant mountains came into view, and there was nothing amiss. Stand up that it was as if the other party had installed surveillance on her, compelling her to approach the window. Must I really go to the window? Driven by curiosity, the woman slipped on her slippers and walked towards the windowsill. After all, she was in her own home, and there was no danger. The conversation continued. Your beloved pink Lamborghini is parked in your yard. Is it not? In 5 seconds, it will be blown to smithereens. Please follow my countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from downstairs, flames leaping from beneath the car, instantly consuming the luxury vehicle. The woman stood frozen, cold sweat beading on her forehead, rendered speechless by shock. Do you believe me now? Came the other party's indifferent mockery. What do you want from me? The woman was on the verge of madness. If this was merely a joke from someone she knew, the cost was far too high, having destroyed her beloved car. To assist you in killing, the other party continued. Do you have anyone you despise? Someone you wish could vanish from this world entirely? Just utter a word, and I shall fulfill your wish. Is it possible not to choose? I don't want to kill anyone. Her hands began to tremble. You may abstain, but once the Reaper's spin is activated, someone must die. If you refuse, you will be the one to take their place. What nonsense, the other party urged. This is no jest. Rest assured, I have been in this line of work for over a decade without a single failure. Even in the event of a task failure, you will incur no loss, as your involvement is not required. Simply say the word, and I shall handle the rest. Why should I trust you? You need not believe me. You will see for yourself whether you live or die. The woman inhaled deeply and, after a prolonged silence, slowly replied, Can I truly choose to kill anyone? Of course, as long as they are someone you know or who knows you. The other party clarified, the range is limited to those currently or previously in your life, including parents, friends, classmates, teachers, competitors, enemies, and even your secret crush. This won't bring me any harm, correct? The woman pondered cautiously, adding, for instance, will anyone find out or are there any side effects? Certainly, the transaction is strictly between you and the Reaper. I merely serve as a messenger, facilitating the tasks that the Reaper must fulfill. The other party sent another message. You now have 30 seconds. The Reaper's system will soon shut down. Once it does, you will forever lose the opportunity to activate it this month, and you will become the substitute to receive the Reaper's punishment. Now, the countdown begins. 30. 29. The woman bit her lip, frantic with anxiety. A profound sense of dread welled within her, rendering her limbs numb and immobile, her fingertips incessantly brushing over the letters she had just typed. Finally, with mere seconds to spare, she hesitantly typed in a name. As the name successfully appeared in the dialog box, her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Beep beep, the Reaper's spin system has recorded successfully. A peculiar emoji appeared in the chat. A skeletal figure draped in a black cloak slowly turned to reveal its eerie, terrifying visage. Please tell me your motive for the killing, the other party inquired. The woman was perplexed. Do I need to disclose my motive as well? Of course, came the reply. I must ensure that your motive for killing is lawful. Lawful? The woman laughed incredulously. This was the first time she had ever heard of a lawful motive for murder. Nevertheless, in a bid to hasten the conclusion of this unsettling dialogue, she hesitated for a long moment before typing. He is a beast. Congratulations, your killing information has been recorded. The execution date is set for the 10th of this month. Please await the outcome patiently. During this period, do not disclose any transaction details to others, remember. With that, the other party instantly went offline, leaving the woman calling out in vain for a response. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? She incessantly pounded the screen. Watching the icon of the Reaper's prisoner turn gray, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within her. This felt like a curse, regardless of its authenticity. It was far better to impose it upon another than upon oneself. Yet, a lingering unease gnawed at her insides. Chapter 78. The fatal invitation. Lin Yuhan sat in his office, spinning a bank card between his fingers. The reward from the police department had alleviated his immediate financial woes, at least for the time being. Lin Yuhan had a habit of documenting every case he concluded, organizing the relevant materials. This was a practice he had cultivated during his studies with Professor Li Changyi. Although he had long since left the police system, Lin Yuhan had yet to abandon this habit. The professor had told him, "What I teach you is invaluable. Never forget it, no matter the circumstances." Lin Yuhan had always heeded his words, the professor's shadow and his teachings accompanying him for a decade. Having just completed the summary of the Wang Yuan serial murder case and placed the documents into a folder, Lin Yuhan felt that something was amiss. He lacked Wang Yuan's confession. He picked up the phone and dialed Wu Hao, directly asking, "Hello, Captain Wu, may I inquire about the status of Wang Yuan's interrogation?" After a prolonged silence, Wu Hao replied quietly, "Wang Yuan is dead." Dead? Lin Yuhan was utterly shocked. "How did that happen? Wasn't he taken by you?" "Yes, we apprehended him." Wu Hao's voice hinted at resentment, but for reasons unknown, Wang Yuan had mysteriously died in prison last night. "Was an autopsy conducted?" Lin Yuhan hurriedly asked. "Yes, but not by our people. Experts from the provincial government came down, took the body away, and declared this case too significant for us to handle. It has been transferred to higher authorities. The preliminary results indicated a sudden heart attack." Wu Hao sneered, cursing under his breath. "Who believes that? He was fine yesterday, had killed so many people, and then suddenly dies of a heart attack after being captured?" Lin Yuhan fell silent as well. If Wang Yuan could die mysteriously in police custody, it suggested that a far greater conspiracy was afoot. He asked, "Doesn't your police station have surveillance everywhere? How could someone just die?" Coincidentally, the surveillance malfunctioned yesterday. They were conducting network repairs, so nothing was recorded at all. "Is that so?" Lin Yuhan was skeptical and pressed. "Do you think someone within your police department might have sabotaged it?" "That's hard to say. Frankly, I can't make baseless assumptions or draw conclusions without evidence." "Did you interrogate Wang Yuan yesterday?" Lin Yuhan asked, unwilling to relent. "Interrogate?" "After he was brought to the station, I was busy with various interviews and reports. I never even saw him." Wu Hao's tone was tinged with exasperation. "So, you didn't have a chance to question him before he died?" "Exactly." Wu Hao's mood seemed sour as he lazily replied, "Let's not discuss this any further. I have work to do. Goodbye." "All right." Lin Yuhan tossed his phone onto the desk, his spirits weighed down. Wang Yuan's bizarre death left the case unresolved. Lin Yuhan opened his system panel and discovered that a new task had appeared in the taskbar. Development Task 1, Claimable, Claim. He focused his mind to seize the task. Development Task, Recruitment Assistant Plan. Recruiting an assistant. The renowned detective Sherlock Holmes had Dr. Watson as his aide, and Mori Kagura was accompanied by Conan. As a detective, how could one possibly do without an exceptional assistant? After a month of trials, you must have experienced the hardships of this job. You surely need someone to help lighten your burden. Time is of the essence. It is imperative to recruit an assistant for oneself. Recruitment criteria. Gender is unrestricted, age between 20 to 30 years, no specific major or specialty required, and no particular hobbies necessary. With a salary of 3,000, however, Lin Yuhan instinctively declined. He believed that one was sufficient. An additional person merely meant another mouth to feed. Having just resolved his own sustenance issues, and not completely at that, he hesitated to extend a salary to another. This system truly demands a gluttonous appetite. Yet, the recruitment criteria seemed rather hasty. With such lax requirements, it seemed as if the role of a detective could be filled by anyone. Lin Yuhan glanced at his meager income. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Moreover, even the most unqualified might not be willing to participate. Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, the system's tasks must be fulfilled. Those whose parents are still alive are not particularly remarkable. Achieving greatness is unattainable. One can only muddle through life with the aid of the system. Lin Yuhan opened his computer and swiftly drafted a recruitment announcement, posting it online. Recruitment announcement. Jinhan Detective Agency seeks to hire a work assistant. Basic requirements. Age between 20 to 30 years. Other requirements. None. Salary. 3,000. Interested parties may contact Mr. Lin. Phone. 12315. After posting the announcement, Lin Yuhan shut down his computer. He felt exceedingly humble, unable to articulate even a single requirement. As for whether anyone would respond or who might come, he cared little. It was merely a means to fulfill the system's task. As the saying goes, Guan Tai Gong fishes for willing souls. Completing daily tasks is paramount. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Yuhan opened the system taskbar and accepted a daily task without any additional thoughts, merely motivated by the prospect of a meal. Daily task? The deadly invitation? Accepted. Task background. The renowned young entrepreneur Lu Sikong will host a birthday banquet at his private villa on the 4th of this month, inviting prominent figures from all walks of life in Lanhai City. The invitation from Lu Sikong has been sent to your email. Upon receiving the invitation, you are filled with excitement, for it has been quite a while since you last received one. You know this will be an extraordinary night. Your task? Arrive at Waishio Villa within the specified time to uncover the conspiracy hidden behind the banquet. Upon seeing the task description, Lin Yuhan couldn't help but chuckle. When did he become one of the distinguished figures of society? It seems the system truly alters one's circumstances. However, upon seeing the name Lu Sikong, he felt a flicker of recognition. Lin Yuhan rummaged through his memory and pulled out a dossier. Flipping through it until he unearthed a case from 3 years prior, it was the only criminal case he had participated in solving over the years. 3 years ago, Lanhai City was shaken by a series of heinous murders, with multiple young women falling victim. Initially, the police suspected sexual assault. However, forensic examinations revealed that none of the victims had suffered any violation in life. Later, through Lu Sitsong's testimony, the police successfully apprehended the perpetrator. During interrogation, it was revealed that the murderer had been subjected to oppression and abuse by his stepmother from a young age, resulting in a twisted psyche and complex emotions of fear and loathing towards women, which led to such tragedies. Now, the perpetrator has faced justice, yet every time Lin Yuhan revisited the old case files, he felt there was more to the story, though he could not find any additional leads. He opened his email and printed the invitation. Invitation, Dear Detective, I sincerely invite you to my birthday banquet, which will commence this Saturday at 1900 hours at Waishio Villa. I look forward to your presence. Lu Sikong. A solemn expression gradually settled on his brow. The conspiracy surrounding the banquet. Chapter 79. What are you looking at? Lin Yuhan decided to rent a car first. He had a rental voucher gifted by the system, which he intended to use. Those attending Lu Sitsong's banquet would undoubtedly be affluent. Arriving in a dilapidated vehicle would be quite disgraceful. After all, he was now among the elite. He needed to integrate into high society. Thus, Lin Yuhan rented a Porsche. Waishio Villa is located in the outskirts of Lanhai City, nestled between mountains and sea. As he drove part way, a sudden downpour began. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, rolling in with a sinister fury. Where on earth is it? Lin Yuhan frowned, peering through the increasingly dim sky. The coastal highway was inundated, a chilling dampness permeating the air, pressing heavily upon his heart. The waves rhythmically crashed against the roadside, creating a whispering sound. The rain seemed to intensify, and Lin Yuhan cautiously monitored the road conditions while steering. The windshield wipers emitted a rhythmic thud, and the turn signal clicked in sync with his movements. After veering onto a fork in the road, Lin Yuhan departed from the spacious lane and ventured onto a mountain road. It was his first time in this area. Although the invitation specified the address, he still needed navigation. Progressing slowly, the road beneath him became increasingly bumpy, with caution signs warning of falling rocks appearing intermittently. The path transformed into a narrow trail strewn with wild grass and gravel, with patches of forest occasionally flitting by, appearing murky in the dim weather. Did such a desolate place truly host a villa? Lin Yuhan drove on with a heavy heart, exercising utmost caution. The slick roads posed a risk of plunging into an abyss. Finally, after winding along for some time, he spotted a red-painted sign. Waishio Villa. After traversing a short distance further, the scene before him opened up, revealing a magnificent villa that surged into view. Its architecture resembled a European castle from the last century, exuding grandeur. Wealthy individuals often build their homes in such places. Lin Yuhan lamented how poverty limited his imagination, guiding his vehicle into the courtyard. Checking his watch, it was 6:30. Fortunately, he was not late. A security guard approached with an umbrella, directing Lin Yuhan to a parking spot before ushering him into the villa. "Welcome, sir." The robust voice penetrated the rain, reaching Lin Yuhan's ears. It had a somewhat rustic quality, akin to that of a country boy. Though he missed the presence of his friend, Nicholas Zhao Si, upon entering the interior and shutting the heavy door behind him, the sound of the torrential rain was completely muffled, revealing a serene atmosphere within. Elegant jazz music enveloped him, accompanied by the laughter of men and women. Lin Yuhan looked up, awestruck by the opulence surrounding him. The interior felt like an entirely different world. A colossal crystal chandelier radiated a captivating glow, appearing particularly warm against the cold weather. The hall was spacious, filled with an indescribable aroma. Lin Yuhan was not fond of fragrances, yet at that moment, he found the scent refreshing, mingled with an alluring charm that seemed to stimulate his senses. Gathered in the living room were elegantly dressed men and women. The banquet had yet to commence. Some embraced one another on the dance floor, twirling in waltz, while gentlemen sat nearby, wine glasses in hand, engaging in lively banter with beautiful women. Lin Yuhan could hardly comprehend the world of the affluent, yet he felt fortunate for having donned a new outfit today. Otherwise, he would surely feel out of place among such high-class company. As a courteous attendant presented him with a gift bag, he said, "Good evening, sir. Thank you for attending Mr. Liu's birthday banquet. This is a small gift prepared especially for you by Mr. Liu. Please accept it." Lin Yuhan received the bag and peered inside to find a beautifully packaged bottle of perfume. He recognized it as the most fashionable brand currently in Lanhai City, available at luxury counters in major department stores, and certainly not inexpensive. The extravagant gesture of the wealthy CEO was evident. Holding the perfume, he proceeded further, casually picking up a glass of red wine, mimicking the other gentleman as he sat on the periphery of the dance floor. Indulging alone, he could not fathom the appeal of red wine. In Lin Yuhan's opinion, it paled in comparison to 2 bottles of Tsingtao beer. Nonetheless, he feigned enjoyment, occasionally uttering, "good wine," maintaining an air of sophistication. Even though he thought of it merely as grape juice. "Hey, handsome, care for a dance?" A gentle voice whispered in his ear as a lady in a red dress approached him, having just reached a pleasant buzz from the wine. He received an unexpected advance. "I cannot dance." Lin Yuhan glanced at her plunging neckline and coldly declined. "I'll teach you." The lady leaned in closer, insistently coaxing, "Look, everyone has a dance partner. Let us partner up. This waltz is quite simple, just follow the rhythm." "What rhythm?" Lin Yuhan inquired. "0.9 shallow, 1 deep." The woman replied earnestly. That sounds feasible. Let's give it a try." He took her hand and stepped onto the dance floor. The rhythm, though unfamiliar to Lin Yuhan, did not seem overly challenging. The waltz consisted merely of forward and backward movements, alternating speeds. Even without formal training, one could find a semblance of the dance. For someone as naturally gifted as Lin Yuhan, this was certainly no arduous task. Under the lady's guidance, he quickly picked it up. However, her provocative attire swayed before him, causing him to blush. He awkwardly sought conversation. "What's your name?" How utterly conventional the opening line is. Merely inviting you to dance, must one know your name? This time, it is the woman who adopts a cool demeanor. With an alluring voice, she whispers against Lin Yuhan's ear, stating that after tonight, they should cease all contact. "Do you still wish for my contact information?" "I do not." Lin Yuhan has never been one to fall for such tactics. Certain women, once they believe they have tantalized you, will present an entirely different attitude. Lin Yuhan holds little interest in women. He merely seeks to integrate into this social circle, to avoid appearing too outlandish. "Why are you here at this soiree?" The woman inquires. "I am unsure." "Someone simply invited me," Lin Yuhan retorts. "And you?" "To find my cousin." A glint of pride flickers in the woman's gaze. This soiree is hosted by her father. "Cousin?" "Indeed, the daughter of Liu Sikong, Miss Liu." The woman gestures towards a girl leaning against the wall. Lin Yuhan follows her direction and sees a delicate young lady, exuding an aura of melancholy and ethereal grace. Her gaze is pure and lively, evoking feelings of distant admiration, akin to a white lily blooming at this ball. Lin Yuhan suddenly feels a profound interest in the young girl. It is said that this soiree harbors intrigue. To unravel the mysteries of the evening, one must delve into Liu Sikong and those closest to him. Without hesitation, Lin Yuhan discards the beautiful woman beside him and strides towards Miss Liu. He has not come here to indulge. He cannot afford to squander time on irrelevant matters. "Hey, handsome." The beauty exclaims, stunned by Lin Yuhan's abrupt departure, chasing after him. "Ma Gigi, and my number is..." Lin Yuhan pays her no mind. His thoughts consumed with how to forge a connection with the distant Miss Lu. Theo hear the thoughts of the girl. He must first touch upon the most sensitive strings of her heart. Mature and composed men often become the Achilles heel of young women, provided they lack a pronounced beer belly and an oily visage. With a chiseled profile and a voice as magnetic as a seasoned voice actor, they are sure to drive any young lady wild. Remember, first impressions are paramount. As Lin Yuhan approaches Miss Lu, he clears his throat and leans against the wall, employing the classic tactic of walling her in. The first step to winning the girl's favor, wall slam. A single moment of subtle physical contact speaks volumes, more than 100 words. He presents his profile to her, at a 45-degree angle, with a lonely chin line, and gazes down at her with an expression filled with longing. Now, it is time to witness a miracle. Lin Yuhan parts his lips, his voice already tuned to the perfect pitch. And as he begins to speak, slap. Miss Lu delivers a swift blow. "What are you staring at?" Lin Yuhan stands dumbfounded, his scattered thoughts abruptly interrupted, taking a moment before managing to retort, "What are you looking at?" Awkward. Chapter 80. The fragrance of delicate women. This is not what I intended to say. How did such words slip out, to commence in such an unrefined manner, accompanied by a thick local accent? Lin Yuhan feels an overwhelming headache. Clearing his throat, he rubs his face, attempting to regain his composure. The woman beside Miss Lu attempts to speak, but is quickly hushed by an approaching matron. "Daughter, how rude of you. Apologize to this gentleman at once. He pushed me," Miss Lu pouts, stepping aside. The matron approaches Lin Yuhan, her face suffused with apology. "I apologize. You must be Detective Lin, correct? My daughter can be rather headstrong. I hope you will not take offense. Oh, it's nothing." Lin Yuhan shakes his head. What could he possibly say? It would be unreasonable to be upset with the young girl. Lin Yuhan takes a moment to assess the matron before him. Her skin is impeccably maintained, concealing the traces of time's passage, yet the elegance and maturity she exudes suggest she is at least in her 40s. The allure of a mature woman still lingers, and there is an enchanting charm in her brows. Lin Yuhan forcefully suppresses any inappropriate thoughts. If Aunt Wang were like this, he would surely be tempted daily. The matron introduces herself. "I am Mrs. Lu, a pleasure to meet you." "Ah, so you are Mrs. Lu. A pleasure indeed." Lin Yuhan is somewhat taken aback. He has never met this woman, yet she knows him. It seems he has gained some standing in the detective community. This feeling is quite gratifying. "Detective, please, do join us at our table." Seemingly out of politeness, Mrs. Lu guides Lin Yuhan to their dining area, engaging him in conversation. She explains that the theme of the evening is dream fragrance. Lu Sikong is the chairman of the Delicate Women's Fragrance Company. 3 years ago, he launched the company from scratch, and due to the exceptional quality and unique scent of the perfumes, it quickly gained immense popularity among young women, becoming the leading brand in the fragrance industry in Lanya country within just a few months. Today, Delicate Women's fragrance is widely distributed across Lanya. Lu Sikong is a legendary figure, his story celebrated among entrepreneurs in Lanya as an exemplary tale. This birthday banquet not only celebrates his life, but also serves as an opportunity to promote the company's new products. It is said that a new mysterious formula has been introduced to enhance the fragrance, and all the social elites of Lanhai City are in attendance, each equipped with a bottle. Clearly, this move aims to penetrate the high-end market. Lu gestures towards the bag in Lin Yuhan's hand, explaining, "This is our company's newly developed perfume. Its scent is quite special. Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, you may take it out and have a whiff. Of course." Lin Yuhan opens the exquisite packaging, removes the perfume, and brings it close to his nose, instantly captivated by its enchanting aroma. The scent is fresh and natural, imbued with a deep allure, evoking a sensation as smooth as jade, reminiscent of a woman's enticing essence. Irresistibly drawing one eye in. It perpetually stirs his innermost desires, igniting the hormones within him. He feels as though he is intoxicated. Should a woman don this fragrance, it would undoubtedly yield unforeseen effects. Only then does Lin Yuhan realize why Mrs. Lu seems more captivating than the other women. She possesses an unexpected allure of fragrance. Lin Yuhan is momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. "It's delightful, isn't it?" Mrs. Lu elegantly remarks, "This is a new product personally developed by my husband." "Your husband is truly talented," Lin Yuhan praises sincerely. Success has its reasons, and a man of such caliber would surely drive countless young women to infatuation. As they converse, a somewhat portly man, flanked by attendants, descends the staircase. His smile is endearing, radiating warmth, while he exudes an air of maturity and sophistication. As he enters, the music in the hall comes to a halt, and the elegantly dressed guests instinctively take their seats, clearing a substantial space in the center of the dance floor. Lin Yuhan glances over. This must be Lu Sikong. Although he had perused the man's testimony during a case 3 years prior, he is unfamiliar with him. The man approaches the microphone, clears his throat, and proclaims, "Welcome everyone to my 45th birthday soiree. On behalf of myself and the entire staff of Delicate Women's Fragrance Company, I extend a warm welcome to all of you." Thunderous applause fills the air. Lin Yuhan has little interest in such formal pleasantries. He languidly sips his wine, pondering how modern executives are applauded for even the most trivial of actions, as if their every utterance echoes like a resounding cheer. His gaze wanders about the hall until it unexpectedly meets that of a middle-aged man, whose penetrating gaze ignites an unsettling sensation within Lin Yuhan. Akin to a thorn in his back, he furrows his brow, instinctively shifting his gaze elsewhere. The man's attention, however, remains fixated on Lu Sikong. Yet Lin Yuhan distinctly senses the man's peripheral gaze lingering on him. Who is this? Could it be that my appearance is simply too striking? Moments later, Lu Sikong concludes his lengthy address and approaches Mrs. Lu, spotting Lin Yuhan seated nearby, his expression betraying confusion. And who might this be? Lu Sikong inquires politely, extending his right hand toward Lin Yuhan. "Hello, I am Lin Yuhan, a detective." Lin Yuhan rises to greet him, yet his mind is beset by doubts. This is peculiar. The chairman himself invited me. Yet he appears unaware of my identity. A flicker of unusual expression crosses Lu Sikong's face. He pauses, then states, "Oh, so you are Detective Lin. It is a pleasure to have you at our gathering. My dear, the banquet is about to commence. Let us have our guests take their seats." "Certainly." Mrs. Lu stands, directing the guests to their places, then turns to Lin Yuhan, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are at this table with us. Is that appropriate? After all, it is our first meeting, and I feel it would be more fitting to maintain some reserve." Lin Yuhan hesitates, feeling it may be too forward. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. This seat is reserved for you," Mrs. Lu assures him. "Then I shall graciously accept." Lin Yuhan is astonished to find himself accorded such privilege. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming sense of honor. Dining alongside the chairman is indeed a VIP experience. Not to mention, the fare served to the chairman is likely to be far more sumptuous than that of other tables. And he was the first to be served. How delightful! Such are my modest aspirations. Chapter 81. Birthday Dirge at the dining table of Lu Sikong. There were only 5 individuals. The Lu couple sat opposite Lin Yuhan, with Miss Lu to his left. To his right was introduced as Su Jianlin, the vice chairman of Rowan Xiang Perfume Company, who sat beside Lu Sikong. It appeared that he was the only outsider among them, which indeed felt like a privilege, leaving him somewhat astonished. Lin Yuhan sensed a gentle intoxication in the air, as Miss Lu exuded a fragrance that seemed to transcend mere perfume. It was delicate, soft, and elegantly subtle. Su Jianlin, wearing glasses, appeared poised and polished. His physique was leaner than Lu Sikong's, exuding a sense of competence devoid of any greasiness, though his hair was beginning to gray, adding a touch of weariness. Engaging in light conversation, Lin Yuhan learned that Su Jianlin, at the age of 43, wore a gaunt expression, his spirit seemingly dimmed by an unshakable sorrow stemming from the murder of his daughter several years prior. This tragedy hung over him like an oppressive weight. Lin Yuhan, moved by compassion, inquired, "Have they found the murderer?" Su Jianlin hesitated, his silence pregnant with meaning, before leaning closer to whisper, "But I sense something amiss." Before Lin Yuhan could delve further, Su Jianlin gestured for silence, indicating that the topic should not be pursued. Many harbor their own pains, and Lin Yuhan chose to remain discreet. As the dinner commenced, the atmosphere grew lively, with everyone enjoying the appetizers of dim sum and steak, filling their hungry stomachs. However, this was merely a prelude. The real spectacle awaited. A birthday celebration naturally called for a cake, and only after it was cut could the main course be served. Lin Yuhan, who seldom indulged in Western cuisine, found the steak before him tender and succulent, leaving a lingering aftertaste that delighted his palate. Clearly, Lu Sikong had engaged a 5-star chef. At precisely 7 o'clock, the hall's lights dimmed, and music wafted through the villa. Amidst gasps and cheers, the head chef wheeled in a large cake adorned with candles. The cake, possibly inspired by the theme of perfume, was decorated with exquisite fondant figures and vibrant flowers, creating a most romantic display. As the cake was brought before Lu Sikong, the flickering candlelight cast shadows across his solemn profile. Lin Yuhan's casual glance towards Lu Sikong startled him. He perceived a ghastly expression illuminated by the candlelight. Though a smile lingered on Lu Sikong's lips, it betrayed a sinister undertone, reminiscent of a witch's grotesque grin in a film, as twisted muscles contorted his ample face, resembling a bloodthirsty demon savoring its prey. As the cake came to a halt, the melody began. Lu Sikong's expression grew increasingly bizarre, and Lin Yuhan fancied he could discern fangs protruding from his mouth. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Mrs. and Miss Lu sang along, but to Lin Yuhan, the tune felt disconcerting. The ethereal yet eerie melody resonated, echoing like a funeral dirge in the depths of his mind. The ambience transformed into one of mourning. As the celebration morphed into a somber farewell for Lu Sikong, Lin Yuhan perceived crimson shadows swirling like a tempest, engulfing their forms and enveloping their souls, revealing their eerie expressions in fleeting glimpses. These expressions morphed into sinister grins, false, chilling, mocking, unveiling the grotesque nature of humanity concealed beneath their glamorous facades, laid bare in an ephemeral moment. Their faces contorted into demonic visages, eyes glinting with malice, saliva dripping from their formidable fangs. Lin Yuhan felt ensnared in a house of dreadful death. He instinctively blinked, and the terrifying vision dissipated, leaving only Lu Sikong silently making a wish. His smile was sweet. Yet Lin Yuhan held his breath, sensing that something significant was about to unfold that night. As the candles extinguished, the horrifying scene vanished entirely, and with the chandelier's illumination, the hall regained its radiance. Everything returned to the serenity reminiscent of the pre-celebration atmosphere. Tranquil, beautiful, exuding warmth and romance, Lu Sikong's face remained benevolent, as his wife and daughter gazed at him with joy. Lin Yuhan wiped his forehead, questioning whether he had merely imagined it. The cake, being substantial, prompted Lu Sikong to begin slicing it with the chef's assistance, doing so with great care while his wife handed him plates to distribute. After serving several guests, the chef pushed the remaining cake towards other tables. Lin Yuhan was fortunate enough to receive a slice adorned with cream and fondant, and upon taking a bite, he was immediately captivated by the exquisite flavor. The tender, elastic texture burst in his mouth, and the creamy richness enveloped his taste buds, melting away with the mingling of dairy and grain aromas, transporting him to a realm of bliss. Eating could indeed bring joy. Lin Yuhan felt as though he were in love with the sweetness of the cake. He vowed it was the finest cake he had ever tasted, making the journey worthwhile. "This meal is quite delectable, is it not?" Mrs. remarked, observing Lin Yuhan's enjoyment. "Our master has invited a chef from a Michelin restaurant." "Indeed." Lin Yuhan nodded, engrossed in the flavors, despite his rather unrefined demeanor in savoring the dish. Miss Lu added, "It's a pity this is the only time I get to enjoy such delicacies at my father's birthday banquet. I rarely have the opportunity otherwise." Suddenly, amidst the sharing of cake, the sound of a plate shattering echoed. Lin Yuhan looked up to see Lu Sikong collapsing into his chair, writhing in agony. A muffled sound escaped his throat, and his expression contorted in distress as broken plates littered the floor. Grasping his neck, he staggered, clutching the table for support, his face turning crimson, resembling an overinflated balloon, until with a crash, he toppled to the ground. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yuhan hastily shoved aside his stool and rushed over. He placed his hand near Lu Sikong's nostrils to gauge his breath, then checked his chest and pulse. It was too late. Lin Yuhan raised his head, addressing the horrified Lin Mrs. nearby. "He has been poisoned." A murmur of shock rippled through the guests as they exchanged glances, and chaos erupted in the hall. Chapter 82. "Do you have the qualification?" Lin Yuhan stood, addressing the guests. "Please return to your seats and do not disturb the crime scene." He observed Lu Sikong's contorted face, lips tinged with purple. It was evident he had succumbed to acute poisoning. Lin Yuhan circled the dining table, noting that Lu Sikong's glass of red wine was half empty. His steak only partially consumed, and a smear of cream lingered at the corner of his mouth. He quickly deduced that the food had been poisoned, and it was acute poison. The most probable moment for the poisoning to have occurred was during the transition from the kitchen to the dining table, specifically on the food Lu Sikong had ingested. Lin Yuhan surveyed the room. Chef, Vice Chairman Su, Mrs. Miss Lu, the culprit was among them. Lost in contemplation, he inquired, "Have the police been notified?" After a brief pause, he turned to ask. "Yes," Mrs. replied, "but it's pouring outside, and the mountain roads have washed away. They said they would come once the rain subsides, which might take 2 hours at the earliest." Lin Yuhan nodded, addressing the crowd. Please remain seated. I will commence an investigation to uncover the perpetrator behind Mr. Lu's murder. On what grounds? You are not the police, someone protested, voicing discontent. Allow me. A commanding voice interjected as a man from the adjacent table rose and approached. He had a square jaw, piercing eyes, and an air of gravitas. Lin Yuhan turned to see it was the same man who had been observing him earlier. Who was this individual? The man produced his police badge. Displaying it before the guests, Zhang Yiming, chief of the Lanhai City Police Department. I have the qualification. I request everyone's cooperation in my investigation. With the chief's presence, the crowd quieted down. Chief. Lin Yuhan glanced at the badge. Confirming its authenticity, yet felt perplexed. ISNT your chief surname Song? Your detective information seems lacking. Zhang Yiming smiled slightly. Chief Song was promoted last month. I've just transferred from Rongjing City to Lanhai and am fortunate to attend Mr. Lu's banquet, only to encounter such an incident. Let us leave this matter to the police. However, I don't mind your involvement. Let us speculate on who the murderer may be. Zhang Yiming exuded a calm confidence. His perceptive gaze suggesting he could see through to the truth, convinced that the perpetrator would not escape his keen intellect. He scanned the room, then addressed Miss Lu, Su Jianlin, and the chef. You four, come forward. I wish to hear your testimonies. Clearly, he shared Lin Yuhan's belief that the murderer of Lu Sikong was among them. With the chief's involvement, the investigation took on an official tone. Zhang Yiming commanded the unrelated personnel to vacate the area, retreating from the dining table to the periphery to wait. Preserve the crime scene. I ask that you remain within my line of sight and maintain a distance of 10 meters to prevent any conversations between me and other witnesses from being overheard. Zhang instructed, pointing to Su Jianlin and others. Now, let us begin with Madame Lu. Madame Lu approached, her face etched with sorrow. She sighed heavily and sat beside Zhang Yiming. Lin Yuhan, intrigued, listened attentively, eager to observe how the newly appointed inspector would unravel the case. More importantly, he needed to identify the true culprit before the chief did, or else his mission would fail. Zhang took out a small notebook and directly inquired, Madam, do you and your husband have any conflicts? Not at all, Madame Lu replied cautiously. We simply spend very little time together. 3 years ago, my husband established the Rowan Xiang Perfume Company, and he has been utterly engrossed in his laboratory work, leaving me with little opportunity to see him. Is that so? Zhang Yiming asked. Could it be that your infrequent interactions have created some distance between you? Officer, our relationship has always been harmonious. I've managed all his domestic affairs, including today's banquet, which I meticulously organized myself. Zhang nodded, continuing, what were you doing from this morning until the banquet commenced? Madame Lu paused to recollect. I actually woke up quite late, as I was preparing for today's birthday banquet. I worked until 2 in the morning yesterday and, due to my poor nerves, require medication to sleep. I probably woke around 3 in the afternoon, and then I vaguely heard voices arguing. Wait, I have a question. Zhang interrupted. What was the source of the argument? It seemed to be Vice Director Su, Madame Lu noted. I saw him exiting my husband's study. What were they arguing about? I didn't catch the details. She replied. Later, around 5:30 p.m., I went to the kitchen to check on the banquet preparations. I saw the chefs were busy and left. A while later, I called for my daughter to help with the evening's reception, and then I happened to run into this detective, conversing with him until the banquet began. Zhang Yiming recorded her statements, circling several times in his notebook, and nodded, signaling Madame Lu that she could leave. He then called for Su Jianlin. Good day, officer. The gentleman in glasses approached, appearing quite courteous. When did you arrive here, and what have you done? I arrived at the villa after 2 this afternoon, as I needed to discuss some work matters with President Lu. Around 4, several important clients arrived, and President Lu assigned me to host them until the banquet started. There's a matter I'd like to address, Zhang Yiming said, seemingly displeased with Su Jianlin's evasive responses. Someone reported hearing you engaged in a heated argument with Lu Sikong in the afternoon. Is that accurate? Well, not really. It was just a normal disagreement over work, Su Jianlin replied dismissively. Zhang Yiming scrutinized Su's shifty gaze and chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he inquired, do you have any conflicts with President Lu? None, Su Jianlin immediately denied. Zhang glanced at him again, remaining silent, and gestured for him to leave, then called for Miss Eliud. Do you and your father have any conflicts? None, she replied with unwavering determination. I am grateful for his upbringing. Chapter 83. Evidence Collection Mode. Zhang Yiming asked, what have you been doing from this morning until now? Miss Lu appeared exceedingly timid. Replying softly, I spent the entire day indoors. In the afternoon, feeling a bit thirsty, I went to the kitchen for a drink. I saw the chefs were busy, so I didn't disturb them and returned to my room to prepare myself. At 5:30, my mother came to find me, and we went together to greet the guests. Waiting for the banquet to commence, I have a fondness for desserts, as I only get to enjoy them during the birthday banquet, so I was engrossed in eating cake when the unfortunate incident with my father occurred. Zhang Yiming observed the young woman, noting that she hardly resembled a murderer, and waved her off. He pondered, feeling something was amiss in these testimonies, so he called for the chef. "What is your relationship with President Liu?" "We are old friends," the chef replied slowly. "You had booked me a long time ago to prepare today's birthday banquet. I have managed his birthday celebrations for several years, as I am very familiar with the process. I arrived at the villa around noon to start dinner preparations. In the afternoon, Miss Liu came to the kitchen and took a drink from the refrigerator. Later, Madame Liu also came by, and I thought she was checking on the banquet preparations, so I reassured her not to worry. Around 5:40, I completed the cake and awaited the banquet's commencement. At 7, I brought the cake to Mr. Liu. I intended to serve the guests myself, but Madame Liu took over my task, then pushed the cake towards other guest tables." Zhang Yiming closed his notebook, deep in thought. Everyone seemed to possess a motive and potential suspicion. Who among them was the true murderer of Lu Sikong? He circled the dining table, observing the food before each individual. All the guests had consumed the same fare. If poisoning was the method, the perpetrator must have employed a technique unknown to others to target Lu Sikong precisely. Having inspected the table, he crouched down to examine the floor meticulously, including beneath the chairs and the underside of the table. Suddenly, a look of clarity dawned on Zhang Yiming's face. He appeared confident. He addressed the group. "Please hand over your personal belongings, including your phones, keys, wallets, and so forth." A row of items was placed upon the table. Zhang donned gloves and began inspecting each item. Lin Yuhan joined in, and suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding ding, system entering evidence collection phase. Would you like to activate evidence collection mode? Activate, deactivate, activate." Lin Yuhan employed his new skill. Ding ding, evidence collection mode activated. Lin Yuhan noticed his thoughts becoming clearer. The items before him were categorized in his memory, each marked with pivotal annotations. Scene, paper. A crumpled piece of paper beneath the round dining table. White powder. A trace of white powder on the base of a wine glass. Steak. The deceased steak was partially consumed. Cake cart. The cake cart was positioned near another table, beneath which lay a row of plates, 3 of which were placed at the back. Deceased, body information. Face contorted, lips purple, no visible external injuries, cream at the corners of the mouth. Miss Liu. Her handbag contained a powder compact, perfume, and lipstick. Madame Liu phone. Contains browsing history of news articles related to a serial murder case from 3 years prior. Photo album. One slightly blurry photo appears to show a small bottle of perfume beside a document bag. With the words women's fragrance faintly visible, handbag. Contains perfume, lipstick, tissues, and business cards. Su Jianlin. Phone wallpaper features a picture of a cute girl. Chef. A smudge of flour on the chef's uniform. Having completed his examination of the items, Zhang Yiming turned to Lin Yuhan, asking, "Do you have any insights?" "I need to continue my investigation," Lin Yuhan replied. "I feel that these alone won't lead us to the culprit. I must uncover the motive behind the crime." Zhang Yiming smiled knowingly. "By all means, although I believe I may already have an inkling of who the perpetrator is. Once you have concluded your investigation, we can discuss our findings." Zhang's voice was loud, drawing attention from several individuals in the distance, their faces betraying unease. Lin Yuhan remained silent. Every detail was crucial to uncovering the truth of the deceased's demise. He sensed a shadowy figure lurking behind the scenes, but felt that something was still missing. "May I inspect other rooms?" Lin Yuhan asked Madame Liu. With Lu Sikong deceased, it was evident that Madame Liu now held the reins of authority in the household, making her the most influential voice. Very well, I will unlock the doors for you," Madame Liu conceded, albeit hesitantly. "Which room would you like to see?" "All of them," Lin Yuhan countered. There's something amiss with that? Surely, you wish to uncover the true culprit behind your husband's murder as swiftly as possible." Yes, a profound sadness and loneliness washed over Madame Liu's face as she gently nodded, leading Lin Yuhan through the various rooms, unlocking each door with her key. Madame Liu exited Miss Liu's room and said, "I apologize. My daughter's bedroom is somewhat disheveled. I hope the detective will not mind. It's quite all right. I am merely conducting a cursory inspection," he replied. The villa of Lu Xizong was vast, yet Lin Yuhan's search was remarkably focused, honing in on several pivotal locations: the study, the bedroom, and the kitchen. He meticulously examined the minutiae of each room and stumbled upon a plethora of intriguing discoveries. In Miss Liu's bedroom, he uncovered a diary. As he perused its pages, he encountered a multitude of unexpected entries. He was momentarily taken aback. Though it is ethically questionable to examine another's diary, he found himself unable to disregard it, his expression growing increasingly grave. After exiting Miss Lu's bedroom, Lin Yuhan proceeded to the study, where he discovered confidential materials pertaining to the Ro Nu Xiang Perfume Company. Although Madame Lu was initially reluctant, Lin Yuhan activated the system's compulsory search function. Within the study, he came across various research documents related to Ro Nu Xiang perfumes. While the core formula was absent, the techniques detailed within left him profoundly astonished. In the kitchen, Lin Yuhan conducted an exhaustive search, even rummaging through the trash and inspecting the chef's tools, seemingly unearthing several useful items. Upon concluding his evidence collection, he returned to the hall, where all the clues aligned in his mind. Chapter 84. The desire to know more. New evidence discovered. Miss Lu's diary. A diary was found beneath the pillow in her room. On November 3, 2008, I finally have a home. I am no longer an orphan. How delightful. On May 6, 2010, I am truly happy. My father and mother treat me as if I were their own child. Which is wonderful. In April 2018, for some unknown reason, I began to emit a peculiar fragrance today. While it is pleasant, I utterly despise this scent, as it attracts unwanted attention from the opposite sex. On March 28, 2019, my father's company was established, and he appeared quite excited, even somewhat deranged. Why has he changed so? On May 20, 2020, the way he looks at me has become different, even a bit insane. How despicable. Why is he like this? He is my father. He has crawled onto my bed, that beast. The last 2 pages of the diary were torn out. Medical diagnosis. A medical examination report found in the room's cabinet indicated that Miss Lu was born with a unique fragrance, which gradually manifested with age. Dated May 5, 2018. The computer in the bedroom contained browsing history related to a serial murder case from 3 years prior. Numerous formulas and materials for various types of perfumes were also discovered. Photographs from birthday parties. Images from Lu Xizong's past birthday celebrations. He appeared immensely joyful while savoring cake, with piles of cream beside his plate. The group photo. Lu Xizong with the head chef. Trash bin. Discarded remnants of cake-making materials and tools. A text message from Vice Director Su. Su, the serial murder case from 3 years ago is connected to you, isn't it? Lu. What nonsense are you spouting? How could a closed case relate to me? Upon Lin Yuhan's return, Zhang Yiming inquired with a smile. So, detective, have you found any results? Lin Yuhan nodded. Unfortunately, such a straightforward case no longer requires your involvement. Zhang Yiming stood up, declaring, I have already identified the murderer. He glanced at those nearby, their expressions shifting dramatically. Zhang Yiming looked at Lin Yuhan and asked, would the great detective like to know who the culprit is? Lin Yuhan nodded. I am eager to hear more. Let us analyze each individual in turn. Zhang Yiming began. First, I must mention the head chef. He is the least likely to be the murderer. No chef would be foolish enough to poison their own creation. The police are not incompetent. They can swiftly discern whether the victim was poisoned, and chemical tests will reveal any toxins in the food. Therefore, to poison one's own dish would be tantamount to confessing, I am the murderer. Even if he wished to commit murder, he would surely employ a more discreet method. The crowd nodded in agreement with Zhang Yiming's reasoning. He continued, moreover, the food was distributed indiscriminately among everyone present, making it impossible for the chef to predict who would consume which dish. The risk of collateral damage is far too great, thus we can eliminate the head chef as a suspect. Next, we turn our attention to Vice Director Su. Zhang Yiming directed his gaze to the polite middle-aged man, stating, in truth, Vice Director Su possesses both motive and suspicion. I am unaware of the conflict between you and Lu Xizong. But it appears your relationship is not amicable. Upon hearing this, Su Jianlin visibly flinched. Zhang Yiming approached the table, picking up a crumpled piece of paper, saying, Vice Director Su, this item belongs to you. Does it not? What is that? I am not sure. Su Jianlin hastily shook his head. You must be aware. Zhang Yiming pointed to the used wine glass that Lu Xizong had sipped from, noting the white powder at the bottom, a component of the poison. You poisoned Lu Xizong's wine, and this paper was used to wrap the poison. How could that be? Su Jianlin exclaimed. With so many people watching, how could I possibly poison Mr. Lu? At first glance, it indeed seemed implausible, yet upon further reflection, he had the opportunity. Zhang Yiming explained. I recall that at 7 o'clock, the lights suddenly went out, drawing everyone's attention to the cake cart held by the chef. During that moment, there was indeed a visual blind spot. It was then that you administered the poison. Su Jianlin stared at him in shock, rendered speechless. Zhang Yiming elaborated, The wine glasses are thoroughly cleaned before being served, making it impossible for poison to be added in advance, nor would there be any powder on the glass's base. Thus, the poison must have been added afterward. Considering the seating arrangement, only Vice Director Su, seated to Lu Sitsong's right, could have done so. Given the poor lighting at the time of poisoning, you likely spilled some of the poison in your haste. I believe you intended to dispose of this paper quickly, but due to my and Detective Lin's timely intervention, you were compelled to abandon it on the floor. If I retrieve this paper for fingerprint analysis, the truth will inevitably surface. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat formed on Su Jianlin's forehead, and his face turned crimson. Finally, he could contain himself no longer, shouting, "Yes, I poisoned him. That beast killed my daughter and ruined my life. I loathe him. I seek vengeance. He is a devil." With that, Su Jianlin broke down in tears. Witnessing such a tragic scene, everyone fell silent. Zhang Yiming approached and gently patted his shoulder, offering, "Take heart. I understand your feelings. Were I in your position, I might have done the same, perhaps even more frantically. However, regrettably, you are not the true murderer." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Jianlin wiped his tears, lifting his head to regard Zhang Yiming with disbelief. "You say I am not the murderer? Indeed, you have lost the opportunity to avenge your daughter with your own hands. Yet, perhaps this is a stroke of luck for you, as it may spare you from many years in prison." Zhang Yiming shifted the wine glass used by Lu Sitsong, revealing a faint arc of the powder beneath. Zhang Yiming elucidated, "The arc of powder at the base of the glass remains intact, showing no signs of disturbance or displacement. Furthermore, Lu Sitsong died after consuming the cake. There was no cream on the rim of the glass. This indicates that he did not touch the wine after the poison was added." Su Jianlin was at a loss, his expression a mix of confusion and uncertainty about whether to feel joy or sorrow. "Regrettably, you are not the true murderer. He had not even had the chance to drink the wine before being poisoned." Zhang Yiming turned to the somewhat anxious Madame Lu, stating slowly, "So, we are left with only 2 remaining suspects. I suspect you are not the murderer either, Madame Lu." Zhang Yiming explained, "I noted a testimony. You were in the kitchen earlier this afternoon, and while Lu Sitsong was serving the cake, you were the one passing the plates. If you had poisoned the cake, it would indeed be a possibility." Observing the shifting expression on Madame Lu's face, Zhang Yiming continued, "However, rest assured, you are not the murderer. Upon close inspection, I found that every plate was impeccably clean, negating the possibility of poisoning. In the rear compartment of the cart, there were numerous plates doused in perfume, presumably sprayed during the afternoon while one was busy in the kitchen. Regrettably, these plates had not been utilized by Mr. Lu. I surmised that at that moment, you intended to present these plates to Mr. Lu, but he detected an unusual odor emanating from them, thus opting not to use them." Zhang Yiming lowered his gaze, inhaling the faint, intoxicating fragrance in the air, and turned to Miss Lu. "This lovely and charming lady? The culprit is you." Upon hearing this, Miss Lu raised her head, her face a canvas of confusion directed at Zhang Yiming. He continued, "In truth, your relationship with your father is far from cordial. You are not adept at feigning emotions. Although I am unaware of the history between you and Mr. Lu, since the unfortunate incident of his poisoning, aside from the somewhat exaggerated display of sorrow on your face, you have not exhibited genuine grief. Instead, you appear tense. Your gaze is erratic and perspiration beads on your forehead, all indicative of alternative intentions. I did not commit murder." Miss Lu cried out in a state of panic. Zhang Yiming shook his head. "Let us first establish the timeline. You visited the kitchen in the afternoon, and I believe you were seeking an opportunity to poison him. After surveying your surroundings and finding no suitable chance, you abandoned the idea, claiming to retrieve a drink, only to resolve to poison him at the banquet on Lus steak. There was a peculiar perfume scent, identical to that of the perfume in your bag. I deduced this was your method of poisoning. You concealed the poison within your perfume and, under the cover of darkness, sprayed it onto the steak, thereby causing your father's demise, correct?" Miss Lu trembled violently, collapsing to the ground. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she cried out in agony, "He is not my father. He is a beast. I want him dead. Yes, I poisoned him. I want him dead." The truth unveiled. The onlookers regarded the sorrowful Miss Lu with heavy hearts. They were oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her and Mr. Lu, yet the shocking scene led to silent speculation. Mrs. Lu, her face a mask of disbelief, rushed forward, shaking Zhang Yiming's shoulders frantically. "No, it cannot be. My daughter cannot be the murderer. I had thought." She faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, finally stating, "My daughter is not the killer. She truly is not." Arrest me instead. I am the one who poisoned him. The poison is in the bottle of perfume in my bag, madam. Please face reality, Zhang Yiming interjected. The scent of the perfume in your bag does not match that of the steak, but bears a striking resemblance to that on the plates. But that is impossible. She could not have poisoned him. Mrs. Lu's voice trailed off, her hands tangling in her hair in distress. She is not the murderer, Lin Yuhan spoke calmly as he approached. Not? Zhang Yiming responded. Surprise flickering across his face as he turned to Lin Yuhan. I would be eager to hear your esteemed insights, Detective Lin. She has already confessed. How could she not be the murderer? Lin Yuhan's lips curled into a faint smile. Relying solely on witness testimonies often leads to the most unreliable conclusions. More often than not, such accounts obscure the underlying truths. Your prior analysis was astute. Each of them possesses ample motive for murder. Lin Yuhan continued. Vice Chairman Su had a motive, suspecting Lu was responsible for his daughter's death. Miss Lu had her reasons, which I cannot divulge here. And Lu had a motive stemming from a secret about her husband that she had uncovered. What secret? Zhang Yiming inquired. That is not the crux of the matter. We shall address it later, Lin Yuhan replied, then added, however, you have overlooked a crucial point. What point? Zhang Yiming pressed. Lin Yuhan produced Miss Lu's diary. I discovered her diary beneath Miss Lu's pillow, but it is missing 2 pages, those 2 most significant pages closest to today's date. Lin Yuhan directed his gaze toward Lu. Madam, this was your doing, was it not? Mrs. Lu stared at Lin Yuhan, her expression tense, speechless. The 2 torn pages likely contained Miss Lu's murder plans. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for her father and intended to kill Mr. Lu on his birthday. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lu had come across this diary. Lu bit her lip, her fingers clenched. Lin Yuhan continued. It was precisely because Lu discovered her daughter's diary and learned of her murderous intentions that she sought to prevent her daughter from becoming a killer. Thus, she switched the perfumes in Miss Lu's bedroom. I suspect this switch occurred when Lu requested her daughter's assistance in preparing for the evening's banquet. Yet, unexpectedly, Mr. Lu was still poisoned. Lu was taken aback. Uncertain of her daughter's involvement in the matter, yet filled with trepidation. Before I entered to search, Mrs. Lu was aware that these 2 pages would serve as crucial evidence, prompting her to tear them out beforehand. What I saw was already lacking those details. Lin Yuhan approached Mrs. Lu, gently saying, Madam, please produce those 2 pages. He then whispered, I assure you, your daughter is not the murderer. With a resigned sigh, Mrs. Lu retrieved 2 crumpled sheets of paper from within her clothing and placed them on the table. Nothing escapes the eyes of a great detective. I indeed saw that diary, which is why I switched my daughter's poison this afternoon. However, my husband still died. I feared that if you, detective, saw that diary, it would be used to accuse my daughter. So I tore it up before you arrived. Yet, I had not managed to dispose of the contents at the front of the diary. Chapter 86. The poisoner. Miss Lu raised her head. Confusion etched across her face as she called out, Mother dear. I understand the grievances you bear, Mrs. Lu replied, sorrow coloring her features. I initially intended to dissuade you from harming your father, but time was of the essence. I feared unforeseen circumstances, which is why I took matters into my own hands, intending to discuss it with you properly after tonight's banquet. Yet, I never anticipated that your father would still be poisoned. Did I perhaps switch the perfumes incorrectly, or did you discover my actions? Zhang Yiming scrutinized the diary pages, lost in thought. Lin Yuhan remarked, since Lu aimed to prevent her daughter from poisoning anyone at the banquet, she would naturally avoid putting herself at risk. As for the perfume scent on the plates, I suspect it was Mrs. Lu's precautionary measure to implicate her daughter. The room fell silent, the attendees reflecting on Lin Yuhan's assertions. Thus, the inquiry circled back to its origin. Lin Yuhan paused, then declared, the individual capable of poisoning the food in plain view without detection is none other than you, chef. Lin Yuhan's gaze sharpened as he turned to the seemingly unfazed chef. What? The crowd erupted in incredulity at Lin Yuhan's accusation. How could that be? The chef stepped back, panic flooding his eyes. How could I poison the chairman? I have no enmity with him, and he cut the cake himself. How could he know? The chef suddenly grasped a realization, covering his mouth with his hand. Why do you hesitate to continue? Lin Yuhan inquired. You are suggesting that Lu could not possibly know which piece was poisoned? Correct? Zhang Yiming added, perplexed. Detective Lin, we all shared the cake, and Lu served it himself. Lin Yuhan interjected with a mysterious smile. Precisely because Lu had no knowledge of which piece was poisoned, he fell into your trap. Selecting the very slice you had tainted, clever chef. Zhang Yiming's eyes lit up with understanding as he suddenly realized. Indeed, the choice that seems random was actually preordained. Habits dictate one's lifestyle. I perused numerous photographs from M.R.Lu's birthday banquet. Lin Yuhan explained, and I observed that M.R.Lu has a peculiar habit. He relishes cake, but detests cream and fondant. Whenever he partakes in cake, he always sets aside the cream and fondant. Thus, Zhang Yiming's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity. Yes, Lin Yuhan confirmed, the chef exploited M.R.Lu's preference to execute a precise poisoning. He prepared the cake in advance, applying the poison to the sections with the least cream, while lavishly decorating the other parts with cream and fondant, presenting it to Mr. Lu. The section bearing Mr. Lu's name, which also had the least cream, was served directly to him, as it is customary for a birthday celebrant to cut their own name. Therefore, the chef orchestrated the poisoning with this very method. By this point, the chef was drenched in cold sweat. Furthermore, while cutting the cake, the chef remained close to Mr. Lu, ostensibly to avert any mishaps. Am I correct? Lin Yuhan shot a glance at the chef, whose expression was vacant, sorrow etched upon his face. He finally sank to his knees, murmuring, I confess. It was I who did this. I poisoned him. And what was your motive? Lin Yuhan coldly inquired. I am like Vice Chairman Su. The head chef spoke with tears streaming down his face. He is responsible for my daughter's death. 3 years ago, my daughter was brutally murdered and has been missing ever since. Just a few days ago, I received a letter revealing that the formula for the Rowan Xiang perfume company was. The chef choked up for a long time before continuing. It was actually distilled from living young girls, extracting their body fragrance, and my daughter was one of the victims. Lin Yuhan was taken aback, and Zhang Yiming beside him wore a similar expression of astonishment. Clearly, this was yet another heinous case of inhumanity. The chef's eyes blazed with fury. It's him, that devil. He has harmed countless young girls for the sake of his perfume company. Do you think he deserves to die? But you should report this to the police. You do not have the right to decide a person's fate. Such matters should be left to us, Zhang Yiming interjected. Report it? The chef scoffed. Is it useful? Do you remember 3 years ago? The serial murder case that shocked Lanhai? What became of those young girls? Was the real culprit ever found? In the end, they arrested a boy under 18. Do you believe that? I do not. The confession was absurd, truly absurd. Zhang Yiming fell silent. He was familiar with the major case from 3 years ago. Although he found this situation suspicious, he had no evidence and could only helplessly accept reality. Lin Yuhan questioned, but how can you be certain that the murderer is definitely Lu Sikong? How could a core secret like the perfume formula be carelessly leaked to outsiders? Perhaps it is merely hearsay. Zhang Yiming approached casually and remarked, this might require M.R.S.Lu to elucidate. M.R.S.Lu sighed and said, it was I who spoke of it. I accidentally discovered my husband's secret. Since he founded the Rowan Xiang perfume company, he has spent every day in the lab. Once, I inadvertently saw the formula he wrote and discovered that he was conducting distillation experiments using human bodies. It was then that I realized that so many murders from 3 years ago were linked to him. M.R.S.Lu walked over and embraced Miss Lu. In truth, I am incapable of bearing children. So my husband and I adopted a daughter. I never expected that this monster would extend his claws toward her. So, you hired someone to kill him? Zhang Yiming asked. No, I did not. All of this is the work of that prisoner of death. Last month, I received a message on my social media urging me to designate someone to be killed. At that moment, I truly did not intend to commit murder, but he forced me to make a choice. In desperation, I thought to give him my husband's name and recounted his crimes. I believed he would act personally, but unexpectedly, he used the head chef's hand to eliminate that devil. Perhaps his pawns are not limited to just the head chef. Zhang Yiming turned to Vice Chairman Su. You were also involved, aren't you? Vice Chairman Su. Su Jinlin's expression grew serious. I do not know who the sender is, but I did receive a message a few days ago revealing the truth behind the murders from 3 years ago. My daughter also met a tragic end, not knowing she had been made into perfume by this devil. This afternoon, I had a confrontation with M.R.Lu in his study regarding this matter. Lin Yuhan addressed Mrs. Lu. In fact, you have already developed fear and aversion towards your husband, haven't you? You knew he would die today, and thus prevented your daughter from taking action. You merely wished to witness a grand spectacle. No, I did not, Mrs. Lu cried. I truly did not anticipate that the prisoner of death would actually kill him. Lin Yuhan said. You may deny it, but I have seen an examination report. Miss Lu was born with a unique fragrance. Had it not been for your so-called mysterious killer acting first, Miss Lu would have inevitably become perfume. This must be what you have always feared. M.R.Lu fell silent, and Lin Yuhan continued, "Therefore, the genuine invitation I received for tonight's banquet was not sent by your husband, but rather by you, correct?" "Yes," Mrs. Liu did not deny it. "Ever since I discovered my husband's illicit dealings, I have lived in constant fear. I have always wanted to expose his heinous crimes, yet I feared for my life. Considering how he managed to evade capture 3 years ago and find a scapegoat, I believe there must be an unforeseen mysterious force at play. Thus, I have been enduring in silence. Later, I found a substantial amount of information online and in his study. Discovering that a private investigator was involved, namely you, detective, I invited you here, hoping you could uncover clues and reveal the so-called prisoner of death. It seems I must disappoint you." Lin Yuhan shook his head. "The killer employed a method of using another's hand to do the deed. He is not present today. No, he is here," Zhang Yiming said solemnly. "Here? Indeed." Zhang Yiming explained to Lin Yuhan. "Our police department has been tracking the whereabouts of the mysterious killer known as Prisoner of Death. We were able to attend Mr. Liu's banquet today because our cybersecurity department intercepted a segment of communication between him and Waishio Mountain Villa. It appears to be related to the incident with MRSLU. To be honest, I initially suspected you were the mysterious killer." Zhang Yiming pointed at Lin Yuhan. "Me?" Lin Yuhan scoffed. "Do I possess such capabilities? Moreover, how do you know the prisoner of death will definitely show up?" "He will," Zhang Yiming clarified. "Through our big data comparative analysis, the prisoner of death always appears at the scene of his crimes. Whether or not he needs to act personally, he enjoys confirming his target's demise before fleeing, relishing the thrill of escaping from the police. He is proficient in disguise and thievery, capable of assuming any form, and possesses a remarkably high intelligence, making him a formidable adversary." "How intriguing," Lin Yuhan mused. "You are pursuing a mysterious expert. How could I, a mere pauper, fit that description? Many times, the truth is not as it appears." Zhang Yiming continued. "Before arriving, we meticulously scrutinized the guest list for the banquet, and you were the most suspicious." He paused before uttering the painfully sharp remark, "After all, many are aware that you also escaped unscathed from a murder case 10 years ago." Lin Yuhan's face turned icy. He was uncertain of Zhang Yiming's intent behind those words, or whether he was hinting at something. Lin Yuhan chose not to respond but instead countered, "Then why did you later rule out my suspicion?" "Because you are intent on solving the case," Zhang Yiming explained. "The prisoner of death excels at disguise and evasion, yet he cannot simultaneously play both the judge and the athlete. After committing a crime, he will hide in some corner or openly relish the fruits of his triumph. After MRLU was murdered, your immediate thought was to find the true culprit, which is why you cannot be him. It seems you understand him quite well." "Not nearly enough," Zhang Yiming emphasized. "He is far too enigmatic. What we grasp is merely the tip of the iceberg." Lin Yuhan inquired again. "Are you certain the prisoner of death will definitely come today?" "Absolutely," Zhang Yiming replied with unwavering conviction, and after a moment, he seemed to muse aloud. "If it's not you, then who could it possibly be?" Lin Yuhan lifted his gaze to the guests, equally curious about the appearance of the mysterious killer. In what guise might he infiltrate the banquet? Suddenly, Lin Yuhan recalled something. Miss Liu is an adopted orphan. He swiftly turned and asked, "Miss Liu, do you have a cousin?" "A cousin?" Miss Liu displayed a faint smile of bitterness. "Detective, you already know I am adopted. How could I have a cousin?" "Indeed. It seems that the woman in the red dress who danced alone has some issues." Lin Yuhan quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a red figure swaying at the entrance. "Don't let her escape," he cried, as he swiftly rose from his seat, leaping over the bench to pursue her. He ran at an impressive speed, yet the expanse of the hall was vast, and he was still several meters away from the door. The red figure, unfazed, turned around, flashed a slight smile at Lin Yuhan, and waved her hand. Suddenly, a deafening bang erupted as a flashbang detonated, illuminating the room with blinding light. Lin Yuhan instinctively shielded his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found only a red dress lying quietly on the ground. Rushing over, he noticed a white rose and a postcard resting atop the dress. Bending down, he picked up the postcard and read the message. "Dear Detective, your dance was splendid. I look forward to our next waltz. The discreet prisoner. She had escaped." Lin Yuhan lifted his head, feeling a sense of loss. The following morning, Lin Yuhan returned to the detective agency. The previous day had been marred by heavy rain, rendering the mountain roads muddy, and due to Lady Lu's invitation, he had been compelled to stay overnight at the villa before returning to the city. However, that night was not without its discoveries. Through meticulous investigation, he had uncovered a suitcase at Lu Xizong's residence, identical to the one involved in last month's suitcase murder case. The police promptly initiated an investigation based on this lead. But unfortunately, Lu Sikong had been poisoned, and Lady Lu was unaware of the situation, complicating the inquiry. Upon arriving at the office, Lin Yuhan received a call from Wu Hao. Did you go to Weishao Villa by yourself yesterday? Wu Hao inquired. Yes, Lin Yuhan replied. I didn't intend to go, but someone invited me. Did you meet our new director Zheng? Wu Hao pressed further. Yes, why? Are you jealous? Lin Yuhan asked, intrigued by his tone. No, you're overthinking it. Our director thinks highly of you, Wu Hao responded with a hint of envy. Thank you, Lin Yuhan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Director Zheng wishes to meet with you when he has time, but we can discuss that later. I'm calling to inform you that this morning, Meng Nan discovered a symbol resembling lightning on Lu Xizong's right shoulder during the autopsy. He is affiliated with a mysterious organization. With a crash, Lin Yuhan's cup fell to the floor. He began to pace anxiously in the room, unable to fathom that a member of a mysterious organization had perished right before his eyes, and that he had narrowly missed an encounter with that criminal group. At that moment, he even contemplated that Zhang Yiming's appearance at Weishao Villa was likely not merely related to the prisoner of death. He must have had something significant yet to disclose. The system's voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task deadly invitation. Reputation points 20, talent upgraded. Advanced forensics. The path to divinity progresses further. Knock, knock, knock. A long-awaited sound echoed at the door of the detective agency. Lin Yuhan pondered, who could it be? Is Aunt Wang delivering food? I didn't ask her for anything today. That seems unlikely. Approaching the door, he opened it to reveal a vibrant young figure. The invincible little fairy is here to report for duty. The voice was melodious, imbued with youthful exuberance, yet unmistakably familiar to Lin Yuhan. He stared in disbelief, stuttering, Dong Shasha? What brings you here? Why? Are you not welcoming me? Dong Shasha breezed past Lin Yuhan, entering the room. What am I here for? To apply for a position, of course. Applying? How did you know I was hiring? Of course. I've been keeping an eye on your detective agency. I saw you posted a job for an assistant yesterday and thought it would be fun to give it a try. She leaned in closer, speaking conspiratorially. Hey, great detective, isn't this line of work thrilling? I'm afraid you might find it too stimulating. Lin Yuhan closed the door and returned to his desk. Though the environment was modest and somewhat shabby, he was the boss, or rather, the interviewer, and adopted an air of authority as he sat down. Dong Shasha, since you're here to apply, please be serious and refrain from acting too casually. Take a seat in front of me. All right, Dong Shasha responded without emotion as she sat down. Lin Yuhan steepled his fingers beneath his chin and said slowly, First, I must inform you that detective work is an exceedingly rigorous and serious profession. Not a child's game. Do you possess the confidence to handle it? Absolutely, Dong Shasha declared with enthusiasm. My mind is sharp. You can test me if you wish. Lin Yuhan made a downward gesture, signaling her to lower her voice. There's no need for testing. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't make such a claim. Secondly, this job can be extremely tedious and is not as simple as you might imagine, often accompanied by gruesome and terrifying scenes. Are you prepared for that? Of course, I absolutely love horror films. I've watched Saw, Wrong Turn, and Hostel countless times. How about we watch one together tonight? Ahem, that's unnecessary. Lin Yuhan could hardly bear the thought of watching those films himself. Lastly, a critical point. Coming to work means you must comply with orders and follow my directives. Be prepared for overtime at any moment, as my work involves many people's privacy and secrets, which must remain confidential. Can you do that? Of course. Dong Shasha stood at attention, proclaiming, I will obey orders and follow commands. Ready for the boss's scrutiny. I take pride in overtime and view taking leave as shameful. Such a good employee, Lin Yuhan chuckled, but calm down. I haven't yet decided to hire you. He sought to temper her excitement. Let me emphasize that this is a detective agency. One must possess solid professional skills and related knowledge, such as psychology, forensics, criminal law, and investigation techniques. Even if you're an outsider, you should have something impressive to showcase, something that will captivate my attention. For instance, exceptional memory or outstanding logical reasoning skills. Seeing Dong Shasha's increasingly puzzled expression, Lin Yuhan added, at the very least, you should be a master at werewolf and rank in the top 5 in competitive play. Now, Miss Dong, what is your special talent? Dong Shasha pondered for a moment before suddenly lifting her right leg, performing a split atop Lin Yuhan's desk. My legs are incredibly long. Ha! Lin Yuhan scoffed. Are you joking? Do you think this is a beauty pageant? Long legs, long legs, long legs. Ha! You've been hired. Lin Yuhan suddenly turned serious, reiterating, yes, you are hired. Really? Is this true? Dong Shasha asked, somewhat incredulous that she had been accepted so easily, and shyly asked, no interview needed? I've already interviewed you. Lin Yuhan nodded. Your talent is quite satisfactory. Report to work tomorrow. Thank you, boss, Dong Shasha exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing today's development task. Reputation points 0, acquired item, no item. What does no item even mean? Lin Yuhan grumbled at the system. Did you forget to send it to me? No, I did not, the mechanical voice of the system replied. Development tasks assist the host in growth and career planning. Hence there are no rewards, darn. Chapter 89. Vacation. Lin Yuhan felt fatigued. He needed a respite. To be honest, he had never worked continuously for so many days. Ever since being bound to the system, he had been inundated with cases. Following the resolution of the Headless Female Corpse series, his reputation within the circle had gradually risen, and requests for his services had increased, all of which he had turned down. He craved tranquility, as he had many thoughts to ponder in peace. Moreover, the current landscape was entirely different from before. Lin Yuhan sought quality work. He would no longer take on tasks such as stalking or photographing. The requests from the flower girl were likely unattainable as well. He aimed to streamline and narrow his business focus, embarking on the path of a professional detective. Lin Yuhan retrieved a reward from the system, conveniently possessing a ticket to Phuket, allowing him to unwind. Recently, he had also received a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and his pockets felt pleasantly full. Taking a break from work, he decided to grant Dong Shasha a day off. Dong Shasha, Lin Yuhan addressed her while she was organizing materials nearby. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. What? Dong Shasha looked up bewildered. Boss, are you dissatisfied with my work? I just started. No, Lin Yuhan clarified. I need a break. I want to go on vacation. Where to? Dong Shasha asked anxiously. Phuket, Lin Yuhan replied, producing the free boat ticket. I just want to take a look around. How wonderful. Dong Shasha's face instantly lit up with excitement. Phuket? Beaches, beautiful women, bikinis. Why didn't you take me along? Because, Lin Yuhan hesitated. Realizing he had never considered that question, perhaps he had never thought about bringing a beautiful woman along on a trip. Budget constraints, he explained. Company policy doesn't cover employee travel expenses. I can pay for myself. Dong Shasha's eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, come on. Just take me with you. One tea cost you a dime. She rushed over, tugging at Lin Yuhan's sleeve, shaking it incessantly. He was inwardly resistant to her playful demeanor. Are you truly paying for yourself? He asked. Yes, she nodded vigorously. All right, we'll go together tomorrow. Ultimately, he acquiesced. The port of Nierluo in the country of Lanya was bustling with activity. After an 8-hour train journey, Lin Yuhan finally arrived. This was Lanya's largest port and one of the most renowned in Asia. A significant portion of the country's GDP came from international trade conducted here. Upon entering Nierluo, one did not sense the rustic charm of a remote village, but rather felt as though they had stepped into a top-tier international metropolis. Once a small fishing village decades ago, it had transformed remarkably due to government support and the impetus of international trade. Numerous cruise ships docked at the port, workers were busily unloading cargo, and the cacophony of voices rose and fell as they synchronized their shouts to coordinate the loading and unloading of large goods. Then, the hatch closed, and the ship let out a long blast, setting sail into the deep sea. The dock resembled a miniature society point. One could see elegantly dressed ladies wearing hats, alongside workers in tattered clothing shouldering cargo. The gentlemen and ladies in tailored suits often kept their distance from the laborers, occasionally wrinkling their noses in disdain as they brushed past, as if the fishy odor clung to them like a noxious cloud. I can't stand this stench of seafood. It's unbearable, one woman exclaimed, her brow furrowed in contempt. Don't they ever wash themselves? A gentleman nearby consoled her. They're just the underprivileged. As long as they can fill their stomachs. Why would they bother with bathing? It's absolutely foul, she reiterated, pressing her hand to her chest, feeling nauseous. The workers moved cautiously, wary of brushing against the lady. If they accidentally did, they would be met with scornful insults. Disregarding the fishy smell that had once horrified them, inside the waiting area, a crowd had gathered. With an hour left before departure and feeling bored, Lin Yuhan began to wander around the dock. The essence of a vacation lies in traveling light. He carried only a small bag with a few essentials, while Dong Shasha was heavily laden with sunglasses, a sun hat, and a sun-protective outfit, her skin slathered in sunscreen, dragging a bright yellow suitcase behind her. The contrast between their travel styles was stark. One looked sprightly, the other overly prepared. The sea breeze felt delightful, evoking a sense of familiarity. Having grown up by the sea, Lin Yuhan experienced a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his homeland. Watching the cranes unloading baskets of fish, he felt an inexplicable joy and satisfaction akin to witnessing a bountiful harvest. In the distance, a young boy in beige clothing accidentally bumped into a lady, who immediately berated him. The boy, timid, bowed his head in apology, continually bending and begging for forgiveness. The lady, brushing off her clothes as if they had been tainted, demanded compensation for her designer attire, her outrage escalating as she observed the boy's impoverished appearance. After a while, as her anger subsided, she turned her attention elsewhere. The boy, still bowing and addressing her as sister and grandmother, finally managed to placate her enough to move on, only to bump into Lin Yuhan. Hey! The boy was about to express his frustration when Lin Yuhan seized his wrist. The boy's triumphant expression shifted to shock as he heard Lin Yuhan's voice. Return the necklace. What necklace? He stammered. The one you just stole. Chapter 90. The light of righteousness. The boy froze, attempting to break free, but Lin Yuhan's grip was like a vice, rendering him immobile. He wanted to curse Lin Yuhan for meddling, but the icy glare from Lin Yuhan left him speechless. Reluctantly, he opened his right hand, revealing an exquisite pendant. As he released it, Lin Yuhan caught it deftly. With the demeanor of a mentor, he patiently advised. Child, you are still young. Your future is long. With diligence, you will become a pillar of the nation. Why engage in petty theft? It will ruin your life. Heed my advice. Earn your living through hard work and integrity. That is the righteous path. Given your youth, I want to report you to the authorities, but I hope you learn from this mistake. As if parting the clouds, a warm, golden light descended upon the boy's face. Illuminating his realization, he looked up, puzzled. Where does this light come from? The light of righteousness, Lin Yuhan replied, drawing closer to give him a warm embrace. The boy, moved to tears, slapped his own face, vowing to change his ways. Lin Yuhan nodded approvingly, releasing the boy and approaching the lady. Madam, I found this necklace. I searched the entire dock. Such a beautiful piece must surely belong to you, for only you are worthy of such an exquisite ornament. The flattery instantly brightened the lady's expression as she realized her missing jewelry was indeed in Lin Yuhan's possession. Oh, this handsome gentleman has such discerning eyes. Thank you ever so much. Having lost something, she was not upset but rather elated, as if she had just tasted honey. It was my duty, Lin Yuhan replied with a caring smile. Observing the lady's happiness and recalling the boy's resolution to reform, Lin Yuhan beamed with satisfaction, having performed another good deed. Dong Shasha approached, patting Lin Yuhan on the shoulder. Who knew you had such a knack for meddling? It's a habit, Lin Yuhan replied. If you can still save him now, do so. If he becomes a habitual thief, his future will be ruined. A few years in prison, and what will he have left? He'll be lucky if he doesn't seek revenge on society. Teaching a man to fish is far better than giving him a fish. He will surely appreciate my guidance today. Perhaps he already does. Lin Yuhan's face glowed with pride as he casually slipped his hand into his pocket, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Wait, where's my phone? His expression soured dramatically. As boarding time approached, Lin Yuhan arrived at the ship, only to realize he was not boarding a ferry but a luxurious cruise liner. Named the Fantasy, this magnificent vessel belonged to the Asia Far East Shipping Company, boasting a gross tonnage of 113,000 tons and a capacity for 3,008 passengers. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking. With the ship stretching 324 meters long, a colossal presence akin to a giant Eiffel Tower lying on the water. On board, there were 5 uniquely themed restaurants, a 2-story spa, a sprawling 3,000 square meter game room, private viewing platforms, bars and swimming pools, a small chapel provided wedding services, and large screens on deck played movies, concerts, and other entertainment throughout the day. This was a realm for the affluent, and Lin Yuhan had never imagined he would have the fortune to set foot on such a lavish cruise. Just the journey across the sea felt warm and romantic enough. He held a ticket that allowed up to 4 people to board simultaneously, and he lamented the waste of having brought only one companion. If only he could have brought along 2 more, but it was too late now. He would have to wait for the next opportunity. The sunset cast a golden hue upon the cruise ship as it departed, filled with eager travelers venturing into the depths of the sea. The crowd gathered at the port waved continuously at the departing ship, as if witnessing a legendary moment or bidding farewell to loved ones on board. Wealthy merchants and ladies tossed streamers and confetti, waving goodbye to those on shore. As the ship set sail, its passengers believed they were embarking on the most splendid journey of their lives, yet the true drama was only beginning. Lin Yuhan realized upon boarding that this cruise was not solely for the affluent. The ship resembled a microcosm of society. The upper deck housed the wealthy elite, indulging in the finest services and breathtaking views. The middle tier was occupied by the middle class, those with modest means unable to afford the luxury of the top deck. The lower level, however, was reserved for the crew and servants of the wealthy. Confined to the most basic accommodations, their movements restricted to ensure the tranquility of their affluent employers. As Lin Yuhan strolled along the deck, he experienced an unprecedented privilege, holding a first-class ticket that granted him a taste of the luxurious lifestyle. He relished the absence of the discomforts associated with the lower classes. What a coincidence! A woman's voice called from behind. He turned to find the woman who had lost her necklace earlier. Adorned in a stylish British hat, her face partially veiled, exuding an air of elegance. Beside her stood a mature man with a well-groomed beard. "Good day, madam. Are you also aboard this vessel?" Lin Yuhan inquired. Somewhat surprised, yet compelled to compliment, "You must be in first class." "No," she replied. Shaking her head, a flicker of disdain crossed Lin Yuhan's mind. It seemed that appearances could be deceiving. Many women feigned wealth, yearning for an upscale lifestyle while living modestly. They often sacrificed their finances to cultivate a lavish exterior, desperately trying to infiltrate the circles of the rich. Hypocrisy! Lin Yuhan scoffed, shaking his head in mockery. The woman, linking her arm with the man, approached Lin Yuhan and introduced, "Allow me to present my husband, James. He has invested in this cruise, holding a 30% stake. We reside in a private suite, separate from the guest accommodations." Lin Yuhan froze, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Seagulls soared overhead, dropping splatters of droppings. Lin Yuhan extended his hand. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Yuhan, a private detective." "A detective? How thrilling!" Laura exclaimed, clearly excited. "No wonder you possess such a distinctive aura." "Too kind," Lin Yuhan responded modestly, shaking James's hand. "Delighted to meet you. Detective, I previously mentioned that anyone capable of locating my wife's lost sapphire necklace must possess remarkable skills. This ship's security relies upon you. Should any incident arise, you must step in," James jested. "Rest assured, I trust that your investment will ensure a smooth journey." Lin Yuhan conversed with the affluent couple, surprisingly engaged in light banter. "Detective, if you would not mind, might you join us for my brother's wedding tomorrow evening?" Laura proposed. "At a wedding at sea? How romantic. What does your brother do?" "Yes, my brother is the owner of this vessel. He and his fiancée are to have a grand wedding. And tomorrow night, we will host a splendid party. We would be honored to have you join us. It would be my privilege." Lin Yuhan rarely attended weddings, uninterested in such affairs, but the opulence of a wealthy wedding was an exception. It resembled a lavish feast where the hosts could spend freely, unburdened by the constraints of traditional contributions. As they conversed, a mature man in his 30s approached, accompanied by a graceful woman radiating an aura of innate wisdom. Laura waved, introducing, "Ah, how fortuitous. This is my brother, Laurie's, and his fiancée, Amy, a writer who submits her novels to magazines." "A writer." Lin Yuhan felt a pang of envy. This woman was indeed fortunate. In these times, a writer's life could be arduous, with the only feasible escape being marriage into wealth. He recalled a friend, a writer under the pen name Moo Moo, who had struggled for years, barely scraping by. "Brother, allow me to introduce my new friend." Lin Yuhan, a detective, Laura said with enthusiasm. "How serendipitous." Before Laurie's could speak, Amy chimed in, "Detective, might we exchange ideas?" "Exchange ideas? Why?" Lin Yuhan asked, puzzled. Laurie's laughed heartily. "You may not know, but my fiancé is a mystery novelist with a keen interest in detectives." "Ah, a mystery writer!" Lin Yuhan felt even more envious. Amy gently looped her arm around Laurie's neck. "Darling, may I invite this detective for a stroll tonight? I would love to hear his tales of cases. It could greatly inspire my writing." "Of course," Laurie's agreed with a smile. "I have no objections. Trust is essential as we prepare for marriage. Detective, would you be willing to share your stories with my fiancé?" "Delighted to oblige." Lin Yuhan politely responded, finding the prospect of conversation a welcome distraction from the potential monotony of the evening. Moreover, considering the ship's connection to her fiancé, he had no reason to decline. Perhaps unexpected discoveries awaited him. Laura interjected, "You two carry on. I shall take a moment to rest and enjoy the music at the Cabin S bar this evening. I've heard the singers possess exquisite voices, promising a delightful experience. Then we shall depart as well," Amy said to Laurie's. "But dear, I have a gift for you." She retrieved an exquisite box from her bag, revealing a finely crafted badge. "Darling, this is to commemorate your first voyage on this luxurious cruise and to celebrate our upcoming wedding. I present you with this specially designed nautical medal. What do you think?" "Wonderful, my dear. I absolutely adore it," Laurie's exclaimed. The medal, shaped like the ship, intricately adorned with gems, perfectly complementing his distinguished demeanor. Amy pinned the badge onto Lori's jacket. Satisfied, she turned to Lin Yuhan, esteemed detective. We shall meet at 10 o'clock on the ship's bow. Let us not be absent. Until then, Lin Yuhan returned to his cabin after a delightful exchange. After a day of travel, he longed for rest. His suite in first class resembled a five-star hotel, comprising a living area and 4 separate bedrooms, each occupied by Lin Yuhan and Dong Shasha. Upon returning, he found that Dong Shasha had already gone out, likely overwhelmed with excitement on her first luxurious cruise. Lin Yuhan instinctively patted his pocket, only to realize his phone had been stolen. The loss was disheartening. In this age, being without a phone felt like losing a source of joy, akin to imprisonment. The grand cruise ship swayed gently upon the vast ocean, and Lin Yuhan succumbed to fatigue. Drifting into slumber, 9 o'clock, the bar aboard the cruise was bustling. The singer, with a magnetic and soothing voice, captivated the audience with enchanting jazz, while couples swayed together on the dance floor. Laura sat alone at the bar, gazing at the stage, occasionally sighing as she downed her whiskey. A close observation revealed her eyes filled with a venomous resentment, her glamorous exterior failing to conceal her sorrow and discontent. Meanwhile, James jostled in the crowded bar, entranced by the singer, leading the applause following each performance. After several songs, the singer stepped aside for a break, and James approached her, inquiring warmly, "Beautiful lady, may I ask your name?" "Name? I'm just a singer," she replied, lighting a cigar and taking a puff. "Call me Jenny though, lovely Jenny. Your voice is exquisite and profoundly moving. You are truly the nightingale of the dark, guiding our voyage with your melodious serenade. You are the soul of this ship, accompanying us through this serene and beautiful night." She was acutely aware of the desires and intentions harbored by the men around her. Jenny elegantly pinched her cigar. Her expression fixed on the distance. James continued, "It must be rather dreary singing here. A voice as exquisite as yours deserves a grander stage than a mere cruise ship." Jenny paused her smoking. Seemingly lost in thought. "I can assist you in reaching a larger platform," James whispered close to her ear. "I know numerous music producers and executives from Asian record companies, including Warner Records, and even the head of the Sydney Opera House. That is where your talent truly belongs. Why settle for being a third-rate singer on a cruise ship? I could elevate you to the status of an Asian superstar." Jenny exhaled a delicate cloud of smoke, finally responding with a gaze that met James's earnest eyes. "Really?" "Of course," he replied, drawing even closer. "As long as you follow my guidance, I can provide you with every possible assistance to perform at the finest opera houses across Asia." As he spoke, he placed a hand on her waist. The woman instinctively recoiled, naturally removing his unwelcome hand, and said, "Thank you for your offer, but we can discuss this later. I must continue my performance now." With that, she rose and walked toward the center of the stage. She adored singing and reveled in the spotlight, feeling a flicker of yearning and anticipation within her. Yet, was this man truly worthy of her trust? No, she hesitated. Lin Yuhan settled at the bar, ordering a glass of whiskey. He relished the spice of the drink, the sensation of gentle inebriation and self-indulgence. Turning to the beautiful woman beside him, who was drinking alone, their eyes met, and he recognized her as a familiar face. "Ms. Laura, enjoying a drink by yourself?" he greeted. "Indeed," she replied, a hint of resignation in her smile. "And you, Mr. Lin, are also alone? Did you come on this trip by yourself?" "No, I brought an assistant. Unfortunately, my phone has gone missing and I can't reach her. She may be off exploring somewhere." Lin Yuhan took a slow sip of whiskey. The fiery flavor exploded in his mouth. Slightly sour, with a pronounced oakiness, accompanied by the aroma of charred wood, leaving a sweet aftertaste reminiscent of wheat. This was the taste he adored. "Having a phone wouldn't help," Laura remarked. "There's no signal at sea. It's best to arrange your communications ahead of time to avoid missing anything important." After saying this, she glanced ahead, her gaze fixed. Following her line of sight, Lin Yuhan noticed a figure in the distance attempting to charm a woman. "Hello, beautiful lady," a voice called from behind. "May I request the pleasure of a dance?" Lin Yuhan turned to see a man with curly hair and striking blue eyes exuding a roguish charm. His smile charming and elegant, reminiscent of a 19th-century English gentleman, radiating a strong British aura. Laura turned to face him, her expression bemused as he leaned in closely. "Oh, it's the Duke of Cornwall. I might entertain others, but I must decline your invitation." "Why is the beautiful Laura so resistant to me?" Cornwall said, naturally wrapping his arms around her waist. Laura subtly twisted her body yet did not escape his grasp. Responding coolly, "Your reputation precedes you. Dancing with you might lead to unforeseen consequences. I suggest you seek someone else." This isn't the right place for you. Cornwall chuckled, slightly embarrassed but unfazed. Such rejections were a regular occurrence for him. He sipped his drink and sauntered off. Why the refusal? Lin Yuhan inquired. He's just a notorious womanizer, Laura replied. Cornwall is a businessman who flits between Lanya and Siam, well known in our circles. His personal life mirrors his business dealings. Entangled with various women. Dancing with him could easily lead to more intimate encounters. A captivating smile graced Laura's lips. Despite being a married woman, her allure remained undiminished, and she spoke openly. The music continued, and couples in the ballroom began to sway. Amy held Laurie's hand, dancing at the center, occasionally wrapping her arms around his neck, whispering tenderly, "Darling, thank you for everything you've given me. I am truly happy." "And I as well," Laurie's replied, holding Amy's hand and gently embracing her waist. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Checking his Rolex, Laurie said, "Darling, I must attend to some work. I won't be able to dance with you for a while." Seeing Amy's discontented expression, he added, "Don't be upset. You have that detective accompanying you, right? We agreed to meet at 10, and it's only 9:30 that you're in such a hurry to leave. I have a business meeting with an Indian company, and since my phone is out of service, I need to wait for their fax. Our appointment is set for 9:40, so I must head to the communication room now. You understand, don't you? Darling?" Amy blinked at him, her expression increasingly sorrowful, before she suddenly laughed. "How could I possibly be angry? Go on, I love you." They embraced passionately before parting with a kiss. According to Lanya's traditions, couples could not cohabit until marriage. On this cruise ship, both Amy and Laurie's had separate rooms. After 9 o'clock that evening, a petite figure slipped through the bustling hall, navigating through the throngs of people and stealthily entered Amy's bedroom. She knew her employer, Laurie's, would be at the ball with his fiancée, holding their daily schedule. She recognized this as the opportune moment. She quietly unlocked the door, scanned the room carefully, and began rummaging through it. She opened drawers, suitcases, and wardrobes, exploring every hidden corner, when suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway. The figure pushed the door open, observing the woman rifling through the room, and emitted a sinister chuckle. "What are you doing here?" A sharp knife gleamed in their hand. Chapter 93. Oh, see, my homeland at 10 o'clock. Lin Yuhan stood at the railing on the deck, gazing thoughtfully at the sea. This was not his first encounter with the ocean, but it was the first time he beheld it with such profound emotion. The deep expanse of water appeared tranquil, reflecting the slumbering shadows of the night. The ship stirred the water, evoking a sense of desolation and emptiness within him. Creating a false sense of desire, it felt as though a leap into the waves could sever ties with the world and grant him eternal peace. The sea possessed a mysterious allure for the human spirit, a call that inspired longing. As a child, his mother often sang to him, "The sea is my homeland." This was a song she frequently shared during his youth. Born by the sea, nurtured by the waves, drifting wherever the winds take me, Lin Yuhan felt intoxicated, finally understanding the source of his emotional turmoil. He was seasick. He envisioned a gentle blue figure rising from the water, a motherly presence cradling an infant, shimmering with starlight, beckoning him. "Come, come, O sea, like a mother, traversing the corners of the earth, always by your side." "Detective, you are quite punctual," a soft voice called from behind. The woman in the water shattered like foam, vanishing in an instant, pulling Lin Yuhan back to reality. Had he experienced yet another hallucination? Since being bound to the system, his instances of delusion had increased, even hinting at signs of schizophrenia. He turned to see Amy's enchanting face. "Of course," he replied. "Punctuality is a fundamental quality for a detective, and you are equally timely." "Alas, my fiancé has gone off to work," Amy lamented. "I wonder what he is so busy with during our honeymoon." "Busy is good. It indicates he can earn a living. I envy you for having such a capable husband to be," Lin Yuhan remarked. "I hear that Miss Amy is a novelist. What notable works have you produced?" "I would love to read them," Amy humbly replied. "I wouldn't call them notable. I have penned a few stories, mainly submitting to magazines. I once wrote a piece titled The Murder on Champs, Lycius, which received quite a positive response." "Oh, so that novel is yours. I heard it has been adapted into a murder mystery game. Go be honest. I am a devoted fan of yours. In truth, Lin Yuhan had not read The Murder on Champs, Lycius, but during his more challenging times, he had organized murder mystery games, one of which shared that title. Many scripts were adapted from novels, and he instinctively connected the two. After uttering that statement, he scolded himself for becoming so commercialized. "Really?" Amy exclaimed, her excitement evident. "What an honor. Do you have any stories to share that I might adapt into a novel? The story unfolds as Lin Yuhan turns to gaze upon the profound surface of the sea, perhaps contemplating the events of the past few days, during which he had just unraveled a series of murders. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream reverberates across the deck. A flash of white light catches the corner of Lin Yuhan's eye. Followed by a splash, someone has fallen overboard. A sense of urgency grips his heart as he scans the waters, only to be met with the quickly settling ripples of the disturbed sea. Revealing nothing else, "Stop the ship! Someone has fallen overboard!" Amy cries out, activating the emergency alarm on the deck. A few sailors rush out from within the vessel, inquiring, "Hello, ma'am, what has happened?" "Someone has fallen overboard," in that direction. Amy points towards the side of the ship. The sailors promptly take to their walkie-talkies to report the situation and request assistance. Moments later, the captain commands the ship to halt, and a lifeboat is lowered into the water. Under the first mate's guidance, the crew begins their rescue efforts. The night is deep, and the sea ripples faintly. The crew shines their flashlights across the surface but sees no sign of life. Half an hour passes, and the first mate approaches Amy and Lin Yuhan with a puzzled expression, asking, "Did either of you truly see a woman fall overboard?" Amy shakes her head. "No, I was facing away from the water. But I heard the scream and the sound of someone falling. Could it have been something else that fell into the water? Or perhaps a prank?" The first mate's skepticism grows as the search yields no results. "I am certain someone fell overboard," Lin Yuhan replies with a serious expression. "I caught a glimpse of a figure entering the water." "Sir, it is quite dark. Are you sure you did not miss?" The first mate questions further. "I am certain," Lin Yuhan asserts again. "I can guarantee that it was a person." "Very well, but unfortunately, we are powerless to act further," the first mate concedes. The unpredictable nature of the sea means that if a person is not found within minutes, their chances of survival dwindle to nearly none. Even if one were to search for the body, it could take hours before it surfaces. At that moment, a voice crackles through the radio. "First mate, we have not found the person overboard, but we have located a white dress on the surface. Search the area surrounding the dress," commands the first mate. 20 minutes later, the rescue team returns from the sea, reporting with regret, "I'm sorry, we only found this dress. There was no sign of the person who fell." This statement not only marks the end of the rescue effort, but also signifies the grim reality that the individual is unlikely to survive. The first mate's expression grows increasingly solemn as he instructs a crew member, "Report this matter to Inspector Bell and verify the safety of all crew members. We must ascertain the identity of the missing person." "Understood." Amy turns to Lin Yuhan and asks, "So, Mr. Detective, aren't you going to investigate? Perhaps you could uncover the truth behind this incident." There is a naive trust in her voice. Lin Yuhan is taken aback. He is on vacation, not on a case. He has always believed in maintaining a clear distinction between leisure and work, as meddling often leads to undesirable consequences. After all, it was interference that transformed Kudo Shinichi into Conan, reducing a once-admired high school detective to a fifth grader once more. Yet, an unexpected voice echoes in his mind. "Ding dong, you have a new main mission. Mission received. The inevitable has arrived." This system is notorious for meddling. Main task: discover the circumstances surrounding the passenger's fall into the ICC. Was it murder or suicide? What conspiracy lurks behind this event? Please uncover the reason for the tourist's plunge into the water. Lin Yuhan lets out a long sigh, his expression shifting to one of melancholy. "What's wrong, great detective?" Amy inquires, puzzled by his demeanor. "You are right." Lin Yuhan's gaze suddenly sharpens with determination as he declares, "As a detective, I must fulfill my duties and contribute to society." He reassuringly pats Amy's shoulder. "Fear not, dear writer, this matter is in my capable hands." Touched, Amy gazes at Lin Yuhan with newfound admiration. "I never knew you were such a man of justice." Lin Yuhan feels a wave of emotion welling up within him. Chapter 94. The long dress. A throng gathers on the deck, drawn by the news of a person overboard. Many passengers rush out to witness the unfolding drama. Humanity's shared fascination with spectacle knows no bounds. Their eyes reflect a mix of anxiety and excitement, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Eye in the crowd, a figure pushes through, waving energetically, "Uncle, uncle," coughing. Lin Yuhan bristles at the title. He is barely in his 30s. As he turns towards the voice, Dong Shasha has squeezed her way to him, bubbling with excitement. "Uncle, this ship is enormous. I've been exploring for ages and still haven't seen it all. Where have you been?" "I couldn't find you," Lin Yuhan responds with a hint of reproach. "Is that my fault?" "I couldn't find you either," she retorts. "After dinner, I returned to my room and found you asleep. Bored, I went to soak in the hot spring. You wouldn't believe how amazing it feels to soak in a hot spring on a ship. Look at my skin. Isn't it glowing? Of course, as long as you're happy, Lin Yuhan replies absent-mindedly, but we must get to work now. Pull yourself together. He introduces her to a friend. This is Miss Amy. Her fiancé is the owner of this very ship. Wow, hello, sister. Dong Shasha immediately rushes over, embracing Amy, instantly establishing a bond of camaraderie. The magic of female friendship is indeed remarkable. Yes, it is quite remarkable, Lin Yuhan muses as he approaches the first mate. Extending a friendly hand. Greetings, my name is Lin Yuhan. Li first mate. He shakes Lin Yuhan's hand. How may I assist you? I find this incident of someone falling overboard rather suspicious, and I would like to participate in your investigation to uncover the truth. Lin Yuhan states candidly. You? The first mate regards him with skepticism. Sir, you are a witness and the first person to observe the incident. If you have any clues, please share them with us. However, as for the investigation, I fear it is not necessary. This is no trivial matter. We have specialized maritime law enforcement personnel on board, and Inspector Bell is also present to oversee security for this voyage. I am a detective. An inexplicable pride wells within Lin Yuhan as he asserts, perhaps I could provide further assistance. Oh, a detective, is it? My apologies. The first mate's demeanor softens slightly, yet he still declines. I appreciate your goodwill. But this matter is beyond my control. I wouldn't want to waste your valuable time. You need not involve yourself. Moreover, his tone betrays a hint of disdain. We have an excellent inspector. Not just anyone can partake in an investigation. Especially since we are not familiar with your capabilities. An outsider's involvement may hinder our progress. Hey, what are you saying? Dong Shasha interjects, defending Lin Yuhan. Do you know who you're speaking to? This man is the most renowned private detective in Lanhai City. He solved the series of cases at Nanhua Park last month, capturing the dentist Wang Yueran. Flattery, however, leaves Lin Yuhan feeling somewhat self-conscious. Yet, as she continues, he notices the first mate's expression shift dramatically. You are the detective who recently captured the infamous doctor. Indeed, that would be me, Lin Yuhan responds, suddenly feeling the weight of his newfound fame. I hear you also solved the case of the chef at Waishio Mountain Manor. Yes, that is correct. Lin Yuhan nods. My respects, sir. The first mate's demeanor transforms from disdain to profound respect, becoming exceedingly cordial. It's astonishing how news of these events has reached the ears of sailors. I never realized you had become so renowned. Am I truly that famous now? Lin Yuhan muses. Indeed. You are my idol. The first mate exclaims. I can hardly believe the illustrious detective himself is present. The first mate continues. I understand your eagerness to participate in the investigation and trust in your capabilities. However, as I stated earlier, the authority to conduct the investigation lies with the captain, and persuading him may not be straightforward. Furthermore, the cruise ship has its own law enforcement system. Nevertheless, I will do my utmost to assist you within my capacity. Should you require anything, please feel free to visit the bridge or my quarters. Thank you, Lin Yuhan replies, satisfied with the first mate's willingness to help. May I see the clothing that was recovered? Of course. The first mate calls to someone behind him. Bring that dress over. At once. A sailor approaches, holding the damp garment, laying it out on the ground. Lin Yuhan bent down to examine the object, discovering it to be a simple cotton linen dress, not particularly valuable. As he touched it, he noted its lack of fine quality. Yet, a blend of various factors emanated an aura of unpretentiousness. This was not the attire of the affluent, thereby eliminating the possibility of a sinister motive. The dress bore signs of wear, likely belonging to a passenger from a lower class. Amy also crouched down to scrutinize it, suddenly exclaiming in terror. This is the dress of my fiancé's servant. Lin Yuhan and the first officer turned their attention to the beautiful woman. Lin Yuhan inquired, Are you certain? Without a doubt. Look at this emblem. Lin Yuhan pointed to the badge pinned to the woman's chest. I saw my fiancé's servant wearing this dress when I boarded, and this emblem is custom-made by their company to signify the identity of the employed. Where is your fiancé? The first officer asked. He mentioned he had business to attend to and went to the reception room to collect a fax. Oh? Lin Yuhan stood up, deep in thought. The first officer asked, Detective, what do you intend to do now? First, we must disperse the crowd, Lin Yuhan replied. There is no longer anything of interest to observe, and having everyone congregated on the deck will compromise many clues and hinder the investigation. He gestured towards the front of the deck. The sound of the fall must have originated in that direction. I intend to investigate further, as there may be additional clues. Very well, I believe your reasoning is sound. The first officer rose to begin dispersing the passengers and reporting the situation to the captain. Lin Yuhan stepped aside, closing his eyes to recall the sounds he had heard. He mentally simulated and recreated the events that had just transpired. He had been conversing with the writer Amy on the deck. At this very spot, Lin Yuhan returned to the starting point, and then he heard the sound of the fall into the water. He said to Dong Shasha, "Proceed forward, yes, that direction, and then shout at the top of your lungs." Following his instructions, Dong Shasha walked 10 meters before letting out a scream. "That's not right." Lin Yuhan recalled the sound meticulously in his mind and exclaimed, "Too close. Go a bit further." Dong Shasha took 2 steps back and shouted again. "Still incorrect. Further back." Lin Yuhan continued to direct her. Dong Shasha retreated a considerable distance, repeatedly shouting as per Lin Yuhan's request, "That's not right. Now it's too far. Move a bit closer. Shout from there, just a little nearer." "Good, that's the spot." "Stop." Lin Yuhan assessed the distance, estimating it to be around 25 meters. He approached where Dong Shasha stood. The pitch of voices varies among individuals, yet Lin Yuhan accounted for the discrepancies. The sound he had heard must have originated within a 5-meter radius of this location. Seeing Dong Shasha continuously patting her chest, he inquired, "Are you tired?" "It's just a small task." "Not tired, just straining my voice." She coughed lightly. Despite the bright lights on the ship, Lin Yuhan retrieved a flashlight to scrutinize the ground closely. He noted several chaotic footprints, seemingly belonging to a man or a child, rather than a woman. He then glanced at the deck's railing, where there were no signs of struggle or friction. This defies logic. How did this woman end up in the water? Did she slip? Surely she wouldn't recklessly climb over the railing for an extreme challenge. The white railing is impeccably clean, further negating that possibility. If she was pushed, why are there no traces left behind? Lin Yuhan gazed out at the Esieda. At a distance of 25 meters, he could still clearly hear the sound of her falling into the water. Unless this woman had descended from the heavens. Wait a moment, descending from above? Lin Yuhan turned to look behind him. The width of the deck was only about a meter, and not far behind was the railing of the second-level deck. If she had fallen from there, it would indeed lead to the water. Thus, eliminating the vertical distance while keeping the horizontal distance closer to himself, everything began to make sense. Lin Yuhan dashed towards the second-level deck. Amy and Dong Shasha followed closely. "Detective, why are you running? Have you discovered something?" Lin Yuhan remained silent as he reached the railing on the second level, meticulously searching the ground. Suddenly, his eyes caught a glint of something shining. He hurried over to pick it up, inspecting it closely. This object seemed familiar in an instant. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Amy caught up, breathlessly asking, "Detective, have you found anything?" Lin Yuhan handed the item to her. "You should recognize this. It was an exquisitely crafted badge." Amy covered her mouth, and after a long pause, she spoke in disbelief. I gave it to him." "Why is it here?" "I cannot say. You will need to confirm this with your fiancé personally." "Is this the spot where that woman fell?" Amy cautiously inquired, as if beginning to grasp the situation. "I'm uncertain. I can only categorize it as one of the suspicious locations of the fall. We must investigate further to ascertain the exact point from which she fell. This is not the only place." Though Lin Yuhan's words were rather ambiguous, his indication was quite clear. He hesitated to disclose the underlying implications. Yet this novelist should possess strong logical reasoning to uncover the connections. The servant of her fiancé fell into the water. He falsely claimed to be retrieving a fax, yet the badge appeared on the deck. Could there be a correlation between him and this incident? Amy's expression grew increasingly grave, her face cold as she hurried towards the cabin. The deck began to grow noisy as shouts emerged from the crowd. Lin Yuhan returned to the first level, spotting a gray-haired man in a black suit busily at the exit. "Why aren't we allowed to leave? We need some fresh air," someone protested. "Because a murder has occurred here." The man replied, "To ensure everyone's safety and facilitate our investigation, all personnel must immediately return to their cabins." The man, with a pipe clenched in his mouth, appeared irritable, using his cane to jab at any troublemakers. The restricted individuals were primarily impoverished, watching helplessly as the man exerted his authority, unable to voice their anger. They could not retaliate, as several burly men behind him glared menacingly at them. Any resistance would undoubtedly invite severe repercussions. Meanwhile, the wealthy first-class passengers roamed the entertainment room, seemingly unaffected by the murder, which had merely become fodder for their conversations. Lin Yuhan approached the exit, only to have the man turn and tap his cane against Lin Yuhan's leg. "Sir, please return to your lower-class cabin." Actually." Lin Yuhan finally felt empowered to speak confidently. "Actually what?" The cane swiftly aimed at Lin Yuhan's abdomen. "Stop!" Lin Yuhan caught the cane with ease, slightly displeased. "Mind your manners." The man paused, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He had not anticipated Lin Yuhan would dare to resist. With a glance, he signaled to the nearby thugs, who immediately encircled Lin Yuhan, restraining his arms. Only then did Lin Yuhan take in the man's appearance. He was not tall, standing around 5 feet 6 inches, with naturally gray hair, likely aged between 50 and 60, and his chin was clean-shaven, although rough stubble was faintly discernible. The man approached Lin Yuhan directly, extending his right hand towards Lin Yuhan's neck, but before he could make contact, he felt a sudden force pushing him aside. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Yuhan's right leg, which he had extended to block his advance. "You've got some nerve, kid, daring to lay hands on Inspector Bell." The burly man glared. "Ah, so you are Inspector Bell?" Lin Yuhan said, retracting his leg to prevent further escalation. "It's quite unbecoming to bark orders at others. I am a first-class passenger. What gives you the right to shoo me away?" Upon uttering those words, Lin Yuhan sensed the grip on him loosening significantly. "You got a first-class passenger?" Inspector Bell must have thought he misheard. The raggedly dressed young man before him was clearly out of place among the first-class clientele. "Indeed. What gives you the right to act this way?" Dong Shasha chimed in, rushing over. "We are first-class passengers. You better watch out, or we'll report you to the captain." Inspector Bell scrutinized Dong Shasha from head to toe, his demeanor softening. This lovely lady indeed resembles a distinguished guest. How superficial, Lin Yuhan thought, shaking off the 4 hands that had been gripping his arms as he pulled out his ticket from his pocket. "See this? This is my ticket. Do you believe me now?" Sheriff Bell suddenly found himself in a state of discomfort. Given that the individual before him was a first-class passenger, his earlier actions seemed rather unwise. Nonetheless, his mind was still awash with questions. It was inconceivable. His judgment had never been flawed. Based on the man's age, he appeared to be around 30. His weathered face and coarse skin suggested a lack of any luxurious cosmetics. More importantly, affluent individuals typically exude a distinctive scent of high-end perfume. Yet this man bore none. Only a faint trace of masculine perspiration lingered in the air. His clothing was old and faded, clearly having endured multiple washes, and the presence of wrinkles indicated a lack of care in ironing. The knees of his trousers were noticeably worn, and the hems were frayed, exposing loose threads. His shoes were tattered at the edges, a result of years of wear. The 4-striped Dasabi brand was an obvious knockoff of Adidas, worth no more than $50. The entire ensemble could be acquired for under $200, even if he were an extremely frugal millionaire. It was improbable that he would dress so shabbily for such a grand gathering of the wealthy. In a society where appearances are often inflated, it was unfathomable that a nouveau riche individual would be so understated. His expression was tense, even somewhat agitated, likely due to an excess of hormones. One could hardly imagine him being married, let alone having a girlfriend. All these factors coalesced into one conclusion. The man before him was impoverished. Yet, how could he afford a first-class ticket? This was simply illogical. The misjudgment left Sheriff Bell feeling dejected and bewildered. Decades of detective work had honed his ability to read people accurately, and yet he had stumbled in front of this young man. Upon examining the ticket closely, he confirmed its authenticity. Sheriff Bell returned the ticket to Lin Yuhan, removed his hat, and bowed deeply, his face etched with contrition, saying, "I apologize, sir, I had no idea you were a first-class passenger, and I regret my earlier rashness." Lin Yuhan could sense the sheriff's frustration. In truth, the sheriff's assessment was not entirely erroneous. He indeed was financially challenged. Achieving boarding on this cruise through personal merit was utterly impossible. However, what the sheriff did not realize was that Lin Yuhan now possessed a system. Relying on this system made life significantly more pleasant. The ticket had been a gift from the system, granting him VIP status on the ship. Yet, Lin Yuhan never anticipated that his vacation would also entail undertaking system tasks. In hindsight, it seemed a rather dubious situation. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and magnanimously said, "No worries, misunderstandings are quite common. My name is Lin Yuhan, a private investigator. It is a pleasure to meet you. Why you re a detective?" Sheriff Bell stammered, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Sir, a murder has just occurred here. For your safety, it would be best to return to your cabin or seek entertainment in another area, rather than wandering about the deck." "Not wandering aimlessly," Lin Yuhan corrected. "As a detective, I am more inclined to uncover the truth of the situation and the reason behind the woman's fall into the water." "May I inquire if you would permit me to join your investigation, Sheriff Bell?" "Absolutely not," Bell instantly retorted. I'm afraid that despite your esteemed status as a first-class passenger, we cannot accommodate your request. Investigations and security matters are conducted by our independent law enforcement personnel aboard the cruise. Outsiders are prohibited from interfering. Lin Yuhan scrutinized him for a moment before turning towards the cabin. He sensed that something was amiss. While he could understand the sheriff's refusal to allow him to participate in the investigation, there was an unsettling quality to his demeanor. It felt as though everyone aboard the ship harbored ulterior motives. What secrets lay hidden beneath the surface? The passageway leading downward had been sealed off. Passengers in the lower class were being forcibly returned to their cabins to await inspection. Amy hurried back to her room. Upon opening the door, she was met with chaos. Her belongings were strewn about the floor, and clothes had been pulled from the closet and tossed outside. Her expression darkened instantly, and she quickly closed the door. Making her way to the adjacent cabin, Amy knocked forcefully on Lori's door, which opened to reveal a somewhat fatigued face. "Where have you been tonight?" she demanded. Lori's hesitated, initially intending to say he had gone to the mailroom. But seeing Amy's agitated state, he faltered. "Darling, has something happened today? I'm asking you where you went." Amy pressed again, her voice firm. "I was in the cabin." Under Amy's relentless questioning, Lori's finally provided a vague answer. "In the cabin?" Amy scoffed, retrieving a badge from her pocket and holding it up before him. "Then tell me, what is this?" "I can't explain," Lori stammered, his eyes betraying growing panic. "Darling, something unusual occurred today." "Unusual? What kind of unusual?" Amy's voice dripped with skepticism. "Where's the fax you received? Show me." "There was no fax." Lori shuffled nervously. "Perhaps there's a situation at their office. I waited all night without receiving anything." "You're lying." "You were on deck," Amy shouted. "I'm not lying. I was genuinely waiting for the fax." Lori's insisted, deeply aggrieved. "Then why was this badge found on the second deck?" Amy's disbelief was palpable. "I truly don't know. I value the item you gifted me, and I locked it in my safe to prevent losing it. Perhaps you've made a mistake. That badge merely resembles yours," Lori said, retreating to the bedroom to unlock the safe behind his desk, exclaiming, "Oh, shit." He rummaged through the contents, his anger boiling over. "They stole my things. What on earth?" Amy followed closely, peering into Lori's safe. "Darling, they pried open my safe and stole the badge." Lori's rose, his eyes blazing with fury. "They even took our rings. You lost something too?" Amy's expression turned curious. "Who could have done this?" "There are not many who can enter your room." "My room was also ransacked." "We must inform Sheriff Bell immediately." "Darling, the security on this ship needs improvement." Lori's wore a look of embarrassment as he cursed. "Who knows which thief it could be? This ship is so large. Who knows what might have slipped in?" They proceeded to Amy's room, where Lori's frowned at the disarray. "Did you lose anything?" "I'm not sure. Did I rush to find you without checking first?" "Let me see now." Amy opened her drawers, meticulously inspecting her valuables and luggage. After a moment, she looked up, bewildered. "It seems my things are intact." "Then what was he doing in your room?" Lori's paced the carpet, raising his gaze to complain. "This little thief better not cross my path." "Oh, and there is something I forgot to mention," Amy said cautiously. "The woman fell overboard on the deck earlier." "Who? How could that happen? Was she rescued?" Lori's eyes widened in alarm. "You don't know?" Amy asked, puzzled that I recognized the long dress she was wearing. "It looked like your maid's. The rescuers only retrieved her dress. The woman is gone." My maid. Lori's froze in place. After a moment, he inquired, "Is it the one who enjoys wearing dresses, Linda?" "It seems to be her." Amy nodded slowly. With a sharp clap of his hands, Lori's cursed. "This is too sinister. We must find a way to prevent this situation from worsening." He promptly contacted the ship's staff to replace the locks and said to Amy, "Let us find Sheriff Bell and urge him to identify the thief. Furthermore, what was the cause of the maid's fall? An unfortunate accident or? I don't know. The sheriff is investigating." Amy's eyes revealed a flicker of panic. "I have a feeling it's murder." "Why do you think that?" Lori's asked. "It's just a feeling." A woman's intuition. Lori's fell silent as he and Amy exited the room, only to be interrupted by the sound of shuffling footsteps in the corridor. He gestured for silence, and the two concealed themselves in a nearby corner. A familiar figure gradually emerged, approaching closer, before knocking on Amy's door. When they finally recognized the person and stepped out, they greeted, "Detective, what brings you out at this late hour?" Lin Yuhan turned and encountered Lori's polite smile. He replied, "Regarding tonight's events, I've contemplated some matters and wish to consult you and Miss Amy. Hence I requested the cabin staff for Miss Amy's room number. I hope you don't mind?" "Of course not," Lori's graciously responded. I heard there was a murder on the ship tonight. I wonder what insights the detective has. Forgive my boldness, Lin Yuhan inquired, but might I ask, Mr. Lorry's, after 10 o'clock tonight? He was expecting a fax. Amy interjected to explain. We have already discussed this topic. Lorry's office was robbed. Valuable items from his safe were stolen, and my room was also breached by thieves. Lin Yuhan frowned slightly and asked, Did Miss Amy lose anything of value? Not from my room. Amy shook her head. Only Lorry's ring and badge were taken. Oh, I see. Lin Yuhan mused, lowering his head in thought. Noticing Lin Yuhan's hesitance, Amy asked, What is it, detective? Do you sense something unusual? Not necessarily unusual, he replied, but it seems the thief in your room and the one in Lorry's must be different individuals. Why do you say that? Amy queried, puzzled. Think about it. The thief who stole Lorry's ring and badge was clearly after valuables, whereas the intruder in your room did not take any valuable items, suggesting they were searching for something else. Thus, they must be distinct individuals. Indeed, Detective Lin's analysis is quite reasonable. Amy nodded in sudden realization. She continued, Do you think it possible that our fiancé's servant stole his belongings and was then pushed overboard while trying to dispose of them? I cannot speculate, Lin Yuhan replied, shaking his head. We must await the investigation's results before drawing conclusions. By the way, I see you two are heading out. Where are you off to? We're going to find Sheriff Bell to report the situation and ensure the safety of the passengers aboard. Amy responded. May I accompany you? Lin Yuhan asked. Lorry's raised his head, meeting Lin Yuhan's sharp gaze. A fleeting look of alarm crossed his face before he regained his composure and said, Of course, if Detective Lin is willing. I would certainly appreciate your assistance in unearthing the murderer and thief concealed within this cruise ship. The trio proceeded towards the staircase. The first-floor hall was furnished with numerous sofas, where wealthy patrons sat in small groups, casually sipping coffee or tea. The incident of a woman falling overboard did little to dampen their holiday spirits. They quickly brushed off the occurrence and returned to their leisure. Sheriff Bell, leaning on a cane, exhaled a plume of smoke from his pipe. In this rapidly advancing society, cigarettes have supplanted traditional tobacco, and news of various electronic smoking devices has become rampant, suggesting a trend towards replacing conventional tobacco. Yet, Sheriff Bell remained steadfast in his pipe-smoking habit, perhaps believing it to embody a certain depth of character. He raised his head and saw Lorry's approaching, saying, I regret to inform you, Mr. Lorry's, that after our meticulous search, your servant Miss Linda is missing. This could either be an accident or a murder. We must swiftly ascertain the cause or identify the perpetrator. I do not wish to embark with a murderer aboard. I am already aware of this news, esteemed Sheriff Bell. Lorry's maintained his politeness. Have you made any discoveries? None as of yet. Bell exhaled a cloud of smoke but did not exhibit excessive disappointment. Rather, he appeared somewhat smugly indifferent. Gathering evidence aboard is exceedingly challenging. There are no surveillance cameras, and we lack the necessary equipment. However, I believe that in due time, the true culprit will be revealed. A wry smile graced his lips. Conveying a unique sense of calm and confidence, he turned to Lin Yuhan, who had just arrived, and continued. Ah, the detective has also graced us with his presence. Are you interested in this case as well? Certainly, Lin Yuhan replied candidly. I have been invited by Mr. Lorry's and Miss Amy to assist in uncovering the truth. Sheriff Bell smacked his lips but refrained from further comment. Amy stepped forward and said, Sheriff, there is one more matter. My room and Lorry's room were both robbed. Bell's demeanor shifted as he squinted, questioning, what was taken? Lorry's ring was stolen, and my room was ransacked. However, as of now, no valuable items have been reported missing. Oh, that piques my interest, Bell declared, rising to his feet. We should investigate the cargo hold. The cargo hold? Do you suspect the thief is hiding there? Lorry's asked. No, Bell reasoned. Since the thief did not take Miss Amy's belongings, they must have been after something specific. If it was not found in her room, they would surely search among the luggage she checked in. Lin Yuhan was taken aback by Bell's deduction. His thoughts mirrored his own. It appeared this seasoned sheriff was far from ordinary. The group hastily made their way to the cargo hold, located at the lowest level of the ship, far from the cabin hall. The narrow, dimly lit passage felt akin to entering a castle's dungeon, isolating them from all noise and commotion, leaving only the scent of the ocean. The mingling aromas of machinery and seawater assaulted their senses. The air thick with humidity, clinging to their skin, accompanied by a faint fishy odor that made Lorry's instinctively pinch his nose. After a lengthy walk, they finally entered a spacious room filled with heaps of luggage. Each passenger's belongings were meticulously marked and stored within the warehouse. They located Amy's checked items, and Bell prodded at the luggage with his cane, stating, "They have been tampered with. Is there no guard here?" Lorries exclaimed in frustration. "The cargo hold is often the most overlooked area," Lin Yuhan remarked. "Perhaps everyone assumes no one would come here to steal luggage." Amy began rummaging through her package and commented, "Nothing appears to be missing. If there were, I might not recall. Most of it is of little value, so there would be no point in taking it." "That is quite telling," Belle interjected. "Miss Amy, your luggage is the only one that has been disturbed, indicating someone may indeed have their sights set on you." The group fell silent, contemplating the implications. After a moment, Belle declared, "Let us proceed. The thief did not find what they sought and has likely departed. I must check the lower cargo area. My assistant has already begun searching, and we should soon have results." In the cruise ship's lounge, an elderly gentleman perused a newspaper. The bright overhead lights illuminated the room, while the plush leather sofas offered the utmost comfort. The elder experienced some vision issues, making prolonged screen time difficult. Thus, reading the newspaper became an essential part of his daily entertainment. He preferred the tactile experience of printed words and wireless broadcasts over trending topics on mobile devices. Dressed in a white suit, he exuded an air of seriousness and depth, concealing countless secrets behind his thick glasses. No storm could ruffle him, not even the most furious sea winds. As Amy ascended from the lower deck and spotted the newspaper reader, she took a seat across from him, greeting warmly, "Uncle Eric, good evening." "Amy," the elder replied, setting down his paper, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "How are the preparations for tomorrow night's wedding coming along?" "Quite well." Amy's expression betrayed unease, a detail Eric keenly noted. He smiled and asked, "What troubles you, my dear niece? You seem preoccupied." "Well, it's not a major issue," Amy responded, "but my room was broken into by a thief." The elder's wise gaze momentarily faltered before he casually inquired, "Was anything taken?" "Nothing," Amy shook her head, "but that is precisely what makes it so frightening. We have no idea what their intentions were." "Do take care of yourself," the elder urged, sipping his coffee. "With the wedding approaching, I would hate for my dear niece to encounter any misfortune beforehand." "Rest assured," Lorries interjected, "there's no need for concern. Uncle, I will ensure Amy's safety." "Indeed, I hope so," Eric said, peering through his thick lenses. "Amy is my only family. I wish for her future happiness." Eric picked up the newspaper again, burying his head in its pages. "Uncle, I shall return to my room to rest now." Amy politely greeted as she followed Lorries upstairs. As she passed by Lin Yuhan, she turned her head and whispered, "Mr. Detective, do you believe that the theft of Lorries' safe is genuine?" "It is difficult for me to judge." Lin Yuhan replied softly, "Everything depends on the evidence. Investigations cannot rely on intuition. I cannot draw conclusions until I uncover some clues. Then I hope you can assist me in finding the answer swiftly. I have great faith in you. Should anything arise, please call my room." She bestowed upon Lin Yuhan a kind smile, one that was both enchanting and charming. Lin Yuhan instinctively turned his head aside and replied, "Rest assured, madam. I will inform you as soon as I have news." On the deck, the night was serene. Miss Amanda gazed lovingly at the sea, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Due to a murder aboard the cruise, passengers below third class were restricted from moving about. However, as Amy's maid, she enjoyed a bit more freedom than others. The salty breeze wafted by her, seemingly carrying the scent of liberty. Amanda had grown up within the AI family since birth. Alongside her mother, Ina, who was also a servant of the family, she had accompanied Amy throughout her childhood. That beautiful and kind woman was both her friend and her mistress. Life had been blissful in their youth, but as they matured, troubles began to multiply. The class divide became increasingly pronounced, and their relationship was no longer as innocent as it once had been. She longed for greater freedom, often feeling that if things continued this way, she would spend her entire life overshadowed by Amy. When would she ever be like her? How she envied her. Chapter 99. He is not the murderer. The sea breeze enveloped Amanda, intoxicating her senses. She gradually forgot her troubles and frustrations, losing herself in the easy and liberating atmosphere, finding a measure of solace. She despised crowded and noisy environments. Instead, she preferred to quietly admire the night view alone, listening to the slow and graceful jazz music, contemplating her desires. There was no greater pleasure in the world than this. She knew that all restlessness would eventually fade into tranquility. Suddenly, a strong arm encircled her waist, and a gentle breath whispered in her ear, "Beautiful lady, why are you here alone, enjoying the night view?" Amanda turned around, nearly brushing against his warm lips, and asked in alarm, "Who are you?" "Others call me the Duke of Cornwall," the man replied, a deep and charming smile playing on his lips. "But you may call me by any sweet name you prefer, such as darling or sweetheart. He shifted his body slightly, blocking her attempt to escape. Amanda pulled her head back, striving to maintain a distance from this debonair man. Although his deep blue eyes were captivating and his golden curls exuded nobility, such allure did not easily sway a woman of virtue. With a hint of panic in her expression, she crossed her arms and asked, "Mr. Cornwall, what do you want?" "Seeing such a lovely lady all alone. I merely wish to hear your story. I have no story." Amanda replied coldly, "Perhaps I could invite you for a dance." Cornwall instinctively took her delicate hand, gently swaying to the rhythm of the music echoing from the cabin. Amanda, with soft dance steps, quietly turned and freed herself from his embrace. Turning back to say, "Sir, I am rather busy today. I must return to the cabin. My mother is waiting for me." "Oh? Is that so?" Cornwall did not press her to stay but rather cheerfully added, "Be sure to greet your mother. I would love an introduction when you have the chance." Amanda nodded gently and disappeared into the shadows of the deck. "She is truly enchanting," Cornwall murmured as he watched her retreating figure. After midnight, a sudden knock echoed at a door in the servant quarters on the lower deck. "Who is it?" A young man rubbed his eyes and opened the door. Sheriff Bell stood at the threshold. He glanced at the young man and pushed him aside, dragging his roommate from the bed. "You, come with me," he indicated the young man he had just shoved. "I hope you'll wait in the lounge. We need to conduct a thorough search of your quarters." The young man looked at Sheriff Bell and the burly man behind him, remaining silent. In the morning, Lin Yuhan rose early from his bed. He had a habit of waking early when traveling by ship, often unable to sleep as dawn approached. He suspected this was related to the magnetic field of the sea. Observing the sunrise on deck was an immensely romantic activity, but sadly, there was no beloved companion by his side. Going alone felt lonely and desolate. Just as he finished washing up, the phone in his room rang. He picked it up to hear Amy's voice. "Hello? Mr. Detective, I have something to tell you. The murderer has been found." "Are you referring to the one who killed the maid, Linda?" Lin Yuhan inquired urgently. "Yes." Amy's tone was somewhat light. "Last night, Sheriff Bell apprehended a thief named Shi Yulong. He confessed that while breaking into my room, he encountered Linda, and a struggle ensued. During the scuffle, Shi Yulong killed Linda and disposed of her body in the sea. And the evidence? Some of my earrings and pendants were found in his bag. To be honest, I have so many ornaments that I didn't pay much attention to what was stolen. I don't even know what I lost. Additionally, his bag contained belongings of other passengers, clearly indicating that he is a habitual thief. It seems I misjudged my fiancé." Amy sighed softly, continuing, "In fact, I couldn't sleep well last night, constantly doubting my fiancé's guilt. Now that the truth is revealed, I finally feel unburdened." Noticing Lin Yuhan's continued silence, Amy asked, "Hello, Mr. Detective, are you listening? Are you still there?" "Yes, I am," Lin Yuhan replied slowly. "You may be disappointed this time, Miss Amy. Shi Yulong is not the murderer." "Not? Why not?" Amy was utterly shocked. "He confessed to the murder. If he is not the killer, why would he admit to it? Is he tired of living?" "I cannot say for certain, but do you recall what we heard when Linda fell into the water?" "What did we hear?" "We heard," Amy began to recall, "the sound of her falling." "No, there was something else," Lin Yuhan prompted. "There was," Amy suddenly exclaimed, "a shout." "Indeed," Lin Yuhan affirmed. "Shi Yulong claimed he killed Linda in your room and then tossed her body into the sea. However, we clearly heard Linda's scream while on deck, which indicates that he is lying." Lin Yuhan's words struck with conviction, jolting Amy's senses. She quickly realized something was amiss and asked, "Then what should we do now? Should we inform my fiancé and have him ask Sheriff Bell to investigate again?" "No, we will investigate privately," Lin Yuhan replied. "I believe it is more prudent to keep this matter confidential for now." "I understand your point, Mr. Detective," Amy responded, her voice suddenly subdued as if she had thought of something. Her fiancé must be concealing something from her. Amy then asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have any thoughts at this moment?" "First, we need to clarify 2 points. First, if Shi Yulong's claim holds any truth, namely that Linda was indeed in your room, why was she there? Second, why would Shi Yulong take the fall for the actual murderer? What transpired during that time, and what is his relationship with the killer? I fear only the parties involved can provide those answers. Therefore, I do not wish for him to be disturbed during this period. I hope to find an opportunity to speak with him privately. I understand, Mr. Lin," Amy firmly replied. "If you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me." Chapter 100. The Important Questions in the Crew Quarters. At the first officer's door, Lin Yuhan knocked. Levitch emerged, his face lighting up with surprised excitement upon seeing Lin Yuhan. "The esteemed detective has arrived. Please, come in." "What brings you here?" Lin Yuhan stepped inside, closing the door behind him. His expression graved. I heard that the murderer of Linda has been caught. Yes, this morning, Sheriff Bell led a raid on the murderer's room, and the evidence was all there, Levitch said, taking a seat beside Lin Yuhan. It seems there is no need for the esteemed detective's involvement this time. He is not the murderer, Lin Yuhan stated. There is something amiss here, and I hope you can assist me in uncovering the truth. This Levitch appeared taken aback, his expression turning serious. Do you have any evidence, Mr. Detective? I am the evidence. Do you remember when I mentioned hearing someone fall into the water? Yes, I do recall, but Li Weiqi suddenly looked at Lin Yuhan, quickly stepping closer and stating, so that it, since we heard the cries, it indicates that the woman was still alive before she fell. How could she have been murdered in Miss Amy's bedroom? He paced nervously within the room. I can't believe I overlooked such a crucial detail. Lin Yuhan smiled. It appears that the first officer is quite astute and quick to comprehend. Li Weiqi chuckled. To be honest, life aboard the ship is rather dull. I am a fan of deduction, often following intriguing cases from around the world, and I enjoyed detective novels a few days ago. Regarding the murder case in Lanhai City, I first noted you, Detective Lin. Your ability to solve such a significant case is truly remarkable. Let's dispense with the flattery and focus on the case, Lin Yuhan replied. Since Shi Yulong is merely a scapegoat, he must have some form of arrangement with the mysterious killer. Therefore, I wish to meet with him alone. I wonder if the first officer could assist me with this? Well, I will try. Li Weiqi furrowed his brow. This is a serious matter, and I will do my utmost. However, we should inform Sheriff Bell about this first. No? Lin Yuhan quickly interjected. We must go alone, without alerting anyone. He gazed into Li Weiqi's increasingly puzzled eyes and added, before we uncover the truth, we must not disturb anyone. Since the killer was able to make sure Yulong take the fall, he is undoubtedly closely monitoring the investigation. We do not know who he is. And until the truth surfaces, I trust no one that I understand. Please wait a moment. I will arrange this for you, Li Weiqi replied. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Yuhan said. Li Weiqi donned his hat and led Lin Yuhan down to the lower deck of the ship, where a cell was designated for holding prisoners. Halfway there, they encountered Amy coming toward them. Where are you two headed? Amy inquired. I am going to see the thief, Lin Yuhan stated. The first officer is leading the way. Take me along, Amy requested. There is strength in numbers. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yuhan agreed. Very well. The dim lights of the lower deck illuminated their path as the three quickly arrived at the cell. The sailor guarding the door immediately stood at attention upon recognizing the first officer. Good day, First Officer. What brings you here? On the captain's orders, I have some inquiries for the person inside. Please allow us entry. The guard scrutinized the individuals behind the first officer before nodding. Very well. Since it's the captain's command, you may enter. However, this individual is a serious offender, so please be swift. Rest assured. The door to the cabin opened, and the trio entered. Before them stood a frail young man, his thin frame suggesting malnutrition. Upon meeting their gazes, he recoiled in fear to a corner of the room. A sharp glimmer flashed in Lin Yuhan's eyes as he approached the man. His voice stern. It's you? The boy stammered, visibly shaken. What is the matter? The first officer inquired, leaning in. Do you know this person, detective? Yes, Lin Yuhan nodded. We have crossed paths before. This brat stole my phone at the dock. Amy exclaimed. It seems he hasn't changed his ways. Since he is a habitual thief, this matter takes on a different significance, the first officer remarked. Lin Yuhan's expression grew increasingly somber as he turned to Li Weiqi. First officer? Can words spoken inside remain unheard outside? I have a crucial question to ask. Rest assured, detective. The cabin door is well insulated. That is good. The first officer seized Shi Yulong by the collar, stating, Listen, boy, the esteemed detective standing before you will ask questions. And you better answer truthfully. There is no use in trying to be clever. Li Weiqi was employing a tactic of intimidation, though they had no formal procedure to confront the murderer, and Lin Yuhan should not have been involved. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor, attempting to intimidate the boy. Yes, I will be honest, the boy mumbled, and Li Weiqi shot him a fierce glare, releasing his grip. Lin Yuhan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with intensity as vital images replayed in his mind. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grasped the boy's throat and demanded, Where is my phone? The thought of living without his phone, with all its important data and contacts, filled him with dread. Not only would he have to spend money to replace it, but he would also face the anguish of lost information. The boy hesitantly replied, It's in my bag in the cabin. You can retrieve it. I was wrong. I promise I won't steal again. This was truly the last time. His voice was barely audible, clearly embarrassed and terrified in such a setting. He had assumed that after stealing Lin Yuhan's phone, he would never encounter him again. Yet, fate had a peculiar way of intertwining their paths. "Though you think after committing murder you will have a future?" Lin Yuhan exclaimed, striking the wall behind the boy with a forceful punch, managing to suppress his urge to strike the boy. "Let me tell you, never steal a phone. The consequences are dire." He stepped back from the thief, instinctively checking his wallet to ensure it was still intact before speaking slowly. "I will ask you again. Are you certain you killed someone?" "Yes, yes." Shi Yulong lowered his head, answering nervously. "That night, while I was stealing in Miss Amy's bedroom, I found a woman, and I killed her." "How did you kill her?" "Describe it in detail." "I just grabbed a lamp from the table and struck her on the head. I didn't expect her to die. I was scared of being discovered. So I secretly tossed her into the sea." "You are lying." Lin Yuhan glared coldly at him, gritting his teeth. "You are lying." Shi Yulong's eyes widened in terror. "Humph," Lin Yuhan scoffed, moving closer and fiddling with the boy's frail arm. "Be more specific. What did you find when you entered the room? How did you kill the woman during the struggle?" At that time, Shi Yulong appeared flustered, speaking rapidly. "I can't remember clearly. I was too scared. My mind went blank. Can't remember. Or did you not actually kill anyone?" Lin Yuhan shook his head as he stepped closer. "On the deck, I heard the woman who fell into the water crying out. If you killed her, how could she scream? Are you suggesting she was a ghost?" Shi Yulong was clearly taken aback by this possibility, left speechless. "Killing a woman isn't as simple as you claim, especially given your frail stature. Even if you happened to kill her in a panic, I ask you, how did you manage to carry her past so many people onto the deck?" Under repeated questioning, the boy became increasingly flustered. "Your strength alone couldn't possibly achieve that." Lin Yuhan suddenly turned and shouted, "Who instructed you to do this? Who are your accomplices?" Shi Yulong finally faltered, curling up in the corner. "I can't say. They threatened me. They said if I spoke out, they would kill me. Do you think remaining silent will spare your life?" Lin Yuhan found the boy's situation quite amusing. "I do not know what conditions they offered you, or what temptations they presented, but do you comprehend the severity of murder? Once the ship docks, the police will take you away, and the law will punish you severely, and no powerful person can save you." Shi Yulong fell silent, his body trembling as he grappled with intense inner turmoil. Lin Yuhan continued patiently, "You are still young. I do not want you to bear the weight of a murder charge. You have much life ahead of you. I genuinely wish to help you. Tell me, who instructed you to do this? What do they want?" "I cannot say. I truly cannot." Shi Yulong shook his head vigorously. "They will kill me. They will kill me immediately, including my family. I cannot. However, if you do not speak, you too will face the full extent of the law and cannot escape." Tears welled in Shi Yulong's eyes, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. The first officer interjected, "Detective Lin, perhaps we should leave for now. Give him some time to reflect and return to discuss this later." "Certainly." Lin Yuhan rose and said, "I will first retrieve my phone from your room, and I shall return to find you in approximately an hour. I hope our subsequent conversation will unfold more smoothly than the current one. Murder is a grave offense, and if you have any concerns or worries, I implore you to share them with me." The three individuals departed from the cell. Shi Yulong was currently in a state of intense anxiety and conflict, which was detrimental to the ongoing inquiry. This was unlike interrogating a criminal. This thief had already confessed under duress, and he was now in a phase of hesitation and struggle. Excessive questioning would only heighten his resistance. It would be more prudent to weigh the pros and cons for him during this time, allowing him to contemplate independently. Lin Yuhan decided to check Shi Yulong's room, hoping to uncover some clues. Shi Yulong's chamber was located in a dim corner of the lower deck. Upon knocking and entering, Lin Yuhan found a young man inside. The young man was engrossed in writing something in a notebook. "Did Shi Yulong used to reside here?" Lin Yuhan inquired. "Yes. Who are you?" The young man looked up briefly. "I am Lin Yuhan, a detective." He introduced himself, then asked, "Are you a friend of Shi Yulong?" "Indeed." The young man closed his notebook and replied, "I am Song In. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what brings you here, detective?" "To retrieve a few belongings," Lin Yuhan stated candidly. "Some personal items of mine are with your friend." "Oh." Song In did not seem surprised by this revelation. Lin Yuhan located his phone in Shi Yulong's bag and placed it back in his pocket, feeling a slight rush of excitement. This investigation had not been in vain. At the very least, he had recovered his phone. The feeling of reclaiming it was akin to acquiring something new. He sat on the bunk in the cabin and struck up a conversation with Song In. "Do you have a moment to chat?" "Certainly. I am rather bored," Song In yawned lazily. What is your relationship with Shi Yulong? Well, we have known each other for over a decade, having grown up together. Our relationship is quite good. Detective, where has he gone? Why hasn't he returned? He has been accused of murder, Lin Yuhan replied. That is impossible, Song En exclaimed, standing abruptly. How could he commit murder? Lin Yuhan probed. How well do you know your friend? Of course. Song En answered. He wouldn't he have the guts? Are you certain? Lin Yuhan deliberately tested him. I cannot commend his character. For instance, this phone was stolen from me by him. He waved his reclaimed phone. Alas, Song En sighed. Detective, my friend does have this flaw. I have admonished him many times, yet he pays no heed. While he does enjoy taking small advantages, I assure you, he is incapable of murder. How so? He is exceedingly timid. Whenever he is caught stealing, he grovels and pleads for mercy. I know him well. He would never commit murder. It is an entirely different nature from theft. Oh, Lin Yuhan pondered. This is puzzling. He has confessed to the murder himself. Could he be facing some dire circumstances? Dire circumstances, I am unsure. Song En's expression grew somber. Detective, you must find a way to prove his innocence. He could never have committed murder. Understood, Lin Yuhan assessed Song En and casually asked, by the way, Mr. Song En, where were you last night? Me. Song En hesitated before responding. I was right here in this room. I did not go anywhere to. Did you not attend the ball? Commoners like us have no right to attend such events, Song En replied with an awkward smile. What is your occupation, Mr. Song En? Oh, I am a servant of Mr. Cornwall, responsible for his care, Song En answered. Good to know, then we shall not impose further, Lin Yuhan bid farewell. Chapter 102. The hemorrhage points. The morning air over the sea was exceptionally refreshing. Groups of people scattered around the deck to witness the sunrise. After the sun had risen, some leaned against the railing, greedily inhaling the fresh air with their loved ones, while others returned to the dining area for breakfast. Loris found himself alone on the deck. He had little appetite that day, as any form of breakfast made him feel nauseous. With the wedding set to occur that evening, he sensed an inexplicable weight pressing upon him, the cause of which eluded him. Surely, nothing untoward will occur. Loris mused, his gaze wandering restlessly as he scanned the area, realizing that no familiar faces were nearby. Casually, he tossed a ring into the sea. He sighed in relief, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, gazing out at the vast ocean to ease his unease and guilt. When he turned around, he was greeted by a somewhat familiar face. Good morning, detective. A false smile involuntarily surfaced on Loris's face. Good morning, Mr. Cornwall. Enjoying the fresh air? Lin Yuhan inquired. Yes, feeling a bit bored. So I came out for a stroll, Loris replied, patting Lin Yuhan's shoulder. You are up quite early, detective, also out for some fresh air? I had some matters to attend to and happened to see you on the deck as I passed by. So I thought I would say hello, Lin Yuhan said, leaning against the railing and gazing at the sea. Oh? Loris involuntarily frowned. What matters? Just a personal matter. Nothing of consequence, Lin Yuhan replied nonchalantly, observing Loris with keen eyes. Which made Loris feel uneasy. Detective Lin. The first mate rushed over, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon seeing Loris beside Lin Yuhan, his demeanor calmed, and he greeted, Good morning, sir. Indeed, good morning. It is quite lively this morning. Loris maintained his false smile. Detective Lin, we have a grave situation, the first mate whispered urgently. What has happened? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yuhan. As you instructed, Amy and I just probed Shi Yulong's situation. And he is dead. Is that so? Lin Yuhan quickly dashed toward the lower deck. Loris turned, watching as Li Weiqi and Lin Yuhan's figures vanished from view, his gaze turning cold, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the ship's lower deck cell, Shi Yulong was found hanging lifelessly from a beam, his belt wrapped around his neck. Li Weiqi and Amy had already laid his body flat on the ground. Lin Yuhan circled the body, crouching down to examine it, and asked, After we left, did anyone else come by? I do not know. I will inquire with the guard, Li Weiqi replied, standing to leave. A moment later, he returned, saying, No, is his word reliable? Lin Yuhan's expression turned serious. Absolutely, he is our crew member, solely under the captain's command, and they are very responsible. They would not lie. Amy asked, So, this is a case of hanging suicide? No, it is a murder in a locked room. Lin Yuhan shook his head. Why do you say that? Li Weiqi asked, puzzled. Is it not a case of suicide out of guilt? First and foremost, he did not commit murder, as we have deduced. Even if caught stealing, it would not lead to suicide. Secondly, observe the condition of the body. Lin Yuhan pried open Shi Yulong's fingers. His nails were broken, and there were injuries on his palms, indicative of a struggle before death. Perhaps he got into a fight while stealing. Amy suggested, in truth, hanging suicide and strangulation may appear similar, yet they are entirely different. Many people attempt to disguise strangulation as suicide, but careful observation will reveal the distinctions, Lin Yuhan elucidated. The primary characteristic of hanging suicide is that the marks on the neck will not exhibit blurred or shifting traces. The pressure point of the rope is situated between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage. Due to the body's downward weight, the rope compresses the root of the tongue against the back of the throat, obstructing the airway and resulting in death by asphyxiation. From a medical standpoint, this is classified as death due to respiratory obstruction. Furthermore, the entire process is exceedingly painful and may often be accompanied by incontinence, or even the expulsion of fecal matter, as he uttered the final phrase. Particularly the last two words, Amy instinctively shifted her body, furrowing her brow. They subconsciously glanced toward Shi Yulong's lower half, finding it relatively clean. Lin Yuhan continued, now, regarding Shi Yulong's corpse, there are distinct irregular marks on his neck. The shape suggests that it was caused by this belt. His face is discolored from congestion, and there are hemorrhage points around his conjunctiva, eyes, and mouth, all of which align with the characteristics of strangulation. Indicative of typical mechanical asphyxia. Li Weiqi inquired, what are hemorrhage points? Generally, after a person dies or is injured, blood coagulates due to a type of fibrous protein. However, in cases of death by asphyxiation, an enzyme is synthesized within the blood vessels that dissolves the coagulated fibrin, preventing blood from coagulating and resulting in punctate hemorrhages, known as hemorrhage points. This occurrence is more common in strangulation cases than in hanging. Indeed, Amy stood up and remarked, so this is a murder. But this cabin is clearly sealed, and no one came in. How was he killed? Lin Yuhan replied gravely, we may need to spend more time seeking answers in this cabin, or perhaps we should conduct a more detailed inquiry with the guard, to see if he overlooked any details. Additionally, I require a location to perform a further autopsy on the body. Suddenly, the cabin door swung open with a bang, and Sheriff Bell strode in. Spotting Lin Yuhan and the others, he barked, what are you doing here? Lin Yuhan managed a wry smile, thinking he might ask the same of Bell. Seeing Lin Yuhan's astonished expression, Amy hurriedly explained, Detective Lin, the incident occurred suddenly, and I witnessed someone dead. So I had the crew inform Sheriff Bell that, Lin Yuhan nodded, wondering what he could say about such a teammate. He addressed Bell, saying, the murder you apprehended was strangled. I came to investigate. That's south, not your place to investigate. Bell retorted, entering with his officers. He prodded the body's neck with his cane and stated, I've already heard this. The lad clearly committed suicide by hanging. He feared facing legal judgment after disembarking. So he took his own life. No, he was killed by someone else, Lin Yuhan asserted firmly. The marks on his neck are too rough, and there are signs of struggle and blood on his broken fingernails. This is evidently a premeditated murder. You needn't concern yourself with how he died, Bell scolded mockingly. Great detective, you seem to have forgotten something. This thief admitted to a fierce struggle with the maid Linda last night, and his injuries were sustained then. Lin Yuhan was left speechless. He indeed hadn't noticed the state of Shi Yulong's fingers during their first meeting that morning, and the broken nails had only been discovered during the autopsy. If Bell insisted that Shi Yulong's injuries were from last night, Lin Yuhan had no evidence to counter. After pondering, he reluctantly asked, what about the marks on his neck? This seems far from simple. If examined closely, strangulation and hanging are different. You needn't interfere. I will provide the final verdict. The investigation and policing aboard this vessel are my responsibility. Take the body away, Sheriff Bell commanded coldly, instructing his officers to remove Shi Yulong. Turning to Lin Yuhan and the others, he ordered, please leave. I need to examine the scene. Lin Yuhan hesitated, feeling an urge to protest but was overwhelmed by the imposing figures blocking his path. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He desperately wanted to confront them but knew he lacked the power to do so, so he reluctantly exited the scene. He stepped into the dim corridor and took a deep breath. Sheriff Bell's strange behavior suggested he was concealing some truth. If he could conduct a further autopsy, he might uncover more information, but for now, he could only rely on fragments of memory and scattered clues to piece together his thoughts. First, someone fell overboard, and then the murderer was strangled. Both cases revolved around Amy and her fiancé. They must harbor secrets. The three of them arrived on the deck, where Lee Weiqi said, Detective Lin, I must return to the bridge. 2 murders have occurred in a single day, and I must report to the captain. The severity of this situation has exceeded our expectations. I do not wish for more deaths. Thank you for your assistance. First officer, Lin Yuhan shook his hand. The first officer appeared diligent and just. Without his help, this investigation would have encountered far more obstacles. Lin Yuhan turned to Amy and requested, "Miss Amy, could you provide me with Linda's photograph and relevant information?" "I will do my best," Amy replied. "She is my fiancé's maid. In truth, I am not well acquainted with her. Only my fiancé has such information." "Thank you." Lin Yuhan gazed out at the tranquil sea, lost in thought. This was a battle devoid of gunfire. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the ocean lay untold evils. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling every person he had encountered and their expressions. For the ugly deeds might lurk behind their unsuspecting faces. Yet, why was Shi Yulong silenced? How did the murderer stealthily infiltrate the cabin to commit the crime? He must find a way to return to the crime scene. A sudden thought struck him and he asked, "Miss Amy, is your wedding tonight?" "Yes," Amy nodded. "Will your family be attending?" Lin Yuhan inquired casually. "Only my uncle, my brother, and 2 maids," Amy replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "My mother passed away when I was very young, and my father died in a car accident 3 years ago." "I'm sorry," Lin Yuhan quickly said. "I shouldn't have brought up that topic." "It's nothing. It's been a long time," she said. "If possible, Detective Lin, you should attend my wedding." A hint of sorrow flickered in Amy's eyes. "I don't know if today's wedding should proceed as planned. Considering I just witnessed a tragedy die in our hometown, it is deemed inauspicious to see a corpse before a wedding. I have an unsettling premonition." "Belief is a matter of perspective," Lin Yuhan replied. "Perhaps," Amy said, leaning against the railing beside Lin Yuhan. Her intuition was often accurate, and for reasons unknown, she felt ensnared in a conspiracy. On the second deck, a sinister-looking man, his hat brim pulled low, obscuring his furrowed, flushed face, watched Lin Yuhan from below, the terrifying glint in his eyes glaringly evident. Once Lin Yuhan and Amy concluded their conversation, he turned and slipped into the cabin, in the lounge. Eric finished his breakfast and requested a cup of coffee from the waiter. Settling into a seat, he leisurely sipped his drink and, as he set the cup down, caught sight of a middle-aged man leaning on a cane. The man, with a pipe in his mouth and an air of inscrutable amusement in his gaze, stood beside him. "Mr. Eric, good morning," Sheriff Bell greeted, taking a seat. "Good morning, Sheriff," Eric replied, seemingly disinclined to converse, flipping open a newspaper to read while occasionally stealing glances through the gaps in his glasses. "I'd like to inquire about something," Bell said, a slight smile playing on his lips. "After the murder yesterday, my officers conducted a personnel count and found your butler Bob to be missing. Have you seen him?" "No," Eric shook his head dismissively. "I don't live with him. Do you know where he typically goes to relax?" "Not a clue. There are so many entertainment venues here. How would I know where he might be? Furthermore, Bob's disappearance is your police matter, not mine. What has he done wrong?" "Nothing at all. We are merely investigating a missing person." "It seems you are rather indifferent to this matter," Bell replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Isn't it normal not to see him? He might return tomorrow. This ship is so vast, can you guarantee there are no overlooked places?" Eric shifted his gaze back to the newspaper, irritated. "Indeed, I cannot guarantee that," Bell said meaningfully. "However, this cruise has been rather unsettled these past few days. I hope Mr. Eric keeps an eye on his butler, and if you hear anything, please inform me promptly. Then I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Eric flipped the newspaper to another page, his gaze fixating on a particular point. His expression gradually morphed into something peculiar, and only after Bell disappeared from sight did he slowly rise and head toward the staircase. As the sky darkened, it seemed as if rain could fall at any moment, compelling passengers on the deck to retreat indoors. The ocean's conditions changed swiftly. Standing on deck during strong winds was perilous no matter how large the ship. It was merely a solitary leaf on the vast ocean. And a single wave could sweep those on the deck into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Daytime activities were canceled, and bored guests congregated in the lobby, roaming about. The cruise ship's bar began to buzz. And at the behest of the crowd, the management reluctantly added daytime entertainment, allowing songstress Jenny to perform. The soothing jazz music filled the bar, creating a warm, intimate atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the tranquility before the impending rain, infusing the space with an essence missing from the nighttime ambience. James remained seated closest to the stage, fixated on the performance of the enchanting singer. When Jenny concluded her song, he leaned in and asked, "So, beautiful lady, have you made your decision?" As he spoke, his right hand reached forward, the pinky brushing against Jenny's soft hand. Jenny instinctively withdrew her hand as if jolted by an electric shock, saying, "I truly appreciate your suggestion. But I am already in a relationship. I kindly ask you to maintain a modicum of decorum. Oh, is that so? Not surprising, James replied with a smile. Such an elegant and beautiful lady must have many admirers. Having a boyfriend is quite normal. I wonder what esteemed position he holds. Thank you for your compliment. My boyfriend is a crew member on this cruise ship. Ah, a crew member, James thought disdainfully. Rising to his feet, he declared, I've had a bit too much to drink. I shall return to my cabin to rest. If you change your mind, come to my room before noon today, and I shall give you the morning to contemplate. I would be delighted to assist you. Thank you, Jenny murmured, her head bowed in contemplation. The Sydney Opera House, her most coveted stage. How she longed to stand there, singing under the world's gaze. She yearned to release her own record. To be in the limelight of television shows. She had grown weary of performing on this stage. For 10 years she had sung on the cruise ship, always in small venues with mere dozens or hundreds of patrons. An endless cycle with no escape in sight. In another decade, her youth would fade. What then? She desperately wished to sing, possessing a voice more exquisite than that of most musicians. Yet, all she lacked was a mere opportunity. Given the chance, she could undoubtedly rise to fame. A crew member approached and sat beside her, asking, Hey, darling, what's on your mind? You seem rather troubled. Jenny whispered. I wish to sing outside. That man came to me again. Do you think I should go? Absolutely. I support you. The crew member kissed her cheek. Why not seize a good opportunity? I believe you will succeed and gain recognition. Why endure a lifetime in such a small place when you possess such a beautiful voice? Why face this vast ocean forever? Thank you. I will seek him out. Gratitude filled Jenny's eyes. Go ahead. If possible, I would love to be your manager, the seaman said with a smile. Jenny gazed at his innocent and romantic face. Enveloped in happiness, he was always so cheerful, so confident in himself. Perhaps he was the one to whom she should entrust her life. Jenny sipped her cocktail and rose, making her way to James's cabin. Lin Yuhan returned to his cabin, pulling out paper and pen to organize the information he had gathered. It was his habit to clearly list all the doubts and relationships to uncover the connections. Linda's identity and photograph had been sent over by Amy. There was little information about this woman who had fallen overboard. She had come to work for Lorry's as a maid 2 years ago and, possessing proficiency in several languages, occasionally served as a translator. Prior to her employment with Lorry's, she had primarily worked as a private assistant or translator, and due to client confidentiality, details about her previous employers had not been disclosed. Lorry's had brought Linda along on this trip because Phuket was merely the first stop for the cruise. They would continue to other Southeast Asian countries, ultimately reaching Australia. Linda was not only responsible for Lorry's daily needs, but also served as his translator. Underscoring her significance, Lin Yuhan tapped his pen on the table. First, Xialong had admitted to killing Linda, which eliminated the possibility of her accidental drowning, as he had no reason to bear the guilt of murder for a mere accident. Secondly, Xialong's description of the murder method and timing contradicted the scene, ruling out the possibility of him being the murderer. He must be covering up for someone else, thereby becoming the next victim himself. This led to the pressing question: who had truly killed Linda? Furthermore, there were Lorry's lost badge discovered at the scene. Had his office truly been burglarized? Why had Amy's room been broken into? What was Linda doing in Amy's room? Where had she obtained the key? Lin Yuhan picked up the desk phone and dialed Amy's room. Hello, Miss Amy, this is Detective Lin. Are you busy? Detective, I'm resting. Is there something you need? Yes, I have a question. According to Xialong's testimony, he discovered Linda in your room while committing theft and subsequently killed her. Yes, what of it? Unfortunately, Xialong is dead. So there's no way to investigate further now. No, I'm not inquiring about the thief. Rather, I'm asking about Linda. Did she have a key to your room? That no. Then how did she enter your room? Didn't you lock the door last night? No, I always lock my door, and I remember distinctly locking it before I left for a long while. Perhaps he obtained the key from my fiancée. Lorry's has one. Then you should ask Lorry's whether he entrusted the key to this maid and whether he sent her to your room. And I asked that important? Amy asked, somewhat puzzled. Very important. All right, I will call you back shortly. Hearing the seriousness in Lin Yuhan's tone, Amy hung up. Moments later, the phone on Lin Yuhan's desk rang. Hello? Amy's voice came through. Detective Lin, I just asked my fiancé, and he did not send Linda to my room. Moreover, the original key to my room is still with him and has not been lost. How peculiar, Lin Yuhan murmured to himself. He scribbled something on paper and continued. Does anyone else have a key to your room? Only Lorry's and I. Amy replied. Are you certain there are no duplicates? Lin Yuhan reiterated. Well, I don't distribute spare keys to crew members since my room is rather special. There are 3 keys in total. I had intended to give one to my maid Amanda, but unfortunately, before I could see her, this incident occurred. Oh, I see. Well, thank you for the information. Detective Lin, if I may be frank, Amy interjected, is it worth getting entangled in this? You know, the thief is likely just a scapegoat. His words should not be taken at face value. He could be deceiving us or recounting events at someone else's behest. He is certainly deceiving us. But regarding this matter, I would prefer if he were telling the truth. Those hidden behind the scenes must be concealing something, prompting the thief to make such claims. Thus, we may have overlooked crucial details. If Linda had not been to your room, there would be no reason for them to fabricate such a scenario. There is much here worth investigating. Regardless of the thief's actions, I believe this is a significant lead. All right, you make some valid points. Amy finally conceded to Lin Yuhan's perspective. Lin Yuhan hung up the phone, swiftly jotting down a line. Doubt. How did Linda enter Amy's room? He paused, then added below. Belle's identity. How did she along die so mysteriously? Lin Yuhan wrote Amy's name on a sheet of paper, encircled it, and annotated all relevant individuals nearby. Maid Amanda, Uncle Eric, Laura, James, Belle. Would any new relevant figures emerge on this list? The door to the bedroom opened, and Dong Shasha emerged, rubbing her eyes. This beautiful assistant, perhaps visiting such a delightful place for the first time, was dressed extravagantly, attracting countless men's advances. Having stayed up late entertaining the previous night, she had slept well into the day. She noticed Lin Yuhan, deep in thought at the table, and approached him, asking, "Boss, what are you pondering?" The case, 2 murders have occurred. Another person has died? Yes, Lin Yuhan nodded. This ship is unsafe. Refrain from wandering around at night. Should anything happen, it cannot be regarded as a work-related injury, and I do not wish to be held responsible for you. Boss, what are you saying? Shaw, you jinx. Dong Shasha felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Yuhan looked up at her. If you were murdered on this ship, all I could do is help you identify the killer and ensure they face justice. Thank you. I suppose. Dong Shasha found herself momentarily speechless. Lin Yuhan smiled, no longer jesting, and said, I'll give you 10 minutes to freshen up. Then we have work to do. Girls don't freshen up that quickly. Dong Shasha began to pout. You are now my female assistant, not just a girl. Such tactics were ineffective on Lin Yuhan, especially in a work setting. He organized his tasks meticulously, unwilling to allow any mistakes, and had no interest in the charms of a pouting girl. Work is work, and detective work demands seriousness. Though she was an inexperienced assistant, having paid for her services, he intended to train her well. I'll step out for a moment and return shortly. Lin Yuhan exited, heading towards the first officer's room. Levick was not present, and after knocking for some time without a response, he surmised that Levick was likely on duty. He then proceeded towards the bridge. The sea surface was shrouded in uncertainty, concealing hidden undercurrents beneath. The first mate was conversing with the captain indoors when a crew member approached to report, First mate, there's a gentleman outside looking for you. He appears to be a detective. Understood. Li Weiqi turned to the captain and requested, May I step outside for a moment? The captain, named Jack, was a middle-aged man with thinning hair. He possessed years of experience in navigation and command. Being one of the finest captains of the Far East Shipping Company, his demeanor was calm and composed, adept at handling the unpredictable nature of maritime life. His wise eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an air of maturity and gravitas. Observing the first mate's slightly agitated demeanor, he inquired, Wait a moment, what is your relationship with this detective? Nothing much, I just met him, Li Weiqi replied. But I trust him. He can uncover the truth of the matter. 2 murders have already occurred, and I fear there may be more casualties. We must take measures to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. You are right, Captain Jack's gaze held a trace of sorrow. I am uncertain whether this voyage was the right decision. I have an ominous feeling. If we cannot contain the situation, I believe we must return to Nairo port. Return to port? Li Weiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, you cannot be serious. Of course not. The captain replied sternly. DOI appear to be jesting. If we cannot ensure the safety of our passengers, we must terminate this voyage. Return to port and hand over all suspicious individuals and tourists to the police of Lania. Li Weiqi fell silent. Returning would not only be a reckless decision, but would also subject the entire shipping company to significant financial losses. However, he was not the captain. On this ship, Jack held the highest command. Jack inquired, in what capacity is this detective involved in the investigation? As a private citizen, Li Weiqi answered, he has not received the sheriff's approval. However, Detective Lin is remarkable. He is a compassionate and just individual who has solved many extraordinary cases. I have read his stories. What does that have to do with you? He investigates on his own. Why does he seek you out? Jack reprimanded. Do you wish to participate in the investigation? Speak honestly, Lee Weiqi nodded. Why? Do you think Sheriff Bell is insufficient? A hint of scorn appeared on Jack's face. To be frank, I do not fully trust him, Lee Weiqi said sincerely. From these two cases, I sense that there is an important secret concealed within, and Bell seems to be deliberately hiding it. As crew members, we are responsible for this ship and its passengers. It is our duty to uncover the truth. This detective has a clear line of thought, and many of his ideas resonate with me. Therefore, I wish to collaborate with him to achieve results. Well said. The captain's expression softened, a smile gracing his lips. You have matured. You are no longer the naive child of the past. I am delighted to witness your growth. Turning to gaze out at the sea through the command room's glass, Jack solemnly remarked, Go, then, and return to me with the truth. Thank you, Captain. Lee Weiqi turned to leave. As he reached the door, he heard the captain's admonition, Stay safe. My child. Chapter 106. The bottom of the cruise ship. Lee Weiqi exited the command room and saw Lin Yuhan waiting outside. Detective Lin, what brings you here? Lin Yuhan replied, I need a favor. Take me to the bottom of the ship. Does Detective Lin have new thoughts? Lee Weiqi smiled. Yes, regarding the death of Shi Yulong, I want to investigate further. Also, Lin Yuhan looked at Lee Weiqi with a knowing expression. If fortune smiles upon us, we might catch a few rats. Rats? Lee Weiqi smiled in confusion. Are you suggesting there are rats on our ship? That seems highly unlikely. You know our inspections are stringent. Any rat during our voyage could lead to dire consequences. I'm not sure. Let's check it out, Lin Yuhan replied. Returning to his cabin, Lin Yuhan called for Dong Shasha. Upon seeing the youthful girl, admiration flickered in Lee Weiqi's eyes. Who is this? Is Detective Lin hiding a beauty? My assistant, Lin Yuhan clarified, and it's not what you think. First mate Lee, so gallant. Do you not have a girlfriend? There was someone who loved me dearly. Lee Weiqi's gaze turned somber. Sadly, I lost contact with her. Why? I heard she was kidnapped on her way home, but I was at sea and knew nothing of the situation back then. To this day, the perpetrator remains unfound. Lee Weiqi sighed deeply. Lin Yuhan softly said, My condolences. She will surely find her way. Let's not dwell on the past. Lee Weiqi suddenly perked up and headed toward the lower deck. What does the detective wish to explore? Let us first visit the scene of Shi Yulong's murder. I want to see if there are any clues left behind. All right, I will lead the way. Upon reaching the ship's lower level, they found the prison door locked. What is going on? Lin Yuhan tugged helplessly at the closed hatch. I don't know. It's not our order. I don't have the key. It might be related to the sheriff. What shall we do now? Let's find the guard on duty and inquire about the situation. Good. The first mate checked the crew schedule and proceeded down the corridor to a room at the end. The guard, named Gao Ping, was of average height and had worked with Captain Jack for over a decade. He was a diligent and loyal individual. Upon seeing Lee Weiqi, he immediately stood to greet him. First mate, what can I do for you? This detective has some questions for you, Lee Weiqi said. Lin Yuhan stepped forward and asked, I would like to confirm, when Shi Yulong was imprisoned, did anyone else enter? No, Gao Ping shook his head in confusion. I am certain. Think carefully. Did you overlook any details? Lin Yuhan patiently continued. For instance, did you hear any noises? Or did you have to use the restroom, etc.? Did you leave the scene without noticing anything? Absolutely not, Gao Ping insisted, recalling, I kept my eyes on that door. I never looked away, and no one entered. However, Gao Ping suddenly remembered something. Sheriff Bell came by once. What? Both Lin Yuhan and Lee Weiqi exclaimed in unison. Lee Weiqi glared at him, demanding, Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? I thought Sheriff Bell was not an outsider, so I didn't pay it much mind. How long was he inside? Lin Yuhan inquired. About 15 minutes or so. Lin Yuhan inhaled deeply, pacing the corridor and murmuring, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. Lee Weiqi approached, saying, 15 minutes is enough time to strangle a person. Detective Lin, Sheriff Bell. Lin Yuhan waved his hand to interrupt. It is too early to make assumptions. We must find a way back to the crime scene to uncover more truths. I understand. Lee Weiqi turned to ask, Do you still have the key to that room? No, I didn't lock it. Once Shi Yulong was taken away, I was assigned to another post and never returned there, Gao Ping replied, shaking his head. Lin Yuhan contemplated thoughtfully and said to Lee Weiqi, First mate, let us not dwell on that issue for now. You are quite familiar with this ship, correct? Of course, Lee Weiqi chuckled. I have spent many years aboard. I know every screw. That's excellent. Lin Yuhan called Dong Shasha over. Please guide us through the lowest level. Where to? Lee Weiqi asked, puzzled. To all rooms besides the passenger cabins, especially those that are not easily accessible or visited by the average person. Lin Yuhan's tone bore a somewhat eerie gravity. sending shivers down Dong Shasha's spine as she asked, "Boss, what are we doing in those places? It wouldn't he be haunted, would it?" "Of course not," Lin Yuhan replied with a lighter tone. "We're just taking a stroll." Strolling in the ship's lower level? Who would believe that? The bottom of the cruise ship was dimly lit, and as they descended further, they approached the engine and seawater, creating a stifling atmosphere. Besides the cargo hold, there were numerous other rooms of various sizes, and Dong Shasha timidly clung to Lin Yuhan's sleeve. Lin Yuhan could clearly feel her trembling hand. Li Weiqi curiously asked, "Detective, what is your purpose here?" "To find someone," Lin Yuhan replied, "that we must search every corner for any suspicious individuals." "Are you suggesting there might be people in these rooms?" Li Weiqi inquired. "I'm not certain either. Let us give it a try." Consequently, the three individuals began their search on the lowest deck of the cruise ship. Dong Shasha activated her phone's flashlight, diligently following Lin Yuhan closely behind that moment. She realized that Lin Yuhan's job was not as effortless and enjoyable as she had imagined. It was not only fraught with challenges and excitement, but also perilous, requiring him to confront his fears. The lower deck was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of a few footsteps echoing around them. Unbeknownst to them, a man with a grotesque visage was stealthily trailing them from behind. His face resembled that of a demon, with one half disfigured and marred by jagged scars on the crimson flesh, while the muscles around his cheeks contorted grotesquely, and his mouth was twisted open, revealing half of a toothless jaw. His eyelids were grotesquely rolled back, as if his eyeballs were about to burst forth. He refrained from approaching, instead lurking in the shadows, observing them with a sinister intent, his exposed gums appearing ominously as though they were ready to gnash at the unsuspecting trio ahead. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre as the oppressive search continued. An intangible force seemed to guide their steps forward. Lin Yuhan felt an inexplicable mix of panic and exhilaration, these two strange sensations intertwining, compelling him to advance with unwavering determination. The tension and thrill kindled within him a belief that he was on the verge of unveiling the truth. An instinctive awareness surged forth, and he began to immerse himself in it, his gaze taking on a sinister glint as he transformed into a solitary figure, oblivious to everything around him, fixating cautiously on a particular room before stepping inside. His heart raced with a tempest of emotions, his steps both steady and uneasy, a paradoxical blend of anticipation and dread. Blood dripped from his arm, leaving a chilling trail in the darkened corridor. As he cowered in the ship's depths, believing himself to be safe while trembling in fear, then, Detective Lin Weiqi noticed Lin Yuhan's unsettling demeanor and tugged at his arm, pulling him back to reality. "What's wrong?" he inquired. The scenery before Lin Yuhan rapidly receded, leaving him bewildered in the cabin. Nothing at all," he replied, taking a deep breath. This sensation was growing increasingly peculiar. Why did strange visions continually manifest before him, giving rise to hallucinations? It felt as though he could effortlessly merge with his surroundings and thoughts. Could this be a side effect of the binding system? Just then, a woman's scream pierced through the adjacent room. "It's Dong Shasha's voice," Lin Yuhan exclaimed, hurriedly following Li Weiqi toward the source of the distress. Dong Shasha had collapsed on the floor, trembling as she stammered, There's someone." She pointed shakily ahead. Lin Yuhan followed her gesture and saw a person standing before them. The individual wore a peculiar expression, a complex mixture of inscrutable emotions, and a fierce demeanor that turned pitiable as two men burst into the room. Taking a step back, the person asked in terror, "Who are you?" A vivid image flashed in Lin Yuhan's mind as he scrutinized the stranger for a moment, astonished as he uttered, "Is it you?" "Who?" Li Weiqi turned to inquire. Lin Yuhan replied with a cold smirk. "The deceased Linda, is it really her?" Li Weiqi asked, astonished. "But wasn't she dead? Didn't she drown? You saw her fall into the sea with your own eyes, didn't you?" "Yes, I saw someone fall into the water," Lin Yuhan retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone, "but I couldn't discern their features to ask for why she is here. I suppose she should explain that herself." Li Weiqi approached Linda, demanding, "I am the first officer of this ship." "Madam, please tell me why you are hiding here, that I have the right to my freedom." "Why should I tell you?" Linda shook her head defiantly. "Oh, really?" Li Weiqi comprehended the underlying predicament, adopting a threatening tone. "Everyone believes you to be dead, yet here you are. We have no knowledge of what transpired that night. If you do not speak the truth, I shall have no choice but to hand you over to the captain and Sheriff Bell." "No, please don't hand me over to them." Upon hearing this, Linda's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "It's not my fault. I know nothing." "No, you must know something." Li Weiqi seized her arm, insisting, "Come with us." Persuasion proved futile against such a woman. She undoubtedly harbored a secret, and the only way to compel her submission was through threats. Evidently, upon witnessing Lee Weiqi's actions, Linda burst into tears, pleading, "Please don't hand me over. They will kill me, I swear. I beg you." "Not handing you over might be possible." Lee Weiqi circled her, demanding, "Tell us the truth about that night, and why you are hiding here." Linda's eyes revealed a conflict of emotions and struggle. After a long pause, she finally conceded, "All right, I will tell you, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Lee Weiqi asked. "You must take me to see Miss Amy. This matter concerns her, and I need to speak with her directly. Furthermore, you must guarantee my absolute safety until I meet her." Lee Weiqi turned to Lin Yuhan. "We agree to your terms," Lin Yuhan stated as he stepped forward. "I want to know, you must have visited Miss Amy's room last night, correct?" Linda nodded. "Perfect. I am also somewhat perplexed. We can clarify everything in front of Miss Amy." A smile graced Lin Yuhan's face, a sense of intrigue igniting within him as they progressed one step closer to the truth. Dong Shasha ventured ahead, while Lin Yuhan and Lee Weiqi flanked Linda, steering her away from the throngs of people and the usual paths frequented by tourists, ultimately arriving at Amy's room. As they knocked on the door, Amy recoiled in astonishment, as if she had seen a ghost. "She is not dead," Lin Yuhan announced first. "We brought her here. There are matters that require clarification. Is this a suitable time for you?" "Yes, please come in. It's a quiet time, and no one will disturb me," Amy replied. Once inside, Lee Weiqi fixed a cold gaze on Linda, asking, "Now, tell us, what is the truth behind all this? What are you hiding?" Sighing, Linda began recounting the story that stretched back 3 years. "This all begins with your father, Miss Am. Why father?" Amy inquired, puzzled. "What happened to him? 3 years ago, your father, Ipade, died in a car accident. You all believed it was an accident, didn't you?" "Of course, my father lost control of his car and fell off a cliff. Isn't that what was determined?" Amy responded. "No." Linda shook her head gravely. "He was murdered. Your uncle is the one who killed your father." "That's impossible," Amy shouted, anger flaring within her. "You're slandering him. They were brothers. My uncle had a great relationship with my father, and he loved me dearly. Ever since my father's passing, he has treated me like his own daughter. How could he possibly have killed my father? Why are you casting such accusations? What ulterior motive do you have?" Fury consumed Amy as she glared at Linda, her face flushed with indignation. "I am not deceiving you," Linda insisted, producing a photograph from her pocket. "Look at this. Before coming to Laurie's company, I was your father's secretary." Amy hesitantly took the photo, and upon seeing it, her eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, the man in the photograph was her father. And beside him stood Linda. Chapter 108. Last night Linda recounted the events of 3 years prior. Years ago, Amy's father, Ipade, and his brother, Eric, jointly operated a multinational company specializing in import and export trade, dealing in high-precision components for electronics such as mobile phones and tablets. The company's headquarters were located in Hongshawadi, a region with low labor costs, relatively underdeveloped economy, and favorable government support and subsidies for procurement prices. At that time, Linda served as Ipade's personal assistant, not only acting as a translator but also managing various complex matters. Under Ipade's management, the business flourished and thrived. However, with the rapid advancement of global technology, the electronics industry faced unprecedented opportunities and challenges. Yet, Ipade failed to distinguish himself amid fierce competition. His outdated mindset and complacency kept him entrenched in the production and supply of materials for the then 3 leading products: Kodak Film, Nokia, and Motorola phones. As Kodak went bankrupt, and Nokia and Motorola withdrew from the competitive landscape of mobile phones, Ipade's enterprise began to decline. He was forced to liquidate assets, restructure the company, and seek new avenues for development. It was during this tumultuous period that he uncovered a more profound issue lurking within the company. His brother Eric had betrayed him, collaborating with certain illicit organizations from the Golden Triangle, trafficking in contraband, engaging in illegal transactions, and even supplying women and children to these nefarious entities, all in pursuit of immense profits. Countless women and children, abducted or trafficked from foreign lands, were loaded onto smuggling vessels bound for the Golden Triangle. After Ipade's discovery, a stern negotiation with Eric ensued, yet it ultimately ended inconclusively. The conflict between the two men continually escalated. Later, Ipade tragically fell to his death during an outing. However, only Linda was privy to the truth. This fatal accident was a meticulously orchestrated ruse by Eric, who had coldly engineered the tragedy to slay his own brother. Upon hearing this revelation, Amy inhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she exclaimed in disbelief, "You mean to say that my uncle caused my father's death? Is this true? Why should I believe you? He has always treated me well, showered me with love." Her voice trailed off, dimmed by the weight of uncertainty as she grappled with the harsh reality before her. "I possess evidence," Linda declared resolutely. "The reason I took a job at Laurie's company was to be close to you. After your father discovered Eric's misdeeds, he destroyed all incriminating evidence. However, a portion was preserved by your father in the form of encrypted electronic files stored in a miniature hard drive. He once confided in me that he entrusted these vital pieces of evidence to his most trusted confidant, a person who is you. Thus, I infiltrated your room last night to uncover the evidence left behind by your father. Seek vengeance and bring your Uncle Eric to justice. Then why didn't you tell me and instead chose to act in secrecy? I could have helped you," Amy implored. "I feared you might not believe me." "It was a daunting task," Linda confessed, anguish etched across her features. "For years, I have disguised myself to elude your uncle's watchful eyes. But once aboard this vessel, he recognized me. You must understand, this place is perilous. He has sent assassins after me. If I perish, this secret will remain forever concealed. I am an outsider caught between your uncle and myself, and I had no assurance that you would accept the grim truth of your father's demise at his hands. Hence, I could only act covertly to seek the remnants of your father's legacy. When all evidence is revealed, the truth will emerge, and you will comprehend. Have you found it?" Amy inquired urgently. "No," Linda shook her head. "I had barely entered your room when your uncle's butler, Bob, arrived. They had already deduced my intentions and sought to preemptively eliminate me and discover that information." "What transpired last night?" Lin Yuhan asked. Linda recounted. "As I was searching for the evidence, Bob burst in. Upon spotting me, he brandished a sinister dagger. He advanced slowly, intent on killing me. I fought fiercely, struggling for my life, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to my throat. Fortunately, my uncle arrived just in time to save me from the hands of this villain." Lin Yuhan lowered his gaze, his expression grave, and spoke slowly. "So, it was not you who perished last night, but rather the butler Bob, correct?" "Yes," Linda replied, her tone subdued as she bowed her head. Suddenly, with a hint of mania in her voice, she exclaimed, "This is not my fault. I never intended to kill him. It was purely self-defense. But if I hadn't acted, he would have slain me. Believe me, I never wished to take a life. His death was an accident. Then you should convey this to the police." Levitch grasped Linda's arm firmly. "They will listen to your explanation, but murder carries consequences." "No, please don't take me away," Linda pleaded. "I am doing this for Miss Amy's sake." She knelt before them, desperation in her eyes. "If you must turn me over to Sheriff Bell, let it be after I have uncovered the evidence and exposed Eric's crimes. All right? Otherwise, this matter will remain a secret forever. You cannot fathom how terrifying they are." "They will surely kill me," Levitch hesitated, torn. Indeed, surrendering Linda at this moment would resolve a murder case, yet Eric's nefarious actions would be entirely concealed, and this woman could very well be the last witness alive. If mishandled, it could lead to yet another tragedy, much like the inexplicable death of Shi Yulong. "Miss Amy, do you know where Linda claims that evidence is hidden?" Levitch inquired. "I am unsure." Amy shook her head. "My father never mentioned it to me. I was completely unaware of its existence." Linda interjected. "Your father feared it would be discovered, crafting it into an exquisite ornament concealed within your luggage, its appearance indistinguishable. I have never seen it, so I can only search diligently." Levitch turned to Lin Yuhan. "Detective Lin, what is your stance? Should we hand her over to Sheriff Bell or—" "The decision rests with you." Lin Yuhan replied, unwilling to bear the blame. He acknowledged that he had no authority over how to handle the situation. My task is solely to ascertain the truth. How to deal with her, and whether her words are credible, is for the first officer and the parties involved to determine. However, based on her current testimony, everything that transpired last night begins to make sense." Levitch pondered deeply, then raised his head. "However, I find myself confused. Did you not say, Detective, that you heard the sound of a woman falling into the water last night? To my knowledge, Bob the butler is a man. If it was not Linda who died, then how could it was a cover-up?" Lin Yuhan stated calmly. "What do you mean?" Levitch asked, puzzled. "Linda, in self-defense, together with her uncle, killed the butler Bob. However, this does not guarantee her safety. Should anyone learn that she is still alive, it would undoubtedly incite greater trouble. Thus, to prevent their enemies from continuing to pursue Linda, they must create the illusion that she is deceased." "I see." Levitch felt a sudden clarity wash over him. "So, I surmise the truth of the matter is as follows. Lin Yuhan continued. After Bob's demise, they transported his body to the deck, dressing it in Linda's gown, of course. It could not be too tight. To facilitate later retrieval, then, they cast the body into the sea, while simultaneously, Linda feigned panic on the deck, crying out as if she had fallen overboard, drawing attention to herself. Thus, they crafted the illusion that Linda had been murdered. Once the gown was retrieved, it would lead everyone to believe Linda had perished. At this point, they would hide in the lowest level of the cruise ship, waiting for the next course of action. Am I correct? Lin Yuhan turned to Linda with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Yes, that is precisely what occurred. Linda murmured quietly. How insightful, Mr. Lin. You truly are a detective. Levitch exclaimed, admiration evident in his voice. You must have discerned this long ago, prompting us to search the lower levels of the cruise ship. Initially, I was unaware, Lin Yuhan replied. However, I sensed something was amiss. There was likely another individual or an alternative circumstance beyond our comprehension. I was uncertain, so I approached with a trial-and-error mentality, and to my astonishment, I indeed found her. How did you deduce it? Linda inquired. Lin Yuhan explained, only two individuals possessed the key to Miss Amy's bedroom, Amy herself and her fiancé. Since Amy has consistently carried her key and it was not lost, the issue must lie with her fiancé. When I had Amy inquire about her fiancé's situation, it turned out his key was also intact, which raised suspicion. What is strange about that? Levitch asked, bewildered. Lin Yuhan elaborated, we must consider the possibility that Linda stole Laurie's key. If Linda was alone and had been murdered, how could Laurie's key have returned to his room? If Bob were the murderer, he would have had no knowledge that Linda's key was stolen, nor would he have placed the key back in Laurie's room after killing her. Hence, I sensed something was amiss. There must be another person or another possibility that enabled Linda to enter Amy's room and subsequently be killed, only for the key to be returned to Laurie's. Linda managed a wry smile. I feared Laurie's would discover his key was missing. He would surely suspect my involvement. Thus, I deliberately returned the key, not realizing it would become my downfall. What now? Levitch broached the serious question once more. Leave her here, Amy stated firmly. Amy, Mississippi gratitude shimmered in Linda's eyes. This is also for your benefit, Amy replied gently. Stay with me, uncover that evidence, and reveal the truth. Even if it is my uncle, if he has broken the law, I will ensure he faces justice. Her words carried a noble weight, reminiscent of a resolute pledge. Very well, since Miss Amy has spoken thus, I shall act as though I have never encountered this person. Levitch affirmed, aligning with Amy's decision. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded at the door, causing the expressions of the group to turn serious. Amy approached the door, inquiring through it, Hello, who is it? It is I, your Uncle Eric. Came the voice of the elder from the other side. Amy's eyes widened in alarm as she swiftly turned to her companions, exclaiming, Eric has arrived. She pointed towards the restroom, and several individuals hurriedly slipped inside. Amy opened the door, her previously anxious expression gradually returning to calmness, though a hint of unnaturalness lingered. Eric, perplexed, inquired, My dear niece, what are you doing? Why did it take you so long to open the door? Oh, I was getting dressed, Amy replied, adding, It's noon. I'm preparing to go for a meal. Noticing Eric's intention to enter the room, she instinctively positioned herself in front of him, linking her arm with his as she asked, Uncle, would you like to join me for lunch? Of course, Eric replied with a smile, nonchalantly scanning the room before turning away, a shadow of gloom settling on his face. He noticed a sailor's hat and several incongruous footprints within the room. Amy then questioned, Uncle, what brings you here at this hour? Oh, tonight is your wedding. I came to check on your preparations, Eric responded. Everything is fine, Amy said as she closed the door and headed towards the dining area. Inside, Lin Yuhan had just emerged from the restroom when the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the main quest. Uncover the reason behind the tourist's drowning. You have obtained the skill, lockpicking. Lockpicking understands the construction and principles of various types of locks, including door locks, electronic locks, insurance locks, and anti-theft locks, and can easily unlock most lock cylinders. This skill is exceptional. Lin Yuhan realized he had just discovered a lucrative avenue. He felt his fingers becoming dexterous. As he surveyed his surroundings, any lock, be it a door lock or a box lock, transformed into components in his mind, rapidly deconstructing. The internal structure, principles, latch, lock cylinder, deadbolts, and opening methods became vividly clear. A natural instinct surged within him. Upon merely seeing a lock, countless methods of unlocking it proliferated in his mind, continuously simulated through sheer thought. Lin Yuhan shook his head vigorously, recognizing this professional habit was detrimental and needed overcoming. Li Weiqi inquired, "What shall we do now?" Suddenly, Lin Yuhan recalled something significant and proposed, "How about this? The first mate can accompany me to investigate another matter while Dong Shasha stays with Linda until Amy returns." Lin Yuhan intentionally played his cards close to his chest. Amy had dismissed Eric to prevent him from discovering their presence. Yet this was her room, and he couldn't fully trust the woman just yet. Everything would be decided once Amy returned, hence he retained Dong Shasha. Meanwhile, he intended to return to the cell to uncover the true reason behind Shi Yulong's victimization. Chapter 110. Simulating the crime scene. Li Weiqi discerned Lin Yuhan's intent, but remained unaware of his ulterior motives. This detective always exuded an aura of mystery. What could he possibly investigate now that matters had escalated to this point? However, leaving Dong Shasha alone with the current suspect made Li Weiqi uneasy. A considerable amount had transpired that day, and he feared further complications might arise. Thus, he suggested, "Detective Lin, why don't you accompany Ms. Dong to investigate? I can stay here with Linda, as I have some questions for her." Lin Yuhan recognized Li Weiqi's concern and nodded, "Very well. I shall return shortly." Given the unfamiliar environment, leaving Dong Shasha alone indeed posed a certain risk. Once outside, Dong Shasha asked, "Boss, where are we headed now?" "To the place where Shi Yulong was once detained. But isn't that locked?" "Fear not, I have a method." Tio Lin Yuhan. Every lock aboard the cruise ship appeared vulnerable. He purchased a pack of instant noodles from the ship store before proceeding with Dong Shasha to the cabin. Upon arriving at the door, he crushed the instant noodles and meticulously filled the keyhole with the fragments. Dong Shasha watched with rapt attention, asking, "Boss, what are you doing?" "Unlocking," Lin Yuhan replied without hesitation. "Unlocking with that?" Dong Shasha felt her worldview shifting. Could a mere pack of instant noodles actually serve to unlock a door? Shoo, now is the moment to witness a miracle. With the keyhole filled, Lin Yuhan turned his head, casting a sly smile at Dong Shasha, then produced his house key, gently inserting it into the lock. With a click, the cabin door swung open. "And why heavens?" Dong Shasha gasped, her jaw dropping. "Uncle, you have such a hidden talent?" "A qualified detective must be versatile," Lin Yuhan declared confidently as he stepped inside, leaving Dong Shasha in awe of his prowess. Lin Yuhan resumed his thorough examination of the cabin's circumstances. It was a confined space. Assuming no secret mechanisms or hidden passages existed, and if the guards were truthful, the only possible culprit could be Sheriff Bell. Lin Yuhan firmly believed that even the most meticulously handled crime scene would inevitably bear traces left by the perpetrator. Providing insights into their methods through careful observation, the room contained merely a stool, surrounded by stark cabin walls. Standing on the stool allowed one to reach the overhead pipes, from which Shi Yulong had hanged himself. Lin Yuhan ascended the stool and scrutinized the ceiling. It revealed no seams or passages. Given the ship's structure, entry from above seemed implausible. He instructed Dong Shasha, "Please sit on this stool." "What for?" After sitting down, Dong Shasha felt as though she had become a criminal. Lin Yuhan removed his belt, holding it in hand. "We are simulating the crime scene. You are now Shi Yulong, and I shall be the assailant." A chill crept down Dong Shasha's spine. Lin Yuhan began to circle around her, speaking aloud. At the time of the incident, the guard heard neither knocking nor struggling, indicating the assailant must have caught Shi Yulong off guard. They must have been familiar with each other or engaged in a conversation that lulled Shi Yulong into a false sense of security. Just like this, as Lin Yuhan walked around Dong Shasha, he continued, "You are seated on the stool. I engage you in dialogue, negotiating with you, persuading you to admit your culpability." Lin Yuhan slowly closed his eyes, becoming fully immersed in his role, transforming into a cold-blooded killer. The frail figure before him appeared utterly vulnerable, yet he remained cautious, aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Abruptly opening his eyes, now bloodshot with a fierce glint, he confronted the youth before him with an imposing presence, circling him repeatedly and inquiring persistently while stealthily retrieving the prepared strangling rope. "I keep you at ease during our conversation, circling around you, my gaze fixed, making your demeanor tense and trembling, preventing you from meeting my eyes. As I present a threat that clouds your thoughts," and at that moment, Lin Yuhan had circled behind Dong Shasha, suddenly brandishing the belt and forcefully constricting her throat. Dong Shasha gasped, struggling vigorously. "I revel in your frantic thrashing, heightening my excitement and fervor, tightening my grip to silence you, lest others hear." He tightened the belt, placing her in peril. "Boss, please." Dong Shasha gasped, tugging at Lin Yuhan's arm. her voice muffled. Let go, gently, I'm going to die. You going to strangle me. Your nails are digging into my flesh, and I feel sharp pain, but I cannot relent. My sole intention is your demise. Lin Yuhan continued uttering disturbing phrases. Boss, uncle, I truly am dying. Tears welled in Dong Shasha's eyes as she clutched Lin Yuhan's arm, her nails piercing deep into his skin, drawing blood. Oh! The pain surged like electricity through Lin Yuhan's mind, momentarily rendering him stunned. The excruciating sensation yanked him back to reality, and he slowly released his grip, letting the belt fall, frozen in place. Cough, cough, cough. Dong Shasha began to cough violently, as if choking, her voice low. Boss, what are you doing? Simulating the crime scene doesn't mean you must go to such extremes, right? Did you really need to reenact the murder process? You nearly killed me, you know? Lin Yuhan scratched his head, his gaze vacant and expression utterly awkward. He was bewildered as to why such frenzied thoughts had invaded his mind. At that moment, he had genuinely become the killer, completely engulfed in the atmosphere. His singular desire had been to eliminate the person before him, deriving an immense thrill from it. How terrifying! Lin Yuhan felt a shiver run down his spine. Had Dong Shasha not intervened, waking him from this trance, he might have unwittingly crossed the line into becoming a murderer, potentially taking his assistant's life. He realized he needed to consult a psychologist. The hallucinations were becoming increasingly severe. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Lin Yuhan said with regret, I got a bit carried away. I hope I didn't frighten you. How do you feel? Should I be honest? Dong Shasha asked. Yes, please. Lin Yuhan replied. To be honest, it was somewhat exhilarating. Lin Yuhan? Chapter 111. A misstep or murder. Lin Yuhan was still lamenting his near act of murder, while Dong Shasha wore an expression of dubious enjoyment. He fastened his belt and stepped out of the room, taking his position by the guard station to monitor the cabin entrance. The view was unobstructed, allowing him to see the door and its surroundings without any blind spots, making it impossible for anyone to circumvent the guard. Thus, the issue must lie within the cabin itself. Lin Yuhan re-entered the room and began to scrutinize the sidewall. Suddenly, he noticed a circular grate embedded in the wall, positioned high on the left side. It blended seamlessly with the wall's paint, easily overlooked if not observed closely. Approaching it, Lin Yuhan stood on a stool and grasped the edges of the grate. Pulling firmly, a hole approximately 60 centimeters wide appeared before him. Could this be a ventilation duct? Curiosity piqued, he peered inside. Although its purpose was unclear, the opening was certainly large enough for a person to pass through. If the assailant had entered through here, they could have stealthily committed the murder of Xialong. He retrieved his phone to illuminate the interior, revealing chaotic traces within the duct. Someone had indeed been here. With a determined effort, Lin Yuhan squeezed into the duct. Crawling through, he discovered a piece of fabric at a bend. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a torn section of clothing, strikingly similar to the uniforms worn by crew members, akin to what the guards wore. He tucked the fabric into his pocket, exited the duct, and replaced the grate before addressing Dong Shasha. Shall we proceed? Finished already? She inquired, surprised. Indeed, he nodded. This matter will require further inquiry with Li Weiqi for confirmation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuhan pondered the implications. Sheriff Bell was likely not the murderer of Xialong. He had merely sought to converse with him. After Bell's departure, a crew member hidden within the duct emerged to carry out the deed. But who could this individual be? As they ascended to the upper deck, they stumbled upon a man sprawled on the floor. Lin Yuhan rushed over to find James lying unconscious, his head bloodied. Boss, Dong Shasha stammered, her voice trembling. He's dead. Lin Yuhan confirmed after checking for breath and pulse. Quickly, summon the first mate. Understood. Dong Shasha dashed away. Ding dong. A body has been discovered, resonated the system's voice. You have a new task. Please check promptly. Main task. Determine the cause of James's death and identify his killer. Side task. Find the murderer of Xialong. Lin Yuhan felt an ominous premonition. He was not merely bound to a system. He was entangled in a web of intrigue. He crouched down to examine the body. James had sustained severe head trauma, likely from a blow or a fall down the stairs. Lin Yuhan stood and surveyed the area around the staircase. There was no blood on the floor, suggesting that it appeared more like an accidental fall. He lay down at the staircase's edge, slowly sliding down to simulate James's fall until he reached the spot where James had met his demise. Pain shot through his arms and legs, reminiscent of the pressure and scrape of a fall. Despite his cautious descent, he could envision the sensation James experienced in his final moments. Rising, Lin Yuhan dusted himself off and examined James's arms. Furrowing his brow in concern, He then opened James's clothing for a closer inspection. "Detective Lin, what's the situation?" Li Weiqi rushed over. "James is dead," Lin Yuhan stated gravely. "There is still warmth in his body." "This must have happened recently." Li Weiqi quickly bent down to check James's breath, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He retrieved his walkie-talkie to report to the captain, then asked, "So, it appears he fell down the stairs and struck his head on the floor, resulting in his death?" Li Weiqi examined James's lips, detecting a strong odor of alcohol. "Goodness. How much did he drink? An accident after drinking? Help me turn him over," Lin Yuhan instructed. They carefully repositioned James's body. Lin Yuhan inspected the injuries, shaking his head at it doesn't seem plausible. "What do you mean?" Lin Yuhan elaborated. "If it were a fatal fall, particularly one severe enough to cause death, it would likely result in muscle strain, extensive bruising, and internal injuries. James only has head trauma. His body appears unscathed, with no significant external injuries or abrasions. This indicates that you needn't be here," an unwelcome voice interrupted. Lin Yuhan looked up to see Sheriff Bell. "Ever meddlesome. Why is he everywhere?" Bell commanded two burly officers behind him. "Take this body away." "Detective, your game ends here." Resigned, Lin Yuhan stood as he watched James's body being removed by Bell's men. He? Lin Yuhan struggled to voice his thoughts. "His circumstances are irrelevant to you," Bell replied dismissively. "I will ascertain the cause of death." "Farewell, great detective." "Farewell," Lin Yuhan retorted heavily, muttering under his breath, "Don't let me see you again." At that moment, he longed for someone else's presence. If only this insufferable sheriff were someone else. Why am I even thinking this? He quickly quelled the thought. Observing Bell's retreating figure, Lin Yuhan confided in Li Weiqi, "I suspect James did not die from an accident but was murdered. He was likely attacked, struck on the head, and left here to fabricate the illusion of an accidental fall." "How confident are you?" Li Weiqi inquired. "About 80%, Lin Yuhan replied. "It ultimately hinges on the evidence. Only with proof can we ascertain the true cause of death. Otherwise, it remains mere speculation. Must we rely solely on evidence? Can't we just examine the body?" Li Weiqi asked, puzzled. Lin Yuhan shook his head. "Speaking with conviction, for the deceased, they have already passed. Evidence is the means through which the truth is restored. In this case, even if James was indeed murdered, if all evidence points to an accidental fall due to intoxication, then for us, he died from a fall. The same applies conversely. Thus, in this world, there are no absolute truths, only the leaning scale of justice." Chapter 112. The earrings. Li Weiqi grasped Lin Yuhan's words with some understanding. Yet his mood was dismal. Another life had been lost, and this cruise ship grew increasingly sinister. Lin Yuhan suggested, "Let us first investigate potential witnesses to see if anyone has encountered James. Inquire about who last saw him and follow the leads." "I need a photo of James," Li Weiqi stated. "Although he is one of the investors on the ship, it's unlikely many people know him. We should find Laura. She is James's wife and may have more information." Laura's room was already filled with people. Amy, Lori's, Eric, Amanda, Ina, and even Sheriff Bell. Upon hearing the news of James's death, Laura collapsed onto the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. She dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, lamenting, "How could this happen? This morning, he was bored and went to the bar, and now this. How could he be so careless to fall from upstairs?" Bell cast a glance at Lin Yuhan but refrained from further comments. Instead, approaching Laura, "Pardon my intrusion," he said, "though interrupting you at this moment is quite impolite. I must ask when you last saw your husband." "In the bar," Laura replied, wiping her tears. "It was pouring outside, and everyone was quite bored, so we went to drink. Perhaps he had too much to drink and left first. A while later, I became dizzy and returned to my room to rest, only to be informed of James's death." "Then, after leaving the bar, you did not see your husband again?" "Yes," Laura nodded. Bell turned to the others. "Did anyone see James?" Everyone shook their heads in denial. Lori stepped forward, addressing Bell, "Sheriff, James's accidental demise has plunged my sister and our family into profound grief. I kindly request you step aside so we may gather our thoughts. The assailant is not among us." "Let us hope so." Bell exited the room. Before leaving, he glanced back at the crowded gathering but said nothing further. He moved into the corridor, heading towards the bar. The singer had departed, leaving a somber atmosphere as many guests, feeling bored, began to disperse. Soothing melodies wafted through the bar, complementing the sparse assembly of patrons. Bell diligently inquired, seeking anyone who might have seen James. Regrettably, the crowd was preoccupied with their own affairs, scarcely recalling the comings and goings of a gentleman. It was not until Conwood materialized before Bell. Courteous and smiling, that the atmosphere shifted. Sheriff Bell, encountered another grand case, have you? I recall your preference for smoking over the allure of spirits, he remarked. Indeed. I find little interest in alcohol, Bell replied, exhaling a ring of smoke. I prefer coffee. Did I seek your assistance? Did you happen to see Mr. James earlier today? James. Conwood chuckled, certainly, Dotto. Where? Bell pressed eagerly. Right here. But that is not a matter you should inquire of me. A lewd grin spread across Conwood's face. If you wish to know James's whereabouts, perhaps you should consult that singer. You mean, Jenny? Yes, her. For the past few days, James has been quite enamored with her. After her performance today, they were seen whispering to one another. Subsequently, I noticed Jenny departing in the direction James had taken. Conwood cleared his throat, continuing, at this moment, they may be indulging in a blissful existence. Sheriff, do not intrude. Thank you, Bell replied, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he turned and headed directly to Jenny's room. Upon reaching the bar's entrance, he glanced back at Conwood and said, by the way, I forgot to mention, James is dead. Conwood stammered, staring at Bell's retreating figure, rendered speechless. Jenny reclined on her plush bed, her body sinking into its softness. The extravagant vacations that cost others a fortune were her daily indulgence. Yet, over time, the thrill had dulled into monotony. Gazing at the sea, far removed from the clamor, she sang freely. Many women envied her lifestyle. Yet only she knew the underlying despair. Today had been particularly exhausting. An impromptu performance had increased her workload, and she yearned for rest. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a knock echoed at the door. Jenny donned her clothing and rose to find Sheriff Bell's astute visage. Sheriff, is there something amiss? She stammered, a hint of panic in her voice. Leaning against the doorframe, Bell removed his cigarette holder and stated, a trivial matter. I wish to confirm your return to this room. After the performance, I felt fatigued and returned to rest. Oh? Is that so? Bell pressed further. Did you see Mr. James? James. No. Jenny shook her head. So, you remained in your room since returning from the performance? Yes, Sheriff. Jenny cautiously inquired, is there a problem? James is deceased. The cause remains uncertain. An accident or foul play. Bell regarded her serene countenance as he spoke. Dead, Jenny stuttered, her face betraying alarm. How did he die? He suffered a fatal blow to the head. Since you are unaware of the circumstances, I shall take my leave. Very well, goodbye, Sheriff. Jenny yawned, clearly weary, as she settled back into her exhaustion. And, Bell interjected, observing her about to close the door, you are missing an earring. Oh? Jenny hastily touched her ear, casually replying, thank you for the reminder. I only removed one before your arrival. Take care of your belongings, Bell replied cryptically, then turned to depart. As Jenny shut the door, she sank weakly to the floor, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, then began searching frantically. Where is my earring? My earring! She tore through her belongings, rummaging beneath the bed and atop it. After a prolonged search, she confronted an undeniable realization. Her earring was lost.